Shirxiao looked at the three groups in front of her: an agricultural research institute, a scientific research institute, and an old mechanic. Are you all here to see me? Shirxia, I arrived first. Linqiu suddenly became clever, using her advantage of having her agree first. Their research had reached a critical stage, and they couldn't do without Shirxia. Comrade Shirxia, right? Hello, I am Lin Xingyue from the Agricultural Research Institute. Your water-grown vegetables are very important for agriculture. We've been studying this area, but with little success. We thought it was a dead end, but your water spinach gave us great inspiration. Mechanic Zhang raised both hands and pushed to the front from behind the crowd. Comrade Shirxia, I just want to thank you sincerely. If I had time, I'd love to discuss some details with you. The three of them spoke quickly, then looked at each other with a playful glare. Our research institute arrived first, so we go first. Comrade, food is the foundation of the country. If I could wait, I wouldn't have come overnight. Please understand, I'm worried about my old bones. Who isn't old? I'm 58. I'm pretty old too. For a moment, Linqiu's mouth moved, but she was too respectful to speak freely, wishing she had brought Fu Chang instead. Stop! Shirxia called out, and all three looked at her. Linqiu, how many days do you need? 10 days, or maybe half a month, depending on you. Shirxia nodded, then looked at the old man from the Agricultural Institute, who was supporting his back. What do you want me to do? How much time do you need? I want to see everything from seed selection to planting, and the growth afterward. Shirxia nodded. All right, you can watch. I won't stop you. But I don't expect me to wait 24 hours a day for you. I'll help Linqiu during the day. If you have questions, write them down, and I'll answer when I return. Now it's your turn. Let's talk. Shirxia led the way, with Mechanic Zhang following happily behind. Why did she leave? Teacher, she was too Old Mr. Lin gave a look, and the assistant shut up. Mind your own words. We're here to learn. If your attitude causes our failure, pack your things and go home happily. And Comrade Shirxia said there's no problem at all. She doesn't need to be with us 24 hours a day. We're not 2-year-olds. We can research independently. Why are you still arguing? Old Mr. Lin understood clearly. Researchers, even the so-called technicians who are really experts in technological innovation, all came to see Comrade Shirxia. That means she has skills they don't know about. People with skills deserve respect. Commander Chung, who led the way, nodded to old Mr. Lin with approval. He had good judgment. Shirxia was generous, but also remembered grudges. And she never waits overnight to take revenge. Do you think she loves her country? Yes, she does, but she also loves herself. She doesn't blindly sacrifice herself to please others. Of course, she also knows how to stand up for herself. Meanwhile, Shirxia and Master Zhang went to the side. Master Zhang was sneaking around, looking nervously at the surroundings, afraid others might overhear what he said. Just say it freely. Well, I want to ask if we can find other engines. Shirxia knew about the engines and asked, confused, isn't there already one? Yes, there is. I disassembled it too. Can't you put it back together? How could I not? I can make one myself now, but the gap in our current technology is too big. It's impossible to do domestically at once. Shirxia understood. It's like studying in the country, learning 1 + 1 = 2, but she brought back university-level math, while domestically, they only need to learn multiplication and division. I don't know about that either. It depends on luck. That's for sure. If I have luck, bringing it back isn't impossible. I can accept that. In other words, I can cover for you. Shirxia nodded knowingly, and they silently reached an understanding. They returned, and 2 groups of 3 left. The remaining people were old Mr. Lin from the Agricultural Institute, for students, 2 assistants, and accompanying security. Shirxia took them to see the water spinach planting area in the village. Currently, as long as the terrain is suitable, all the land on Haishan Island has been developed for water spinach cultivation. Shirxia knew that the success of growing water spinach was closely related to water element abilities. Not only were the seeds strong, but even the fresh water used for planting had been processed by her. But these facts were impossible to tell the Agricultural Institute people. She plans to give them the improved seeds. They will take them back to experiment, and some will probably succeed. As for the unsuccessful ones, it's just fate. Old Lin felt despair when he saw the hollow vegetable field. He couldn't believe it and thought it was unbelievable. Are you just planting them directly in the ground? Yes, otherwise where should I plant them? Where? Shouldn't there be a house or a shed? Shouldn't they be carefully cared for? Instead, when the young plants don't like you, they act as if they want to die. What does it mean when these plants grow strong? They studied so much and put in so much effort, almost worshipping those vegetables as ancestors. And what's the result? Talking about it makes me sad. Old Lin didn't want to leave the vegetable field. He looked at the vegetables with the same eyes he had on his wedding night, as if watching his new wife. In the end, they stayed at the village office that was already built, temporarily settled there. The next day, Xia woke up early and went to the research institute. The first step was to set up the basic points. Radar works by emitting electromagnetic waves and receiving the echoes from targets to find their position, distance, height, and speed. Lung Chio's team specializes in underwater radar, designed for torpedoes and submarines. They build radar reflection stations on the seabed, which need to be higher and more precise than those on land. Xia had already set up some base points during the first phase, but she didn't know what Lung Chio and others did afterward. She only knew that now, she needed to test the radar. This means she had to simulate approaching targets at different distances, directions, and depths underwater, so the radar could detect her signals. Then, the system would calculate the accurate distance and speed. If each test was accurate, it proved their research was effective. So, this step was very important. Right now, only Xia could work with them underwater. When Xia arrived at Haiming Island, she was warmly welcomed by the research team. A group of people got on a boat, and Haiming Island sent troops to help. Wen Cheng'an was among them. Xia confidently walked over and stood beside Wen Cheng'an. Wen Cheng'an tried to hide his pride, glancing around proudly. That's my girlfriend. His comrades were used to Wen Cheng'an show off, and he was basically a proud husband fan. But thinking about it, it's understandable because this person is Xia. 3 ships set sail. As they departed, little eagles soared high in the sky, followed by a flock of seagulls. No one knew how Little Eagle managed it, but it had become the leader of the seagulls. Commander Cheng unknowingly moved closer. Comrade Xia, I remember you saying you wanted to train a flock of seagulls to send messages? Xia frowned and thought. It seemed to be true. Commander Cheng, seagulls are too undisciplined to be messengers, but I can lend you a golden eagle. What? A golden eagle, the daughter of my big white goose. Commander Cheng's brain almost overheated. Big white as a goose, right? A golden eagle as a daughter? Does it have a son too? Commander Cheng asked, and Xia nodded. Yes, flying in the sky. My little eagle, Big White's eldest son. Commander Cheng watched the little eagle with affection. No man dislikes eagles, especially trained ones. The desire to conquer is so tempting. So we can use the golden eagle? Wrong, I'm lending it to you. But if it has offspring, we might consider giving you some. Commander Cheng's heart was racing. All right, then, since you go out often, find a mate for the eagle's daughter. They talked as they reached the first test point. Xia kicked the turtle Lao Lu beside her. Get up and work. Lao Lu slowly got up, flapping his front flippers. What's that? In everyone's eyes, Xia reluctantly bent down. Lazy. I caught fish for you yesterday, and now you're acting stubborn? Xia muttered as she picked up Lao Lu with a bit of force. Let's go. Splash. Lao Lu flipped onto his back and dove into the sea, giving Xia a white-eyed look before going in. You asked me to help, so don't blame me. Xia twisted her neck, stretched, then entered the water, bringing her equipment down with her. The others watching the whole process thought, this strength, a female warrior. Wen Cheng'an, watching the entire scene, thought, so adorable. Under the sea, Xia caught up with her waiting sea turtle. They quickly dove deep and swam far away. Both carried equipment that could send signals to radar. On the sea surface, besides the military ships, everyone started to busy themselves. Signal detection, judgment, recording, these are very important data. Over the next day, Xia entered the sea from different places, diving repeatedly. During this time, she went into the water 13 times. The radar successfully captured signals twice. The success rate may not be high, but it was a breakthrough from 0 to 1. The entire research team was very excited. They gained a clearer understanding of their future work. Near evening, Xia finished today's tests and planned to continue tomorrow. She returned to the boat, and Wen Cheng'an immediately brought a blanket. Jiang Tang, go back and have some soup. Wen Cheng'an was holding a piece of dried called candy because a little sugar was added during drying. He brought it especially. Xia took it and put it in her mouth. The flavor was strong. It's okay, Annie must have cooked some. Yes. When Cheng'an went back, the boat set sail again, and Xia returned to Haisen Island. As she expected, Auntie had made soup. After changing clothes, Xia hadn't had time to eat when people from the Agricultural Science Institute arrived. Eat first, eat first. Old Lin sat politely, and Auntie invited him to eat together, but he declined. He quietly waited outside Xia's house. Xia's house was built first, all according to her preferences. There were 5 red brick rooms, decorated with beautiful shells and seaweed, with cobblestone paths in the yard. On one side were animal homes, and on the other side were fruit trees and a pavilion with a rocking chair. Bright flowers were planted along the small paths, swaying in the breeze. Under the sunset's glow, everyone who saw it didn't want to leave this warm place. It felt like these 4 walls blocked all outside chaos, making people want to grow old alone in this yard. Currently, the house didn't have glass windows, but Xia planned to install some. She ate her meal without hesitation, then stepped outside the gate. Outside, there were a few stones cleaner than the chairs, and old Lin was sitting on one of them. I found that the flowers and vegetables in your yard grow better than others. Really? Maybe it's because my family atmosphere is happy, and they can feel it. Is that so? Old Lin believed it for a second, then shook his head and chuckled. Comrade Xia, I've been observing your vegetable garden all day. I tested the seeds of your freshwater spinach, and I found that whether it's the water or the plants, their vitality is very strong. Do you know why? Living means strong vitality, right? Xia pretended to be naive. After asking a few more questions, old Lin realized he couldn't get an answer here. Maybe the answer was only fate, luck, or mysticism. Comrade Xia, can we take some of your water and seeds? Of course. Xia continued helping the researchers test the radar for more than half a month. After half a month, the radar entered the next phase, reconstruction. Xia finally had a chance to rest. After observing for a while, the people from the Agricultural Science Institute took the seeds and fresh water and left. At this time, there are only half a month left before the new year. All the houses on Haisen Island are completed, except for the glass installation. With the new year approaching, the islanders who have worked hard all year should have some new year goods. Xia's thoughts were stirred again. The only worry was that there wasn't enough time, so she could only do one thing. In the end, Xia decided to celebrate the new year first and deal with the glass afterward. She quietly informed Uncle Chow, and under his nervous watch, she left. Uncle Chow and Accountant Sue were counting their accounts. Their village had truly earned a lot this year. Although there was a strong wind disaster, they didn't spend a single coin on building houses. All the bricks, wood, and cement were brought back by Xia. In the past 6 months, they sold kelp, seaweed, fish caught by multiple boats, various dried seafood, and water spinach, all bringing an income. After calculating everything, each person could get 18 yuan. 18 yuan each. A household usually has at least 2 people, and some have more than 10. In the past, a big family would earn at most 10 or 20 yuan a year, and sometimes they owed money to the village. Now, each person, including babies, gets an average of 18 yuan. After Accountant Sue finished the calculation, He was stunned for a while and said while looking at the money box, "I always feel it's safer to keep the money at Shirxia's house." Uncle Chow was also excited, but after the excitement came reflection. Not everyone gets the same. Each person gets 8 yuan, and the remaining 10 yuan should be given to Shirxia. We can't always take advantage of her. Hearing this, Accountant Sue immediately agreed. That's right. We shouldn't expect one person to always pay. I'll prepare a new account book.
Unso cao nốt det.
Unaware of the large sum of money coming in, Shirxia was already moving quickly. She had landed in Tea Country, where she heard there was plenty of chicken. Shirxia landed ashore. She exchanged a ruby with a local farmer for traditional clothes and learned how to wear them. Although communication was a bit difficult, she used gestures, signs, and some English to understand roughly. Most importantly, the ruby was valuable. She sold several large rubies and kept some small fragments in her pocket as travel money for going abroad. But it wasn't ideal. Next time, she should get some crushed gold. After arriving in Tea Country, Shirxia had no specific goal. She wanted to buy some New Year goods. She heard there was plenty of chicken, so she planned to bring back a batch, along with some rice or other items, depending on what she found. The main problem was that she had no money and didn't plan to rob a chicken farm, which would be unethical. So, her initial plan was to be robbed, and then she would take action to get money to buy chicken. This also helped boost the local economy. More traditionally, it could be called robbing the rich to help the poor. She is not just a simple thief. She has her own code of honor. If others don't bother her, she won't attack.
So,
Shirxia headed to a place known to be quite chaotic, somewhat like baiting law enforcement. The development in Tea Country isn't much better than at home. The people here have darker skin. The houses are very rundown, but there's plenty of vegetation and many fruits. Shirxia wore traditional local women's clothes, top and skirt, showing her perfect figure and delicate face. Her long hair was loose, and she wore a flower behind her ear, making her even more beautiful. This beautiful woman walked into the most chaotic street, attracting many predatory eyes. Throughout, Shirxia only said one phrase, "Sawisti ka." She kept walking saying "Sawisti ka," and before she knew it, it was dark. No one tried to scam her along the way. Is the security really that good? Tired from walking, Shirxia sat on the roadside and ate a banana to regain her strength. Suddenly, a bag was thrown over her head. 2 people behind tried to hold her down, but they found it was very easy to control her. Shirxia cooperated and walked along willingly. Finally, they arrived. "Are you sure there's no problem? I've seen her wandering around here for a while. Could she be a cop?"
So what if she is?
"We're connected to Brother Cha. Besides, do you have a better idea? You're the one who caused her to die." "I didn't mean to."
It was just a game.
"Who knew she would? I tell you, don't touch this one. Mind your own business. Or maybe you should become a woman." The 2 men argued back and forth, but Shirxia had no idea what they were saying. Usually, places that sell women are for trafficking and exploitation. She was quite familiar with such places and felt a bit excited. Her efforts in improving security abroad also contributed a little, giving her a bit of a dark city hero vibe. Shirxia cooperated and walked along. Soon, they passed through several large iron gates. Although she couldn't see, she could hear the jingling sounds. Shirxia wrinkled her nose. Something didn't smell right. It was a mix of decay, tobacco, and unknown drugs, not the smell of a high-end establishment. With a loud clang, Shirxia was pushed, feeling the texture of straw under her feet. She took off the mask on her head. The 2 men who brought her were locking the door. "This girl is really pretty. Those people must be crazy. Don't mess around. Our job is to watch the people and not waste time. Go ahead and see if it's time to leave." A man leaves, and another man looks at Shirxia, who is trembling. "No matter who you are, you're unlucky. Once you're in here, you can't get out." The man finishes speaking to himself, then turns and throws a piece of clothing to Shirxia.
"Put this on."
Shirxia looks down at the bikini, which has less fabric than a sock. She curls up and steps back, shaking her head. Hurry up and change. Or else. It's starting."
"What?"
Already? I heard a big boss is coming, so it's earlier.
It.
No time left, just go in. The two open the cage door and pull Shirxia to stand up. She pretends to struggle but is ultimately pulled away. As they move, Shirxia observes the surroundings. The entire structure has no windows, just one iron door after another, feeling a bit strange. It doesn't seem like a place for flesh and blood. After a few turns, they enter a corridor. Outside, loud cheers and screams of abandon fill the air. A bright light shines on her as she is pushed forward. She stumbles, and the iron door behind her closes. A round stage, a tall cage, surrounded by tiered seats filled with shouting, whistling crowds. Obviously a place full of language. It looks like a coliseum or underground fighting arena. Shirxia lowers her head, and a faint smile appears on her lips. It's a professional setup. Radishan's pillow is slow. A not-so-authentic English phrase sounds, and Shirxia understands. It's an underground fight, but to make it more exciting, each day begins with a fight between a beautiful woman and a beast. Out of 10 fights, 10 women die. Will this be a miracle? Who will win, beauty or the beast? Let's see. The host steps onto the stage, and only Shirxia is there. A low growl comes from another corridor, and a hungry lion with blood still on its fur walks out.
Oh.
Eat her. Tear her clothes apart. It's starting. It's starting. Cry and beg us. People in the stands shout and throw things, trying to provoke the hungry lion. Usually, at this point, the woman would kneel and beg for mercy. If the crowd is in a good mood, they might let her go. They enjoy watching scenes like this, as it gives them a sense of superiority and control over life and death. In the corner, Shirxia moved. She slowly took off her t-shirt, starting from the top button.
Ha ha ha.
She's starting. I knew she'd use this trick to beg for mercy. What can women do? Just 2 legs and a mouth. Hurry up and take it off. Clattering sounds fell, causing the lion on the other side to roar loudly. Shirxia took off her jacket, revealing a homemade sleeveless fitted top. She arched her shoulders back, showing muscular lines that were strong but not bulky. With her arms spread, Shirxia single-handedly pulled down her skirt, revealing a pair of tight, full-coverage pants underneath. What's that? A bikini? I'm not asking for that. Complaints came from the stands. Shirxia looked up, straightening her back, her fierce gaze locking onto the person approaching the door, startling everyone who met her eyes. She interlaced her fingers with a cracking sound and beckoned to the lion at the door. Come on, little kitty. Roar, bang. The door to the passage opened. The lion gathered strength and charged directly at Shirxia. Shirxia did not retreat but advanced, spreading her arms to meet him.
Oh. What?
What's she doing? The lion lunged at Shirxia. She supported herself with her left hand, slid her body to the right, and smoothly dodged. Then, she flipped into a bird pose, landing on the lion's back. The lion was furious, turning around and biting while shaking violently. Shirxia grabbed his neck with one hand and swung her other fist into his eye. Underestimate me. While I was fighting, you didn't even know where your milk was coming from. Bam, bam, bam. After 3 punches, the lion lost one eye. The entire stand was silent for a few seconds before erupting into loud cheers. That was awesome. She turned the tables.
Fight back.
A group of violence enthusiasts didn't care who won or lost. As long as the show was exciting, they were happy to pay. The fighters in the arena were stunned. Wasn't there supposed to be no such scene? The 2 people who grabbed Shirxia looked like they were about to their pants. What should they do? Before they could decide, they were taken to see the boss. In less than 3 seconds, they all confessed. So, you brought a woman who was just wandering the streets and personally brought her to my hideout? The 2 on the other side didn't dare nod. Once the boss said this, it sounded different. Boss, we really don't know. Yes, she is just a little woman and can't cause big trouble. Boss, suddenly, a younger brother rushes in. Boss, the lion is dead. The person called the boss stands up. So, is this what you meant by not causing big trouble? Boss, I was wrong. The boss waves his hand, and two people are taken away, but no one knows where they go. The boss takes a group of younger brothers to the front yard to deal with Shurxia. Meanwhile, Shurxia talks through the cage with a younger brother outside. Do you speak English? The younger brother nods. Tell your boss that I will keep fighting. I want money for each win. I don't care how you open the betting, but I will win every time.
Come on, why are you just standing here?
Shurxia scares the younger brother away. She smiles and walks back, sitting down heavily on the lion, waiting for the next opponent. This is a fun way to make money. It's pretty good.
She actually likes it.
As for the fact that the other side doesn't pay her, Shurxia automatically ignores it. She has already worked hard, and not being paid is impolite. The younger brother quickly finds the boss and tells him what Shurxia said. He said that? The boss isn't stupid and quickly thinks. They've always been betting on fights. Continuing now is inevitable. But can they trust what the woman says? Is she strong? Boss, she fought a lion barehanded. The younger brother honestly reports, and after thinking for a moment, the boss says, bring in the wolf dogs. The wolf dogs aren't ordinary dogs. They are fighters who came from wild beasts and are their champion fighters. Only matching the strongest opponent will give higher odds. Boss, if she really wins, do we pay her? Pay her? No way. If she really wins, we gain another ace. The boss never thought about letting Shurxia leave.
Got it.
The younger brother runs off quickly, and soon the wolf dogs are brought into the fighting arena. The host babbles on, and after he finishes, many people start betting on the wolf dogs to win. Because the wolf dog can fight a single hand against 4 wolves. Shurxia and the wolf dog's fight is about to begin. There are no rules here, only beating the opponent. Shurxia doesn't hold back her strength or skills. She starts with her best moves. As the wolf dog swings its fists, Shurxia blocks while aiming her palm at its neck. If she hadn't held back, that head would have fallen off like a zombie's. In one move, the wolf dog falls. Shurxia stepped on his chest, and the wolf dog finally gasped for air. Under Shurxia's heavy foot, it couldn't get up at all. It's over. The people in the stands hadn't even had time to cheer. It was over, and it felt a bit too quick. Meanwhile, the boss who came to watch the fight suddenly changed his mind. Go prepare the money and send her away. Leaving her behind is pointless. Someone like her, staying would only cause trouble. She wasn't trained from a young age and wouldn't listen to her. I thought I could use some hot weapons to control her, but after seeing her, that idea disappeared. Even with hot weapons, it would be hard to suppress someone like her. The boss made a very wise decision. The door of the fighting arena opened. Shurxia waved her hand and asked the person opening the door, "Are you done fighting?" "Yes, we're done." All their strongest fighters had been knocked down by her. Why continue? Shurxia felt a bit disappointed. She didn't want to leave. She hadn't had enough fun. "We've prepared money for you." The younger brother who opened the door quickly spoke when he saw Shurxia not moving.
You should leave now.
Shurxia still didn't move. "Our boss has prepared compensation for you." Shurxia looked up. "Take a look first." Shurxia stepped out, walking through the corridor. She saw the boss fully armed and behind him, his subordinate also fully equipped, with guns loaded. "Hello, I apologize for our people's reckless behavior. Here is our compensation. This part is what you earned from the fight. 2 large boxes of cash." "I actually haven't had enough." Shurxia spoke, and the subordinate behind her quickly raised their weapons. "Don't be polite, I don't want this." Shurxia waved her hand, and the weapons clattered to the ground. The boss immediately understood that Shurxia had made her move, but how did she do it? "Keep the money coming." The boss increased the amount. Shurxia raised an eyebrow curiously. "Where's the chicken meat the best?" The boss, not satisfied yet? "Add more." The boss gritted his teeth and added more. Shurxia didn't understand and asked again, "Which brand of rice is good?" The boss, "Not enough yet? Add more. This is my limit already. Please accept it." The boss gritted his teeth, wishing to send this mysterious, skillful woman away quickly. Shurxia blinked. She just wanted to ask about local specialties. Why keep adding money? I'd feel embarrassed if I didn't take it. And so, Shirxia left in a hurry, but with plenty of money. After she left, they quickly closed the boxing gym. The entire gym moved to a new location, but Shirxia didn't know any of this.
She had money now.
With money, she went shopping. She bought rice, dried rice noodles for pigs, several chickens, and many candies. Money can make anyone do things, and the seller doesn't care where she is from. She pays first and takes the goods immediately, quickly, and efficiently. Shirxia chose to buy near the coast. After buying, she asked the other person to kill, clean, and pack everything. That night, someone unlucky was again moving boxes by the seaside. The underwater train appeared once more, bringing a lot of New Year supplies back to China. Shirxia, who had been diving away, woke up Uncle Chow in the middle of the night. Uncle Chow was dreaming of eating a big chicken leg when someone pushed him, and the chicken leg disappeared from his mouth. In the next second, Uncle Chow opened his eyes. He couldn't see clearly who it was, but he knew it was Shirxia. Uncle Chow was used to this. He calmly sat up, put on his clothes, and quietly left. By the moonlight, Uncle Chow saw clearly. Big chicken leg, no, Shirxia. How does Uncle Chow know I brought back a big chicken leg? Are we really in sync? Uncle Chow, can I say all this is just a coincidence?
Yes.
It must be. We really have a special connection. Uncle Chow was getting better at cooperating. Shirxia didn't waste time. She called a few others in the same way. But the others' nerves weren't as steady as Uncle Chow's. If Shirxia hadn't predicted and covered their mouths, they might have shouted out loud. 9 people sneaked away from Haishan Island and went to the place where Shirxia kept her things. They didn't ask or say anything, just quietly moved the items. After moving everything back, they placed it all at the village office. When the movers left, Uncle Chow and Accountant Su stopped Shirxia. Shirxia, this is for you. They handed her a bag of money, about 2,800 yuan, rolled into a bundle of 100 yuan notes. What is this?
Your share.
We agreed on this long ago,
Uncle Chow said.
Shirxia remembered that she had indeed told Uncle Chow this at first, but after a few interactions, she grew fond of Haishan Island and forgot about it, or simply didn't care. Shirxia, take it. This is what you deserve. The house, the chicken, pork, candies you brought back today, all of this. This money isn't enough. Yes, not to mention the rubies you brought back, which you shared freely with everyone in our village. You should take it. Uncle Chow and Accountant Su persuaded her. Shirxia didn't hesitate and said, okay, I'll take it. Seeing her accept, they were even happier than Shirxia. Next, they discussed how to divide the New Year goods. There are 1,000 chickens and 4 pigs. We will divide the chickens equally among everyone, 3 per person, and I will keep any leftovers. The pork will also be shared. Since it's the new year, let's celebrate properly. We will also distribute rice so everyone can eat plain rice. And candies too. Uncle Chow and Accountant Su listened, both amused and speechless. What's there to argue about? Just share everything. They won't make any excuses, because everything has already been eaten. What evidence do you have? After handing over the arrangements to Uncle Chow and Accountant Su, Xia went home. Before she even entered, Little Eagle and Little Gold, both grown-up golden eagles, flew out cautiously. When they saw Xia, they approached on either side, trying to please her, even wanting to perch on her shoulder. Guys, please look at your size. Do you still think you're little babies? Little Eagle and Little Gold didn't want to be scolded. They twisted their bodies, with their butts facing Xia. Okay, I was wrong. You really are little babies. I brought you delicious food, chicken, very fat and tasty. Xia was carrying 2 chickens. Little Eagle and Little Gold, 1 bird each, flew away happily. Xia pushed open the door and was about to step inside when Bai came over again. She had a strange feeling. She was spoiling her little favorites, and the main wife caught her. Hyaming Islands Wenqing'an, did I not even get a main wife? Xia squatted down and affectionately hugged Bai. Bai, I miss you so much. Have you missed me? Bai's neck moved quickly, slipping out of Xia's arm and pushed her with his head, as if saying, "Don't tease me." "Really?"
Ha ha ha, little flower came over.
She was competing for attention, sticking her head out and asking for petting. Old Turtle Loo from the small pond watched the scene with interest, his gossip-loving turtle nature. After finally calming all the animals at home, Xia was able to go inside. As she pushed the door open, she was stopped by Grandpa C, who was holding a stick. "Grandpa, it's me." Grandpa C quickly put down his stick upon hearing her voice. But in the next moment, his eyes fixed on Xia's shoes, and he sniffed around. He smelled raw meat. Okay, I'll go take a shower."
Can I?
Xia sadly turned around. She felt like she was causing trouble outside, and her status at home was very low. Feeling her low status, Xia obediently went to take a shower, with Grandpa C bringing her hot water. After washing up, Xia finally returned to her bed, lying on the soft, fluffy quilt. She fell asleep in less than 5 seconds. The next morning, there were 10 days until the New Year. Uncle Chow gathered all the villagers early in the morning to distribute New Year goods and money. The villagers looked at the chickens on the stage and were stunned. Fingers rubbing my eyes, I kept thinking I must be seeing things. How could there be so many chickens? And those big slabs of pork, with shiny fat and bright red meat, looked like bowls of dompa pork greeting each other. All right, no more talk. This year's New Year supplies for Hysan Island are all here. Everyone knows who to thank. Some words can't be spoken aloud, but everyone remembers them. Good days are here, and you all know what bad days look like. Choose which days to celebrate. Uncle Chow tapped the islanders again, then handed out money, meat, and New Year gifts. 8 yuan per person. 3 chickens per person. Now everyone can enjoy enough meat. My son is getting married next year. I need to think about it more. Only someone with a quiet mouth should be chosen. You're right. We must be careful. We can't ruin the good luck of Hysan Island. Their eyes met, and everyone knew this was thanks to Xia. The lively scene of distributing New Year gifts was very contagious. Everyone kept talking and couldn't stop. This time, the young workers also received some gifts, half a chicken each, and 3 jin of pork in total. Some people felt it was unfair, but Cheng Qingmin gave them a sharp look and shut them up. Cheng Qingmin had earned respect at the young workers' station, managing them well. Uncle Chow was very pleased and gave him more candies. In the morning, they distributed the New Year gifts. In the afternoon, the whole village was filled with the smell of meat. Since noon, Xia's house had been busy with visitors. Some brought rice cakes, others brought dried ribs. My family brought clothes, and someone else brought a backpack. In short, those with skills shared their talents. Those without shared sincerity. Xia's family didn't need to prepare any more gifts. What they received was enough to last a good while. In the afternoon, Xia took a boat with the remaining 100 or so chickens to Haiming Island. The familiar office. Commander Wei looked serious and said, "Comrade Xia, we have rules. We can't accept even a needle or a thread from the villagers." "Take it back." Xia blinked. "Are you misunderstanding something?" "What misunderstanding?" Commander Wei looked up. Xia took out a list from his pocket. "Our farm on Hysan Island has too many chickens. We can't eat them all, so we plan to sell some to make money for the village. Can you buy them? If you don't buy, I'll go to the mainland." Commander Wei's eyelids twitched violently. "You should have said so earlier." Commander Wei looked at the list Xia handed over. 150 chickens? You have an extra 150 chickens? His eyebrows furrowed, and the lines between his eyebrows tightened, forming a clear chan shape. Xia sat steadily, as everyone understood without needing to say. Old Wei wouldn't ask. "Xia, tell me, are you facing any problems?"
Huh?
Xia was a bit confused and didn't follow the question. Commander Wei whispered, "Are you short of money? If so, you can go fishing. I'll buy the fish from you. Keep the chickens for yourselves to eat." Commander Wei was overthinking. The entire Haitian island had fewer than 300 people, about 180 households. Surely, every household had chickens, so this must mean they are facing some trouble. Xia thought. Is this a misunderstanding? We're not in trouble. The villagers all have chickens at home. These chickens are truly extra. Xia spoke sincerely, and Commander Wei pondered for a while. Really? You can't fool me about our relationship. If there's a problem, just tell me. Commander Wei cared genuinely, and Xia felt helpless. What makes you think I would suffer losses, or that Haitian Island would suffer, because of me?
No.
Commander Wei's eyebrows relaxed into a gentle curve. If there really were extra chickens, that was great. Meat is scarce for their troops, who are mostly hungry wolves. They simply don't have enough to eat. We'll buy them. Commander Wei was about to call others inside, but Xia stopped him. I have a request. After selling the chickens, Xia didn't leave immediately. He took the opportunity to look at Wen Cheng'an. Xia. Wen Cheng'an ran over, covered in dirt, with his face so dirty, it was hard to tell where it was clean. I'm worried you'll wait anxiously, so I went to wash at the seaside. Okay. The two headed to the beach. Wen Cheng'an washed casually, then sat beside Xia. There was a gap between them, but he thought for a moment and moved a little closer, then closer again. Xia was speechless. He simply reached behind and hugged him with one hand. Is this close enough now? Xia spoke almost into Wen Cheng'an's ear. His ears turned slightly red in Xia's eyes, which made Xia want to tease him. Do you miss me? Yes. Xia looked at Wen Cheng'an, who didn't need to miss him. His fingers mischievously pinched his earlobe. Your ears are so red, but your mouth is quite shy. Wen Cheng'an only felt a burning sensation from his earlobe down his throat, burning all the way to his heart. The heat made him both shy and bold. My ears are red because I lack experience. I'm telling the truth about my mouth. I only tell the truth to you. Xia was amused and quickly leaned in to kiss Wen Cheng'an's face. Almost touching and pulling away, if Xia hadn't been smiling, Wen Cheng'an might have thought it was a mistake. He touched the spot that had just been kissed. That was too quick just now. Shall we do it again? Actually, I can go back now too? Xia pushed away Wen Cheng'an with one finger. You're using all your cleverness on this. How can you call it cleverness? Between us, it's called fun. Wen Cheng'an's little finger hooked Xia's index finger, and the man started to act cute. Please. Isn't it okay? Xia couldn't stand Wen Cheng'an's teasing and kissed him quickly and accurately. Wen Cheng'an smiled happily. I knew you loved me the most. Xia couldn't take it anymore and pushed Wen Cheng'an away. Stay away from me. Yes, sir. After stepping back a meter, Wen Cheng'an happily came back. Comrade Xia. The serious Wen Cheng'an is back. Xia didn't expect to see someone replaced on the spot. They were quite good at role-playing. The two sat by the sea for an hour. Xia brought some dried meat for Wen Cheng'an, telling him to eat more during training to stay healthy. I'm leaving now. My time is up. I've become a squad leader, and if I do well, I'll be a company commander soon. I know you're very capable. Just remember to protect yourself. If you get into trouble, I'll definitely avenge you. But I won't wait for you. I might find another man to marry.
No.
Wen Cheng'an held Xia's hand over his heart. I'll live well. Good. Xia saw Wen Cheng'an off at the military camp gate. Wen Cheng'an was very reluctant to leave. I can't go home for the new year. Tell my parents for me. Don't worry, I'll celebrate with Auntie. You don't need to worry about anything. Actually, Xia didn't want to say that their lively home wasn't missing Wen Cheng'an at all. Better not to hurt him. I'm leaving now. I'll come see you again in a few days. Wen Cheng'an calculated the time and ran inside, while Xia also left. On Sanhai Island, preparations for the new year had fully begun. Cleaning the house, writing spring couplets, frying various foods, making rice cakes and sweet dumplings, secretly offering ancestral sacrifices, and worshipping the sea goddess. Every household was filled with joy. It was a new year worth looking forward to. Xia immersed herself in the experience, knowing she wouldn't be able to celebrate for the next 10 years. It was good to be happy. On New Year's Eve, Xia got up early. Her neighbor on the left was Andy, on the right was the Su family of 3, and the old mountain man lived in front of Xia's yard, sharing a house with the Chu family of 3. They had agreed that this year, the 5 families would celebrate the new year together. There are 5 families with the most people in the Su family, each with 3 members. The other 3 families each have only 2 members, which seems quite lonely. Auntie, Grandpa Sher, Grandma Chu, and Madam Chu started preparing breakfast early in the morning. Shirxia's cooking skills are okay, but everyone instinctively doesn't want her to do the chores. When Shirxia is free, she doesn't stay idle. She goes to the sea to comfort her little friends. A group of dolphins, orcas, whales, sea turtles, seagulls, all often help her with her tasks. Shirxia lies on a boat, surrounded by circles of marine animals. Her special power flows out like ripples of water, nourishing the surrounding sea creatures. From afar, over 100 marine animals seem to be making a pilgrimage, sincerely seeking Shirxia's favor. People on the island see this, and some immediately kneel down, blessed by the sea goddess. When Shirxia gets up from the boat, a crowd kneels on the shore, startling her. It feels like coming out of a tomb and discovering a group of filial children and respectful descendants. The crowd gradually disperses, and Shirxia finally can go home. That night, Shirxia takes all the children out to play with firecrackers. She plays with a bit of difficulty. Red-hot iron is shot into the sea, and Shirxia, holding a bow and arrow, pulls back the string and shoots. With a bang, the iron firework is hit violently, sparks burst out, and the sea surface looks like a mirror, with fire trees and silver flowers above and dazzling lights below. The children gasp in amazement, and Shirxia appears like a fairy in their eyes. At the same time, the army begins their New Year's dinner. Wen Cheng'en is holding a lunchbox, and today it has chicken. Lieutenant Wen is here, for you. 2 large chicken legs land in Wen Cheng'en's lunchbox with a click. Shirxia left these for you. Haiming Island, Army Dining Hall. Wen Cheng'en looks down at the 2 big chicken legs, his eyes narrowing into slits. He proudly lifts his lunchbox, the 2 chicken legs like medals pinned to his chest. Big head. Why did you only get this much chicken? Don't you like eating it? Marinated egg. Are you only picking chicken butts? I prefer big chicken legs. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Wen Cheng'en, feeling proud, is suddenly surrounded. He hugs his lunchbox and runs while shouting. Don't fight. My partner sent this to me. No one listens. Beat him up. Stinky kid, you got what you deserved for showing off. Eat him all up. Several people chase after him. Wen Cheng'en uses all his strength, shouting from his lungs, if you bully me, I'll complain. My partner is Shirxia. The person chasing behind stopped. Wen Cheng'en happily shook his head and swung his body, teasing the person behind him with his lunchbox. Why aren't you chasing anymore? Are you scared? My partner is really impressive. A group of soldiers at the back really couldn't bear to watch. Wen Cheng'en, aren't you a bit brave? If you have the guts, don't just praise Shirxia. Exactly, let's just compare ourselves. No need to find a partner. I've noticed your skin is getting thicker. Always showing off about your partner. Wen Cheng'en wasn't afraid of what others said. He wished everyone knew that Shirxia was his partner. Since the day he met Shirxia, Shirxia had been impressive, completely overshadowing him. He liked Shirxia like that. Why would he deny Shirxia's strength? In Wen Cheng'en's eyes, the stronger Shirxia was, the prouder he felt. I just like to show off. I'm happy. My partner is Shirxia. That'll make you all mad. At the door, Wei, the leader, and Captain Cheng, along with others, watched everything unfold. Wen Cheng'en, are you usually this annoying during training? Wei asked. Captain Cheng shook his head. No, even more annoying. Don't be fooled by his arrogance now. During training, he's deadly serious, very fierce, and also clever. Captain Cheng's words weren't very polite, but his smile was proud. Everyone understood. He was a promising soldier. He trains harder than anyone else, even adds extra practice, and he loves showing off about Shirxia, Captain Cheng said, almost laughing. He'd never seen such a man before. A large part of society still believed men should be outside working and women inside. Men cared about face, and few would admit they're afraid of their wives. They'd listen to their wives quietly if they did. But when Chang'an didn't, Wei, the leader, watched happily and thought about Shixia, saying his partner is Shixia. That's easy to understand. Everyone thought of Shixia, who often picked up things and nodded. They could understand. Maybe even feel a little sorry for Wen Chang'an. If he made a mistake, he'd get beaten without even catching his breath. A group of leaders came in to get food. Captain Cheng carried his lunchbox, wanting a big chicken leg. It was the new year. One chicken leg wouldn't be too much, right? Don't think about it. The chicken we bought doesn't have legs, someone said.
Huh.
What kind of chicken has no legs? Wei, holding his own lunchbox, remembered what Shixia had said. Shixia's family's chicken doesn't have legs. She said chicken legs don't count in weight, so they left them for Wen Chang'an's extra meal. From today, Wen Chang'an can have 2 chicken legs at every meal, privately gifted. Captain Cheng was very jealous. This is truly the kind of thing that Shixia can do. Not to mention, Wen Chang'an's luck is really good. Everyone was jealous. In the next few days, Wen Chang'an was feeling proud and confident. However, after the second day, the chicken drumstick meals Shixia prepared started to get stolen. Wen Chang'an pretended to call out a few times, telling everyone not to take them, but in the end, he shared the food with everyone. Shixia felt sorry for him, but she knew he wasn't just worried about his health. Wen Chang'an understood. On the first day after the new year, Shixia received red envelopes from her elders: Auntie, Uncle Wen, Grandpa Shi, Uncle Chow, Old Man Su, Old Mountain, and Grandma Chu. Auntie gave her an extra envelope, which Wen Chang'an asked her to pass on. Shixia held the red envelope, and Wen Chang'an was quite good at giving gifts. Not only these people, but also the village elders gave her red envelopes. The amounts weren't large, just for good luck. Shixia also prepared many small red envelopes and gave them to all the children in the village. Moreover, she used leftover wood from the village's house construction. Old Mountain was back to work. Shixia marked out a flat piece of land in the village, almost in the center, forming a circle about 500 square meters. The ground was compacted, and the circle was divided into 4 sections, with small paths paved with cobblestones. The 4 areas included a slide, monkey bars, and a climbing ladder, swings, and table tennis. All the equipment was made of wood, carefully polished by Old Mountain until there were no rough edges. They installed each piece after finishing it, so children could play. Around the entire circle, Shixia built a ring-shaped corridor, planted wisteria on top, and around it, she planted mint and other mosquito-repelling herbs, all arranged by Old Su. This way, it would be cool in summer and mosquitoes wouldn't bother them. The square wasn't finished yet, but the children already loved it. They gathered there every day to check on the progress. Old Mountain was busy every day, urged on by a group of little supervisors. But this busy work without worries felt very fulfilling. C3 Island was truly the right place for them. Uncle Chow saw the village's new changes every day and kept marveling at Shixia's talent. All the talents were being prepared. Old Mountain and Dr. Su were both talented people. Without these two, the post-disaster rebuilding and the pre-disaster illnesses would have been too much for their village. On the 3rd day after the new year, the village started to get busy again. The temperature wasn't very high, but not very low either, so a simple jacket was enough. Shixia rarely took a break and relaxed at home for 2 days. If you want to eat fish, let Turtle Lao Lu go catch it. There are vegetables in the yard at home, and for pork or snacks, Headbald Brother always brings them. Headbald Brother not only brings these, but also gives New Year gifts and money from selling dragon saliva incense before the festival. Shixia also didn't forget Headbald Brother. She gave him dragon saliva incense, a ruby, and 3 pieces of gold shaped like dog heads. Shixia found the gold from a sunken ship, and since she had nowhere to spend it, she kept it. After resting for 3 days, Shixia couldn't stay still. She had some free time and wanted to move around, especially since the windows at home still hadn't been installed. At the beach, Shixia was drawing with a stick. Here is the country that produces glass. Should we go there again? Nothing to trade anymore, maybe some jade? Or trade for something else. In Southeast Asia. We've been taking a lot recently. Maybe try a farther place? Shixia was choosing her route carefully. The sound of a ferry approaching made her look up. Today's ferry had arrived. After about 10 minutes, Uncle Chow came over with a person dressed in a green military uniform without shoulder badges. Shixia, someone from the county is here. Shixia, someone from the county is here. What does the county want? Shixia casually wiped the map on the beach and stood up to look at the visitors. Hello, Comrade Shixia. I am the secretary to the county leader. I came here especially to tell you that Haishan Island has been named a national advance group. Shixia tilted her head to look at Uncle Chow. Uncle Chow's face was flushed red with excitement, but he didn't want others to see how happy he was. Uncle, you don't have to hold back. Just be happy. It's not something shameful. Shixia. Suddenly, Uncle Chow let out a loud wail, startling several nearby people. What's wrong, Shixia? Who dares to hurt Shixia? Several people carrying shovels and picks rushed over. Uncle Chow's shout of Shixia sounded like he was mourning her. After some explanation, everyone realized it was a misunderstanding. Uncle Chow, embarrassed and proud as the village chief, tried to save face. What are you guys thinking? If something really happened, wouldn't I know and stand in front of Shixia? Really, who do you think you are? Shixia smiled gently at this group of lovely people. After everyone calmed down, she looked at the messenger. Hello, I want to ask, are there any national outstanding individuals? I think I've done pretty well. The person opposite nodded confidently. Comrade Shixia's excellence is obvious to all. Although you weren't selected this time, I believe that with your noble character, that day is not far away. Shixia looked at them. Their words sounded nice and made her feel good. No wonder someone came to deliver the message. Not only did they bring the letter, but they also told Shixia to hurry and leave for the capital to receive the award. The transportation costs will be reimbursed by the county, and at most, 2 people can go. When Shixia heard this, she immediately looked at Uncle Chow and asked, Are you going? Uncle Chow thought for a moment. He needed to oversee the village affairs. If he left and Shixia also left, what if someone in the village caused trouble? Someone from the fishing team also needed to stay. Shixia, take Lao Su with you. Lao Su is clever and can help out. Okay. Shixia looked at the messenger and asked, Will the county reimburse for a sleeper or a hard seat ticket? A sleeper. Please buy us 2 soft sleepers. We'll leave tomorrow. Today we need to pack, and please also prepare the travel documents. The messenger wanted to say hard sleeper, but he hesitated and decided to ask about it later. The honor of being a national advanced group is not only a pride for Haishan Island, but also brings glory to our county. Shixia is very capable, and maintaining good relationships is important. All right, Comrade Shixia. The northern temperatures are low, so please prepare warm clothes. Thanks for the reminder. The messenger left on the ferry, and Shixia followed Uncle Chow to the village office. Accountant Su also arrived. Uncle Chow first gave them introduction letters and stamped several blank seals. Keep these. If needed, write your own notes. Be careful on the way out. And stay warm. The word safety was skipped, replaced with stay warm. Shixia nodded, took the introduction letters, and went home to pack. After Shixia left, Uncle Chow turned to Accountant Su and started to nag. Old Su, make sure to watch over Shixia when you go out. If anything happens, step in more. Only let Shixia handle the big issues if necessary. North is cold. Bring more money. I'll go to each household later to find cloth tickets. You both should buy cotton-padded jackets and shoes once you arrive. If the cloth tickets aren't enough, let Shixia use hers first. In the capital, there are many people. Even a falling brick can hurt someone important, so be careful. If you're going to do anything, keep it discreet. And if something really happens, we'll take responsibility. Never involve Shixia. Uncle Chow kept talking, and Accountant Su nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Shixia. Good. I trust you at home. Since your trip will take about half a month, bring some food. I need to go home quickly and have my wife prepare some dry provisions. Uncle Chow and Accountant Su left. A few steps later, they turned back. Shirxia overheard everything, feeling very thorough. How worried are they about her making mistakes? All the arrangements for taking the blame are in place. Does she seem like someone who would cause trouble? Shirxia thought carefully and realized she really wasn't like that. She never started trouble willingly. She only fought back after being attacked abroad. She believes there aren't many people as reasonable as her. Shirxia reassured herself and shook her head as she headed home. When she got back, her aunt, Su Danhong, Madame Chu, and Old Lady Chu were busy. They were cooking, preparing warm clothes, or sewing several pieces of clothing together if they didn't have enough warm clothes, even tearing some cotton from blankets. The women were very busy, and Shirxia was chased away. She decided to sit on the rocking chair in the yard, watching the window with the straw curtain. The glass would have to wait a bit longer. As the chair rocked back and forth, Shirxia started to feel sleepy. She faintly heard the door open. She opened her eyes and saw Shan Yuancheng shyly sticking out his tongue. Big sister Shirxia, sorry for waking you up. No need to apologize.
Come in.
Shan Yuancheng carried a thick book and sat on a small stool, acting obediently. Did you come to see me? Yeah, I heard you're going to Jing City. That's right. Shan Yuancheng took out a yellowed piece of paper from the book, which had an address, a name, and Du Huanyan's name. Big sister, this was left by my mom. She said I could go to him when I have no way out. Shirxia took the note. Is Du Huanyan your mother? Yeah, my mom is very pretty. Shan Yuancheng looked at her with deep longing. Shirxia handed the note back to him. Keep it for yourself. This is your backup plan from your mom. You don't need it, because there's nothing in this world I can't solve. Shan Yuancheng blinked. Big sister, about that math problem from yesterday. Just as Shirxia was feeling confident, her face suddenly fell. Except for math, there's nothing I can't solve. Big sister, and physics too. Shirxia tilted her head, her expression serious, pointing at the door. Shan Yuancheng, the door is over there. Before I decide to hit you, you better run now. Shan Yuancheng chuckled and picked up his book. Goodbye, big sister. He ran off. Little brat, you're just trying to make fun of me. Shirxia wasn't actually angry. The children in the village liked her very much. She could play with them and never get upset. But these kids also admired her deeply, just like monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain worship the Monkey King. Yes, in a way, Haishan Island is also like Flower Fruit Mountain. The next morning, Shirxia and Accountant Su looked at the 4 bags they were carrying and were stunned. Uncle Chow, is this a bit too much? Too much? Not yet. Some haven't even been packed. Better to bring more than less. You don't need to carry anything. Let old Su do it. Accountant Su. Thank you. Shirxia counted the bags on the ground, 8 in total, of various sizes. According to Uncle Chow, these 8 were essential. If they weren't worried about them being too heavy, there would have been 10. Accountant Su moved. He had 1 bag strapped to his chest, another on his back, 1 hanging around his neck, and 4 in his hands, making 7. There was still 1 more on the ground. Come on, I'll bite it. Accountant Su dared to say it, and Uncle Chow dared to do it. He picked up the bag and put it into Su's open mouth. Shirxia rolled her eyes in disbelief. At first, she wanted Su to carry the bags first, and she would carry the rest. But Su didn't say a word, and just carried everything himself. Give it to me. Not afraid that the capital city isn't there yet. Your teeth will get tired first. Besides, you've already used your teeth, and you still won't talk. Shirxia took the last bag and strapped it onto her back. She also took the bag from Su's neck and tied it behind her, crossing the 2 bags so they looked like a small mountain from behind. Shirxia went to grab the other 2 bags in Su's hands. As she turned around, she caught the little glance from old Turtle Lu, who was slowly turning his shell. My shell looks better than yours. Shirxia playfully raised her eyebrows at old Turtle Lu and huffed. Old Lu slowly nodded his head, like an elder watching a child. Shirxia squatted down and tapped old Lu's head. Take good care of the house, understand? Old Lu pushed away Shirxia's hand with his front feet and slowly nodded, as if saying, no need to tell me. Got it, you're amazing, you're amazing. Xia stood up, said goodbye to everyone, and then, carrying 4 bags herself, boarded the ferry with Accountant Sue. Uncle Chow led the way at the port, waving his arms. Come back early. Don't be stingy with money. Safety first. Faint figures could be seen at the port until the ferry drifted far away. Xia and Accountant Sue placed the bags at their feet. After sitting down, Sue kept shifting his position. Is your hemorrhoid acting up? Sue didn't move and turned stiffly. He whispered, I sewed the money inside my clothes. Not inside his underwear, right? Xia didn't ask. If she asked, what should she do? Just pretend it's not a big deal. The ferry arrived at the port on time. After Xia and Accountant Sue got off, they both carried heavy backpacks and walked step by step toward the train station. The person who delivered the letter yesterday said that with an introduction letter, they could get train tickets at the station, and someone would pick them up when they arrived in Beijing. When they reached the train station, Accountant Sue didn't let Xia worry. He handled everything himself. He had never left the county before, and he had only taken a train once when he was young. But people have mouths, so he asked questions. Xia knew that Accountant Sue was responsible for taking care of her, so she didn't compete. She followed behind, watching him ask for directions.
Ma'am.
Which way is the railway office? Comrade, is the railway office this way? Finally, they arrived at the railway office. Sue held the introduction letter and asked. Fortunately, the local people had made arrangements, and the railway staff didn't cause trouble for the visitors from the county. They kindly sold them tickets and even sent them onto the train. The staff wanted to help carry their luggage, but Sue pointed to Xia and said, Take hers. I'm not tired. Seeing Sue covered in sweat and Xia completely dry, the staff hesitated but decided to trust him. Xia looked at Sue, who chuckled proudly. Forget it, let him do it. Xia handed over the 2 packages on her arm to the staff and helped Sue carry one. No need, I'm not tired. These little things aren't heavier than 2 baskets of sweet potatoes. Sue insisted, so Xia gave up. They had been sent onto the train early, so they didn't have to squeeze with the crowd. It was nice. They had a soft sleeper with 4 beds, 2 on each side, 1 on top and 1 on the bottom. Xia chose the top bunk. It's more convenient for me downstairs. No, I like sleeping. All right then. If you need anything, just call me. You know? The train can be pretty chaotic, so don't go alone, even to the bathroom.
Got it.
Xia didn't argue. She felt Sue was already playing the caring father role, so she let him do his thing. They stayed downstairs for now, waiting until everyone was on board before she went up. She just hoped they wouldn't meet any strange roommates by chance. Xia sat on the lower bunk while Sue started mumbling and working. Here's some dried shrimp for you. Don't just chew on it. And pumpkin seeds. I'll get some hot water. Don't wander around. Sue warned her several times. Xia promised again and again, but Sue, still worried, left. He obviously knew that Xia was capable. His worry was that Xia might lose control and act violently when he wasn't around, and he didn't want to be blamed if that happened. Soon, Accountant Sue returned with a small amount of sugar in hot water, letting it cool before giving it to Xia. Here's some sugar for you. A few candies were in Sue's hand, and Xia took them. It really seemed like they were treating her like a child. After sitting for about 10 minutes, the first group of people rushed into the train station. Their town was the starting point. Through the window, they saw a crowd of people running wildly, rushing to get on the train, regardless of how many cars there were. Once they found a seat, they sat down quickly. Their running looked just like zombies chasing after them, very frantic. Within 2 minutes, the platform was full of people with all kinds of luggage, including some carrying chickens and goats, and quite a few of them. Xia saw some people's shoes being knocked off and a chicken flying around in the air, with lots of feathers scattered everywhere. Luckily, they arrived early. Even she felt uncomfortable with this way of boarding, like being in a zombie siege, trying to break free. After watching the chaos of boarding, the other 2 passengers in their carriage also arrived. Wow, you're so quick. Young people are really fast. I, as an old lady, can't keep up. Luckily, I found a seat downstairs. I can't climb up to the top anymore. Where are you from? Are you going to Jing City? My son works there and my daughter-in-law is about to give birth. I'm here to help take care of her. Where are you from? Are you also heading to Jing City?
I've been there several times.
An outspoken old lady started talking as soon as she entered the carriage, not letting Sue Accountant speak. She kept talking to herself, always circling back to her son working in Jing City. Xia's temples were already starting to ache. Wow, son, good baby, don't cry anymore. Mom will make you some milk powder soon, okay? Be good, we've arrived.
Sit tight, sit tight.
The last passenger arrived, a mother with a small baby. Xia's headache was now really starting to throb. The woman with the child was also carrying many bags. Xia saw that she had brought cooking utensils, indicating she brought everything needed for cooking. Hello, my name is Zhou Mylan. I'm probably going to cause you some trouble on this trip.
Sorry about that.
Zhou Mylan apologized as soon as she got on. It's okay. Everyone has a time when they don't have children. It's normal for kids to cry and make noise when they go out. Just relax. I'm telling you, my son used to cry when he was little too. The more a child cries, the smarter they are. Now, my son works in Beijing. Thank you, ma'am. Zhou Mylan thanks her, and Xia admires her. Ma'am has a calm way of changing the subject, no matter what you say. It's nothing, just a kid.
Xia also speaks.
She doesn't want to make things difficult for a mother taking her child out. Unless it's necessary, who would go out alone with a kid? Yes, it's fine. You should come in quickly. Zhou Mylan smiles gratefully, holding the child as she enters. Her luggage and 2 beds clink and bump together. You're on the top bunk. It's not easy for you to carry the kid up and down.
Stay here with me.
Sue Accountant and Zhou Mylan switch seats. Zhou Mylan thanks her again. Thank you. I wanted to buy the lower bunk, but I didn't get it. If I wasn't in such a hurry to leave. Thanks. She keeps thanking her. Sue Accountant says it's okay and prepares to rest on the upper bunk. Come, sit here with me. It's too much trouble to go up. Lying down during the day makes it hard to sleep at night. Let's chat. You look about 30 or 40, right? Is this your eldest daughter? She looks really pretty. I tell you, my son is good-looking too. Sue Accountant gets caught up in the chatter of the talkative lady and ends up sitting on the lower bunk, forced to chat with her. As for Xia, she had already moved upstairs because of the luggage and the crowd below, and she couldn't stand there anymore. She relaxes and ignores the noise around her, feeling pretty good. Your clothes look nice. My son also has a similar one. Wow. Okay. Mom will change your diaper.
Don't cry.
Look, what is this? The lower bunk is lively. Sue Accountant feels hopeless, and Xia pretends to be deaf. In the chaos, the train starts moving. Not long after, a train attendant comes to check tickets. The attendant carries a thermos and is ready to refill everyone's water. When they check their carriage, Sue Accountant starts to sweat. This old lady can talk forever. This is our ticket. Sue Accountant quickly stands up, takes out her ticket, and asks for some hot water. Xia, should I make you some tea with oil and flour to eat? Okay. Xia sits up, leans on the pillow, and is about to throw away the orange peel. Sue Accountant naturally catches it with her hand. Give it to me. Oh, your dad really cares about you. I've never seen anyone spoil a child like this before. The old lady spoke and Accountant Sue didn't explain. A daughter is just a daughter. If Xia were his daughter, the old Sue family's ancestors' graves would be steaming. Xia also didn't explain. There was no need. Baby, have some milk. Take it slow. Are you hungry? Zhou Mylan, holding a bottle, was feeding the baby with formula. The old lady curiously looked at the bottle and asked, "What is this?" "I've never seen it before." "It's a baby bottle. The baby's father bought it from the foreign exchange shop. My milk isn't enough, so I give the baby some formula." "Oh, I've never seen this before. I'm going to help my daughter-in-law after her confinement, and I don't know if her milk is enough. Is this thing expensive?" Zhou Mylan hesitated and said, "It's okay. Your son is in Beijing and has the ability. If he wants it, he can definitely buy it." With that, The wrinkles on the old lady's face relaxed into a smile. That's right, that's right. We'll see when the time comes. The old lady actually thought Jo Mylan was raising her child too extravagantly. The handkerchief used to wipe the child's mouth was pure cotton, and even the diaper was made of good fabric.
It was clear she wasn't used to a simple life.
If her daughter-in-law did things like that, she definitely wouldn't agree. But although she was talkative, she knew some things shouldn't be said. Focusing on giving Xia oil tea noodles, Accountant Sue secretly let out a sigh of relief. Finally, no more chatting with him. After preparing everything Xia wanted, Accountant Sue, feeling tired, quickly climbed onto the upper bunk and lay down. But he didn't sleep. He closed his eyes and squinted, mainly to avoid talking. The train kept moving, and Xia and Accountant Sue remained very quiet. The little baby on the lower bunk finished eating and fell asleep. The old lady also stopped talking, afraid of waking the child. Everyone suffered if the baby was disturbed, so the whole carriage became quiet. That night, Accountant Sue called Xia to come down for dinner in the dining car. The old lady glanced at him, pursed her lips, and wondered why a girl was being so spoiled. Jo Mylan smiled but said nothing, focusing entirely on caring for the child, very carefully and attentively, her eyes full of motherly love. Xia and Accountant Sue stayed in the dining car a little longer, then went to the bathroom, washed their faces, and returned. Before reaching the carriage door, they saw many people gathered together. Accountant Sue stood directly in front of Xia. I'm in front. Xia nodded, and they moved forward together. Baby, look at mom. Don't sleep, okay? Don't sleep. Jo Mylan was crying, holding the child, and crying. The little child's face was red, and he looked very uncomfortable, even in pain. Her clothes were opened, and she was pressing on the child's chest. The posture was very correct. Although the people around were gossiping, they were also very caring. The flight attendant stayed here, while another went to call for a doctor in the carriage. Wow, a cry sounded. Jo Mylan's large tears fell, and she tremblingly held her baby, finally daring to breathe again. The chatty old lady nearby also finally dared to speak. Get up quickly. You were fine just now. How did it become like this? The old lady helped Jo Mylan to stand up. Jo Mylan held the baby tightly, gently calming him down. He was born with a heart condition. I brought him here to see a doctor in Beijing. Everyone around felt sympathy and concern, saying the child would get better with good doctors in Beijing. Jo Mylan nodded. Seeing this, the flight attendant dispersed the crowd to let the air circulate again. Another flight attendant who went to find a doctor also returned, shaking her head to indicate there was no doctor available. Jo Mylan regained some composure and thanked the two flight attendants. Thank you. I am a nurse myself, so I can handle some first aid.
Thank you.
The flight attendant said it was no trouble and told her to call them if needed. Jo Mylan thanked them again. The people in the cabin had left, and Xia and Sue accountant also came in. The little baby, who had been struggling to breathe and turning red, now peacefully closed his eyes. Jo Mylan carried him on her back, wiped her tears, and quietly tidied up the things that had fallen during the panic. Xia and Sue accountant helped pick up the things. The old lady, who had been quietly criticizing Jo Mylan's fussiness, now felt guilty. Jo Mylan treasured her child because she was afraid she might never have another chance. Just now, she truly thought the baby was about to pass out. Thank you both. Thank you. I really caused you trouble on this trip. It's okay. Just take care of the baby peacefully. Sue accountant spoke, and Xia nodded. Everyone was a bit silent. Suddenly, they started to miss the chatty old lady. That night, Jo Mylan didn't sleep at all. She kept watching the baby. The baby cried a few times, and Jo Mylan held and comforted him. Xia and the others naturally didn't say anything and even helped out. Before 5 in the morning, Xia looked at the sleepy Sue accountant, who was almost unable to keep his eyes open, and pointed to his upper bunk. Sleep well. I can take care of myself. Xia had never spoken to Sue accountant in this tone before. Sue accountant wasn't angry at all. He felt a little proud, like a caring father, happy to see his child growing up and caring for him. All right, I will sleep for a while. Call me if anything happens. Sure, Xia nodded. Su accountant went to sleep almost immediately after lying down, clutching the pillow tightly. She wanted to rest for a little while. Sure, Xia got down from the top bunk, planning to go to the bathroom. Zhou Mylin also felt a bit urgent and looked at Xia with some embarrassment. She had a natural fear of Xia, a feeling she couldn't quite explain, just an instinct not to trouble her. But now that Su accountant and the elderly lady were asleep, she really couldn't hold it anymore. Comrade Xia, could you help me watch Xiaobao? He's sleeping peacefully, very well behaved. I just need to go to the bathroom, and we'll be back quickly. Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Thank you. Zhou Mylin whispered her thanks, tiptoeing out quietly. After she left, her steps quickened. She really couldn't resist, and was eager to return quickly. Xia sat on Zhou Mylin's bed, looking at the chubby, pink-cheeked baby, only 6 months old, adorable and plump. Suddenly, the baby moved its little leg, kicking off the blanket. Xia gently pinched the corner of the blanket and pulled it up, covering the baby again. Looking at the soft, chubby face, she felt a strange sense of guilt and turned to glance back. She had used her abilities already, and since Zhou Mylin hadn't returned yet, she wondered if it was okay to touch. Her fingers quickly touched the baby's soft face, and the gentle sensation made Xia silently smile. So cute. She was about to withdraw her fingers when she suddenly pressed again, using her ability to probe into the baby's body. Since fate had brought them together, she decided to give a little help. Her ability wasn't miraculous for healing, but it was very useful for strengthening the body and restoring energy. As her ability entered, Xia focused her mind. The baby's heart was strong and vigorous, not showing signs of illness. I'm back. When Zhou Mylin entered, Xia sat upright on the bed, looking serious, her hands honestly resting on her knees. She nodded at Zhou Mylin and got up to leave for the bathroom. But after leaving, she still felt a bit confused. Although she wasn't a doctor, she had helped several people with her ability. She could tell whether a heart was healthy or not. For example, Shan Yuanqing's body was like a broken sieve, with damage to his organs and features. She had helped him recover a few times secretly. But Zhou Mylin said the baby had a congenital heart defect, yet his organs seemed very strong. Something didn't quite add up. It didn't seem like human traffickers, either. Zhou Mylin's love and affection for the child weren't fake. What is really going on? Xia doesn't know either. She can only keep it in her mind and observe more. Soon, Xia returned from the bathroom. Zhou Jia, if you need help, just call me. Oh. Thank you, thank you. Zhou Mylin was a bit surprised by Xia's proactive help. The two nodded politely, and Xia climbed onto the bed. During the day, the flight attendants came several times, mainly taking care of their carriage. They didn't even need to ask for hot water. The attendants brought it to them. In the morning, the chatty old lady watched over Xiaobao, while Zhou Mylin ate. After Accountant Su woke up, the two ate some dry food and didn't go to the dining car to eat. Later, when Zhou Mylin was soothing Xiaobao to sleep, the baby suddenly had difficulty breathing again. Xia turned over quickly from the bed, ready to help. Her hand touched the baby, and her special ability entered inside. Zhou Mylin hurriedly but calmly unbuttoned the baby's clothes and pressed on the chest. Accountant Su and the old lady also came over. The old lady looked distressed and pained as she watched the baby. Su and the old lady were both anxious. Although they didn't know each other well, their conscience made them unwilling to see a 6-month-old baby in trouble. And Xia seemed off. She was too eager. Su might not understand himself, but could he really not know Xia? So, was there something happening that he didn't know? He just knew she shouldn't be sleeping. Each of the four had their own thoughts. Zhou Mylin urgently continued rescue efforts and managed to save the baby. The chatty old lady, seeing this, said happily, "Luckily, you're a nurse. Most ordinary people would have been terrified to death." Xia withdrew her silent support hand from the baby, her expression normal. The baby had been drugged. She was very sure it was a heart-numbing drug. It hadn't been there before. It appeared after Zhou Milan fed him rice porridge. Xia calmly climbed onto the upper bunk and didn't move. Going out now would attract too much attention. At night, Xia and accountant Su went to the dining car again. The chatty old lady couldn't help but comment, "These two spend money like crazy." Zhou Milan smiled but didn't reply. The old lady nagged a few more times, but it was all harmless. She was just a chatterbox. The older generation was used to saving and couldn't stand waste. Meanwhile, outside the private room, Xia and Su headed toward the dining car. Inside, train staff were eating. Xia went straight over, and accountant Su quickly followed. "Hello, I want to see the train conductor." The staff looked up at Xia, and then at Su. "Comrade, do you have something to say?" Xia nodded. "It's a matter of life and death." The other person wanted to ask more, but Xia didn't speak. Instead, she said she wanted to see the train conductor. Seeing the hesitation, Xia immediately took out various certificates from her backpack. "This is the Lei Feng Award I received just before the New Year. This is a newspaper article about my act of bravery. We are here to receive the National Advanced Award in Beijing. This is my ID." Su accountant understood Xia's actions and quickly took out his own introduction letter. "We are good people. Comrade Xia is the principal of our village's elementary school and the head of the women's committee. We don't tell lies." After reading the documents, the other person realized the situation was serious. "Come with me." Xia and Su accountant followed the staff to meet the train conductor. The train conductor, along with the onboard police, straightforwardly addressed the issue. "I have an old Chinese doctor in my family and a child who is not feeling well. I know how to read heart pulse signs and understand that heart problems don't usually cause attacks at the same time every day, nor do they happen for 2 days in a row without any reason. Also, I smelled something different in this comrade's rice porridge, so I suspect the child's illness might be caused by her. As for whether the child is her biological child, I am not sure because she looks like a real mother." What Xia didn't say was that not all biological mothers are necessarily good. The train conductor and police didn't fully believe Xia's judgment. A vague pulse reading and a suspicious smell in the rice porridge. Couldn't that just mean she's inexperienced or has a poor sense of smell? They called in the train steward. After hearing, the steward said, "I didn't notice anything unusual. If she really was a trafficker, she would want the child to sleep peacefully all the way. No trafficker would treat a child so well. The way Comrade Zhou looked yesterday didn't seem fake." The steward's words further weakened Xia's reasoning. "Comrade Xia, we can't hurt a mother who is traveling alone with her child to see a doctor in Beijing just because your reasoning isn't solid." Xia didn't mind their suspicion. They weren't close enough to her for her to care. "I just share my guess honestly. That's what my conscience tells me. Whether you investigate or not is your business, not mine." After speaking, Xia left. Su accountant added, "Our Haisan Island is a model collective in the country, led by Xia. She would never lie unless absolutely necessary." Su's words moved the other person. They also felt they had to be honest with their conscience. It's hard to lose a life, and you can tell the difference clearly. "Comrade please wait a moment." Xia came back. "Comrade what are you suspecting? We can't just go and say we doubt she's not the child's real mother, right? I'm not sure if she's the real mother. I only know the child doesn't have a heart condition, but there's something in the rice flour porridge." Xia paused and then said, "I suggest you contact the starting station. Zhou Milan's family background should be good. If you ask around, someone will know." After hearing this, everyone thought it made sense. There was a phone on the train, though the signal was weak, at least they could make calls. The train conductor took Xia to make a call. They didn't get through the first time, they were walking in the mountains. Xia was worried Zhou Milan might become suspicious, so she left with Su accountant. When they returned, Xia went to bed as usual, but this time she kept tossing and turning, and the bed creaked loudly. "What's wrong?" Shirxia, I have a stomach ache. Su accountant was immediately worried. Is it because of the meat? I told you not to eat so much. We haven't eaten meat in a long time. I really can't let you do whatever you want. Quick, get up. I'll pour you some water. Shirxia obediently sat up, drank some hot water and lay back down, but her discomfort didn't go away. I can't take it anymore. I need to go to the bathroom. Shirxia quickly got off the bed, and Su accountant nervously handed her some toilet paper.
Take it slow.
This kid, Su accountant was worried and hurried to follow her, while the old lady inside the room tooted. I said you shouldn't let the kid come here. She's probably got diarrhea from eating something. Zhou Milan didn't suspect anything else and continued to take care of the child. After a while, Su accountant came back with more toilet paper and borrowed some from the old lady. Thank you, ma'am. I'll return it later. The child has diarrhea. Hurry up and go. Although the old lady was talkative and nagging, she was generous. Su accountant hurried out, but he didn't come back for a long time. He and Shirxia had already gone to find the train conductor again. After dialing 3 times, they finally connected. After being transferred, someone from the county seat of the starting station answered. Oldly, does your county have a family named Zhou? The daughter is a nurse, married, and has a 6-month-old boy with a congenital heart disease. The family is well off. What nonsense is this? The other person didn't understand at all, so the train conductor quickly explained. Wait, you said Zhou Milan is on your train. Do you know her? The other person didn't answer, and just shouted loudly. Keep an eye on the person, and quickly take the child away. That is not her son, it's her nephew. The Zhou family here are going crazy trying to find him. Are you sure? The train conductor asked. The person across confidently replied, yes, very sure. Also, Zhou Milan is crazy. 3 years ago, her child died on the way to Beijing for medical treatment. The child had a heart condition. Oh my goodness. What is Zhou Milan trying to do? The old-fashioned phone was very loud and clear inside the room. Everyone heard it. Hearing this, the train conductor immediately looked back and signaled the security officer. Control Zhou Milan. Be careful with the child. The child is not hers. The security officer acted immediately. Shirxia reached out to stop him with one hand. I'll go. First, I will hold the child and bring him over. The security officer turned back. The train conductor nodded and looked at Shirxia, saying, be very careful. Don't worry. Shirxia used her special abilities to calm her face and quietly returned. Accountant Su is nearby, nagging her elderly father. Next time, don't eat so much. I understand. Shirxia, feeling weak, was helped inside by Accountant Su. She sat on Zhou Milan's bed, her legs trembling. Accountant Su quickly blocked Zhou Milan, who was preparing formula. Before she could react, the child had already been taken by Shirxia. What are you doing? Put my child down. Accountant Su tried to stop Zhou Milan, but Shirxia pulled her away. What is going on? The old lady, with a sharp tongue, also stood up and spoke. Zhou Milan's eyes changed, looking fierce and crazy. Give me back my child. Something dropped from Zhou Milan's sleeve, a syringe. Shirxia moved her finger slightly. The water droplets in the teacup turned into small weapons and shot at Zhou Milan's wrist. Get out. The 2 words made Accountant Su understand immediately. She pulled the old lady out of the room and ran. The old lady was completely stunned and staggered. Just as she was about to shake off her, she saw the syringe fall from Zhou Milan's sleeve. What is this? Something that could harm you. Shirxia said simply, holding the old lady back with one hand and looking at Zhou Milan, who was holding her wrist. Zhou Milan, this is not your child. This is your nephew. Zhou Milan's beautiful dream was shattered by Shirxia. She stared at Shirxia unwillingly, with a fierce and crazy look, as if she wanted to eat her. No, he is my son. My son is 6 months old. He has a heart condition. He needs to go to Beijing for treatment. I will definitely save him. Zhou Milan's left hand trembled, and her right hand clenched into a fist, nails digging in deep. Give me back my child. Please, just give my child back. With a loud bang, Zhou Mailin's knee hit the ground hard, followed by the sound of her kowtowing repeatedly. Why are you taking my child? Please, give him back. He'll be scared. Please, I beg you. Tears streaming down her face, Zhou Mailin kept kowtowing, one after another. The people in the train carriage came out to watch. They saw Zhou Mailin, who had been caring for the child diligently for the past 2 days. What's going on? Why are you taking Xiao Zhou's child? Such a difficult situation for the mother and daughter. What are you doing? Quick, get up. We should discuss this calmly. Young lady, give the child back.
He's crying now.
Shirxia held the child, lowering her head. The baby blew a bubble and grinned, melting everyone's heart. Crying? That was impossible. Children are not fools. When Zhou Mailin fed him bland rice porridge, he felt uncomfortable after eating. He didn't like her taste. But Shirxia, who had special abilities, made him feel very comfortable. The baby wobbled his chubby body a few times, finding a cozy position, ready to sleep peacefully. Shirxia looked up, completely indifferent to what others around her said. People tend to follow the crowd. Zhou Mailin was trying to gain sympathy. As long as the child was in her hands, she had leverage a threat. Move aside. Move aside. The train conductor arrived, along with a train police officer. The conductor, experienced and knowledgeable, knew that traffickers on trains often used crowds to escape. Everyone stay calm. I am Zhou Nan, the train conductor. Here is my ID. This is our train police officer, Zhu Kaishan. The conductor identified himself. People hesitated but also feared officials. After calming down a bit, Zhou Nan explained the situation. After investigation, we found that this child is not Comrade Zhou Mailin's son. The child's parents are desperately searching for him. Through phone contact, we confirmed that the child was taken without the parents' permission. The train will arrive in Jing City the day after tomorrow. The child's grandfather will be waiting at the station. The family is on their way to Jing City. During this time, the entire train crew will take care of the child to ensure his safety. Please rest assured. We understand everyone's good intentions and appreciate your kindness in wanting to help. Please trust us. After the train conductor finished speaking, 2 police officers moved to take Zhou Mailin away. Zhou Mailin's crowd advantage disappeared without a trace. She was scratching at the train floor with her nails, her eyes bloodshot.
Why?
Why don't they believe her? Her child was about to die, and she was the only one trying to save him.
Why?
Zhou Mailin suddenly looked up, glaring fiercely at everyone. You are all accomplices. You are all bad people. Why won't you let me save Xiao Bao? He hurts so much. He hurts so badly. I can save him. I can save him. Zhou Mailin couldn't tell reality from her illusions anymore. People who knew the truth couldn't hate her or love her. They felt a little pity for her. But many people in this world are in pain. Not every pain should be filled with innocent lives, right? Zhou Mailin's nephew was so innocent. The child's parents must feel heartbroken too. Do they want to become the next Zhou Mailin? Zhou Mailin shouted and was angry, still trapped in her fantasy that others wanted to harm the little baby. She was taken away by train police. The train staff dispersed the crowd. The train conductor went to hold Xiao Bao. They wanted to take care of him. The train had traveled halfway. They couldn't turn back just because a child was returning. When the child's parents heard he was found, they were anxious and worried. They didn't trust their child to be left anywhere. In the end, they decided to send him to Beijing. The child's maternal grandparents lived in Beijing. Wow. The train conductor held the crying child. He withdrew his hand. The child was in Shirxia's arms and stopped crying. The conductor tried again. Wow. The crying was even louder than before, making the conductor feel helpless, as if he was a kidnapper. My little ancestor, don't cry. The conductor looked at Shirxia. I didn't pinch him. The conductor said in frustration, I didn't suspect that either. Oh, sorry, I have no experience. Their conversation was interrupted by a nearby crew member. I'll try. I also have a little baby at home. The crew member automatically adopted a gentle, motherly tone. She reached out her hand. Before she could touch the child, he suddenly burst into tears again, crying loudly, and didn't stop this time. Hey, don't cry. You're better than me. Comrade Shirxia, you should try to soothe him. Shirxia blinked. Soothe a child? She could play around with a kid, but she really didn't know how to comfort a little baby. She lowered her head. Don't cry anymore. You're not as good at comforting as me. The baby stopped crying. The train conductor was amused and laughed. So, even such a small child could tell who was kind and who wasn't? Several people tried, but the child just cried. Offering a bottle didn't work. The child refused to eat and just stayed in Shirxia's arms. The train conductor finally gave up. Comrade Shirxia, maybe you should just watch him. No one is coming into this carriage anymore. Please help out. All right, but remember, if he starts crying loudly, you'll have to take him away. I won't take care of the child. Okay. After they agreed, a train attendant moved into Shirxia's compartment, taking the place where Shirxia had been. Shirxia moved from the upper bunk to the lower bunk to make it easier to care for the baby. An old woman in the same compartment, who had been talking a lot, finally calmed down after a confusing series of events. She looked at Shirxia holding the child awkwardly and said, "Hold him like this." The old woman helped adjust the baby's position, and Shirxia thanked her. "Young comrade, what's going on?" Shirxia briefly explained, and the old woman sighed deeply. Oh dear, what a tragedy. During the rest of the trip, the baby ate, slept, woke up to eat again, and when full, lay quietly on the bed, playing with his little hands and feet. He was well behaved, not crying or causing trouble. Shirxia found it surprising and asked curiously, "Are all kids this easy to take care of?" The experienced old woman said, "Not at all. My son was very naughty when he was little. He only wanted to be held, and if you put him down, he'd cry. He wouldn't even leave when people walked away. He was inseparable from everyone. Who would have thought he'd grow up and go to the capital city?" Listening to the old woman speak naturally, Shirxia realized she was almost recovered. Night after night passed. During this time, the train conductor and crew would occasionally come by to say hello or bring hot water. Even Shirxia's meals were provided free of charge, 3 times a day. Even accountant Sue had gained a little weight from the food. Shirxia was busy playing with the baby, touching his chubby little face with her finger. The little guy's skin felt soft and nice. It was obvious he came from a well-off family. Shirxia didn't plan to use her relationship with the baby for anything, but she knew the difference between having connections and not. From south to north, the carriage gradually grew colder. Everyone's clothes got thicker, including the baby. Whether Zhou Milan was truly crazy or pretending, she genuinely treated the baby like her own son and brought everything needed. The baby was dressed in a cotton coat, making him look even cuter and rounder. Shirxia wasn't really taking care of a child. She saw the baby as a big toy. But strangely, no matter how she played with him, the baby didn't cry. During this time, the train conductor watched Xiao Bao so peacefully sleeping and wanted to take him away, but this only resulted in a loud, piercing noise. 2 days later, the train was about to arrive at the station. At the station, a middle-aged couple looked anxious, scanning the platform back and forth. Why hasn't it arrived yet? It's delayed by over half an hour. Almost there. Is Xiao Bao okay? He said he's fine, eating and drinking well. Everything's good. The old couple held hands tightly, giving each other strength. This was their daughter's first pregnancy after 5 years of trying, and if anything happened to the baby, it would be devastating for her. Behind them stood a man and a woman, also waiting anxiously. The train is coming. As soon as someone announced the train's arrival, several people on the platform hurried forward. Where are the doors? Over here, this way. Someone led the way, and a group moved in that direction as the train slowly approached. Shirxia held the doll, with the train conductor on her left and accountant Sue on her right. The train staff helped carry their luggage. The train slowly stopped and finally came to a halt. The train staff opened the doors, placing a metal plank between the train and the platform.
Xiao Bao.
An elderly woman rushed toward Shirxia. Xia remained calm, took a step back, and told the elderly woman he's asleep. The elderly woman, filled with warmth and excitement, swallowed her worries in that one sentence. She carefully nodded, holding back tears, and tiptoed to peek at Xiaobao. Xia lifted a corner of the blanket, and the elderly woman quickly said, "Cover him up, it's cold. It's cold outside. Let's go inside." The train conductor had already spoken with the head of the family, Xiaobao's maternal grandfather, and they all hurried inside the station to discuss matters privately. At the same time, Zhou Milan was also brought down. She was kept in the police office inside the station, while everyone else was in the main office. When the blanket was lifted from Xiaobao's face, revealing his rosy cheeks, the elderly woman and man looked at him and, overwhelmed, couldn't help but shed tears. At least their eyes were moist. "Comrade Shi, thank you so much. Thank you so much." The old man, surnamed Zhou, was Xiaobao's maternal grandfather. Zhou Milan's family had suffered a disaster, and she had nowhere to go, so she came to stay with Zhou. She had been there for 3 years. Zhou Milan's daughter married into a family of 2 brothers. Hearing this, Xia's mind was already forming a story. The relationships were so complicated it was quite a tangled web. There was nothing more to say about the incident with Xia. Although old Zhou was her great-uncle, he clearly distinguished between his own children and nieces. He felt sad for Zhou Milan, who had died, but that was not a reason to hurt his daughter and grandson. Xia did not interfere in their family matters. She handed the crying little boy to his grandmother. The grandmother tried to soothe him, but the child kept crying. This made the old lady very worried. "What should we do?" The train conductor, who had seen this familiar scene, cleared his throat and said, "Maybe you should let Comrade Xia hold him?"
Huh?
The grandmother tentatively brought the child closer to Xia. Reluctantly, Xia took him. The child immediately stopped crying. In the end, the Zhou couple, feeling very sorry for their suffering grandson, decided to invite Xia to stay at their home. "No, we are here to receive an award," Xia said, mentioning the group recognition. Old Zhou was even happier upon hearing this. "That's perfect. The award ceremony is nearby, at the auditorium. Staying at a guest house is far away. Feel free to stay at our house. We have extra rooms." The Zhou family warmly invited her. Xia thought that building more connections wouldn't hurt, and the little boy was crying loudly. "Okay." Xia agreed, but she needed to find the staff who came to pick them up and let them know. At the same time, outside the train station, staff members held signs in the cold wind, grumbling quietly. "This job is so annoying, only me new here. Why aren't they out yet? So slow. No wonder they come from a small place." The person waiting among the crowd looked for the most poorly dressed person and thought about how they would have to take the bus later, feeling embarrassed. Xia, coming out of the station, found a high spot to look around. Soon she spotted someone holding a sign that said Haisan Island and called out to the person behind her. "Over there. I'll go ahead." Xia ran over with the child, her sharp hearing catching the person's murmured complaints. "Hello, comrade. I am Xia from Haisan Island. Here is my ID. I came to inform you that we won't stay at the guest house. We have friends in Beijing where we will stay temporarily, saving travel costs." The person was a male comrade. At first, he thought Xia looked nice and tried to soften his tone. But the moment he saw the child in her arms, his attitude changed instantly. "Comrade Xia, you brought a child when you go out? This is taking advantage of public resources. Such behavior can even be recognized as an advanced group achievement." Xia hugged little Bauer and looked at the other person who was acting overly serious. She asked lightly, "If you have questions about our Haisan Islands award, go talk to your supervisor or the person who awarded us. That can solve the problem at the root. Trying to act superior here is useless. You, unappreciative. You know best whether it's good intentions or not." Xia refused to give face, showing she wouldn't be polite. Whether you're a big shot or not, if she's unhappy, no one will be happy. "Xia, what's wrong?" Accountant Sue arrived. It's nothing. Let's go. After glancing at the other person again, Sue remembered his face and decided to be cautious in the future. He followed Shirxia. Hey, why don't you respect the organization's arrangements? This kind of individualism. The young man stopped talking because he saw the leader's leader. Mr. Zhou's son approached the young man who was waiting at the station and showed his work ID. Comrade, Shirxia is our guest from the Zhou family. The child in her arms is my nephew. She's just helping us out of kindness, not trying to take advantage of the organization. We understand about the awards ceremony later. I will send Comrade Shir and Comrade Sue on time.
Please make a trip today.
The young man at the station instinctively bowed, his mind still a bit foggy. No problem, no problem. As he spoke, the senior leader had already left. The young man saw Shirxia, who came from the countryside, get into a small car from afar. What did I just say? I'm so talkative, no politeness, I'm such a fool. They weren't polite at all, and I didn't realize it. The young man started to regret it. He finally saw a big leader and even spoke to her, but he missed a good chance. Feeling regretful, he walked back in a daze, replaying everything in his mind. He promised himself to be better prepared next time. Meanwhile, Shirxia was unaffected by the small incident. She sat in the back of the car, with Grandma Zhou and her daughter-in-law accompanying her. Sue, who was invited to sit in the front passenger seat, was not foolish. He knew it was just politeness. He declined, saying that old Zhou was too old to sit in the car, so old Zhou took the car while Sue followed behind with old Zhou's son, probably with a leader in the same car. Along the way, little Bauer woke up and sat quietly in Shirxia's arms, looking around curiously. His round, dark eyes were adorable. Grandma Zhou and her daughter-in-law were very good at taking care of people. They chatted happily during the ride, so it didn't feel boring. The car was driving on a busy street in Beijing and eventually entered a courtyard with a security checkpoint. Not the kind that is more expensive. Shirxia looked into the dark, shiny eyes and guessed it was a good family, but didn't expect such an expensive piece of jewelry. The car drove in and stopped in front of a small two-story red brick courtyard. Everyone got out of the car, and Shirxia was invited inside. Once inside, Grandma Zhou's daughter-in-law hurried to boil water, pour tea, and serve some snacks. Shirxia placed little Bauer into the crib prepared by the Zhou family. The little one rolled around and, seeing Shirxia behind, didn't move much. Little Bauer recognizes you now. Thank you so much. Grandma Zhou wanted to thank her again, but Shirxia waved her hand and said, Little Bauer is very lucky. With this, Grandma Zhou smiled happily. Not long after, Accountant Sue and Zhou Laota's eldest son also returned. The Zhou family started preparing the meal. Shirxia noticed they didn't have a nanny, but there was a guard taking care of the elderly master. The meal was simple and not fancy, not even as good as what she had on Haishan Island. After eating, Zhou Laota's eldest son explained the awards ceremony process to Shirxia and Accountant Sue. The awards would be given in the Grand Hall in 3 days. They could rest these 2 days, which was also the peak time for visitors. Little Bauer's family was expected to arrive in 2 days, depending on whether their journey went smoothly. After all, trains often broke down or bridges were damaged, causing delays. Feel free to stay and relax. If you want to go out for a walk, go ahead. Taking children out isn't convenient. No worries, after the award ceremony, once the child's mother arrives, we'll take you around Jing City. You shouldn't come all this way for nothing. These past 2 days have been quite troublesome, mainly because the child was frightened. Shirxia understood and agreed. After dinner, Shirxia went with the Zhou family to the hospital to check little Bauer's health. Zhou Laota's eldest son was busy elsewhere, likely dealing with Zhou Milan's matters. The hospital checkup showed the child was fine, and Shirxia returned to the place where the Zhou family was staying. In the next 2 days, Shirxia hardly went out, and Accountant Sue stayed quietly with her. They didn't wander around, ask questions, or flatter anyone, completely not treating their acquaintance with the Zhou family as a chance to change their lives. This calm and steady attitude made the Zhou family like them even more. If Accountant Sue knew, he would definitely tell them that their luck on Haishan Island was all thanks to Shirxia. 2 days later, little Bower's biological parents arrived. A woman, looking exhausted and pale, burst into tears upon seeing little Bower. "Get up quickly, the child is fine." "Mom, The woman was crying uncontrollably, not reaching out to hug anyone. She took off her coat and said, "I'm too cold." Wait a moment. She wiped away her tears hard, calmed herself down, rubbed her hands to warm them, and kept her eyes fixed on little Bower, afraid she might blink and the child would disappear again. No one knew that she had only been napping with the child, and when she opened her eyes, the child was gone. After asking her mother-in-law and family members, her whole world felt like it was falling apart. If she hadn't mustered the strength to find her child, she truly felt she might have given up and gone with him. "Little Bower, Mom is here." Little Bower looked up without crying. After Shirshia handed the child over, little Bower was a bit reluctant, but still didn't cry. He was very obedient as the woman held him, sniffing the familiar smell. Mother and son shared a special bond. Everyone in the family turned away to wipe their tears. These past few days, no one could hold little Bower without him crying.
Bower.
"I'm sorry, Mom is sorry." The woman didn't want to cry, but big tears still fell. She tried to squeeze out her tears, tilted her head, and wiped them with her shoulders' clothes, forcing herself to smile. "Do you miss Mom? Mom misses you so much." Every time she said a word, tears streamed down her face. Everyone in the room felt mixed emotions. After feeding little Bower milk and comforting him to sleep, the next step was to decide what to do about Zhou Milan. Shirshia and accountant Sue didn't want to listen, but they were kept there by Zhou's family. "You all need to know sooner or later." Hearing this, Shirshia decided not to leave. She was quite curious anyway. The biological mother of little Bower looked at Zhou Laoda's son and asked, "Big brother, what did Zhou Milan say?" 2 days ago, Zhou Milan was convinced that little Bower was her son. She thought it was 3 years ago. Later, she finally regained her senses. When we asked her why she did this, she said it was because little Bower had taken her son's life. The biological mother of little Bower was so angry she laughed.
What?
Little Bower and Zhou Milan's son were born on the same day, both boys. You haven't been able to have children for several years, and Zhou Milan thought little Bower had taken her son's life. Plus, winter was coming, and Zhou Milan took the child to Beijing for medical treatment. Little Bower was exactly 6 months old. She resented and took little Bower away, originally intending to make him pay for her loss. Little Bower's mother gasped in cold air. Just thinking about that outcome made her feel suffocated. The older sister-in-law comforted him gently, and the older brother continued, but she fell ill and mistook little Bower for her own child. This was 3 years ago, when she was preparing to go to Beijing again. If Comrade Shirshia hadn't discovered it early, the stolen medicine that Zhou Milan gave her could have caused permanent harm to Bower. Maybe even worse. The rest of the words went unsaid, as everyone understood the meaning. Bower's mother looked at Shirshia and suddenly knelt down. Shirshia had no choice but to get up and help her up. Why did she keep kneeling like this? "Thank you. Thank you so much." After hearing the gossip, Shirshia accepted the heartfelt thanks from Bower's biological mother and then left. Zhou Milan would definitely go to jail. No matter her relationship with the Zhou family, they wouldn't let her go. Early the next morning, Shirshia and accountant Sue changed into the nicest clothes they brought from the village, clean and simple, modest and plain. They were farmers, so there was no need to dress overly fancy. Being true to themselves was enough. Old Mr. Zhou's son personally took them to the award ceremony hall. The car stopped far away to avoid gossip. After thanking Shirshia, they walked toward the hall. They registered first, then were led inside and found seats. As soon as they entered, the hall buzzed with voices speaking various dialects, making it hard to understand what anyone was saying. They found their seats and sat down, with others gradually coming to sit nearby. Half an hour later, the entire hall was filled. Accountant Sue was nervously holding his speech manuscript. He had originally planned for Shirshia to go on stage to accept the award, but Shirshia said, "You can still receive awards in the future, but Maybe this is your only chance. Are you sure you want me to go? Sue was suddenly overwhelmed and decided to go himself. Can he regret it now? Xia looked at Sue, who was looking at her, and she predicted his thoughts. No regrets. Sue wanted to cry but couldn't, and he struggled to hold his speech manuscript without trembling. The award ceremony officially began. National Model Workers, Outstanding Individuals, Advanced Collectives, each award was announced, speeches were given, and applause followed. Sue was moved by other speeches and, although nervous, he spoke smoothly once on stage. Xia cheered loudly from below, and Sue floated down, as if walking on clouds. After several days of the award trip, it ended like this. Xia and Sue left, planning to go back to Zhou's house to pick up their luggage. They didn't plan to stay there, but since they were in Beijing, they wanted to find a guest house to stay in for a couple of days before returning. As they stepped out of the hall, they were stopped by someone. Hello, I am Zhang Weihong from the Agricultural Research Institute. Please discuss the follow-up matters regarding the hydroponic vegetables. Xia did not speak, nor did Accountant Sue. Your work ID? Do you think I can lie to you? Xia pouted and said, even a liar's face isn't marked. Who do you think is the liar? Xia bypassed Zhang Weihong and walked away, worried about catching a contagious illness from someone with a poor mind. Hey, you're so rude. Wait up. Zhang Weihong chased after her and once again stood in front of Xia, reluctantly taking out her ID.
See?
It's interesting. Who can really lie here? Xia looked around. All right, since it's not a fake ID, you can lead the way. Zhang Weihong was so angry at Xia's sharp words that she almost wanted to curse, but Xia said, if you curse at me, I won't go. Zhang Weihong had never seen such shamelessness and straightforward threats before, so she swallowed her words and stubbornly led the way ahead. Xia and Accountant Sue followed, heading toward the auditorium this time through a small gate, entering a different area. There were many rooms along the corridor, looking like offices. Zhang Weihong pushed open a door, her smile immediately appearing as she said to the people inside, the people from Haosandao are here. Let them in. The man's voice sounded young. Xia and Accountant Sue stood still, ready to see what they would do next. Inside, several people sat, but the main person was a young man. Hello, I am Yin Qingrong, working at the Agricultural Research Institute.
Yin?
Xia was a bit sensitive about this surname. Shan Qingyuan's stepmother also had the surname Yin, and it was said that the Yin family was quite influential in Beijing. Hello. I am Xia, and this is Uncle Sue. Xia's tone became honest, and Accountant Sue immediately showed a sincere smile. The two of them stood there looking silly. Outside, Zhang Weihong sneered. She was just trying to show off her connections. Fellow villagers, thank you for coming from afar. Please have a seat. Yin Qingrong was very polite, but after going around in circles, he didn't get to the main point. Xia and Accountant Sue continued pretending to be clueless. Well, the hydroponic vegetable project has great potential. The success of Haosandao's accidental cultivation is a big contribution, and we don't deny that. But what to do next requires scientific research and implementation.
Here comes the main topic.
Xia started to understand. This person probably wants to take credit. The success was accidental, and their scientific methods. Basically, they are scientists and they just got lucky. Yes. Xia said nothing and kept pretending to be naive. Yin Qingrong saw how easily the other person was being fooled, so he decided not to beat around the bush anymore. Water-grown vegetables need to be tested in some places. You all have your own lives, and we don't know much about the scientific methods involved. So, we will send people to handle it. That way, you won't have to keep running around. Once the trial is successful, you will definitely get your share of the credit. Xia understood. She was sure that once it succeeded, Yin Qingrong would claim the water-grown vegetables as his own, with no connection to Haosandao. Actually, she didn't like wandering around aimlessly. Going abroad had some gains, but doing things domestically felt pointless. But she just didn't like Yin Qingrong's attitude. She was stubborn and wanted to oppose him. Also, since Yin Qingrong didn't take the project directly, it meant there were different plans from above. Xia thought of the expert from the Agricultural Science Institute, Old Lin, who had left Ha Sandao. Fine, we really don't want to leave the island. Exactly. Before I came out, my old sow was about to give birth. I don't even know if she did yet. Accountant Su and Xia spoke together. Yin Qingrong didn't like their rough manners, but he was pleased that they understood how to behave. Since that's the case, if someone asks you to do those tiring errands, just refuse. So, they had been waiting here, all along. Xia's playful side came out again. Only fools do errands. I'm smart, I won't do it. Yin Qingrong, who was about to run errands and take credit, twitched his eye corner when he heard this. Thinking that the other person wasn't very smart, he decided not to bother arguing with her. Xia and Accountant Su left. They leisurely returned to the Zhou family. As soon as they entered, they heard a familiar voice. Old Lin from the Agricultural Science Institute. They're back. Old Zhou and Old Lin both stood up and looked at Xia. Comrade Shi, Teacher Lin is here. Old Zhou didn't need to introduce them. They all sat down, and Old Lin explained the purpose. Basically, the Agricultural Science Institute had formed a trial planting team and invited Xia to join. Teacher Lin, is there a limit on the number of people in the team? That must be there. Xia nodded. Originally, she planned to let Yin Qingrong mess around, since his chances of success were slim. But now she changed her mind. She just liked to annoy him face to face. Is there someone named Yin Qingrong in the trial team? Just after the recognition ceremony ended, Yin Qingrong sent someone to stop me and Uncle Su, urging us not to participate in the trial planting. He said it was hard work and not worth the effort, suggesting we stay on the island and that we would definitely share in the credit later. Xia straightforwardly told Old Man Lin this, and neither of the two elderly men present was naive. They immediately understood Yin Qingrong's plan. Xia didn't want to go, which meant Yin Qingrong was trying to take all the credit for himself. Old Man Lin was already angry. He didn't doubt Xia's words. That's the advantage of her honest personality. She's direct and open because she has the strength to be so. Comrade Shi, Old Man Lin wanted to say he could handle it and prevent Yin Qingrong from joining the trial, but in reality, he couldn't exclude Yin Qingrong. Xia understood Old Man Lin's unspoken concern. Teacher Lin, I'm not that petty. Comrade Yin means well. Just arrange the work normally. Not going would be boring. Xia gave a meaningful smile. Her accountant, Su, lowered his head, about to remind her not to cause trouble. As for me, I've agreed to go. I love building the country. Xia agreed. Old Man Lin, feeling a bit guilty, was momentarily unable to accept it. You've agreed? Isn't that a bit too straightforward?
I could say no if I wanted to. Goodbye.
Old Man Lin left decisively, his back firm. Xia turned to look at Old Man Zhou, who was still stunned. Old Mr. Zhou, Uncle Su and I won't bother you anymore. We're moving out today. That's not acceptable. You've helped us so much. You can't just leave like that. No way. Old Mr. Zhou refused. Xia insisted, and her luggage was already packed. Seeing this, Old Mr. Zhou couldn't insist further. Living in someone else's house would be uncomfortable. All right, I'll arrange a guest house for you. You can't refuse that, and I'll also cover the train tickets back to Beijing. No, we're paid for the round-trip tickets by the government. We don't want any trouble. If someone tries to take advantage, we'll just keep in touch. Xia didn't want to save a bit on train tickets only to be falsely accused later. You're cautious, that's good. Very well, young people need to be careful to achieve great things. Old Mr. Zhou still didn't realize that Xia had already achieved quite a lot. Xia and Uncle Su didn't leave immediately. They stayed for dinner, hosted by Old Mr. Zhou. At the same time, Old Man Lin returned to the office at the Agricultural Science Institute and announced the team list for this trial planting. Yin Qingrong nodded repeatedly as he listened. Several people here are from the Yin family, and he has taken credit for this achievement. We are honored to invite Comrade Xia, who successfully cultivated for the first time, to join us. We will depart in 3 days. Yin Qingrong's smile froze. What's going on? Didn't Xia say she wouldn't go? After old Lin finished speaking, he cast a deep look at Yin Qingrong. Although he hasn't known Xia long, he has lived on the island for some time. Based on how the islanders treat Xia, he knows she is not someone who suffers losses easily. Today, she even specifically mentioned Yin Qingrong. Old Lin feels that Yin Qingrong might mess things up this time, but he didn't think to warn him. Yin Qingrong, sitting there, clenched his teeth so hard that his cheeks distorted. He was actually played by a country girl. Yin Qingrong sneered. "Do you think you can go if you want?" He stood up and left, arranging for someone to cause trouble for Xia. In the afternoon, after lunch at the Zhou family and playing with Xiao Bauer for a while, Xia finally packed her luggage and left. She didn't need anyone to see her off, as the Zhou family members had to go to work. Xia and accountant Su carried their luggage out of the courtyard and headed toward the bus stop. Xia looked toward a courtyard, the Yin family compound. She had just found out about this afternoon, and old Zhou had also reminded her that the Yin family's methods were not very honest. Xia curled her lip, indifferent. Since she chose to raise Shan Yuancheng, it was only a matter of time before she faced the Yin family. Whether she acted early or late made no difference. Xia and accountant Su left the courtyard, found a bus, and went to a nearby guest house. Old Zhou had called ahead to book a room, so everything went smoothly. There was still some time before the department store in Jing City closed. Xia and accountant Su, with their money, went shopping to buy some things to take back. Inside the department store, Xia spent money freely on shopping. She bought 2 watches. One was provided by Baldi, and the other was from the Zhou family. Accountant Su was responsible for carrying the bags. As for how much money she spent, so what? Xia could earn, so why not spend? They came empty-handed but returned loaded. Just as they were about to spend money on a rickshaw ride home, they were stopped by someone. Want a bicycle? No ticket needed. A scalper, what is now called speculating or profiteering, caught, and would be taken away if caught. Xia was sharp-eyed. She observed her surroundings while the other person spoke. Someone was setting a trap. Yin family. Do you have a ticketless bicycle? Xia asked, and the other person nodded, pointing to an alleyway. There are more people there. Let's talk over there. Xia nodded. In the next moment, she grabbed the man's clothes with both hands and shouted loudly. Call the police. Someone is trying to cheat and sell illegal goods here. Hurry up, catch him. I can't hold on much longer. She desperately tried to pull the man away, but couldn't manage to do so. You can't catch him? Accountant Su saw this and knelt down with a thud, holding the man's legs and pretending to sacrifice herself heroically. Quick, catch him. He's trying to sell illegal bikes without tickets. Xia and accountant Su's immediate report confused the other side. Let go. The man couldn't speak because Xia had stuffed a rubber shoe into his mouth. I advise you not to falsely accuse me, Xia whispered. After saying this quietly, she continued to act brave and report the incident. Soon, the police arrived. Everyone was taken to the police station. Tell your story, the officer said. Xia raised her hand quickly, but the officer waved her down. No need to raise your hand. Just tell us. Thank you, officer. I am Xia from Haishan Island. I am here representing our island's leading group to receive an award. After receiving the award this morning, we went shopping for the villagers, so we bought these things. The department store is our witness. Right after we left, this person came over and said he had a bike without a ticket. He was trying to bribe me with money. As a young person in the new era, how could I accept that? Xia spoke for over 10 minutes at the police station, listing her acts of bravery, from saving people from fires at personal risk to water-grown vegetables, flood relief, and other honors. The young officer taking notes was trembling from writing so much. Girl, how long are you going to keep praising yourself? The police officer on the other side couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted, turning to accountant Su. Does this comrade have anything to say? Su nodded and pointed to Xia. Actually, she has done even more. She hasn't said everything. She's too modest. Everyone in the room was twitching their mouths. Do people on your island have some different customs when they speak? Ahem, Comrade Sure, we understand your glorious deeds. Now, let's talk about the matter at hand. All right, I'm not bragging about these things. I just want to prove that I have a noble character and good morals. I would never do anything illegal. At this point, Shirxia suddenly lowered her head, with tears in her eyes. When I reported that person just now, they secretly threatened me, saying they would falsely accuse me. I really...
Boo-hoo.
Shirxia, don't cry. We both reported him on the spot, and the police definitely won't listen to his false accusations. Shirxia and Accountant Sue acted together, with clumsy performances, but they made a good point. The police interrogated both sides. The person trying to frame Shirxia really lied, but Shirxia had witnesses from the beginning, with a clear timeline. Before this, she had no contact with that person, plus all her honors. At the police station entrance, Shirxia was very moved and expressed her thanks. Thanks to your careful investigation, such a person must be punished severely, without leniency. Shirxia and Accountant Sue left. On the way, Accountant Sue asked, "Is that Yin Qingrong?" "Yes, probably. We haven't offended anyone else besides him. What should we do now? Go home? Whatever happens at home, here in Jing City, we don't have enough people." Shirxia shook her head. No, they should be the ones worried. Seeing that Shirxia had a plan, Accountant Sue stopped persuading her. He focused on listening and staying clear about the situation. The two returned to the guest house. It was midnight, the time for sleep. In the large yard, at the Yin family house, Yin Qingrong was sleeping and suddenly felt wet. He waved his arm, and with a splashing sound, water splashed everywhere. Yin Qingrong woke up startled and tried to turn on the light.
Crash.
The light bulb shattered, flickering with sparks, scaring Yin Qingrong awake completely. A series of screams broke the quiet of the yard. Soon, patrols arrived and knocked on the door. When the door of the Yin house was opened, water rushed out in torrents. The person opening the door couldn't dodge in time. It took a while before anyone could come in. Under the flashlight, the house was full of water. Everyone in the Yin family was trembling, standing in the water, watching everything soaked and ruined. All the belongings on the first floor were destroyed. The water pipe burst. Hurry and repair it. That night, the Yin family worked all night. Shirxia slept soundly, feeling a little regretful. If she hadn't wanted to avoid being too frightening, the water might have seeped into the second floor too. But it's okay. Tonight, they could do something else. Because of the flooding at the Yin family home, Shirxia, who had been exploring Jing City all day, received no disturbances. That night, the Yin family finished cleaning up. The first floor was frozen into an ice rink, and the whole family temporarily moved to the second floor to squeeze in. At midnight, snow began to fall. Due to the burst water pipe, the house had no heating, and everyone was shivering from the cold. At first, the snowflakes were very small, and no one knew when they started to grow bigger.
Bang!
The Yin family, crowded in a bedroom, was suddenly awakened again as a snowball the size of a bowl smashed through the broken window. Another scream, and the entire courtyard was disturbed once more. Soon, many people saw a strange sight, large patches of snow falling in parts of the area. While others had light snow, the Yin family was hit with snowballs as big as a basin. All the windows in the Yin house shattered, and the parked cars outside were covered in dents and holes. Repairing them was a big problem. The Yin family didn't dare run. They feared the snowballs might hurt someone seriously. They could only sit inside, watching the snowballs fall randomly and destroy their home. The next morning, meteorologists from Beijing arrived and started asking the Yin family very directly. Is the snow really as big as a bowl? Does it hurt when it hits you? Is that bruise on your face from the snow? The Yin family, holding back their anger, politely sent the meteorologists away, but they looked very upset. They were angry but couldn't express it properly. Because whether it was a burst water pipe or a large snowball, both were unexpected events. They could only blame their bad luck and do nothing else. Meanwhile, Shirxia was feeling quite good, hidden perfectly. She could sense the weather changing and knew it would snow last night. She had just slightly condensed the snow as a gift for the Yin family. Today was her last day in Beijing. Tomorrow, she would take the train back home with Old Lin and the others. Old Lin wasn't going to Haishan Island, and Xia planned to let Accountant Su go back on his own first. She decided to take a final walk with Old Lin. Xia and Accountant Su enjoyed the local breakfast in Beijing, though they didn't try the bean juice. After a morning walk, they went to a state-run restaurant for lunch, then headed to Hohai, a famous spot. Hohai isn't really a sea, it's a large lake. They strolled around, enjoying the scenery. Some people were ice skating and others were chopping ice for fun. Get out of the way. Move aside. Suddenly, a person rushed out of an alley, carrying a black package. They threw it toward Xia's arms. Xia only thought 2 words, clumsy. She pulled Accountant Su back and kicked out her leg, hitting the package. It flew in an elegant arc and landed with a splash into a hole in the ice. The person didn't look back and kept running. Not far away, plainclothes officers caught him. 4 plainclothes officers held him down, and 2 others approached Xia. Comrade, what about the package just now? Xia innocently pointed at the hole in the ice. I thought it was a bomb. It scared me to death. The person across the way twitched the corner of their mouth. You were so scared you dared to kick at the bomb? Without a doubt, Xia went to the police station again. When Xia arrived at the police station, she immediately reported the incident. Officer, I suspect someone is trying to harm me. In just 3 days, 2 people have tried to smear me. I'm a good farmer who came to Beijing for the first time to receive an honor, and I haven't offended anyone. By the way, someone named Yin Qingrong told me not to participate in the agricultural trial planting. Do you think it was him? Xia openly shared Yin Qingrong's private actions, mentioning also Old Lin from the Agricultural Research Institute. Officer, I am part of a key national planting project. Anyone trying to persecute me is probably trying to cause trouble for the country and damage our agricultural foundation. Xia's words made the situation seem much more serious. Old Lin and Yin Qingrong were both brought to the police station. Old Lin confirmed that Xia was indeed part of the National Key Farmland Trial Project. Xia looked worried and anxious. Officer, do you think I need some protection? I feel like someone is trying to hurt me. Yin Qingrong. Of course. Xia is just a young girl. She can't carry heavy things or defend herself, so she needs good protection. Accountant Su sincerely encouraged, while the police officers nearby showed fake smiles and looked at Yin Qingrong. Comrade Yin, Xia says you threatened her not to join the trial project. Yin Qingrong forced a polite smile. It's a misunderstanding. I never said that. Several people were with me that day. You can ask them. Yin Qingrong's confident attitude made the police suspicious. First record, then verify. Yin Qingrong stood up and approached Xia, very politely. Comrade Xia, I only wanted to meet you that day because I admire your ability to successfully grow hydroponic vegetables. I didn't expect this misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize. Really? Xia asked herself and answered herself. So you're a good person. That's great. My uncle was worried I might be bullied working with you. Uncle Su, now you can rest assured. They explained everything openly. They are good people, not hypocrites. Accountant Su nodded honestly, looking guilty as he stood up and held Yin Qingrong's hand with both hands. Comrade Yin, I was wrong to blame you. It's my fault. The child is young, and we worry, especially when going out. Now, with you, a kind person, I'm sure you will take good care of us during this time. Xia, come here. Call him Uncle. When you go out, just find Uncle Yin. Uncle Yin is a good person. Uncle Yin, hello. Xia spoke so quickly that in the blink of an eye, Yin Qingrong became Uncle Yin. He didn't even realize it himself. Yin Qingrong wasn't stupid. He saw that Xia was doing it on purpose. She just guessed that he was the one who was going to deal with them. Now she's giving him a compliment to stop him from acting during the test? It's a clear scheme, a conspiracy, but he had to go along with it. He never thought Xia would take the matter to the police, nor did he expect her to reveal everything directly. That's just not normal. Uncle Yin? Xia called him Uncle Yin again. Yin Qingrong's mouth twitched as he said, Don't call me uncle. We're colleagues, and it's right to look out for each other. That's great. Thank you, Comrade Een. Thank you so much. The accountant Sue shook hands again to show his thanks. Shirshia came out safely from the police station and cheerfully called out, "Goodbye, Uncle Een," making Een Chingrong very annoyed. He used so many receipts to set a trap, just to catch Shirshia red-handed, involved in illegal dealings.
But
The receipts were thrown into the ice bucket and couldn't be found. Now, he also had to ensure Shirshia's safety during the test? What a mess. Although superstitions are not good, the Een family had been very unlucky lately. Een Chingrong stormed off angrily. Shirshia turned to thank Old Lin. Old Lin understood and said, "Shirshia, the test is very important. Don't worry, I won't affect the test. But you should be prepared. Success isn't guaranteed everywhere." Old Lin nodded, understanding. Shirshia watched Old Lin leave. She didn't plan to help make the test perfect. The only thing she could do was improve the seeds. She wouldn't interfere with anything else afterward. Shirshia and Sue the accountant, feeling clever for tricking Een Chingrong, were in a good mood and went straight to a state-run restaurant to eat. Sue patted his swollen belly, seeming to have gained weight. "Shirshia, do you think I've gained weight?" "No, you haven't," Shirshia said very firmly, and Sue believed her without a second thought. They returned to the guest house. The train at 10 a.m. the next day was leaving. That night, Shirshia quietly slipped out. During the day, after kicking away the package, her supernatural power followed her, creating a space underwater where the package was not only kept dry, but also hidden. Shirshia smoothly took the package, filled with colorful receipts that made her laugh so hard she couldn't see clearly. The Een family is indeed quite wealthy. I should have come a few more times. What a pity, what a missed opportunity. Shirshia threw away the package, took the receipts, and quietly returned to the guest house. That night, something happened again in the Een family. There was another explosion. This time, it was the sewage pipe in the bathroom. The explosion was very controlled, only inside the house, with nothing spilling outside. The entire Een family was vomiting continuously, mixed with the smell of sewage, making their stomachs churn endlessly. The head of the Een family suspected foul play, but no matter how they investigated, they couldn't find a reason. As for Shirshia, she was not even on the Een family's list of suspects. In the end, the matter was left unresolved, but secretly, the Een family suspected that something unclean had entered their home, searching for clues. Shirshia didn't need to act herself. Her opponents were always watching. As long as the Een family dared to use any superstitions or old beliefs, they would be attacked immediately. Shirshia, who never delayed her revenge, took the train early, rested for 3 days, then followed Old Lin's seed testing team off the train. Before leaving, Accountant Sue repeatedly warned everyone, worried about Shirshia. "We're still raising her, so don't let her diet suffer. Shirshia isn't good at handling conflicts. If there's a fight, you must stop her." He was afraid it might turn deadly. "Shirshia is young. If she offends anyone, keep your anger until she gets back and tells me." "Shirshia. Comrade Sue, we need to leave now or the train will close." Old Lin stopped Accountant Sue, who finally looked at Shirshia and handed her a package.
take this.
When you're away from home, don't be stingy with money. Don't act impulsively. Your family is waiting for you to come back. Got it, Uncle Sue? Don't worry. Shirshia took the package, waved to Uncle Sue, and followed Old Lin off the train. Accountant Sue kept watching until the train left. "Oh, please don't bother Shirshia. I've done my best to warn you." He turned around, took a long train ride to the final station. Since he had sent a telegram earlier, Uncle Chow and Chow Ping came to pick them up. When Accountant Sue got off with his large and small bags, he was completely buried under the luggage, unable to see his head. "Old Sue?" Uncle Chow recognized him by his shoes, and Chow Ping hurried forward to help carry things. Uncle Chow looked around. "Where's Shirshia? You didn't lose Shirshia, did you?" Accountant Sue took off his bag, wiped his sweat, and said, "Nonsense. Even if I lose myself, I can't lose Shirshia." Accountant Sue explained further, and Uncle Chow relaxed and looked at him. "Hey, why are you so fat now? Am I fat? That's not even fat. My pig grows faster than you. What have you been eating? Hearing this, Accountant Sue said disdainfully, "What's the use of asking? I can feed what I eat to the pig." Who said I want to feed it to the pig? Didn't you ask what I eat? Their conversation shifted from there. Chao Ping was stunned again and again, really unable to keep up with your old folks' jumping thoughts. The three of them carried their luggage, ready to return to Hyson Island. Why did you buy so much? Spending money so carelessly, these old things. Uncle Chow complained with concern. All these were bought by Shirxia for the people in our village. Shirxia bought them? That's great. Still that kid, always thinking of home when he goes out. Accountant Sue rolled his eyes and said, "Of course Shirxia is good." Finally catching up with the topic, Chao Ping showed his big white teeth and said, "Shirxia is the best." The three of them, mindless fans of Shirxia, started praising her extravagantly, but the original owner was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Shirxia was sitting on a donkey cart, munching sunflower seeds, swaying as she arrived at a commune.
This was one of the test planting sites.
The village was quite isolated. From the village chief to the villagers, they weren't very welcoming of their arrival, even those brought by the commune leaders. They looked impatient and dismissive. Old Lin saw this and felt half discouraged. Their indifferent attitude towards planting meant their guidance was useless. Anyway, since they came today, they couldn't leave immediately. This place was chosen after Lin and his team examined the soil and other information, as it was a good location with beautiful mountains and water. That night, because the village was not wealthy, the group was split up and stayed at local villagers' homes. Old Lin often went to the countryside and knew about many local issues. He didn't dare let his team members stay separately, so he arranged 3 people per group, each group with a male companion for safety. However, there weren't enough people, so Shirxia volunteered herself. "No problem. I'll stay with Comrade Een at the village chief's house." Old Lin thought about Shirxia's strength and agreed. Een Qingrong was annoyed when he heard Shirxia was with him. On this train journey, Shirxia caused a lot of trouble, making Een Qingrong's hair fall out in clumps. She called him uncle at meals, complained that the water was too hot, felt uncomfortable on the upper bunk, and then on the lower bunk, there were too many people. In short, she kept causing trouble. This person has a thick skin, smiling happily while calling Uncle Een and boldly asking Uncle Een, "Are you trying to hurt me?" Who would dare to reply to such words? Shirxia clearly feels fearless and acts confidently, making Een Qingrong almost have a heart attack. The arrangements are made. The village head's family reluctantly divides the people into 2 groups, men in one room, women in another. There is a baby less than a month old in the village head's house, the first grandson, who is very important, so he has his own room. That night, the situation was uncomfortable and uneasy. The next day, Old Man Lin still actively tried to get work started, but was sent home angry by noon. Whenever he mentioned planting vegetables, villagers across the way said, "Who doesn't know how to grow vegetables? We don't need someone to teach us." When they heard about water-based planting, they all said it was impossible. No matter what Old Man Lin said, these people refused to cooperate, and even if they did, they were very half-hearted. The work simply couldn't continue. Een Qingrong wanted to step forward and solve the problem, but after he tried to act like an official and said a few words, a pile of cow dung was thrown at him. Een Qingrong gave up completely. What a stubborn crowd. With the work stalled, everyone was worried. Shirxia approached Old Man Lin. "Actually, we don't have to look for help from the village. They tend to stick together, and if we can't find anyone sincere about planting, the project will be very hard to develop. There are many unemployed people in the city. Our water cultivation is very versatile. Anywhere can be used. Why bother looking for land? In the city, everyone farms. We can select some experienced growers, ask for a piece of land from above, and set up a water-grown vegetable base just for ourselves." Shirxia's words opened a new door for Old Man Lin. "Yes. Why didn't I think of that? I'm just a bit smarter. You don't need to praise me so much." Old Man Lin, did I just praise myself? He immediately decided to leave and go to the city to find support from organizations. The group started packing up, bringing all kinds of equipment and supplies. Less than 100 meters out of the village, they were stopped by villagers carrying hoes and shovels, quickly surrounded. Don't move. Hand over the child. Where is my child? Give my child back to me. They must be in their luggage. These so-called experts are all liars. Stop talking nonsense. Attack. A group of people moved to fight. Xia quickly dodged and hid behind Yin Qingrong. Uncle Yin, you have to protect me. Yin Qingrong was pushed out by Xia. He wouldn't fight back because the villagers were too fierce. They didn't give him a chance to explain and immediately started grabbing things. He could only resist reluctantly.
No.
That's our equipment. Put it down. It's too expensive. Please talk nicely. No matter how they shouted, the villagers didn't listen. The village chief's 1-month-old baby was missing, and it was definitely taken by these outsiders. Amid the chaos, Yin Qingrong was hit several times, though he didn't know exactly how many. Xia stayed quickly behind him, avoiding all the hits. The others were okay, because the villagers only wanted to grab luggage and find the child. In the confusion, Old Lin lost his balance and almost fell forward headfirst. Xia moved quickly. No one saw exactly how she did it, but she caught Old Lin and then grabbed a shovel with one hand, kicked the shovel's handle with her foot, breaking it, leaving only the stick in her hand. Stand still. Wait for my signal. Xia ran into the crowd with the stick, but she didn't hit anyone. She just threw the stick with precision. With one swing, she sent someone flying. In less than 3 minutes, everything was quiet. Yin Qingrong was so angry he was trembling. Xia, why didn't you fight earlier if you could? Xia innocently placed the stick behind her. You didn't tell me to go in either, she replied. She turned to the village chief across from her. We didn't steal your child. While speaking, Xia opened all the luggage for them to see. What? Where's my grandson? The people on the other side were panicked. Just when everyone was unsure what to do, more people arrived from behind. Dad, hurry up. The pig took the child away. The pig ran off. 3 messages in quick succession, each more urgent than the last. The villagers moved again. The village chief, unsure what to think, looked at Xia and begged, please help us. Let's go. Xia didn't refuse and followed the villagers to chase the pig. Old Lin watched anxiously and told some young men, pack up, I'll go see what's happening. Old Lin, along with Yin Qingrong, also chased after them. Xia went after the pig. Everyone in the village joined the chase. Xia was the fastest and could see one of the child's feet swinging outside the pig's mouth. The villagers behind also saw and shouted loudly as they rushed over. Xia sped up first, knowing she couldn't forcefully take the pig. She clenched her fist with one hand and punched the pig's head. In the next second, she knocked the pig's jaw off. At this moment, regardless of what the villagers thought, Xia prayed that the child was still alive. Holding the child's ankle, she felt the faint pulse, which gave her a little hope. My child. Ugh. There were cries, retching sounds, and villagers trying to help. Several villagers came forward to hold the pig's back, while Xia gradually pulled the baby's tiny feet, trying to extract him. Old Man Lin and Yin Qingrong, who followed behind the villagers, hurried over, gasping for breath, and saw this strange scene. Can a pig also eat people? For a moment, the smell of pork was no longer appealing. The little child was slowly pulled out, covered in blood and flesh, but if you looked closely, his chest still had faint movements. Xia used her special powers to help save the child's heartbeat. That was all she could do. Take him to the hospital. Yes, take him to the hospital. Nothing else mattered now. Getting the child to the hospital was the most important thing. The village chief carefully wrapped the child in clothes, and the family quickly loaded into a cart to rush to the hospital. Xia went to stand beside Yin Qingrong, naturally holding his hand. Comrade Yin, thank you for your hard work. Yin Qingrong only felt his hand was sticky and clammy. Ugh, he gagged and vomited. Xia smiled softly and went to wash her hands by the river. After vomiting, Een Chingrong finally, weakly decided to complain. Professor Lin, can't you do something about her? Old man Lin tried to hold back his laughter. He had never seen Een Chingrong like this before, and he found it quite amusing. Comrade Een, Xia may be part of our team, but she's not truly my subordinate. In other words, I am powerless. When Xia finished washing her hands and asked Uncle Een, do you have any opinions about me? Een Chingrong looked at the pig that Xia had knocked out with a punch.
No opinions.
Really? Or maybe you could praise me to prove it. Xia perfectly played the role of pushing her luck, while Een Chingrong showed what a real man does, standing firm. Just praise her. Comrade Xia is brave and fearless, selfless and noble. Xia smiled happily, feeling very satisfied. Actually, the Een family could also be trained, and if trained well, they might not necessarily help the stepmother of Shan Yuan. Yes, Xia suddenly changed her strategy. She planned to give Een Chingrong a special reassurance pill. Could the Een family be unlucky enough to find a great master? She could easily become that hidden master herself. A few people went to meet up with the team. Although Xia helped the village chief, Old Man Lin still felt that this place was not very suitable for planting. Xia's plan to plant crops in the city and select talented people is still very good. A group of people went to the city. Old Lin and Een Chingrong went to communicate with the commune. Xia, being free, decided to take a walk around the city. Xia had been to this county before, the same one where she went to see traditional Chinese medicine Dr. Su, and was kidnapped by human traffickers. A river runs through the entire county. From afar, there are mountains. Up close, there is water. The buildings are made of blue bricks and white tiles, creating a beautiful scene. If it were modern times, it would definitely be a popular spot for photos and tourism. Xia bought a twisted fried dough snack. While eating, she strolled around and occasionally teased the children by looking at them play. Suddenly, there was a splash. The sound of someone falling into the water made Xia walk to the riverbank railing and look down. Many people gathered to watch. She saw a woman swimming back and forth in the river, heading toward a dog. Xia took another bite of her snack, thinking, is my brain rusty? Dogs know how to swim, right? Just as she was about to complain, the girl in the river suddenly stopped moving and started bubbling up. Xia frowned in disgust. Who gave you the courage to go into the river? At the same time, a man with crooked teeth and greasy hair approached the riverbank, his eyes shining with greed as he prepared to jump in and rescue her. If he really saved her, that silly girl might end up marrying him. Xia shouted loudly, I'll do it. With the snack still in her mouth, she grabbed a clothesline she had just taken from a nearby house and rushed over. She kicked the lecherous man. Get out of the way. That fool in the river grabbed the bamboo pole. A long bamboo pole was lowered into the water, and some people on the shore started helping, throwing several bamboo poles into the river. The woman was not far from the shore. As long as she reached out, she could grab them. Everyone shouted, and the woman struggled to lift her head above the water. 3 bamboo poles were right in front of her, but she refused to grab them and instead turned toward the dog. Xia couldn't help but laugh. Are you crazy? That's a dog. Dogs can swim. If it weren't for you, it would have reached the shore already. Grab it quickly. Xia raised a bamboo pole with one hand, then snapped it down. The splash scared the swimming dog away, and the pole hit right in front of the woman. The dog paddled furiously and quickly reached the shore. After shaking off its fur, it seemed confused about why everyone was watching it swim. The woman finally grabbed the bamboo pole and was pulled onto the shore by Xia. Oh, it's someone she knows. So it's you. That makes it more reasonable. Xia spoke, and the woman who came out of the river called her name precisely. Xia, what are you doing here? You're not here to see Captain Xia, are you? Xia rolled her eyes and said, if your brain isn't working well, you should see a doctor soon. You almost caused a dog's death, and I have a partner too. None of the captains, whether summer or winter, are as good as my little Enon. Xia snorted dismissively and said, if I had known you were such a careless cop, I wouldn't have saved you. She put down her bamboo stick and looked away at the woman police officer, who was once an undercover human trafficker but now seemed impulsive and not very smart. Officer Zhou Tsaixia was angry. Why did this person speak so rudely? Shixia was too lazy to bother with Zhou Tsaixia. People like her only learn their lesson when they suffer. If they weren't both women, she wouldn't bother saving such a careless person. Shixia continued munching on her twisted donut and strolled on. In the afternoon, she met up with old Lin and others. Before entering the yard, she heard Yin Qingrong cry out, "Oh no!" Outside the door, Shixia smiled slightly, knowing Yin Qingrong's bad luck was about to start. If you want to pretend to be a divine healer and be effective, everything should be cured instantly. Even if you're not sick, she can create a cure. Shixia entered from outside and saw Yin Qingrong being helped up by two people. There was a puddle of water on the ground, and Yin Qingrong had fallen like that. "Uncle Yin, are you okay? How did you fall so carelessly?" Shixia felt happy inside, but Yin Qingrong chose to ignore her. He couldn't fight back. "Shixia is back. Perfect timing for a meeting," someone said. Shixia responded with a yes, and went into the house first. Yin Qingrong followed, but as he stepped onto the stairs, his foot suddenly slipped. With a loud thud, he kneeled on the steps, crying out in pain. His kneecap might be broken. "Hurry up. What happened? Are the stairs okay?" Shixia, annoyed that the stairs weren't damaged, ignored her own pain and asked. Old Lin came out to smooth things over. Everyone sat down, and Yin Qingrong plopped onto a chair. Crash. The chair broke. Everyone in the room looked at him in shock. He was also surprised but immediately looked at Shixia. He suspected she was behind it. She was good at fighting and knew some secret weapons. Shixia wasn't afraid of being watched. She just smiled and said, "Did you sneak something to eat? It's growing so fast." Her sarcastic tone was perfect, and Yin Qingrong looked confused. Could it really be Shixia? She didn't seem guilty or eager to deny it. Anyway, the meeting had to happen, and Yin Qingrong was the one to start it. The main goal of the meeting was to organize group activities. The streets were divided into sections for promoting hydroponic vegetables. People were selected to grow the vegetables, and the best ones would be chosen for further use. However, the part about selecting the best was not explicitly mentioned. It was only said that if the vegetables grew well, they could be sold to the Agricultural Research Institute, which would handle the purchase, similar to how matches are made. Next, the groups were formed. The researchers worked together with representatives from each street committee to promote the project. "I don't want to be in the same group as Shixia." Yin Qingrong still doubted Shixia and was the first to protest. Shixia snorted proudly and said, "That's just perfect for me. Since you're so unlucky, it's better if I stay far away." So, Shixia and Yin Qingrong ended up in different groups. That night, everyone stayed at a guest house. The next morning, they woke up on time, had breakfast, and started working. Shixia left with another team member, Xiaolin. The street where Yin Qingrong was assigned was very far from Shixia's, so they had no chance to meet. Shixia was very decisive and left quickly, even more straightforward than Yin Qingrong. "If you want to stay away from me, then you won't be so unlucky."
Sorry about that.
There's a river in this city. Shixia's progress was very smooth, but Yin Qingrong's situation seemed almost superstitious. He kept falling when he went out. Birds passing by seemed to drop droppings on his head. He stepped into puddles, tripped over door thresholds, and chairs kept wobbling or falling. Even drinking water made him choke. That day, Yin Qingrong wore a white shirt, but by the time he returned, it was no longer white. Over the next 3 days, the promotion of hydroponic vegetables became very popular in the city. Since the street was involved, many people came to get seeds, hoping to try it out and learn some tips for planting. Yin Qingrong's luck worsened each day, and eventually, his partners in promoting the project couldn't stand it anymore. Yin Qingrong had to quit. But even just staying at the guest house, he kept having bad luck. During dinner, everyone was eating work-provided meals. Shixia looked at Yin Qingrong, who was a mess, and smiled happily. "Don't you doubt me anymore?" Shixia asked. Yin Qingrong's eyes were empty. He stopped doubting Shixia after the first day. After dinner, Shixia quietly pulled Yin Qingrong away. Yin Qingrong didn't want to go, but he couldn't resist. Shixia dragged him like a little chick. "Here, I have something for you," Shixia said, holding out a stone. "What does it mean?" Shixia pretended to be mysterious and said, "This thing is very useful. Since you're so unlucky, just keep it with you. It'll help." Yin Qingrong looked up, with 100 questions in his mind. Isn't that just a stone? And how can he believe in Shixia? Shixia didn't explain and directly placed the stone in Yin Qingrong's palm. "I heard your family is well off. As for your intentions, you can handle it yourself." Yin Qingrong understood Shixia's hidden meaning. She wanted money. "Shixia, I'm not stupid. This is just a stone." "Nonsense. If it wasn't a stone, could I draw a yellow paper for you?" As soon as Shixia spoke, Yin Qingrong hurriedly waved his hand, afraid others might hear. "This wasn't nonsense. Don't worry, no one is around. My ears are good. How about I lend it to you for a day? You'll see if it works." "Oh, and don't try to accuse me. It's just a stone. I won't admit anything else. Let's go." Shixia left immediately. Yin Qingrong held the stone, wanting to throw it but didn't. In the end, he took the stone back home. That night, he fell from his bed 3 times, an improvement, as he had fallen 10 or more times in previous nights. So, did it really work? A day passed, and Yin Qingrong still had some bad luck, but it was much less and lighter. A few days ago, stepping into a puddle would soak his ankles. Now, only his shoes were wet. That night, Shixia came to take the stone. Yin Qingrong, with a hopeful heart, let her take it. The result was his luck doubled the next day. So, the stone was really effective. It seemed to scare away some kind of ghostly presence. By the next day, Yin Qingrong gave up completely. He almost gave all his money to Shixia and slept holding the stone. In the following days, Yin Qingrong carried the stone everywhere. His bad luck decreased day by day, and on the last day, he was completely free of misfortune. Throughout this process, Shixia was far away. Yin Qingrong specifically arranged for members of the Yin family to work with her, confirming this. So, it wasn't Shixia causing trouble. The water-grown vegetable project was nearing its end. Shixia improved all the seeds brought by Old Lin, and the rest depended on them. She was ready to leave. Yin Qingrong went from disliking the countryside and Shixia to now being somewhat skeptical, but still believing she might be a great master. Could she be a hidden expert? The higher their status, the more they knew about such hidden masters, though they dared not mention it now. Anyway, Yin Qingrong showed more respect to Shixia. At least he wouldn't offend her. Shixia's initial goal was achieved. She earned 2 more sums from the Yin family and, after greeting Old Lin, left the planting team early. As she left, she was still thinking about her new house lacking glass. After getting off the train, she first went to find Brother Tuatu to see if anything big had happened recently and took away some things. She then took the ferry back to Haishan Island. Her return made Haishan Island lively again. The children followed her, shouting Big Brother Shur all the way. Shixia gave the children candies and cookies, then took them to the Shur family. Grandpa Shur came out of the yard. His ears had almost healed. "Humph, you still know to come back." After a snort, Grandpa Shur walked over sincerely and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Shixia immediately put down what she was holding and cheerfully said, "I love whatever Grandpa makes. It would be even better if I could eat the soft seafood pancakes you make." Grandpa Shur proudly lifted his head. "Just wait." Grandpa Shur said just wait, and then turned quickly into the house, busy and energetic. Shixia happily followed inside, but as she entered, she quickly stepped back and went to the window. Glass? Where did it come from? Shixia looked around and saw that all the windows in the house had glass installed. She took a few steps to the wall, climbed onto the wall top, and looked toward her neighbor Auntie's house. There was also glass there. It wasn't as clear as modern glass, but it was real glass. "Shixia, what are you doing?" Annie came out and saw Shixia on the wall top. "Auntie, where did this glass come from?" She had been planning to go for a walk in her country.
That.
That was made by Shan Yuancheng. I don't quite understand it either. You should ask him yourself. Shan Yuancheng? Xia nodded, climbed down from the wall, greeted Grandpa Shi, and then went to find Shan Yuancheng. Shan Yuancheng, Grandpa, and Old Su, along with Su Danhong and Su Danqing, lived in the same yard. The two families kept each other company. They were just in front of Xia's house, separated by a road. Xia left her home, took a detour, and noticed that every household had installed windows. Xia is back. Big sister Xia, my mom gave you dried squid. My grandma made shrimp paste. Xia walked along, collecting things along the way. It didn't matter if she was holding them or not. They would bring things home for her. Talking as she went, Xia arrived at Shan Yuancheng's house. Shan Yuancheng was reading in the yard, and Su Danqing was scratching her head nearby. Xia entered, stood behind Su Danqing, and saw why she was scratching her head. 7 + 8 equals? Both of her hands were tangled up, and she looked earnestly at Shan Yuancheng and asked, Yuancheng ge, can I borrow your hand? No, do it yourself. Yamamoto Cheng put down the book, stood up, smiled politely at Xia, and greeted her like a little gentleman. Hello, Sister Xia. Hearing this, Su Danqing quickly turned around, happily stood up, and started dancing. Sister Xia, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Su Danqing's personality had become more open. Xia often played with him, so he was less afraid of her and more affectionate. That's great. I missed you too. I have a little tip for you. Go break 20 branches and use them as fingers. Su Danqing's eyes lit up, and he ran off immediately. Isn't picking up stones easier, sister? I know, but I was just trying to give him something to do. Xia invited Yamamoto Cheng to sit down and asked about the glass-making process. Sister, glass only needs soda ash, limestone, and silica sand mixed in certain proportions, then heated to make it. Xia understood. Yamamoto Cheng used these materials to make a batch of glass himself. Yamamoto Cheng, your explanation is like teaching me how to fly a plane. Open the door, sit in and just fly. Yamamoto Cheng, not understanding, asked with a pursed lip, Sister, isn't it just like that? Xia realized that the world of top students and those who struggle is very different.
Good.
So how did you find these materials? It wasn't me. I told teacher Fu Chong that we needed glass. He suggested making some ourselves, then went to the military for help. The materials were collected from many islands, almost enough. Then it was about ratios and temperature control. At first, it didn't go well, but in the end, the glass was good enough for our Haisan Island, with a little left over for the troops. Xia understood. Many people helped out.
Smart.
Yes, I know. Yamamoto Cheng proudly admitted his cleverness, without hesitation. Xia didn't stay long. Her grandfather was waiting at home for dinner. At dinner, Xia enjoyed seafood pancakes made by her grandfather, along with food from each household. The table was so full it couldn't hold everything. After eating and drinking well, Xia lay comfortably in a rocking chair. On her left, Little Eagle flapped its wings. On her right, Little Goldie did the same. The natural breeze was like a fan. Dubai finally finished his evening patrol and staggered back. When he returned, he started cawing loudly at Little Goldie. Little Goldie seemed to understand and went over, pressed close to Dubai, and nuzzled him affectionately.
Ha!
Little Goldie's caw made Xia spit out her coconut water. Does the golden eagle call Gaga? No wonder Dubai raised him. Big White gently patted Little Goldie's head with its wings. Little Goldie nodded and happily hopped back. Then Big White called out loudly to Little Eagle, but Little Eagle proudly shook its head and didn't move. Big White got angry and shouted even louder, sounding like an old lady complaining about ungrateful children. Xia didn't join in and just watched the fun from the side. Next door, Annie heard the lively noise from Xia's yard and smiled, saying, "It's always lively when Xia is back." That's right. Uncle Wen nodded happily, and the old couple also looked pleased. Life now is so good it feels like a dream, Big house, money in the pocket, eating well, and drinking good. Xia returned to Hysan Island and naturally took her fishing boat out to fish. While she was away, the fishing boat still went out to sea, but everyone was used to going out with Xia. They cast nets, gathered fish, searched, and sometimes had good catches, but compared to Xia, they were just beginners. Because of this, everyone missed Xia even more. Early in the morning, Xia took food and snacks her grandmother and Annie made, and went out to sea with the fishing team. Uncle Chow was so happy, he couldn't stop smiling. When Xia returned, he felt very at ease. On the first day, Xia didn't go far, just went out and came back the same day. The fishing boat caught a lot of fish. Chow Ping took people to sell the fish on land, while Xia went down from Mingdao Island to visit Wenqing'an. But she still liked someone quite a lot. Wenqing'an already had abs. Xia greeted everyone along the way and reached the checkpoint. She asked to see Wenqing'an. The checkpoint soldier asked some questions, and finally Commander Chung came out. Xia, when did you come back? Xia looked behind Commander Chung and asked, is training happening? He chuckled, haha, just tell me. When Xia heard the laugh, she knew it wasn't about training. Commander Chung pointed in a direction, and Xia followed him. Wenqing'an was on a mission, and he couldn't say more. Xia looked thoughtful and stared at Commander Chung without speaking. He instinctively held his breath, feeling a lot of pressure from Xia. No wonder Commander Wei didn't come out. Xia. All right, I'm leaving, Xia said and walked away without asking anything. Commander Chung was a bit surprised and chased after her. Aren't you going to ask? You said not to ask, Xia replied. It's not that you shouldn't ask, but you're walking too fast. Xia stopped and turned around. Commander Chung, I know Wenqing'an is a soldier, she said calmly, nodding at him before leaving gracefully. Commander Chung was very sad. His words about Wenqing'an being a soldier revealed the hardships faced by many military spouses. Although Xia is not yet a military spouse, she has been a leader. In the end-of-the-world scenario, she also has a group of followers. Some of her followers are married. Life during the end times is even harder than now. Those waiting at home feel a lot of anxiety. But despite the hardships, everyone works hard to do their best. Xia worries, but since she sent Wenqing'an out, it means he is capable of completing his task. Wenqing'an likes her, but she won't stop his progress and growth. Everyone is an independent person. Xia has no boat, so she called Fatty and rode back with him. She also fed Fatty some special abilities. After returning to Hysan Island, Xia stayed there honestly for a few days. Her daily routine was regular. She went fishing early in the morning if needed, or slept in if not. When not fishing, she took a walk around the school. Currently, the school has 4 teachers, Ching Qingmin, the Chu couple, and Su Danhong. Xia, as the nominal principal, is quite free. Besides being the principal, Xia is also the village women's director. But there are no cases of domestic violence on Hysan Island now because no one can beat Xia. As for petty family disputes and mother-in-law conflicts, they have decreased as Xia helps everyone earn money. Xia said if your family likes to argue, then argue every day. In the future, the village won't include them in activities. After hearing this, no one dared to argue anymore. The village has started several profitable businesses: kelp, purple seaweed, dried seafood, fresh seafood, water spinach, and shell crafts. Although they don't yet know what the shell crafts are for, Xia said they can make them, so they do so in their free time. Xia didn't hesitate and took all of them. She plans to save some other things, then go to our country to sell everything. Life went on like this for over half a month. Xia was called by Lung Qiu to help again. Xia only handled underwater activities. Diving without equipment is impossible, and even with equipment, people can easily get decompression sickness. Basically, it's due to uneven pressure. Internal organs are compressed underwater, and when surfacing, the sudden change in pressure can't be handled. But Xia is special. In everyone's eyes, she doesn't dive alone. Marine animals help her. What happens underwater is unseen by others. On an experimental ship, Xia sat by the side, dressed in gear, waiting for arrangements on the other side. Suddenly, she overheard Cold Chi and Fu Chong talking. "There's no nickel left. I applied to the higher-ups, and they told us to figure it out ourselves. Do you think there's any underwater? Even if there is, we can't find it." Shurxia listened carefully and asked curiously, "What is nickel?" Cold Chi turned around and quickly shook his head. "I didn't mean for you to look underwater. You won't find this stuff. We'll think of another way." Cold Chi didn't want Shurxia to take risks. Shurxia understood Cold Chi's good intentions but still asked, "Tell me about this nickel." Fu Chong walked over and gave a simple explanation. Shurxia listened as if it was a foreign language, then paused. "Can you say that in a way I can understand?" Fu Chong smiled shyly and straightforwardly said, "Nickel is used to make electronic parts for radios and various instruments. It can also make alloys for ships or space projects, and is used in batteries, plating, and many other areas." Shurxia understood. "Does our country have nickel?" "Yes, but our refining technology isn't very good." Shurxia nodded, then thought for a moment and asked again, "Which country has the most nickel mines?" Fu Chong frowned, wondering why she asked, but still answered honestly. "There's plenty of nickel in FLB. They rely on the US for technology, so it's better than ours."
FLB?
Jean Kaiwan was there, and she had even asked Little Eagle to follow Jean Kaiwan back to find his address. She didn't know if FLB had nickel mines. She originally wanted to go because she knew there was gold there. "Oh, that's how it is." Shurxia stopped asking and started helping Cold Chi adjust the equipment. They worked hard for another 5 days. After dinner on the 5th day, Shurxia went for a walk to Uncle Chow's house. Uncle Chow had just finished eating. When he saw Shurxia coming over, he understood and said, "Going out again? You know me, Uncle Chow." Uncle Chow gave her a look of disdain and said, "Stop flattering me. How long will you be gone this time?" "I don't know, just wandering around." Uncle Chow's face twitched. "Wandering, huh? Let me see what our village needs most lately." He started calculating seriously, as if ready to place an order. "All right, tell me. I'll arrange it for you." Shurxia was generous, and Uncle Chow didn't tease her anymore. He didn't want her to take on more risks. "Shurxia, our village is doing pretty well now. There's no need to take unnecessary risks, understand? Don't worry." Shurxia assured him, but Uncle Chow wasn't very reassured, though he had no right to stop her. People are different. Shurxia is like an eagle, determined to fly far away. After greeting Uncle Chow, Shurxia silently left that night. After she left, Uncle Chow went door to door giving educational talks. He kept his mouth shut. Shurxia always left early in the morning and returned late at night, but she was never truly missing. Every day, someone would confirm seeing Shurxia somewhere, and the villagers all protected her. The few at the youth station were the only ones not very united, but since everyone else was covering for her and they had no contact with her, they didn't realize she had left. After leaving, Shurxia used her powers to move through the sea. This time, she didn't even sail a boat. She secretly landed on FLB. Little Eagle and Little Gold followed her. Little Eagle led the way in the sky, while Little Gold stayed hidden as a secret backup. Shurxia didn't know where the nickel mine was and didn't have a detailed plan. She planned to find Jean Kaiwan first and get a local to help her. Guided by Little Eagle, Shurxia climbed over walls and finally found Jean Kaiwan's home at night. "No wonder they always compensate me. The place looks nice." Compared to the shanty towns and broken houses along the way, Jean Kaiwan's house was in a large yard with red bricks and white walls. At 3 a.m., Shurxia sneaked into Jean Kaiwan's house. Jean Kaiwan had children. Shurxia didn't use paralysis toxins. She quietly knocked him out and took him away. When Jean Kaiwan woke up again, he saw only seawater, lying on a water bed floating above the sea. "Ah," he screamed for minutes, finally convinced he wasn't dreaming. "Help," he shouted for help. Suddenly, his waterbed shattered, and he fell straight into the sea. At that moment, Shurxia emerged from the water, her hair loose, holding a 3-pronged wooden spear. Shurxia appeared with a unique look in front of Jean Kaiwan. Jean Kaiwan's eyes nearly popped out. That female demon floated up from the sea, on a water bed made of water, chained with seawater, binding her hands and feet. Jin Kaiwan closed his eyes, thinking he might as well faint now rather than later. Just as he was about to faint, Shirxia flicked her hair and stabbed Jin Kaiwan with a tree branch. "Don't scare me to death, or you'll waste my time making a fancy look." Shirxia controlled the water with one hand, and a water ball about the size of a basin hit Jin Kaiwan's face. Jin Kaiwan kept his eyes closed. "Jin Kaiwan, open your eyes. I can see your eyeballs rolling inside." Reluctantly, Jin Kaiwan opened his eyes, tears in his voice. Heaven and earth, he was wrong. Truly wrong. He would never go to China again in his life. I was wrong. I really was wrong. The unbelievable scene before him made Jin Kaiwan terrified. Usually, when someone wants to silence others, they only reveal their true strength when necessary. "Please, I have elders at home and children to care for. I won't go to China anymore. I really won't." Jin Kaiwan cried bitterly, with no resistance left. He just wanted to stay alive. Even before Shirxia started acting, the other side had already agreed to everything. "All right, let's talk on land," Shirxia said plainly. She floated right in front of Jin Kaiwan, who dared not move and was pushed to the shore by the water. On the beach, Jin Kaiwan knelt stiffly on the sand, too scared to stand up. He never thought he had offended someone 3 times who was actually a immortal. At this moment, Jin Kaiwan even began to thank Shirxia, grateful for her mercy in not killing him the previous times. He appreciated that she didn't bother with a mortal like him. Shirxia, looking very like a wise expert, casually placed one hand behind her back and looked at Jin Kaiwan at a 45-degree angle. "I am a cultivator, which is what you call a feng shui master," she said. This was Shirxia's new self-assigned identity, inspired after fooling Ancient Rome. In Southeast Asia, feng shui is very important. She wanted to create a new identity for herself. She couldn't cause trouble at home, but abroad, she could still make a name for herself. A feng shui master? Jin Kaiwan looked up. He knew about feng shui masters. The powerful ones in FLB were the most untouchable, often VIPs in organizations or high society. It's said that skilled feng shui masters could bring wealth, improve luck, and help avoid disasters. But the great demon, no, the great immortal who can fly, could that be even more powerful? Suddenly, Jin Kaiwan felt both excited and scared. He was meeting a truly powerful feng shui master. In the next second, Jin Kaiwan broke into tears again, realizing he had offended a feng shui master. Shirxia didn't move at all, just watched Jin Kaiwan kneel there, changing expressions. Her face was quite expressive.
"I won't kill you," she said.
Jin Kaiwan suddenly looked up, then quickly kowtowed in thanks. "Thank you for sparing my life. Thank you. I was terrible before. I will change. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Whatever you want me to do, I will do." Jin Kaiwan mumbled nervously, and Shirxia nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, I will stay here for a few days." All right. Jin Kaiwan only cares about staying alive and doesn't want to bother with anything else. Next, Jin Kaiwan leads the way, while Shirxia follows behind wearing a hollow mask carved with shells. They go to his home. At Jin Kaiwan's house, he pulls his wife aside and mumbles for a long time. His wife, suspicious, comes over, and Shirxia nods slightly as a greeting. Meeting his fate. "This is for you." Shirxia pretends to be a wise person and taps his wife's head, sending a little mental energy inside. His wife immediately feels a warm breeze moving through her body. The back pain from childbirth she had been suffering from suddenly eases a lot. Even simple actions like bending over to wash her face used to cause her pain. In just this moment, Jin Kaiwan's wife treats Shirxia more warmly than Jin Kaiwan himself. The best room is cleared out, and Shirxia nods slightly before staying inside, thanking them. "Our pleasure. If you need anything, just call me, master." After Jin Kaiwan's wife comes out, she slaps Jin Kaiwan. Why didn't you bring master back sooner?" "Master didn't agree. I couldn't bring him," Jin Kaiwan makes up excuses, and his wife believes him. You're right. People with real skill are impressive. And so, Shixia stays at Jin Kaiwan's house. Every day, they enjoy good food and drinks, while Jin Kaiwan gathers information about what Shixia needs to know. After 5 days, Shixia has a basic understanding of the local power structure. Jin Kaiwan bows and asks respectfully, Master Xia, are you asking these questions for a reason? Shixia looks up, his face hidden behind the mask, only revealing a pair of captivating eyes. Jin Kaiwan kneels suddenly. Master Xia, I'm not spying on you. I truly want to help. Go out now. Shixia waves his hand, and Jin Kaiwan leaves. It's understandable that Jin Kaiwan can't guess what she's planning because she gathers a lot of information. Actually, her main focus is on nickel and gold mines. The Jinchuan nickel mine and the gold mine are not far apart. And the country is small anyway. That night, Shixia leaves without Jin Kaiwan knowing. She circles around the seaside, ignoring the gold mine area, and that night, the owner of the gold mine, Mark, has an incident. While sleeping with many people around him, Mark suddenly feels someone pressing down on him. The weight gets heavier and heavier. No matter how he struggles, he can't get up and he can't open his eyes. When he finally broke free, the whole bed was soaked, and there was a very clear shadow of a person. The scariest part was that the shadow had long hair, but he was bald. Mark held a weapon and fired wildly inside the house, trying to use force to suppress whatever was there. This also helped boost his courage. At this time, Shixia had already returned to Jin Kaiwan's house. Tonight, she planned to go again to deepen the impression. Masters only appear when invited. During the day, Shixia called Jin Kaiwan to go out and promote her quietly. Jin Kaiwan was not an ordinary person. His brother-in-law, his wife's older brother, managed this part of the dock. His wife's family controlled 1/3 of FLB fisheries, which involved many illegal interests, so he knew many people. Jin Kaiwan valued his life. His entire family was under Shixia's control. He obediently went along with her plan. The day passed quickly, and soon night fell again. Shixia moved out once more. Ignoring the gold mine, Mark's room was filled with people, all there to boost his courage. Unfortunately, it was useless. Mark saw a transparent water-made shadow fly past his eyes, then everyone inside the house collapsed. He instinctively tried to run, but the door wouldn't open. Not only was the door stuck, but a message written in water appeared. Return my life. The words return my life were written in FLB language. Shixia learned each character one by one. Mark's life was not just one. He believed immediately that a vengeful ghost was after him. Maybe it was the woman who drowned in the river. That must be it. Mark convinced himself of this. When the door wouldn't open, Mark waved his arms, trying to chase away the invisible evil spirit. But after a few steps, he tripped and fell to the ground. The feeling of being pressed down came again.
Help me.
Mark couldn't hold on anymore. Shixia stopped, moved to a different place, the Jinchuan nickel mine. Nickel mines are one of FLB's main exports, with high production and advanced technology. Shixia didn't rush to act. She first observed. After observing, she decided to start with the mine, not people. The methods were too similar and easy to suspect. So, that night, the nickel plant, which normally kept working, suddenly stopped. Repair workers came to fix it, and the machinery was restored. But as soon as they stepped a few dozen meters away, it broke again. This cycle repeated, driving the repairmen crazy. Even though they fixed it, why wasn't it working? This situation was reported, and after reporting, it received attention. The machines cannot just stop. They have tasks to complete. The leader of the nickel mine is a very superstitious person. When he learned that the machines weren't broken naturally, he naturally thought of unnatural causes. He has a long-time feng shui master he trusts, so he immediately called him. The feng shui master looked at the situation but couldn't find anything wrong. He has some basic skills, but supernatural abilities are not within feng shui. He couldn't find the cause, but he couldn't say that openly. Joes, tell me, have there been any deaths here? Joes honestly replied, I can't remember exactly, probably over 10. Master, is there a problem? Yes, it's very serious. They seem to be united, and there's a lot of resentment. This is not easy to handle. I'm afraid I can't do much. Hearing this, Joes became anxious. Master, I can pay more. The master shook his head. It's not about money. I'm really worried. I might not be enough. The situation reached a deadlock. Joes urged the master to help, and the master pretended to make an effort. He arranged a grand display, waving a peachwood sword and muttering strange words. Flames suddenly flared up, and a shadowy black smoke flickered like a person. Ugh. The master coughed up blood. Retreat quickly. A group of people retreated just like that. The master then resigned, asking Joes to find someone else. At the same time, Joes and Mark were both searching for a skilled person. But good experts are not easy to find. Over the next 5 days, Joes and Mark kept looking, but nothing improved. Shurxia was also very tired, going out every night to do work. On the 6th day, Jean Kaiwan pushed open the door and ran back. Master Xia. Shurxia, wearing a mask, sat still, calmly drinking tea, watching Jean Kaiwan and the man behind him rush in. Master Xia, Mr. Joes has something to ask. Shurxia continued drinking tea and ignored them. Jean Kaiwan exchanged a glance with Joes behind him, and Joes understood. Good experts all have their own temperaments. Moreover, Jean Kaiwan had said that Master Xia was just passing by on a journey. He only stayed briefly because they had a connection. He is a practitioner who doesn't want to get involved in worldly affairs. Joes was uncertain but saw no better options, so he decided to give it a try. Shurxia finished his tea slowly, finally looked up. I won't help with your matter.
You can leave now.
After speaking, Shurxia stood up and turned to leave. Jean Kaiwan was stunned. He thought Shurxia just wanted clients. Now, what is going on? Anyway, he quickly translated. Joes hurried to follow. Master Xia, do you know why I came? Jean Kaiwan, tell him, I can't help or fix the sins of a dozen lives. Jean Kaiwan looked at Joes, awkwardly smiled, and pointed at Shurxia. Master Xia told me to say that. After hearing this, Joes believed Shurxia a little more. Master Xia, I know I was wrong before. I will change. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Jean Kaiwan translated, but Shurxia frowned and waved his hand. Send him away. Jean Kaiwan had no choice but to send Joes out. Outside, Joes was anxious. Every day delay at the mine was money lost. Jean Kaiwan, you must help me. Jean Kaiwan was surprised. He was a big boss, and now he was begging him for help. I will definitely help you. Don't worry. I'll go back now and find out what's going on. Brother, I'm counting on you. Jean Kaiwan nodded and went inside. Inside the house, Shurxia looked at Jean Kaiwan and said, I want gold. Before Jean Kaiwan could speak, he already knew the answer. Tell him tomorrow. Shurxia said. Jean Kaiwan understood this was to delay the other side. Master Xia, can you really solve Joe's problem? They've already brought many people there. Shurxia stood up confidently, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle. If even I can't solve it, tell Joes to prepare for the worst. Jean Kaiwan made a face. He didn't dare say that out loud. The next day, Joes arrived early at Jean Kaiwan's house. Joes, the master doesn't want anything, but she wants to practice and create golden statues for many temples. Joes understood immediately gold. Okay, tell Master Xia that as long as my problem is solved, gold is not an issue. Jean Kaiwan turned to go and tell Shurxia, who finally came out. Let's go. Joes followed and Jean Kaiwan also went. The group took Joes's car to the Wulua nickel mine. Shurxia kept her eyes closed the whole time, holding 2 round balls that floated and spun in her palms. Joes was stunned, then more stunned. Nickel mine. Shurxia went straight to the scene without saying a word and walked around. Many workers were outside watching. One of them looked at Shurxia, masked, with bright eyes. Was he the person he was thinking of? Shurxia was very perceptive of the gaze. She casually looked over, then withdrew her eyes. When Cheng'en, he was actually here. Xia originally wanted to quickly solve this problem and leave with the gold and nickel. Now she has changed her mind. Since Wen Qing'an is here, it means he hasn't completed his task. Staying might be helpful. After walking around, Xia stopped in front of Zhou's. Can you handle this?
Please.
Master, you're very skilled. Please put in more effort. Zhou's was the first person to say he could solve the problem, so she couldn't miss him. It's best to resolve this. If he's lying, he will make sure the other person knows Zhou's does not accept deception. Yes, first prepare a room for me. I'm not used to working alone. Find a clean person to assist me. A clean person? Zhou's looked at Jin Kaiwen. Was he thinking of the same thing? Jin Kaiwen. I don't know either. Xia was arranged to stay in the best room. Zhou's wanted to hurry Xia, but she made an excuse that she had things to prepare and handed him a list. Just prepare these items, and I will take action. Okay, I will do it as soon as possible. Zhou's paused, looking at the diamonds, rubies, and emeralds on the list. Is he opening a jewelry store? Master Xia, about this list? Is there a problem? Xia asked straightforwardly, and Zhou's immediately shook his head. No problem. I'll prepare right away. Zhou's turned around and sneered, thinking she was really a master. First, she wanted gold, now gemstones, and she also wants a clean person to serve her. What a fake master. If she can't solve his problem, she shouldn't expect to leave alive. Zhou's arranged for people to prepare and also sent a clean person to Xia's room. Inside her room, she looked at the person standing in the middle and said with disdain, "No, change it." Because of Zhou's orders, the staff didn't dare to slack off and kept changing people. But after over 10 tries, none of them suited her. The staff reported to Zhou's, who was also angry. This Master Xia was too difficult. Keep choosing until she's satisfied. Yes. Wait a moment. Zhou stopped the person about to leave, his eyes turning more ruthless. Once you find someone suitable, bring her here.
Yes.
Any handsome men in the nickel mine were pulled away, and Wen Qing'an also went along. He was sure that the person was Xia because Xiao Jinzi sent him a message. Thinking about Xia rejecting messages from over 10 people, Wen Qing'an knew this was her signal to him. She could help him complete his task. He really needed it. Wen Qing'an had no fear of burdening Xia with his thoughts, so he and his comrades who came along to hide took turns covering for each other. He was forcibly taken away. Not only was he taken, but he was also cleaned up thoroughly, making him look neat and tidy. Wen Qing'an's appearance was definitely good-looking. Those who came to pick a fight saw Wen Qing'an and thought he had a better chance.
Come with me.
Wen Qing'an, with a reluctant face, pulled a sullen expression. As a man who was about to be sent away, he thought he should look like that.
Don't look like that.
You're a big shot. As long as you make her happy, all the wealth and honor will come easily. Besides, you're a grown man and you won't lose anything, right? Think carefully. You're being sold, and Mr. Qiao holds your life in his hands. Wen Qing'an's expression relaxed a bit. Is that so? Just because you have such a face, you should use it. Wen Qing'an was led into Xia's room, head bowed. Xia sat comfortably in a soft chair, glancing at Wen Qing'an with a smile spreading in his heart. Lift your head. Wen Qing'an controlled his expression, raised his head, trying to look calm. Xia stared at him for over a minute. Take off your clothes, let me see. Wen Qing'an secretly chuckled inside. He's quite skilled at this. His hand slowed a bit, but he still took off his outer clothes. The person who brought him in raised an eyebrow unexpectedly, indicating that this newcomer was noticed by the master. Hurry up. He urged him slightly. If he annoyed the master, he'd have to keep looking. Wen Qing'an was reluctant, but sped up. He easily took off his shirt, revealing smooth skin, abs, and shoulders. Xia nodded in satisfaction, slowly stood up, and walked around Wen Qing'an, circling him again and again. Finally, he stopped in front of him, lifting a finger to his chin. Say, sister, so I can hear it. Wen Qing'an tried to suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth. Inside, a little rodent was squeaking. Is he being teased by his future wife? Why, don't want to. Xia flicked his hand dismissively, about to wave him away. The person who brought Wen Cheng'en in quickly exchanged a glance. Wen Cheng'en closed his eyes, and his voice softened several tones.
Sister.
Under the mask, Xia's smile was bright and radiant, quite amusing.
Huh.
Your voice is pretty nice, too. Xia seemed to be interested again, turning around and casting teasing glances at Wen Cheng'en's abs, his fingers mischievously touching him. Wen Cheng'en's back was stiff and straight. To others, he seemed resistant, but in fact, I am already unclean, and this time, even if Xia doesn't want me, I can't refuse.
Stay here.
Xia spoke, and the other person sighed in relief, saying, All right, I will take him to change clothes and wash up properly. Okay. Xia casually agreed, knowing that the other would probably take Wen Cheng'en to see Joss. Maybe they would even persuade Wen Cheng'en to act as a spy. Wen Cheng'en picked up the clothes on the ground, put them on, and fastened the top button tightly so that no woman outside could see him. After they left, the person nearby looked at Wen Cheng'en, who seemed determined to protect his reputation. It's better to accept the facts sooner. Wen Cheng'en immediately understood that the other misunderstood him. He showed a bitter smile and said, I'll do my best.
All right.
The two went to find Joss. When Joss saw Wen Cheng'en, he also looked him over. He didn't expect someone like him to be at the mine. Go to the master and know what to do? Wen Cheng'en nodded nervously. Remember, you are one of us from the mine. Don't forget your roots. I understand. Wen Cheng'en lowered his head. Good, go now. If anything unusual happens, come back and tell me. Yes. Wen Cheng'en was taken away. After a quick wash and changing into better clothes, he carried food and fine wine to Xia's room. With a loud bang, the door to Xia's room was closed, leaving only him and Xia inside. But neither of them let their guard down and continued to play their roles.
Come here.
Xia called slowly. Wen Cheng'en, looking as if he dared not refuse, walked over and set down the food and wine. Master, would you like some wine? Fill it up. Xia lazily leaned back, his bare feet playfully resting on Wen Cheng'en's kneeling legs. Wen Cheng'en's whole body stiffened. Xia smiled slightly, sat up, picked up his wine cup, lifted a corner of his mask, raised his forehead, and took a sip. The wine is good, but I wonder if the person is also good. Wen Cheng'en didn't know whether to cry or laugh at that moment. Is my partner too skilled? These lines really don't sound like a good person. Xia suddenly leaned forward, resting his arms on Wen Cheng'en's sides, his cold mask close to Wen Cheng'en's nose. I suddenly feel like taking a bath. Would you like to join me? Wen Cheng'en struggled to control his desire to hold Xia's hand, remembered his role, and obediently took a step back, nodding respectfully. I'll go call the water now. Good boy. With water available, they could speak safely. Wen Cheng'en came in for less than 5 minutes before leaving again. Someone immediately asked outside, What's going on? Why did you come out? Wen Cheng'en still had a faint blush on his face, and he looked slightly ashamed as a man. Need shower water. Oh. The meaningful "oh" made Wen Cheng'en lower his head even more. The person asking didn't say more. Men care about their pride, and crossing that mental barrier takes time. If Wen Cheng'en accepts well, they might start to doubt. Go inside and wait. The water will be here soon. Seizing the moment, don't let the master inside lose interest.
Okay.
Wen Cheng'en went back inside. Outside, only Master Xia's voice was heard. Close the door. With a click, the door blocked the outside view. Outside the room, a few people who appeared to be guards were actually watching and chatting. Do you think Master Xia is really skilled? Who knows? I want to know if she's wearing a mask because she's too ugly. Maybe, but covering her face isn't bad. And her figure is pretty good. Oh, you little rascal. Suddenly, 2 sharp screams sounded, as the 2 men who had just joked about something covered their throats, unable to make a sound. Their eyes were full of fear. The other 2 didn't understand what was happening. At this moment, Wen Cheng'en pushed the door open, his eyes showing hidden fear. He trembled as he spoke, translating for Jean Kaiwan. Master Xia said to watch your mouths. If you can't control yourselves, she doesn't mind helping you. After speaking, Wen Cheng'en quickly looked at the two men's faces, which were flushed from lack of oxygen, filled with awe and fear, just like everyone else. He hurried back to Master Xia's room, walking much faster this time, seeming to accept this unavoidable reality. Inside, Wen Cheng'en blinked at Xia. Xia nodded slightly and pointed to a chair nearby. Wen Cheng'en obediently sat down. He knew Xia was powerful, but he didn't expect her to be so strong. Just now, Xia only flicked out 2 grape seeds, and the outside people were affected like this. Xia and Wen Cheng'en didn't act rashly. They would speak again later. Outside, the two who had been joking finally could breathe again. They gasped loudly, their throats hoarse and speechless. The other 2 unharmed people, one quickly left to report to Qiaoxi. Zhou felt no fear after hearing this, but instead felt a bit more at ease. At least, he truly had skills, right? And a master who loves money and pleasure is much easier to deal with than those who seek fame and reputation. Fulfill all the master's requests and quickly bring the documents he asks for.
Yes.
The subordinate left, and Zhou's mood slightly changed. He was thinking about how to keep this master close for a long time. Meanwhile, Xia's water was soon delivered to the room, and they thoughtfully brought a double bathtub. The person delivering water didn't even dare to lift his head. He just left after finishing. Xia slowly got up, raised her wrist in an inviting gesture. Wen Cheng'en immediately understood and stood up, offering the back of his hand. Quite sensible. Master's instructions, I understand everything. Under her mask, Xia was smiling widely, but tried to hold back. She walked to the bathtub with Wen Cheng'en's support, slowly took off her coat. Wen Cheng'en instinctively closed his eyes. He couldn't look. They hadn't registered their marriage yet. Now you're shy. Master is too proud. Even a rough person like me wouldn't miss a chance. Wen Cheng'en's words carried a hint of meaning, and Xia understood. She said one thing, but her body told another story.
Really?
I didn't see clearly last time. I plan to take another look. Xia reached out and pulled him. As Wen Cheng'en, with his eyes closed, felt a strong tug, he suddenly fell into the bathtub with a splash. He opened his eyes and saw a vivid scene. Xia had come in. Is it a pity? Xia approached Wen Cheng'en. Her shoulders were bare, but her chest was covered with clothes. Wen Cheng'en was holding his thigh underwater, trying to stay alert. This task was much harder than he imagined. You're such a fool. Xia moved closer, activating her powers to make sure no sounds escaped the room. She splashed water deliberately, creating noise. After approaching Wen Cheng'en, she whispered, "Need help?" Wen Cheng'en truly used great willpower to suppress his feelings. The task was important, everything else.
Wait.
We're here to gather some information, but the contact person disappeared. The last investigation showed the other party was last seen at the nickel mine, so I sneaked in to look for them. No luck so far. Xia understood. When did you learn FLB language?
Just picked it up along the way.
Wen Cheng'en spoke simply, but he did have talent. Still, he put in a lot of effort. After learning that their superior asked them to study Southeast Asian languages, he knew there would be future opportunities to use them. Only completing missions could lead to promotions, so Wen Cheng'en worked very hard to learn. Anin is getting better and better, Xia Bulin praised. When Wen Cheng'en heard the name Anin, a warm feeling filled his heart. For the first time, he looked at Xia warningly.
Don't tease me.
Oh, what if I don't listen? Wen Cheng'en looked at her with affection and said, If I don't listen, I might just give in to you.
Ha ha ha.
Xia laughed loudly, loud enough for others outside to hear. Next, the sound of water grew louder. People outside watched curiously, but didn't dare say a word. Inside the room, in the bathtub, have you checked everywhere? The dungeon, the armory, and the nickel storage, they haven't been there. Only Joss's confidants are allowed. Xia nodded. So what plan do you have? I have the power to destroy this place. Are you trying to find them after I wipe them out, or do you want to become Joss's trusted person? Wen Cheng'en looked at the confident Xia.
She still wore her mask.
He reached out and touched her mask. It can't be destroyed. The target is too big.
Give me some more time.
You've given me a good opportunity.
All right.
Xia felt a bit disappointed, but thought it might be interesting to play different roles with Wenqing'an for a few days. Since that's the case, little brother, you must serve me well. With a splash, Xia stood up, and Wenqing'an also got up. Next, the room was filled with unspoken sounds. Actually, after the bed curtain fell, Xia called out twice and directly pinched Wenqing'an. He let out a muffled groan, fitting the scene perfectly. They played a dramatic scene with their voices all night, and everyone outside was impressed. The next day, Wenqing'an supported his waist, looking pale as he came out. Joss sent someone to call him. Come, eat first. Wenqing'an looked at the table. Turtle soup, large oysters, and raw ginseng? Seeing the table full of food, Wenqing'an felt tears welling up inside. He really didn't need supplements anymore. If he kept taking them, he might explode tonight.
Come, eat.
Yes, big brother. Wenqing'an, with tears in his eyes, sat down and ate. While Wenqing'an was nourishing his body, Xia seemed like a lively fairy, full of energy and ready to go. Go ask your boss if everything is ready. And take good care of my little partner. I'm very satisfied. Xia's words were translated by Jin Kaiwan, and everyone understood. Not only does he understand, but he also imagines many things. This master looks energetic, while Wenqing'an appears drained and exhausted when he leaves. The phrase boosting yang to tonify in quickly became on everyone's mind. At the same time, Wenqing'an was telling Zhou about last night's events in detail. Her request was strange. She wanted a lot of crystals on the bed, which looked very weird. Brother Zhou, I feel so weak. Do you think I might be in trouble? The phrase boosting yang to tonify in also appeared in Zhou's mind, but he couldn't say anything. To him, the life of a small miner was not very important.
Don't worry.
The master just likes these things. As long as you serve the master well, from now on, you'll be my close confidant. Wenqing'an seemed moved by Zhou's praise and nodded eagerly. In the following days, Master Xia was very kind to the small miner. The miner's face looked worse each day. By the third day, he didn't want to continue, but Master Xia hadn't finished yet. Although the evil spirits at the mine hadn't been completely cleared, Master Xia provided some methods that allowed them to resume work temporarily. It was definitely better than before. Normally, Zhou could threaten Wenqing'an, but since he knew he was gaining the favor of a real master, he changed his approach to win him over. He gave him power. Wenqing'an was promoted and gained significant authority, second only to Zhou. Zhou dared to do this because he guessed the small miner wouldn't last long at work. He was already looking for other miners for Master Xia. Everything at the nickel mine was heading in a good direction, and Zhou felt relieved. He was thinking of ways to speed up the preparations for what Master Xia needed. 3 days later, Wenqing'an was completely exhausted and couldn't get up. He was utterly worn out. At this moment, all the items Master Xia requested were ready. That day, Zhou gathered many people with strong yang energy as per Master Xia's instructions. Master Xia was about to begin the ritual to fight the evil spirits. Master Xia's fight against the evil spirits was definitely visible and tangible. An invisible, transparent shadow stirred the wind. Master Xia stepped onto a transparent staircase and entered the air, engaging in dozens of rounds with the evil spirits. Zhou hid behind the mine, looking respectful and full of admiration. Master Xia truly is a divine person. Meanwhile, Xia attracted everyone's attention. As Wenqing'an, who was almost drained of his energy, naturally had no right to participate in this activity. He silently began his own actions. Wenqing'an moved quickly and decisively during his actions, embodying all the excellent qualities of a soldier. Because Qiao Si believed he was a dying man, he was given full authority. Combined with weak security, Wenqing'an finally found the contact person in an underground storage room for nickel ore. The contact was a woman who was in poor health, with weak breathing and close to death, but her eyes shone brightly when she exchanged signals with Wenqing'an. "Comrade, the materials are here. I remember. I will take you out." "No, if I go with you, No one can leave. The technology must be taken back. Absolutely must be taken back. The woman smiled happily. May I not have failed my duty? If one day we become strong, remember to bring me home. After saying this last word, she closed her eyes forever. All her willpower became strength, holding on for this moment. Wen Cheng'en's eyes filled with tears. He stood up and left. Comrades should not die in vain. Wen Cheng'en came out and shook his head at his partner outside, who was guarding the wind. The data is here, but no one can get out. His partner was also heartbroken. He didn't even know if the comrade inside was male or female, they only knew a code name. But these code names represented the efforts of many abroad. Let's go. Let's move. The two moved together smoothly. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Master Xia's plan reached its final step. The scene here was intense, with the ground shaking and the nickel mine collapsing. Wen Cheng'en's partner looked away and gave him a thumbs up. When was the bomb buried? Wen Cheng'en casually replied, a secret. Actually, he didn't think it was a bomb. His future wife had many secrets. But Wen Cheng'en didn't plan to ask or know. He only needed to know that without Master Xia, Wen Cheng'en wouldn't be here now. Both sides continued their actions. Wen Cheng'en found the blueprints and technical data at the place where the comrade sacrificed. Let's retreat. Then, Master Xia? His partner asked. Wen Cheng'en looked at him. Master Xia is a divine being. She can predict and knows I will leave. Wen Cheng'en made a quick decision. They sacrificed 3 people and exposed 2 others to get this data. They couldn't afford any more losses. Let's go. Okay. The 2 quickly followed the retreat plan. When Wen Cheng'en was far from the nickel mine, he looked back from a distance. Xia, I'm waiting for you at home. I wonder what you've brought back this time. He guessed early on that Xia would never return empty-handed. Retreating with them would only affect Xia's performance. Wen Cheng'en withdrew his gaze and left. Master Xia from the nickel mine finally landed from the sky, looking badly injured, and told Zhou, don't disturb me in the next few days. I need to rest and recover. Okay, no problem. Rest assured, Master Xia. Zhou was completely convinced and dared not offend Master Xia. When Xia returned to her room, she saw a piece of paper on the desk with a cartoon person drawn on it. That was the event that happened when she first met Wen Cheng'en. She remembered standing on a reef, jumping down, and startling Wen Cheng'en, who had been secretly scolding her. Xia kept the note, knowing it was Wen Cheng'en telling her that his mission was successful and he was waiting to go home for her. Well, now that everyone is left, I can loot a bit. With so much unjust wealth, taking some is definitely doing the right thing. Doing good deeds again. I really am a good person. Xia said she was resting to recover, but in fact, she was just sleeping in her room. The nickel mine finally resumed production, and Zhou doubled the promised reward to show sincerity. At the same time, Mark, who had ignored the gold mine, couldn't hold on anymore. Hearing that Zhou knew a master who liked gold, he brought a full truck of gold. On the 3rd day of Xia resting, Mark arrived with a truck of gold and bodyguards. If he hadn't called ahead, Zhou might have thought he was here to cause trouble. Anyway, Mark was an important person, so Zhou personally came out to greet him. Mark, welcome. Zhou, where is that master? Zhou didn't expect Mark to be so anxious, but seeing his dark circles and extremely thin body, he guessed something was wrong. Mark asked about Master Xia at the nickel mine, and he also inquired about Mark's recent situation. He heard that Mark had offended a vengeful female ghost who had drowned in the river. Neither of them knew that during the days when Cheng'en was serving Master Xia, he spent several nights doing so just to protect Xia. Xia went out to find Mark. The gold boss couldn't be left unpunished. Mark, don't worry. Master Xia is resting. You know that experts have their temper. Sometimes being too anxious can backfire. Yes, you're right. I'll prepare and wait for Master Xia to see me. Because Mark knew what was happening at Zhou's place, he regarded this legendary Master Xia as a lifesaver. The 2 invitees enter the reception room. Mark sits nervously, afraid to drink even a sip of water. He's worried a tiny dancing figure might jump out at any moment. This isn't a side effect from eating mushrooms. It's a real occurrence. Mark asks several times, and Joss calls in Jin Kaiwan. Master Xia became famous after a battle, and Jin Kaiwan's status has risen significantly. Jin Kaiwan, please say a few kind words for me. I brought a card of gold. Mark pleads. Mr. Mark, Master Xia is meditating now, and will finish his dinner at 6. I'll inform him, but whether he sees you or not is not up to me. Jin Kaiwan replies. Okay, please help me, Mark insists. A heavy gold bar drops into Jin Kaiwan's hand. He smiles and accepts it. Refusing would only make Mark more anxious. At 6 o'clock, Jin Kaiwan arrives on time with dinner outside Master Xia's door.
Come in, she says.
Yes, Jin Kaiwan replies. He pushes the door open, sets down the dinner, and then takes out the gold bar Mark gave him. Since she is like a fairy, hiding the gold would be asking for trouble. Mark gave this to me. He wants to see you, Jin Kaiwan reports. Master Xia looks without a word. You can keep it. From now on, just accept whatever they give you. Just remember to be smart and cautious. Jin Kaiwan understands her advice. Don't be too greedy. I will remember, he replies. As for Mark, see him tomorrow, she says. Jin Kaiwan gets the message and leaves to inform Mark. After receiving the news, Mark feels uneasy, but also hopeful. That night, he doesn't dare sleep, counting stars until dawn. But the ghost girl doesn't come. Could it be that she's afraid to come near Master Xia? Mark thinks he has found the truth and becomes even more eager to meet Master Xia. In the early morning, after meditating, Master Xia finally meets Mark. She sits quietly on a mat, her face hidden behind a white mask, dressed in a long robe. To anyone, she looks like a wise, ethereal master. But surprisingly, she loves gold, and, Master, I brought a card of gold, and some good servants. If you like any of them, they would be honored to serve you, Mark says. Master Xia's lips twitch slightly. She has even created a reputation for being luxurious and indulgent. No need. I need to rest recently. She casually fabricates an excuse to take a break. Hearing this, Joss feels even more emotional. Although Master Xia is noble, she truly has real skills and uses them. She has even hurt herself in the process. Mark, I already know about your situation. Here is a list of items you need. Prepare these, and I will make you a protective charm so that ghosts won't bother you anymore. Mark's eyes lit up when he heard this. He took the paper with both hands. Master, can the female ghost be eliminated? Under the mask, Xia looked annoyed and sighed. Not only did she harm the young girl, but now she wanted to completely eradicate the problem. If you gather the items on the list, I will take action. After speaking, Xia waved his hand, signaling to send Mark and the thoughtful Joseph away. Jin Kaiwan immediately respectfully saw off Mark and Joseph, who looked lost in thought. Outside, Mark hurriedly went to prepare the materials. Joseph waited a moment and stopped Jin Kaiwan. Jin Kaiwan, about the protective charm Master Shi mentioned, can I make one? I will prepare the materials myself and make sure Master Shi's effort isn't wasted. Could you ask him for me? Yes, I can ask. Thanks, brother. Joseph patted Jin Kaiwan on the shoulder and left. Inside, Jin Kaiwan conveyed Joseph's request. Under Xia's mask, a smile appeared, knowing that the bait had been taken. Xia pondered for a moment. I will make 3 charms, one for Joseph, one for Mark, and the remaining one I will auction off for Joseph. As for you, I will make a special charm just for you. Jin Kaiwan was surprised and kneeled to thank him. Xia waved his hand, and Jin Kaiwan left. Soon, Joseph learned what Xia had said, and he was very happy. Master Shi trusting him to auction the charm was a sign of confidence. Joseph immediately started planning an auction banquet and also wanted to promote Master Shi. Such a talented master shouldn't be kept to himself. Since the master mentioned an auction, he must want to gain fame far and wide. Realizing Xia's hidden meaning, Joseph got busy. When Jin Kaiwan returned to report, Xia said nothing. 3 days later, Mark returned with all the materials. Xia personally made a protective charm in front of him, and all the materials disappeared into the water. Because it was a water ghost, the charm was purified in water, a perfect closed loop with no flaws. Mark believed completely. That night, Mark slept deeply. The next morning, he woke up crying tears of joy and immediately thanked Master Shi. Another day passed, and the dinner prepared by Joseph for Master Shi also began. People heard about the recently popular Master Shi and came to see for themselves. Because Mark, who had slept peacefully that night, had become Master Shi's most loyal follower, starting to speak in his favor. Master Xia's reputation had already become quite solid before he appeared publicly. Xia was the last to come out, and her status was quite clear. She ignored everyone, paid no attention, finished her meal, and left gracefully. Zhou, as the host, took the stage again to endorse Master Xia and then conducted the auction. At the same time, Wen Cheng'an returned to the army, but their achievements were stolen by others. This was not the worst part. Not only were their achievements taken, but they were also detained for review. The reason was that Wen Cheng'an was accused of treason and selling out the country. Xia was unaware of the situation in the country. She was focused on finishing her work. At Zhou's auction, the amulet was sold at a high price by him and Mark, and the invited guests didn't even get a glimpse of it. Fortunately, they were somewhat skeptical of Master Xia, and participating in the auction of other items was not a waste of their time. After the auction, Zhou handed all the proceeds to Master Xia. With Mark's help, the money was converted into gold and delivered entirely. Xia looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. You all did very well. Hearing this, Zhou and Mark were both overjoyed. They had truly grasped Master Xia's favor. That night, Little Eagle and Little Gold came over. The two of them, perfectly coordinated with Xia, took away her treasures, items she used for her rituals in public but secretly kept, and brought them to the seaside. She also secretly stole refined nickel under the pretext of resting and recuperating. As for the remaining batch of gold, Xia planned to take it openly and honestly herself. The next morning, Master Xia was ready to leave. Zhou and Mark, who had not yet left, hurried over to persuade her strongly. There's no need for all this. I am a traveler of the world. If you have any matters, contact Jin Kaiwen. He knows how to find me. Zhou and Mark dared not offend Master Xia. Fortunately, she left her contact information, which was better than losing contact altogether. They expressed their respect and admiration repeatedly and personally sent her off in a car. The car drove all the way, and Master Xia was personally sent onto the boat by the two. Master Xia sailed alone, the boat leaving the dock. As for sending people to follow her, Zhou and Mark didn't dare to do that. They turned to Jin Kaiwen, whose attitude had improved significantly. Jin Kaiwen, we must stay in touch from now on. Yes, if you need anything, come visit me. I will definitely welcome you warmly. Jin Kaiwen spent over 10 days with Master Xia, and it opened his eyes. He remained calm when dealing with two powerful leaders, but he didn't seem arrogant. The three of them talked happily and then left the shore. When Xia boarded the boat, her first action was to check the entire vessel. She summoned seawater and used her water abilities to inspect every part of the boat thoroughly. Fortunately, no one had tampered with it. Once Xia confirmed everything was safe, she finally took off her mask. If she went out more often, her face might have been sunburned from the exposure. Xia steered the boat toward the waters of China. In the secret cave of Turtle Old Six in Chinese waters, she hid gold and treasures. This time, she wanted to bring back some nickel alone. She accepted the other treasures without much fuss. During several trips, Xia hid all the treasures and gold, creating protective shields with her abilities. She then headed back upstream to the boat. She caught a bucket of fish and threw them one by one into the air. Little Eagles and Little Goldie took turns flying down, grabbing the fish. Eventually, the two birds stopped flying and sat on the boat with Xia. Thanks to these two, Xia's abilities kept them well fed. She looked at the birds and said, "They sank again. If they sank a bit more, could they still fly?" The two birds, one black and one gold, looked at Xia with their heads tilted, then turned and flapped their wings to fly away. It seemed they were saying, "Look, look. Who can't fly?" Xia laughed happily, feeling in a good mood. The boat continued heading back. Along the way, Xia caught more fish, some large lobsters, and a spotted fish called dongxing. On the boat, Xia wore a handmade dried seaweed straw hat. There was a temporary stone grill on the deck, where she grilled spotted fish, oysters, lobsters, and sweet sea urchins, whatever delicious food she could find. On the way back, Xia didn't encounter any patrol ships. She decided to return directly to C3 Island. Everyone would surely welcome her. She stood up, raised her hand, and prepared to wave to everyone. But as her big boat approached C3 Island, no one came to meet her. "Where is everyone?" Xia waved her hand, and Little Eagle and Little Goldie took flight. She jumped down from the tall boat and ran toward the village. No one was there. Still no one. Where are the people of C3 Island? Just as Xia worried, she finally saw someone. "Third uncle," she called out, and the village guardian, Third Uncle, suddenly looked up.
Xia.
"Xia, you're finally back." Third Uncle's eyes filled with tears. He looked anxious, as if he had found his main support. Xia's heart sank. Something was wrong. "Uncle Third, speak slowly and clearly." "Yes, yes." Uncle Third wipes his tears and tries to explain. "Your Uncle Wen and his wife were taken away, they say, for investigation. We don't know what they're investigating, only that they've been gone for 2 days and haven't come back." Mayor Chow was worried, so he took the villagers to the military. "We don't have much ability, so we thought that if many of us gathered, they might listen to us." Xia understood. She couldn't imagine why anyone would want to investigate Uncle Wen and his wife. "On Hyaming Island?"
Yes.
"I understand, Uncle Third. You take good care of the house. I will definitely bring them back." A determined look flashed in Xia's eyes. If she couldn't bring them back, she would cause a big fuss. Xia left quickly. Uncle Third watched her go, heart pounding with worry, shouting, "Be careful." Xia raised her hand, and she disappeared instantly. Little Eagle and Little Gold followed behind her. Xia jumped onto the boat, using her special power to make the boat move forward. A humming sound rang out, waves crashing wildly, just like her anger. Hyaming Island. Behind Uncle Chow were all the villagers of Haishan Island, except those guarding the island. From the oldest, 98 years old, to a baby still being held in arms. Everyone was there, not for anything else, but because Xia always stood in front of them. This time, they would protect Xia. "Villagers, you can't solve anything here. I can't tell you what's happening. Go back. The organization will investigate clearly, and they won't wrong a good person." Uncle Chow led the way. Although he hadn't seen much of the world, he knew that lying about someone being guilty was nonsense. Since ancient times, how many loyal officials and brave generals have been falsely accused? They all knew they were wronged. What was the final result? Their families broken and destroyed. "Captain Chung, we won't leave. We won't go until we see the person today." Captain Chung was helpless. He was helping Wen Chingen, but rules and discipline came first. He kept a stern face. "Village Chief Chow, do you still want to be village chief? What you're doing only makes things harder. Trust me, we will ensure fairness and justice." He had personally trained these soldiers. He cared about them more than anyone. Village Chief Chow didn't care at all. "Whatever. Even if you beat me, I will stand here. I am here only because I am a member of Haishan Island. Yes, we are from Haishan Island. Bring our people back." Captain Ching looked up with a headache, his eyes suddenly wide open. "Little Eagle? Jinzi, Xia is back." Commander Cheng's heart sank. It's over. Uncle Chow looked up and, upon seeing the young eagle, happily and guiltily shouted, "Xia is back." That one sentence, "Xia is back," ignited everyone on Haishan Island. They looked toward the sea. Xia had already come ashore. The islanders parted to make way, shouting his name all the way. Okay, it's fine. I'm back.
Don't worry.
Under the crowd's warm welcome, Shirxia reached the front of Commander Chung. For the first time, Commander Chung felt guilty. He hadn't protected his soldiers well. Commander Chung, was it you who invited me in to talk, or did I come from the sea to talk? Commander Chung stared at Shirxia with wide eyes, quickly waving his hands. I didn't mean to say anything reckless. My ancestors, I just had a ringing in my ears. I didn't hear anything. Shirxia sneered, showing a wild, reckless attitude. I can call all the whales, orcas, and sharks nearby in the sea. I can make training in your waters very difficult. This is my way of gaining the right to know. You want to talk, but if not, I'll cause trouble. I'm being honest with you. Do as you like. After speaking, Shirxia looked at her watch. 15 minutes. I want to know the result. Shirxia didn't say another word. Commander Chung knew she was serious. How did things come to this? Just wait and see. He hoped Shirxia would win. Commander Chung ran inside quickly, while Shirxia waited quietly outside. Uncle Chow and the people from Haishan Island stood behind her, all unflinching. Especially the old man from Haishan Island, a veteran who had fought in many battles. He came over leaning on his cane, supported by Accountant Su. Shirxia, great-grandpa. Shirxia nodded politely. The old man patted her shoulder with his thin, frail hand. Leave the trouble to me. I'm 98. I've lived enough. Tears filled Shirxia's eyes instantly. She forced herself to hold back and said, Great-grandpa, trust me. I will win. Good, good, good. The old man didn't say anything more. He stood to the side, pushed away Accountant Su's support, and stood with Shirxia. On Haishan Island, they could do without the great-grandpa or the village chief, but as long as Shirxia was here, the island would never fall. This was the belief deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts on Haishan Island. The people of Haishan Island waited. Commander Chung ran in as fast as he could. When he arrived, General Wei and others were in a meeting. Old Ma, I'm telling you, stop with those tricks. The Chun family is a terrible thing, a source of child abuse and corruption. What they say can't even be trusted. They're just framing Wen Cheng'an. I don't understand. We finished our task, but they took the credit and even accused our people. What's wrong? Old Ma, who was scolded by Commander Wei and pointed at the nose, remained calm and composed, looking up lightly. If there's no problem, why can't he say he helped his woman?
Who exactly is she?
Our task went smoothly, so shouldn't there be an explanation? Commander Wei snorted coldly. Didn't I tell you the person's name is Master Xia? Our people haven't even been cleared of suspicion, and you still want him to complete the task? You all lack the ability to finish the task yourselves. Our people are strong, and instead of feeling ashamed, you turn around and bite us.
Puffed.
Old Ma chuckled softly, staying silent. His calm annoyed Commander Wei so much he almost wanted to hit someone, but the political officer nearby pulled him back. The meeting room returned to silence, clearly divided. Chief, Shirxia is back. At this moment, Commander Chung rushed in. Hearing that Shirxia was back, Old Ma showed great interest. Wen Cheng'an's fiancé, Shirxia? I've been wanting to meet her. Commander Chung ignored Old Ma. He was from the investigation department, very cautious. One moment he was your friend, the next he might give you a silver bracelet. Shirxia said she wants to know the full story, or she'll call her good friends from the ocean to block all our training activities. The room grew quiet again, and some from Old Ma's side stood up. Ridiculous. Who does she think she is? Who does she think she is? I'll tell you who she is. Commander Wei stared at the person who spoke. She is someone who selflessly donated ships, sent gold, helped scientists complete the most difficult underwater experiments, trained new soldiers, and protected an entire village during disasters. After a catastrophe, she sent rice and fishing boats. She is a Chinese person who, when encountering foreign fishing boats, single-handedly defended our national territory. Wei's words were powerful and clear. He turned to look at Old Ma, his serious gaze impossible to ignore. Old Ma, please bring Shirxia in. She has the right to know. According to the rules, Shirxia is also part of the military. She works part-time at the Research Institute, the Agriculture Academy, and trains with the troops. Isn't that enough qualification? Old Ma had already looked up Shirxia's information and was very curious about her.
All right.
With that one word, Shirxia arrived at the military base and entered the same meeting room. At the moment Shirxia entered, everyone looked at her. She calmly pulled over a chair and sat down.
Speak.
One word, showing her dominance and difference. Old Ma looked deeply at Shirxia. She shot him a glance, her eyes full of killing intent. Old Ma suddenly smiled, and Shirxia withdrew her gaze. Shirxia, here's what happened. Commander Chung explained that when Chungin was on a mission and met Master Xia during it, helping him complete the task successfully. However, on the way back, another team doing the same mission suspected something was wrong with Wen Chungin's work. They reported it, and Wen's achievements were taken away. Because the accusation was treason, the investigation was broad. Uncle Wen and Aunt Wen were taken away, along with the Qin family members Shirxia had long forgotten. The Qin family insisted Wen Chungin was guilty. To Commander Chung, this family couldn't accept that Wen, who was beaten and scolded as a child, had suddenly become an officer with a bright future. They spread many false rumors about Wen Chungin, which were suspected but still needed investigation. The situation was delayed, and now it had come to this. Shirxia understood. She looked at the people inside. Stay. Commander Wei stays. Everyone else leave.
Ha.
Who do you think you are? This is the army, not your home. Someone immediately retorted, but in the next second, Commander Wei and Old Ma exchanged glances and agreed. The person who argued glared at Shirxia angrily. She remained calm and said, "Your subordinate is too emotional. Doesn't that affect work?" Old Ma looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Go out and write a report." Shirxia sneered after hearing that. Only our people write reports, while ours are detained and questioned. How dirty! Her blunt mockery made Commander Wei feel better inside, easing his frustration. Soon, only 3 people remained in the meeting room. I am Master Xia. I am Master Xia. With that, Commander Wei suddenly stood up and said vaguely, "Shirxia, you can't just say things to help Wen Chungin. Wen Chungin is innocent."
He will be fine.
Shirxia knew Commander Wei didn't want her to admit to illegally leaving the country, and she didn't want that either. She always wanted to live quietly and peacefully. But now it seems that without status, she has no voice. Her husband's achievements were stolen, which shows that no one above them is reliable. Since that is the case, she will take the position above and protect everyone. Master Xia is me. Shirxia repeated herself and shook her head at Commander Wei, then looked at Lao Ma, who had said nothing. I believe Comrade Ma knows what is best to do. Lao Ma and Shirxia exchanged glances, and a silent challenge began. Both knew that Shirxia's success outside was beneficial for comrades working on foreign missions or undercover abroad. Although the higher-ups didn't know exactly what Shirxia's abilities were, her several submissions had already caught their attention. Lao Ma was one of those who knew and was testing her. Fortunately, the top leaders didn't have the same ideas as Lin Cici's brother. They believed Shirxia was controllable and was protecting the country. Such talented people shouldn't be completely restricted, but they also shouldn't be left entirely free. Understood. We really misunderstood Comrade Wen Chungin. Shirxia sneered, showing her experience. It's okay to misunderstand. Just issue a statement to apologize, and the credit will be restored. Issuing a statement is certain, but the credit hasn't been returned yet. We can add an extra point when Comrade Wen Chungin makes his next contribution. Lao Ma relented, but Shirxia refused. No, it has to be this time. Lao Ma looked troubled, mainly because the credit had already been given out, and taking it back would be difficult. The other side wouldn't be easy to handle either. It seems that the person who wants Wen Chungin's credit is very influential. This isn't easy. Lao Ma didn't find Shirxia's guess strange, and nodded honestly. Indeed, so. There is no so. It has to be this time. Shirxia refused to back down, and continued to look at Lao Ma. Did I not mention earlier that I also have a contact in our country? Lao Ma shook his head. Oh, it's not too late to say now. I know we're currently under a technological blockade. I could go to our country for a look, but I don't feel like it right now. Comrade Ma, how do you think we should solve this? Xia asked casually, pretending to be curious. Lao Ma thought for 3 seconds, then made a quick decision. He knew clearly that offending one person or benefiting the entire country was a matter he could distinguish. The credit will be restored. Comrade Ma, your sense of justice. And what about the Qin family, who falsely accused Wen Qing'an? Do you know how to handle that? Xia could act directly herself, but with a knife in hand, why dirty her own hands? Right now, she was a weapon of the state, and the state could also be a weapon for her. Mutually useful. Being used by her country was something Xia could accept very well. Qin family falsely accused military personnel and spread false rumors. They should be imprisoned.
Okay.
And Uncle Wen and Auntie? Procedures are being processed. They will be released immediately. Xia felt satisfied. She stood up and was about to leave when she suddenly stopped and turned around. This is the last time. If anyone dares to touch me again, I will cut off their claws. With a loud sound, Xia left. The room was silent. Old Ma heard Xia's words echoing in his ears and looked at Commander Wei. This Xia has a strong temper. Nonsense. Why should capable people tolerate you? Commander Wei looked at Old Ma with a stern expression. Are you targeting Xia? Old Ma smiled without denying it. Yes, that was true. Commander Wei slammed his fist on the table. Did you deliberately provoke Wen Qing'an to test Xia? I wondered why one mission sent 2 teams, now I understand. Commander Wei suddenly realized and found it hard to accept. How can you use a soldier's future and reputation as a trap? And how do you know Xia will go to FLB? Old Ma stood up calmly. Old Wei, we don't know where she will go. What we want to see is how she will act when her loved ones are in trouble. Commander Wei sneered.
How will she act?
That sounds so nice. You're just testing if Xia has a weakness. Old Ma kept silent with a smile and put on his hat, heading for the door. Wen Qing'an should be promoted to company commander. Get lost. I don't need you to worry about my troops. All right. I won't worry. I'm leaving. Old Ma left. At the same time, Xia had already arrived at the military camp gate. Facing a group of villagers, she smiled. Don't worry, everything is fine. We're going home. Uncle Chow came forward anxiously and asked, Did you promise them anything? No, once Annie and Uncle Wen come out, we'll go home. Uncle Chow nodded and agreed. We're going home. The procedures went smoothly and Uncle Wen and Auntie were released. They weren't subjected to harsh interrogations, just some people offering them water and chatting. But even so, it was quite shocking for them. They are ordinary folks, afraid they might say something wrong and cause trouble for Wen Qing'an. So, from beginning to end, they just kept saying, I don't know and my child is good over and over. Auntie, Uncle Wen. Xia went up to help Auntie, holding her trembling hand and looking into her anxious eyes. Don't worry, everything is fine. Wen Qing'an is fine too. It was all a misunderstanding. Auntie's tears fell quickly. She isn't very clever, but she's not stupid either. When Xia didn't return, she started to investigate. When Xia finally came back, there was a misunderstanding. It must have been Xia who helped cause it. Xia, if Wen Qing'an treats you badly, just hit him. Auntie will help you. Okay, I remember, Xia replied with a smile. She looked at Uncle Wen, who was holding back his emotions, and said, Uncle Wen, let's go home. All right, yes, let's go home. The group headed toward the shore. Commander Chen wanted to speak but hesitated, watching them leave. People from Haisen Island turned around and boarded the boat. At this moment, they finally saw the new boat Xia had brought back. Everyone understood silently. How did our new boat get out? Exactly, I got on the new boat. Me too. A group of people casually boarded the boat. Xia watched happily and then got on as well. Once the boat left, she looked back, then withdrew her gaze. The boat from Haisen Island turned back. Everyone cheerfully returned to Haisen Island. The people left behind ran over, with Uncle San leading the way. Is everything settled? Xia nodded. then turned to stand on a tall reef, addressing everyone from Haisen Island. I, Shirxia, want to thank everyone here. Shirxia bowed and expressed her thanks. She knew that Haisen Island's kindness was driven by mutual benefit, but in moments like this, as long as she could stand up, she should say thank you. Shirxia, you are the pride of Haisen Island. Shirxia is the best leader. Shirxia, we are one family. No need to speak separately. Shirxia straightened up, nodded, and jumped down from the reef. Everyone dispersed and went home. Shirxia followed her grandfather and auntie, walking toward the Shir family. Old Master Su and Old Mountain also relaxed their minds, thinking that if Shirxia hadn't come back and something had happened to the Wen family, they would have gone to find old friends. Fortunately, Shirxia returned, and everything was stable again. Although they were newcomers to Haisen Island, once they lived here, they found it hard to leave. At the Shir family, Shirxia looked at her usually quiet grandfather and the peaceful animals at home, and shook her head with a smile. Grandpa, smile a little? Seeing your granddaughter. Aren't you happy? Grandpa Shir waved his hand to stop Shirxia from wobbling in front of him. Grandpa can't help you. Hearing this, Shirxia felt a pang of sadness and hugged him tightly. You are my grandpa. Without you, I would really be all alone, a child with no one to care for. You are our family. Grandpa Shir held back tears, shyly pushed away Shirxia, and turned around. Nonsense, I'm going to make seafood pancakes. Do you want some? Yes, I do. Add more squid. I like it. The two of them changed the subject naturally. Grandpa Shir wiped his eyes with his sleeve and quickly went inside. Shirxia smiled, crouched down, and looked at Bai Bai, Xiao Hua, and the turtle Lao Lu, who had become quiet and seemed anxious. The turtle no longer looked at everyone with silly eyes. All right, everything's fine now. Let's play if you want. Xiao Hua, I saw by sneaking food from your plate. Bai Bai, Xiao Hua is joking about you. Lao Lu, you've gained weight. Bai Bai and Xiao Hua blinked and started arguing, making the yard lively again. Lao Lu the turtle glared at Shirxia. You're the real Lao Lu. Shirxia ignored their arguing and teasing. Is this really life? It felt like dead water, and she didn't like it. Thinking about it now, she realized she was really a restless person. When Lama happily agreed, Shirxia guessed that the other side was sent by the higher-ups to test her. As for Wen Cheng'en or the entire Haisen Island being a weak spot, Shirxia chose to see it from a different perspective. She thought this was peace of mind, peace for her own heart, and for the country. She never thought about betraying her country. That way, everyone would be better off. That night, Shirxia enjoyed a seafood pancake full of squid. If it hadn't had flour inside, she could have just eaten a piece of squid directly. Grandpa, next time you don't need to put so much in. Eat, or your mouth will be blocked. Grandpa Shir disdainfully changed to a new pair of chopsticks and picked out a lot of squid, placing the pancake in Shirxia's bowl. Eat up. Grandpa, you're so kind. Grandpa Shir smiled proudly and said, Of course. The grandfather and granddaughter finished their meal quickly. Tonight, the people on Haisen Island could finally sleep peacefully. At the same time, Wen Cheng'en was taken to meet Commander Wei, with Lao Ma present in the conference room. Wen Cheng'en's face was full of stubble, but he stood straight with sharp eyes. Wen Cheng'en, are you sure you want to support Master Xia? As long as you give a clear explanation, not only will you be unprepared for this matter, but you will also gain credit. Lao Ma asked, and Wen Cheng'en answered confidently and strongly. Report, I don't know Master Xia. I was just following orders and was taken along naturally during the mission. I wasn't able to refuse at the time. Lao Ma looked helplessly at Commander Wei. Old Wei, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but your people just don't cooperate at all. Commander Wei stood up and faced Wen Cheng'en. Wen Cheng'en, do you know what will happen if you handle this matter badly? Yes, sir, I understand. Understand? I think you don't. For a stranger, you've ignored the teachings of the country and forgotten the training you received from the military. I tell you, not only will you lose your uniform, but your life could also be at risk. Wen Cheng'en's expression remained unchanged, silent. He looked as if he wouldn't speak no matter what you said. Commander Wei was silent for several minutes, then suddenly smiled and patted Wen Cheng'en on the shoulder. You're a good kid. No need to hold back. We know Master Xia is actually Xia. Commander Wei revealed the truth, but Wen Cheng'en still remained unmoved, sticking to his answer. Sir, I don't know who Master Xia is, and I don't think she is my fiancé. Comrade Xia is a patriotic and law-abiding good comrade. Commander Wei's muscles twitched. He was really embarrassed to hear that. Old Ma, who knew well what Xia had done, almost laughed. Wen Cheng'en was quite interesting. But I must say, these two are a perfect match. Xia directly revealed her hand, openly supporting Wen Cheng'en. Wen Cheng'en would rather bear a heavy charge than let go of Xia. Even at this point, he refused to speak. Stop pretending. Xia came back today. She's here. We've talked. Wen Cheng'en still said nothing. Who knows if he's just using words as a tactic? As long as it's not Xia speaking, he won't believe it. In the office, Commander Wei talked until his mouth was dry. Wen Cheng'en remained the same, making him so angry he almost jumped up to hit someone. Fine. You're really something. I give up, okay? Regarding Master Xia, after investigation, your suspicion has been cleared. Your contributions are also recognized. This is an official notice. It will be announced throughout the entire army. Also, after a meeting, Comrade Wen Cheng'en will be promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander. Commander Wei placed several items in front of Wen Cheng'en. He lowered his head. Is he free now? Was what he just said true? Or is this part of a strategy? Thank you, sir. Wen Cheng'en held his thoughts and expressed gratitude, but said nothing else. Go away now, hurry up. Wen Cheng'en grabbed the items and was about to leave when Commander Wei called out again. Stop. You're now a deputy battalion commander, and you can be assigned housing. Wen Cheng'en understood Commander Wei's reminder. Commander Wei was really worried, so he hurriedly married someone to settle things. Wen Cheng'en turned around and chuckled. My family, Xia, makes the decisions. Commander Wei patted his forehead and exclaimed, Oh dear. That's right. Asking you is pointless. Hurry up and go. Yes. Wen Cheng'en left. After going out, he looked at the deputy platoon leader's ID and couldn't help but smile widely. Xia went to bed early that night. She had been drifting at sea for a long time and was very tired. While sleeping, she kept thinking about when Wen Cheng'en might come out. The next morning, a figure quietly got off the patrol boat, carrying a backpack, dressed in military uniform. Comrade, are you looking for someone? The villagers who were up early didn't recognize Wen Cheng'en at first. Aunt San, it's me, Wen Cheng'en. The woman called Aunt San stepped forward, squinting her eyes and looked closely for a while. Oh my, who dares to recognize me? How did I become so strong? I remember I was so skinny a while ago that a gust of wind could me away. Yes, I've been exercising, so I'm a bit stronger now. Wen Cheng'en responded, and Aunt San smiled so much her eyes disappeared. Wow, kid, you can talk now? Wasn't it when you first looked at everyone with no good feelings? Wen Cheng'en didn't mind being called names in front of everyone. He smiled warmly and said, that was because I didn't understand things back then. It was my fault. Aunt San, what are you doing? Let me help you. No need. Go home quickly. Your dad and Mom must be missing you a lot. All right, I'll go now, Aunt San. Wen Cheng'en walked towards the village, but his face suddenly fell. He was lost. The entire village was redesigned by the old mountain man. The houses looked similar, and he didn't know where his home was. Huh? A goose's questioning honk sounded behind him. He suddenly smiled and turned around, looking at Dabai. Dabai. Missed me? Dabai was so scared by Wen Cheng'en's enthusiasm that it took a few steps back. This person was crazy. A funny scene appeared in the village. Dabai ran ahead, and Wen Cheng'en chased after him. Wen Cheng'en was both crying and laughing. But then, even more unbelievable things happened. Dabai's friends came over, holding sticks. Don't bully Dabai. Who is this troublemaker? Stealing our Dabai. Say your name. The children sounded like they had heard stories from a storyteller, all set and dramatic. Wen Cheng'en helplessly introduced himself again. I am Wen Cheng'en, son of Wen Laoshi and Shixia's boyfriend. The first two sentences are fine, but when it comes to the sentence about Shixia's partner, the children become more alert. Does Shixia have a partner? I don't know. Isn't Shixia always just the younger brother? That person seems suspicious. I'm going to find the village chief. The children run off quickly. Wen Cheng'en reaches out to call after them, but he is surrounded by a group of kids. He can't really argue with children, so he just stands quietly inside the circle. Soon, Uncle Chow arrives. Seeing Wen Cheng'en, he smiles. No wonder the children don't recognize him anymore. Even he finds it a bit hard to remember. Wen Cheng'en.
Unso Gao.
Why are you back? Uncle Chow still seems a bit worried that something from yesterday affected him. Wen Cheng'en quickly explains, I got a promotion. Now I am a deputy battalion commander, and I have 5 days off. Promoted? That's great. Really good news. Uncle Chow looks happier than Wen Cheng'en. It shows that Shixia didn't waste her effort. Uncle Chow waves away the children and personally takes Wen Cheng'en for a walk around the village, introducing him to the places along the way. That's the drying yard. Fish that are suitable are dried there, and the price can be more than double. That's the village square. The children's playground is there too. In the evening, when everyone has free time, they chat there and the kids like playing there. Over there is the warehouse, where they pack the hollow vegetables harvested daily and send them out. That's the area for growing seaweed and kelp seedlings. They plant them in the sea later. The community has signed agreements and they harvest there. As Uncle Chow talks about the changes in the village, Wen Cheng'en feels deeply moved. He knows Shixia is impressive, but seeing it with his own eyes makes him realize how many meaningful things she has done. Her partner is truly an extraordinary person. You're home now. This is your house, and next door is Shixia's house. Thank you, Uncle Chow. No problem. Just treat Shixia well. I will for sure. Uncle Chow nods and stops talking. He isn't worried about Shixia at all, but he is concerned about Wen Cheng'en. If Wen Cheng'en doesn't treat Shixia well, the Wen family and Haishan Island wouldn't want him, not to mention that Shixia always seeks revenge quickly. Wen Cheng'en looks at Shixia's house next door, thinks for a moment, and decides to knock on the Wen family's door first.
Come in.
Auntie comes to open the door, and when she sees him, she freezes in surprise. Mom, I'm back. Why are you back? Were you fired? Wen Cheng'en's mouth twitches. It's really his own mother. Mom, I got a promotion. I'm a deputy battalion commander, and I have 5 days off. Oh, that's wonderful. Finally, you can show some strength. Wen Cheng'en, what do you have that's worth showing off? Auntie quickly pulled Wen Cheng'en inside, muttering, I'm just worried you can't match Shixia. It's still a bit short, but it's better than before. Wen Cheng'en suddenly understood. He swore that there would never be conflicts between his wife and mother-in-law and his family. He greeted Wen Laoshi and asked about previous matters. Everything's been investigated.
I'm fine.
If there was any problem, I wouldn't be promoted, right? That's good to hear. Wen Laoshi relaxed and pointed to the next room. Stay home for a few days and keep Shixia company. I know. I won't go anywhere these days. Silly boy, how can you stay nowhere? Take Shixia to town for a walk. Young people in love should show some signs. You had trouble coming out before, and now you finally have time. Why not show some effort? When will you? Wen Cheng'en thought, that sounds a bit awkward. Okay, he replied with a smile. After putting down his backpack, Annie shooed him to the next room. When he reached the neighbor's house, he hadn't even knocked before the door opened. Grandpa sure stood at the door, with Little Gold on the left and Little Eagle on the right, all 6 eyes fixed on Wen Cheng'en. Even though he had seen big scenes before, Wen Cheng'en felt a little nervous, like a son-in-law being scrutinized. You're here. Grandpa sure, I'm here. Wen Cheng'en felt he couldn't even breathe freely. After all, this was Shixia's grandpa.
Come in.
Grandpa sure turned around. Little Eagle and Little Gold didn't move, blocking the door. Wen Cheng'en forced a smile. He knew it wouldn't be easy to get in. Brother Eagle, Brother Gold, can we discuss this? Let me in, okay? Little Eagle and Little Gold didn't move. One of them stretched out a wing. Wen Cheng'en was confused. What did that mean? Gaga gaga. Gaga gaga. Big White fluttered back and forth. Wen Cheng'en watched Big White carrying a fish and placing it on a plate at the door. Little Gold lowered his head and ate it, making 2 loud calls. Wen Cheng'en's eyelids twitched at the sound. Is that how eagles call? But he understood what was happening. He had come empty-handed, which was not very polite. My mistake, I'll be right back. Wen Cheng'en hurried back to the neighbor's house, returning with 2 big fish, which he offered to Little Eagle and Little Gold. They looked at the fish with slight disdain. They thought it was poor quality. Oh well, let him in. Wen Cheng'en didn't realize he was being looked down on by the 2 birds. He happily walked in, wearing his best smile. But Shirxiao wasn't home. He sighed with a wry smile. No wonder he was allowed in. Young Wen, can you fetch water? Yes. It must be yes. Grandpa Shir asked, and Wen Cheng'en answered quickly, carrying an empty water bucket and leaving. Next, after fetching water, he chopped firewood, then swept the yard, pulled weeds, and finally dried fish. All morning, Wen Cheng'en didn't even drink water, working non-stop with great effort to show his best. At noon, Shirxia returned carrying a big basket of fruit. Last night, she dreamed of mangoes and woke up craving them. With strong energy, she decided to go alone to the sea, remembering an island where mangoes grew. Wen Cheng'en? Shirxia put down the fruit basket and looked at Wen Cheng'en, who was sweaty in his tank top. What are you doing? Shirxia. I've become deputy squad leader. Shirxia raised an eyebrow, thinking he was just a company commander. Wow, impressive. Wen Cheng'en scratched his head and smiled. I want to finish this work. Okay. Shirxia glanced at Grandpa Shir, who looked a bit guilty, then walked over and coaxed him no worries. Since you've married my granddaughter, you can let him do whatever he wants. Really? Of course. You're my grandpa. Grandpa Shir nodded confidently, as if holding a magic sword, looking even more commanding. But first, cooking. Do you know how to cook? Yes. Wen Cheng'en followed Grandpa Shir, sweet-talking. Grandpa Shir, I don't know many dishes. Whatever Shirxia likes, I'll learn from you. Don't you even know what Shirxia likes? What are you doing? My mistake, my mistake. Wen Cheng'en smiled politely, not making things difficult, and Grandpa Shir didn't push him too hard. Learn well. My Shirxia isn't someone you marry just to serve. Of course not. Even if we get married later, I'll cook. If I go on a mission and am not home, Shirxia can come back and eat. That's more like it. Grandpa Shir was satisfied with Wen Cheng'en's words and started teaching him how to cook. Shirxia sat in the yard washing her hands, cutting a mango into small pieces with a knife, then eating it on a stick, watching the 2 busy working. Since Wen Cheng'en was on leave, she decided to delay going to our country for a few more days. At noon, Wen Cheng'en ate here, and Shirxia also tasted his cooking. Looking at Wen Cheng'en with hopeful eyes, Shirxia nodded in approval. Not bad, but still a little behind my grandpa. Wen Cheng'en immediately understood and said, of course. Grandpa Shir was pleased, smiling broadly at the 2 of them. In the afternoon, Wen Cheng'en didn't go anywhere and stayed at Shirxia's house, learning to cook with Grandpa Shir. Grandpa Shir thought Wen Cheng'en had too little holiday time, so he decided to make the most of the break to learn something new. One person teaches seriously, one learns seriously, and one watches carefully. In the evening, Wen Cheng'en didn't stay for dinner and went back to accompany Auntie and Uncle Wen. Shirxia saw him off at the door. Wen Cheng'en leaned in closer, tugged at Shirxia's sleeve, and swayed back and forth. Can we go to the land tomorrow? Wen Cheng'en, where did you learn those moves? Shirxia looked at his sleeve. Wen Cheng'en, not feeling shy, said, it's from the heart. Speak normally. Okay. So, about tomorrow? Yes, let's go. Shirxia agreed, and Wen Cheng'en didn't dare to make any more affectionate gestures because several eyes at the door were watching him. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. Shirxia nodded, and Wen Cheng'en, glancing back 3 times, quickly returned to the next house. The next morning, Wen Cheng'en, used to waking early, went for a run in the village. Shirxia also woke up but didn't run. She just sat at a spot watching Wen Qing'an run. After each lap, Wen Qing'an brought something back to Xia, a wild flower, a wild fruit, or a pretty stone. In short, the little joys between lovers might seem silly to outsiders, but they enjoyed it very much. After the morning run, they went back separately to their homes for breakfast. Around 8 o'clock, Wen Qing'an changed into a white shirt and black pants, looking handsome and energetic. Coincidentally, Xia also wore a white shirt and black pants. She looked very nice, with a slightly mischievous and cool vibe. Seeing her, Wen Qing'an praised, "You look great. You're handsome too." They set off together to the pier, waited for the ferry, and started their first date after officially confirming their relationship. When the ferry arrived, they boarded the boat. Wen Qing'an took out a mat from his bag and laid it down.
Cool.
Xia sat down with a nod, showing thoughtful care. Wen Qing'an sat beside her, opened his palm, revealing 5 orange wedge candies. "Eat some candy. I also brought pumpkin seeds, dried shrimp, and shredded squid." On the way, when Xia was thirsty, Wen Qing'an offered her water. When bored, he kept chatting. When she wanted to eat, he had plenty of snacks. Overall, his attentiveness made even strangers jealous. One young couple's girl looked angry, comparing her partner's inattentiveness. Finally, the ferry reached the town. After getting off, Wen Qing'an, familiar with the plan, said, "First, we watch a movie, then eat, and finally go shopping." "Sure, whatever you arrange." Xia had no objections. She was also quite interested in the movie. She had never seen a film from this era before. Wen Qing'an led the way, and the two of them went to the cinema. It wasn't really a cinema, more like a small room with a cloth at the front, film reels at the back, and several long benches in the middle. They sat in the back and watched a classic patriotic film. It was very funny, and Xia laughed several times. Wen Qing'an smiled foolishly many times because she liked it. After the movie ended, they walked out behind others who were discussing the film. As they stepped out, someone uncertainly called from behind, "Chen Qing'an?" Wen Qing'an paused, turned around, and said, "My name is Wen Qing'an now." "Really you? How did you change so much?" Wen Qing'an nodded at the person and introduced, "This is my former neighbor, Mada. He's my boyfriend." He didn't mention his name, because he and Mada were just okay friends.
Hey you.
"What are you doing now?" "I joined the army," Wen Qing'an replied, cutting off Mada's questions. "I have my boyfriend, and we're leaving first." Hey, what's so great about it?" "Just a lousy soldier." After walking a few steps, Xia suddenly turned back, pulled Wen Qing'an, and they returned. "Take out your officer ID."
Oh.
Wen Qing'an obediently took it out, and Xia took it and opened it. "Look carefully with your big eyes. My boyfriend Wen Qing'an is a deputy battalion commander. And also, soldiers are soldiers. Without them defending our country, where would we have peace today? Did you waste your time watching patriotic films? If you dare to insult soldiers again, I will report you." Xia put away the officer ID and pulled Wen Qing'an away. Wen Qing'an's lips curled up, unable to hide his smile. It was really good to be protected by his partner. Xia confidently protected his fiancé. Wen Qing'an was even more proud standing beside him, chin raised, eyes full of pride, as if saying, "Look, he's my partner. Let's go." "Okay." Wen Qing'an hurried to catch up with Xia, quietly saying, "I like it when you protect me. Don't you feel embarrassed being protected by a woman?" "If it were you, I wouldn't feel embarrassed. I wouldn't give other women a chance." Wen Qing'an spoke smoothly and subtly. Xia nodded and said, "That makes sense. With me, I really don't need other women." Wen Qing'an grinned so widely he almost showed his stomach. They went to a state-run restaurant. Xia sat steadily, and Wen Qing'an went to buy food, a big fish, just in time for today's special braised lamb chops, along with stir-fried greens and fishball soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup, paired with plain rice, make for a very good meal. Wen Qing'an brought back the food and took 3 pairs of chopsticks. He didn't eat first, but carefully removed fish bones for Xia. "I can do it myself. This is just a holiday. Give me a chance to show myself, okay?" Shirxia had no way to deal with Wen Cheng'en's sweet, clingy attitude. Okay. Wen Cheng'en continued removing bones, working happily even more than eating. The person eating nearby frowned at him. This man is not very promising. Shirxia saw this and wanted to support him. She didn't want Wen Cheng'en to be looked down on. Eat, don't worry about it. Many people don't know how happy it is to have a loved one. His words made Wen Cheng'en happily coax Shirxia, making her very happy. Wen Cheng'en, keep doing this after we get married. I like it when you make me happy. Shirxia wouldn't want to be wronged. If she liked something, she would tell him. I'm not just coaxing, I truly mean it. After correcting himself, Wen Cheng'en smiled as he watched Shirxia eat. He kept helping her pick dishes, saying, I like you. Whatever you like or dislike, tell me. I won't wrong myself. Shirxia looked up and continued, if there's something you don't like, you can tell me. I might not change it, but I can listen. Wen Cheng'en chuckled happily, looking at Shirxia with affection. You're so cute. I like everything about you. Wen Cheng'en kept expressing his love, making Shirxia a little uncomfortable. Eat your meal properly. Yes. Neither of them cared about others' opinions. Eating well was enough. After leaving the state-run restaurant, Wen Cheng'en wanted to take Shirxia to the supply and marketing cooperative. People say you should give your partner a watch when you're dating. I have a watch and I bought one for you too. It's at home. I'll get it for you later. Wen Cheng'en looked at the watch on Shirxia's wrist and simply said, Thanks, comrade Shirxia. Now let's buy something else. Shirxia understood that today they had to spend the money. Okay, let's go. They arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. The first stop was the pastry section. Wen Cheng'en used all the vouchers he collected from his comrades to buy everything Shirxia liked. Eating was definitely Shirxia's favorite thing. After buying the food, Wen Cheng'en took Shirxia to buy clothes, but Shirxia didn't like wearing dresses. She loved beauty, but she was either working in the sea or fighting, which was not very convenient. In the end, they bought some fabric and a pair of shoes. Shirxia, do you want to buy a bicycle? Bicycle? Wen Cheng'en nodded, took out a bicycle ticket and a radio ticket from his pocket. One was given by Commander Wei, and the other was obtained from Captain Cheng. Shirxia thought about Wen Cheng'en's question. It seemed he didn't use the bicycle much. Let's keep it for now. If I want to buy one later, I will. I don't use it often now. That's fine. Then let's buy the radio. We can listen to it any time. Okay. The shopkeeper looked at them with envy, seeing they had all kinds of tickets. How come such a good man was always taken? Soon, they bought the radio and didn't want to browse anymore. They decided to take the ferry back. In the afternoon after returning, they fiddled with the radio for a while, finally handing it over to Shan Yuan Cheng. This kid is smart. Maybe they should step back a bit. The island's signal was poor, and the radio crackled loudly. Shan Yuan Cheng held the radio, thinking confusedly, could this be to help him set up a signal station? But he still hadn't finished fixing the power issue. In the end, Shan Yuan Cheng built the simplest signal tower, like a basic half-pot tower on a tall tree branch, and finally got the radio to work. Once it made sound, several nearby families came over. The Su family, Shan family, Chu family, and even the neighbor had all gathered to listen, discussing what interested them. It was lively. Shirxia and Wen Cheng'en sat behind everyone, legs close together. Shirxia lightly hooked her finger around Wen Cheng'en's thumb. Suddenly, Wen Cheng'en opened his hand wide, gripping her hand in his palm, unable to hide his smile. In the next few days, Wen Cheng'en and Shirxia went to sea, ran, dived, and climbed mountains together. Besides these activities, Wen Cheng'en spent most of his time improving his cooking skills. Grandpa sure taught, and Annie taught, then Annie taught the villagers. Everyone said the same thing. Shirxia just loves what's ours. When Wen Cheng'en heard this, he didn't know what to do, but just learned. 5 days passed quickly, and Wen Cheng'en was leaving tomorrow. Late at night, around 1 a.m., Shirxia threw a small stone to knock on Wen Cheng'en's window. Wen Cheng'en quietly sneaked out and saw Shirxia on the wall. Shirxia pointed to the roof and whispered, "Look at the stars?" Okay. Wen Cheng'en turned back into the house, grabbed a mat, and came out. Shirxia was already on the roof. Wen Cheng'an climbed up, laid the mat on the roof, sat down with her, holding her hand tightly, even leaning his head close. Shixia didn't push him away, petting him softly, with a couple of touches. Are we going to have separate rooms when we go back?
Yes.
Wen Cheng'an became alert and looked up at Shixia, asking cautiously, Now I am a deputy battalion commander. Since I can get a house, should we choose a private house or a building? A private house. Shixia answered quickly, and Wen Cheng'an smiled foolishly. She didn't refuse. So, does that mean you agree to marry me? Not necessarily.
Huh.
Wen Cheng'an raised his voice a bit, and Shixia nudged him to remind him. Lower your voice.
Oh.
Then how can I marry you? Teach me, I have no experience in dating. Shixia pushed away Wen Cheng'an's face. Are you, perhaps, worried I've been in a relationship before? No, I mean I have no experience, I'm afraid I'll do it wrong. Shixia stopped teasing him and thought for a moment, then said, I think you should at least have a proper proposal ceremony. What do you think?
A ceremony.
Wen Cheng'an pondered thoughtfully and nodded confidently. All right. Then we'll have a ceremony. Shixia and Wen Cheng'an watched the stars for an hour. After stargazing, they came down from the roof. Shixia drove a boat to take Wen Cheng'an back because he had to return to the team at 5 in the morning. At Hyaming Island, Shixia saw Wen Cheng'an to the gate. Actually, I have something to do too.
Huh?
Wen Cheng'an was caught off guard. He saw Shixia go to the guard post, saying she was looking for Commander Cheng. Wen Cheng'an secretly chuckled and volunteered, raising his hand. I'll go call Commander Cheng. Because of Shixia's special status, the guard didn't make things difficult. Wen Cheng'an ran into the camp. He was sure Shixia deliberately came so early. His partner was good. Anyone who bullied him wouldn't get away with it. Early in the morning, Wen Cheng'an knocked on Commander Cheng's door before the morning call. Commander Cheng rolled out of bed, barefoot, clearly in a hurry. With a bang, the door opened. Wen Cheng'an? Reporting to Commander Cheng, Wen Cheng'an has returned to the team. Commander Cheng kicked him lightly. What time is it? Don't you check the time. Reporting Comrade Shixia is looking for you. Commander Cheng paused with 1 foot 3 centimeters from Wen Cheng'an, then finally kicked the door shut again. Not early enough. Get out of here. I'll come out right now. Commander Cheng went back to change clothes, and after dressing, he glared at Wen Cheng'an standing at the door. Are you going to stay here? Hurry back to the team. What are you doing as a deputy battalion commander? Hurry up and learn.
Yes.
Wen Cheng'an left. Commander Cheng quickly ran to the door and indeed saw Shixia. Comrade Shixia. Good morning, Commander Cheng. Commander Cheng's mouth twitched. Don't you know whether it's early or late? It's not early. I've already started exercising. Commander Cheng was stubborn, but Shixia didn't expose him and said, Actually, I mainly want to find Commander Wei. Commander Cheng's eyes lit up suddenly, just like Wen Cheng'an, eager to volunteer. I'll go call him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Commander Cheng ran off. Shixia continued waiting at the door, feeling in a good mood. When she saw Commander Wei and Commander Cheng, she noticed a dirty footprint on Commander Cheng's thigh. Comrade Shixia, why are you here? Have you eaten? The cafeteria here is good. Want to grab a bite? Sure, let's eat. Shixia didn't hesitate and really went to eat. After finishing her meal, she went to Commander Wei's office. This time, only Commander Wei was there. Commander Cheng was completely out of the way. After Commander Cheng left, she smiled helplessly, thinking he was definitely doing it on purpose. That's very Shixia. In the office, Commander Wei brought her tea. I'm going to our country. Cough, cough. Commander Wei choked and looked at Shixia helplessly. Such a secret matter. Can't we keep it a bit more discreet? Shixia ignored him and continued, I'm not going alone. I've thought it over. This time, I plan to disguise myself as a Chinese expatriate in M country and go to our country to wash away unjust gains. I need a skilled technician who understands the details, good at acting, obedient to my plans. I also need a few enforcers, tough-looking, not overly military, and obedient. Additionally, Fu Chong and Lung Xiao should prepare a seemingly high-tech document, something that looks like an advanced technology, to use as a cover. That's all for now. I haven't figured out how to go or what actions to take. Please report this and prepare the personnel. Once everything is ready, I will leave. As for how much technology one can bring back, I don't know and can't guarantee. After finishing, Shirxia took a sip of her tea, nodded to Commander Wei, and stood up to leave. Is that all? What else? Anything you don't understand? Shirxia asked as she turned back. Commander Wei thought for a moment and finally shook his head, feeling it was a bit rushed. Many things are done hastily. Plans are never faster than changes. I'm leaving.
Shirxia really left.
Commander Wei didn't delay either. He made a confidential call and relayed Shirxia's request. Agree to her, support her fully. Yes. Commander Wei got busy. Shirxia returned to Haishan Island, went back to the Shir family, looked at herself in the mirror, and finally decided to go to the town with her bag. She needs clothes and a new look. In town, there is a government-run barbershop. After going in and observing for a while, she politely declined some options and chose the barber she thought was skilled. Cut it short about this length. Shirxia gestured with her hand. The barber was a woman who gently touched Shirxia's hair with care. It's such nice hair, it's a pity to cut it. Shirxia's hair was indeed beautiful. Since she arrived, her supernatural power had nourished it, making it black and shiny, with no split ends. It could grow longer, but she felt a shorter style would look cooler.
Cool?
The barber smiled when she heard that and asked, Are you sure you want to cut it? Yes, cut it.
All right.
With a snip, her hair was cut to her neck. A thick, shiny braid was set aside. Under Shirxia's guidance, the barber carefully achieved the style Shirxia wanted. After applying some hair gel, Shirxia transformed into a classic short hairstyle seen in Hong Kong movies. She wasn't short, and with her confident aura, she looked like a handsome young man. The barber understood what Shirxia meant by handsome. If she weren't married, she'd really want to ask about her family, her age, whether she was married. Thank you, I like it very much. Shirxia paid and added the receipt for the haircut, then left the barber shop. She planned to buy some high-quality fabric to ask Madame Chu to make 2 good suits. People of status should wear clothes that match their status. Shirxia looked around the supply store, but couldn't find any fabric she liked. After thinking for a moment, she decided to leave it to the store to prepare the fabric for her, saving herself some trouble. Thinking of this, she was ready to go back. As she walked, she noticed many young girls staring at her. Shirxia, with her short hair, wore a white shirt and black pants. Her face was androgynous, and she looked very handsome. Lin Cece just finished work and kept looking at the handsome young man. She felt she recognized him, but didn't dare to confirm. Lin Cece, Shirxia called out. Lin Cece's mouth suddenly opened wide. Shirxia, it's really you. Lin Cece ran over, circling Shirxia several times, and sighed. Why aren't you a boy? Shirxia pushed Lin Cece's forehead and asked, Did you just finish work? Yes. By the way, my mom cooked longevity noodles today because it's my birthday. Would you like to come over? Your birthday? Lin Cece nodded eagerly, looking at Shirxia with anticipation. Since she had nothing else to do, Shirxia decided to agree. Okay, I'll go.
Great.
My mom will be so happy. The two of them walked back together. Before Lin Cece reached home, someone quickly ran ahead to deliver a message to the Lin family. Lin Cece's mom, your daughter has brought a boyfriend home. He looks so handsome. Boyfriend?
Impossible.
Lin's mother felt nervous. She dabbed her hands on her apron, smiled politely, and talked to the messenger. Inside, she was already thinking about whether to slap or use a ruler later. That girl, daring to bring a boy home, she really doesn't learn her lesson. Last time, that Chen family guy was just a useless troublemaker. Lin's mother stepped out of the door, trying to control her expression. She wanted to see what kind of person he was.
Wow.
Her eyes flashed with surprise. Her daughter's eyes were almost glued to the boy, no proper modesty at all. But then again, maybe it's understandable. Whose young man is he? He's very handsome. No, I shouldn't just look at his face. Being good-looking doesn't mean he's a good person. Her mind kept turning over different thoughts. As Shirxia and Lin Cece got closer, she became more curious. He looks very familiar. Lin auntie, I'm here again for a meal, Shirxia said. Lin's mother's expression was the same as Lin Cece's, her mouth rounded in surprise. In the next moment, Lin Cece was pushed aside by her mother. Shirxia. Oh my, I didn't recognize you. You look so good. I was just thinking Lin Cece dares to bring people home again. I was about to scold her, but then I saw you and thought, maybe it's okay.
Ha ha ha.
What a funny joke. Come in quickly, come in. Shirxia was pulled into the house by the enthusiastic Lin mother. Lin Cece called out helplessly from behind, Mom. I'm still here. Aren't you growing legs yourself? Lin's mother didn't turn around. She looked at Shirxia with admiration, like she was a rare treasure. So handsome. Too handsome. If I were a few years younger, I wouldn't have anything to do with Uncle Lin. Shirxia chuckled happily, showing no embarrassment.
Sit down.
I'll make you some hand-pulled noodles. Mom, it's my birthday. Isn't that celebrated every year? Lin Cece, her own mother. Shirxia smiled warmly and patted the spot on the sofa. Sit here.
Coming.
Lin Cece moved closer, a little too close. She didn't have many good friends. Because of the incident with Chun, people at the hospital had looked at her with mockery. She stopped hanging out with them afterward. Shirxia, I bought several new dresses. Come see them with me? New dresses? Do you have someone you like now?
No.
Lin Cece shook her head and whispered, I don't dare to look for someone on my own. Our hospital is organizing a friendship event with the military, and I signed up. Lin Cece shyly lowered her head and whispered, I'm already 23. Shirxia almost wanted to laugh, but she knew Lin Cece was eager to get married soon. Okay, I'll go with you to see. Lin Cece happily pulled Shirxia and called out to the kitchen, Mom, Shirxia and I are going upstairs. Go ahead. When the food is ready, I'll call you. Okay. The two went upstairs. Lin Cece's bedroom had a very girlish feel, with a green floral bed curtain, a checkered desk, water pens, a pencil holder, small boxes, and various small items neatly arranged. Sit here. Shirxia was seated on the bed as Lin Cece opened her wardrobe and took out 3 dresses. Can you help me decide? The friendship event involves dancing, and our supervisor said it's best to wear dresses. At the event, I'll wear these small black leather shoes and this hairpin. Lin Cece had romantic hopes about love and a bit of youthful fantasy. Shirxia didn't say anything practical, but cooperated by giving her advice. Each dress looked lovely, and with Shirxia's help, Lin Cece finally chose the green dress with small flowers, full of spring and youthful feelings. After choosing, Lin Cece sat next to Shirxia and shared her girlhood thoughts. Shirxia, do you have a boyfriend? Yes, actually a fiancé. We'll probably get married soon. Shirxia thought Wen Qing'an would definitely want to create a sense of ceremony and would act on it whenever possible. Really? Then you must invite me to your wedding. Of course. Shirxia promised, and Lin Cece sighed with envy. That's so nice. All I want in life is to find someone I like who also likes me, have a son and a daughter, and live happily ever after. It will happen. Shirxia nodded confidently. They chatted for a while longer, talking about Shirxia's boyfriend from Haiming Island, her future military life, and the new houses built on Ha San Island. Soon, Lin's mother called everyone to eat. Shirxia came down shortly after, and Uncle Lin saw her and paused for a second, though his eyes were sharper than Lin's mother and daughter. Shirxia. Uncle Lin. You scared me. I almost thought there was a man in the house. Everyone started talking as they began Lin Cece's birthday dinner. Everyone was eating noodles, but Lin Cece's noodles were a single long strand, symbolizing longevity. They are hand-pulled noodles, served with a special meat sauce made by Mom Lin. It was really delicious. Mom Lin understood. Shirxia, I made extra sauce. You can take some home, it will last 2 or 3 days. Then I won't be polite. Shirxia accepted it. After the meal, Shirxia didn't rush to leave because the fairy time had already passed. She promised Lin Cece to stay here overnight and take her to High Sand Island tomorrow for a day of fun, then bring her back the day after. Mom Lin and Uncle Lin trusted Shirxia very much and agreed, without hesitation. That night, Shirxia stayed in the guest room at the Lin family. However, since she didn't inform them in advance that she wouldn't return, she found a phone and called Hyaming Island. Please find Wen Qing'an. Wen Qing'an came over to listen to the call, worried, and asked, Shirxia?
I'm Fine.
I gave you that bamboo whistle. It and Little Gold or Little Eagle will send me a message back to High Sand Island. I'm staying in town today and not returning. Don't worry about me at home.
Okay.
Wen Qing'an didn't ask any questions, sensing that Shirxia was teasing him. Won't you ask where I am staying? If you tell me, I'll know. If you don't, I don't need to know. I trust you completely. Wen Qing'an's words weren't romantic. They were sincere. Shirxia didn't bother to lie. I'm at the Lin family, at Lin Cece's house. Tomorrow, I'll take her to visit High Sand Island. Good. Wen Qing'an didn't ask further, but after she told him, a smile was on his face and in his eyes that he couldn't hide. After hanging up, Wen Qing'an first went to report, blowing the bamboo whistle under the jealous eyes of Commander Chung and Leader Wei. Soon, Little Eagle came over, looking at Wen Qing'an with familiarity.
What?
Send a message to Shirxia. Wen Qing'an placed the written note at Little Eagle's mouth. Little Eagle proudly took it and flew away without giving him a single glance. Commander Chung looked on enviously. It would be so good if we had that. Leader Wei also envied him and turned to look at Wen Qing'an again. You, kid, when will you submit your marriage report? Wen Qing'an was caught off guard by the question. Why did Leader Wei seem more anxious than him? What are you looking at? I'm asking you. You submitted your love report early, but what about your marriage report? And the housing application? You need to hurry. He quickly brought Shirxia to the army. Everything else was easy to handle. I'm working on it. Hurry up. Leader Wei left, and Commander Chung, with bright eyes, happily approached Wen Qing'an. Wen Qing'an cautiously took a step back. Captain, what are you doing? We're kind of destined to meet. I noticed you. You joined the army, were assigned to our battalion, and now you're the deputy battalion commander. Our relationship. Commander Chung started trying to build a connection. Wen Qing'an listened with suspicion. My neighbor Lao was transferred away, so his house is empty. The house faces that direction with no neighbors nearby. I think Shirxia might like it. Wen Qing'an understood. This was about becoming neighbors with Shirxia. Thank you, Commander. I'll go take a look later. Why wait? Let's go now. Commander Chung pulled Wen Qing'an quickly to look at the house. The Little Eagle, which had flown ahead, arrived at High Sand Island in no time, directly reaching Shir's front yard to find Shan Yuancheng. Shan Yuancheng was tinkering with some parts, and when he saw the Little Eagle fly down with something in its beak, he knew it was a letter. Hello, Little Eagle. Shan Yuancheng walked over, took the letter, unfolded it, and headed toward Shir's house. Grandpa Shir, Shan Yuancheng called out from the doorway without entering because he wasn't very clean. Grandpa Shir came out from inside. Grandpa Shir, Sister Shirxia isn't coming back today. The Little Eagle brought a letter.
Got it.
The next day at the Lin family, Lin's mother woke up early and made a bowl of mixed noodles for Shirxia, who ate 3 bowls. It's so good. I just love seeing food I can eat. After breakfast, Shirxia and Lin's mother prepared some snacks and left. According to Lin's mother, Lin Cece was visiting for the first time, and she couldn't go empty-handed because there were elders at the Shir house. Shirxia was polite and simply took her leave. She took Lin Cece onto the ferry. Lin Cece was very excited, feeling nervous, like going to meet a good friend's family. Shirxia, is Big White still at your house? Shirxia smiled, recalling how Lin Cece was chased and bitten by Big White the first time she visited. Yes, but don't worry, Big White won't hurt you. I'm not afraid. Lin Cece kept her composure confidently. When the ferry arrived at High Sand Island, Shirxia led Lin Cece off the boat. Shirxia, did you get a haircut? It wasn't hard for islanders to recognize Shirxia. They looked at her demeanor, gait, and silhouette. Third auntie, tell me, am I handsome? Handsome. So handsome. Third auntie was full of admiration. After chatting for a few words, Shirxia continued on her way. Next, Lin Cece witnessed what it meant to be popular. Walking just a few meters, I met someone. Everyone greeted Shirxia warmly. Shirxia happily responded to each person, calling them by the correct name. This friendly atmosphere made Lin Cece feel both envious and happy. The children all gathered around Shirxia, calling her big sister Shirxia. While admiring the new house on Haishan Island, Lin Cece also admired how well-liked Shirxia was. It took half an hour to walk a 10-minute distance to Shirxia's home. Usually, I just say hello, but today I talked a bit longer because I saw my new hairstyle. Clean your shoes before coming in.
Oh.
Lin Cece already knew about Grandpa Shirxia's cleanliness obsession. Shirxia emphasized this, so she wouldn't upset Grandpa. Lin Cece cooperated by wiping her shoes and followed Shirxia into the yard. Grandpa, I'm back. I brought you some wine. Grandpa Shirxia came out from the backyard, walking a little faster, and asked, "What kind of wine?"
Good wine.
Tonight, we'll have some snacks to go with it, just the two of us. This is my good friend Lin Cece. She's staying with us for the night. Lin Cece politely stepped forward. Hello, Grandpa Shirxia. Good. My Shirxia also has girlfriends. That's great.
Come in and sit.
Grandpa Shirxia was very warm and welcoming, even ignoring Shirxia's short hair. Shirxia leaned in and asked, Grandpa, didn't you notice I look different?
I saw it.
Your hair is shorter. Shirxia pouted, proud that her grandpa was very precise in his comments. The new house was large, with extra rooms that were clean and well-maintained. Grandpa Shirxia cleaned the unused rooms every day. After settling in, Shirxia decided to take Lin Cece out to play.
Can you swim? Lin Cece hesitated.
Not very well. No problem. I'll teach you. The water's a bit cold, but we'll wait until noon. I'll also show you and the animals around.
Huh.
Lin Cece was surprised but became excited when they reached the beach. She saw Shirxia whistle, and soon a group of dolphins swam over, chirping happily around her. Come here, Shirxia called, and they got on a small boat. Lin Cece's heart was pounding as she touched a dolphin, smiling happily. Shirxia, I touched one. Shirxia smiled silently, proud of her. Once the dolphins played enough, a big, chubby dolphin came over, startling Lin Cece. It's okay. This is Pong Pong, my good friend.
Pet it.
It will like you. Lin Cece also touched a killer whale, and she was so excited she couldn't speak. Next, Shirxia took Lin Cece to a deserted island to teach her how to swim. Turtle Alu also came along to protect Lin Cece. In less than an hour, Lin Cece was already swimming very well. After she finished, Shirxia handed her a towel. Shirxia, today's experience is more exciting than 20 years of my life. The turtle carried me. Oh my goodness! Lin Cece was so excited. Watching Shirxia, she made a decision. She wanted to find someone on Haiming Island and stay close to Shirxia. Life would be very interesting that way. Shirxia didn't know about Lin Cece's decision. She just smiled and continued playing with her. They didn't return until the afternoon for dinner. That evening, Grandpa Shirxia made several dishes. Shirxia drank wine with him. Neither of them wanted to lose, so they finished all the wine they brought back. Finally, Grandpa Shirxia was carried inside by Shirxia, and she was perfectly fine. Later, Shirxia knocked on Lin Cece's door and gave her a bag of pearls. Birthday gift. Make a necklace or bracelet with these. They're all sizes and colors. No need to thank me. I have lots of these. My friends from the sea often give me pearls, so they're not expensive. Lin Cece opened the bag, and the shiny, smooth pearls sparkled, catching her eye immediately. Thank you, Shirxia. I really like it. Shirxia nodded and said, Rest early. I'll take you back tomorrow. After seeing Lin Cece off, she probably was about to leave soon. The next morning, Lin Cece took the ferry back at 8 a.m. She returned with many bags and packages. Grandpa Shirxia had given her so many things. To Grandpa Shirxia, Shirxia was a real man. Look at her hairstyle. Finally having a female friend. He wanted to help. Shirxia understood Grandpa Shirxia's worries and let him busy himself, without interfering. After sending Lin Cece off, Shirxia went to find Shan Yuan Cheng and his grandfather. The grandfather and grandson sat across from Shirxia, both young and old, not understanding why Shirxia was looking for them. I have a batch of gold. Old Shan stood up and went to close the door. Shirxia was still too young. How could she talk about such things openly? She wanted to laugh, but didn't say anything. When old Shan returned, she continued, I want to give them a new look. In other words, melt it down and reshape it. So, what should I do? What temperature? What mold should I use? Where can I find these materials? Shirxia explained her questions clearly. Shan Yuancheng and old Shan started to think. The quartz crucible will do, and the graphite mold can be shaped based on what sister prefers. Grandpa can make it happen. As for the temperature, is sister in a hurry? Shirxia nodded. Yuan Cheng's small face looked serious as he quietly asked, Can I tell Teacher Fuqiang? Yes, you can. Yuan Cheng's serious expression eased a bit as he said, That's even better. Their lab has all kinds of materials. Hearing this, Shirxia agreed. She stood up directly. Old man Yuan, bring your tools, let's go. Sister, can I come too? Let's go. Shirxia took the two of them and headed straight to Haiming Island to find Fuqiang and Leng Qiu. Without any unnecessary words, Shirxia said, I need to ask you both something privately. What can I do for you? Leng Qiu looked very serious and replied, Killing people is not okay. I have no experience. Fuqiang looked at Leng Qiu with a speechless expression. Shirxia, do you need help killing someone? Shirxia thought to herself, Maybe you should be a bit more cautious around me. I want to melt some gold secretly. Leng Qiu, hearing this, felt involved and said, I'll go get the spray gun. Fuqiang said, I'll handle the other materials. We'll meet here in half an hour. The two worked together very smoothly, almost as if they were just waiting for today to happen. Of course, this was only because Shirxia spoke first, and they were so straightforward. Every time they asked Shirxia for help, she risked her life to make sure everything went well. They felt they owed her a lot if they didn't return the favor. Soon, the five of them boarded a boat and left. When Commander Wei heard the news, he looked at the political commissar and asked, What is Shirxia playing at? It's impossible to hide what she's doing in the army. Commissioner Li sipped his tea leisurely. They're not trying to hide anything. She's using her own money to help us. What more do you want? Commander Wei was speechless. I didn't think of anything. Not only did he not want to interfere, but he also had to help suppress it.
Suddenly, he began to understand.
Meanwhile, Shirxia and a few others changed to a bigger boat, sailed far out, and arrived at the place where she hid the gold. They looked around, and there wasn't even a reef in sight. The vast sea stretched endlessly. Besides murder and dumping bodies, they really couldn't think of any other reason why this spot would be suitable. Shirxia, the gold? It's below. Wait here, I'll go get it. With a splash, Shirxia dove into the sea. The people on the boat looked at each other in surprise. This place was so remote, it was useless to tell them about it. They wouldn't find it, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to retrieve the gold. It's impossible. About 20 minutes later, Shirxia returned. Leng Qiupei admires as she looks at her watch and then at Shirxia. They are all humans, so how can Shirxia be so amazing? Wait a little longer. Shirxia pulls a box out of the water and places it on the boat, then dives back down. After a few times, 5 boxes of gold are arranged on the deck. Shirxia comes up, starts the boat, and takes a few people to a nearby small island to begin work. They set up a temporary gold refining factory and officially start operations. Yuan Cheng begins to regret. Why did he come here? Just to do work? After 3 days, Shirxia finishes refining the gold. The fabric she requested from Commander Wei has arrived. She has Chu Fu make several outfits for her. 5 more days pass, and Shirxia is invited to Haiming Island. The team going with her is chosen 7 people in total. 2 of them are familiar, Li Daniu and Ma Jishu. Shirxia's first thought is, Ox and Horse Team. Ma Jishu was the one who saw the latest ship from our country and was called over by Commander Wei. very excited. As for wily Dainyu was chosen, it's because he looks the most rebellious and is genuinely loyal to Shirxia, so he came willingly. When Chang'an was not selected, his overly eager eyes when he saw Shirxia were enough to disqualify him. The team is well organized, and Shirxia prepares to depart. She drives the boat she brought back from FLB, and they set out. They leave without a plan, with nothing prepared. On the first day at sea, Shirxia catches several big fish and shares them with everyone. Don't be shy, brothers. Shirxia has fully stepped into her role. Those able to carry out the mission are all elites. No one is foolish, and they all start calling her boss too. Thus, Boss Xia is born. On the first day, Shirxia assigns them names: Xia Yi, Xia Er, Xia San, Xia Si, Xia Wu, Dainyu, and Uncle Ma. Their ranks are clear. During the days of sailing on the boat, besides eating and drinking, under Shirxia's excellent leadership, their rebellious spirit grows stronger, and their soldier-like attitude diminishes. After 7 days drifting, Shirxia is satisfied and finally heads toward our country's waters. They avoid patrol ships along the way and, in the early hours after midnight, approach the coast. Shirxia goes ahead, and the others stay put. The brothers Mu Hai just arrived in our country a few days ago, and this time they plan to wash a batch of gold. In Mu Hai's room, Shirxia knocks on the bedside. Mu Hai opens his eyes, looks at the familiar scene before him, and closes his eyes again. Just dreaming. It must be a dream. Stop pretending, get up quickly. What are you dreaming about? Mu Hai opens his eyes, looking at Shirxia with a hint of pain in his gaze. Great ancestor with the big sword, why are you here again? You came here for a reason, and this time I brought a batch of gold. Mu Hai stood up, feeling a bit more energetic. What do you need again?
Tech.
Any kind of technology, as long as it's better than what's available domestically. I want it all, and I brought a large amount. This time, I plan to make a move myself. Shirxia looked at Mu Hai and continued, from now on, don't call me by my full name and sword. Just call me Xiao Ming, Brother Xia. Mu Hai's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, what a unique nickname. Does she really have the surname Xia? Xia, brother, what are you planning to do publicly? Shirxia raised an eyebrow. To appear as a rich guy from M country, coming here to clean up. As for how I do it, I think investing in some factories is quite reasonable.
Mu Hai understood.
He thought for a moment and asked the question he had been wanting to ask. Who are you really working for? Myself. Mu Hai didn't believe him, but since the other person didn't want to say, he wouldn't ask further. That was already crossing a line. How much gold do you have? 10 tons with me and more. How much more? 10 tons. Shirxia answered, and Mu Hai held his breath. He risked a lot, trading within China, then crossing the sea to our country, and now risking again, yet his total assets weren't even 1 ton. She casually brought out 10 tons to test the waters? The difference was huge. He even thought about robbing her on the big road. Thinking of everything Shirxia had brought before, the amount, he realized it was just 10 tons of gold. What's so special about that? It wasn't even his, but he had handled the work. Facing Shirxia, Mu Hai always had a surprising mental victory strategy. This person was mysterious and unpredictable, with skills beyond normal. He couldn't afford to offend her. 10 tons isn't a small amount. It takes time to plan. I know, so I brought people here. Mu Hai suddenly tried to stand up but remembered he was only wearing shorts, so he sat back down heavily. You brought people? Of course. As a boss, how could I be without my subordinates? Shirxia looked at Mu Hai and his blanket. Mu Hai awkwardly pressed the blanket down and explained, I'm dressed now. Though he was wearing little. Shirxia raised an eyebrow. I didn't plan for it.
Mu Hai.
They didn't continue talking. Shirxia left first, and as she stepped out, she saw Mu Shan. Mu Shan looked calm and said, Only you could come in without me noticing. So you still need to practice. Shirxia nodded at Mu Shan and left. Mu Shan looked unhappy and pouted, saying, Keep practicing, or you'll lose your life. At that moment, Mu Hai finished dressing and came out, exchanged a glance with Mu Shan, and both showed a look of silent understanding and helplessness.
They followed Shirxia.
Soon, Shirxia called down the 7 people on the boat and introduced them.
Oldma, Daniu, Xiai, Xiaer, Xiasan, Xiasi, Xiawu. Muhaya smalt twitchet wildly.
Could these names be more fake? However, these people looked rough and fierce, different from what he had guessed. Could she really be doing this for himself? The group entered Mu Hai's house. They didn't waste time and started discussing the plan. Mu Hai spoke first. My name is Mu Hai. This is my older brother Mu Shan. I have a company here, but it doesn't have real business. Basically, we sell information. We're middlemen from China, now just middlemen. Since you, Xia Laoda, are familiar with me, I won't beat around the bush. I will help you clean this batch of gold. As for how to do it, Mu Hai looked at Shirxia, who took over the conversation. Extravagance, indulgence, drunkenness, spending money, fishing for trouble. Everyone understood what was meant. The next step was to arrange Shirxia's identity, creating a background story and standardizing the language. After verifying everything, everyone took a short break. The performance would start at nightfall tomorrow, but no big shot would go out during the day to indulge in pleasures. At dawn, Mu Hai and Mu Shan left to prepare equipment for Shirxia. Shirxia was generous and handed a large gold bar to Mu Shan. This counts as my debt. Okay.
Mu Hai didn't refuse and left.
Only their own people remained in the house. Lao Ma and Xia Yi, the leader of the small team, came over to check if Mu Hai could be trusted. I don't know. I only know he's afraid of death. Don't worry. We'll take it step by step. Since I dare to come here, I have the ability to bring you all back. Just do what I tell you. Shirxia turned to rest. In the afternoon, Mu Hai and Mu Shan returned, bringing a car, some weapons, and a few items to boost their style. By 10 o'clock at night, most people were asleep, but the nightlife was just beginning. 3 black cars sped through the night, entering a sea of neon lights, full of bright colors, lively music, and noise. Young men and women with strange hairstyles lay on the streets with empty bottles, groups of people shouting at each other, the roar of modified cars, short skirts, high heels, and spaghetti straps. All of this created the bustling nightlife scene. The car stopped, and several sharp-eyed people got out first, standing guard in different directions. Mu Hai was wearing a flashy shirt and a messy hairstyle, bending down to open the door for Shirxia. In front of him, there was a pair of sleek black leather shoes, well-cut black trousers, and a shiny belt with a sparkling buckle. Looking up, the shirt was unbuttoned at the top 2 buttons, and underneath, he wore a handmade embroidered vest. A suit jacket was draped over his shoulders, unbuttoned. He put one hand in his pocket, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and then took it out flicking it gently. Sparks flew into the night sky and landed in a water puddle. This man looked handsome, dressed in a style that was neither too fancy nor too plain, with a charming aura that attracted attention. He seemed indifferent to the world and young enough to make others wonder. Who is he? What does he do? Let's go and see what's different about this, our country nightclub compared to ours. Shirxia led the way confidently, with Daniu closely watching the surroundings, ready to pounce at any sign of trouble. Meanwhile, Mu Hai was guiding them, with other bodyguards following behind.
Old Ma was not there.
This was the most famous nightclub in our country, and naturally, the manager would come over to greet them. Welcome, everyone. Shirxia didn't even glance at the manager. Mu Hai was responsible for translating. Shirxia frowned as he listened and waved his hand dismissively. Then, Xia stepped forward, pulling a handful of golden sunflower seeds from his pocket. Shirxia doesn't like to talk too much. The biggest, best private room. These are for you. The manager, experienced and worldly, was surprised to see him handing over golden sunflower seeds. Rare to see such a gesture.
Please, this way.
Nightclubs usually reserve an emergency private room in case any big boss gets a sudden idea. Now it was put to good use. Shirxia followed the manager. As they passed a dancing beauty, he flirtatiously threw a charming wink. The beauty, seeing a handsome man and a group of people with him, approached confidently and started dancing passionately. Shurxia showed a mischievous smile, holding the woman's waist with one hand and pulling her forward forcefully. Your waist is quite strong. The woman didn't understand the words, but could read the body language. Shurxia's sudden move made Muhai feel surprised and confused. Is he too skilled at this? He seriously doubted his previous assumptions. Could someone like this be trained by the state? Thinking this, Muhai shouted encouragingly, Shurxia is mighty. Shurxia didn't loosen his hold on the woman's waist, but instead led her into the private room. Luxurious living starts now. Shurxia enters the private room and sits in the middle. The beautiful woman who pulled him in leans softly on his shoulder. Shurxia pushes the woman away without looking, his palms open naturally. Daniel immediately takes out a cigar box from his pocket, skillfully prepares a cigar, lights it, and hands it to Shurxia.
Boss.
Shurxia calmly takes a puff, the smoke blowing onto the woman's face. She tries to get closer again with a flirtatious look, but Shurxia pushes her away in annoyance. Just as the woman looks dissatisfied, Shurxia waves his hand. His bodyguard behind him takes out 10 small gold bars and places them on the coffee table. Muhai, bring out the best wine and call the prettiest girl. Yes, old Shur. Muhai humbly bows and points to the gold bars and the manager, saying, Old Shur only likes gold bars, not cash. You see, bring the wine and call the people. Old Shur likes lively places. Don't worry, you'll get your share. The manager isn't stupid. Gold bars are definitely better than cash. He quickly bows and leaves, arranging for fine wine, fruits, and of course, beautiful women. The woman next to Shurxia sees the gold bars and only has one thought. Rich, strong legs, embrace. She coquettishly leans over, her hand restlessly sliding onto Shurxia's leg. Shurxia calmly exhales smoke, crosses his legs, and lounges confidently on the sofa, raising an eyebrow at the woman beside him.
Dance for me.
Muhai dutifully translates with a smile. Inside, the bodyguards are impressed. This doesn't look like a rookie at all. Shurxia's disguise as a man is flawless. His smooth and natural manner is impressive. The woman nearby immediately stands up, showing her most alluring smile, constantly displaying her perfect curves. She steps onto the table and begins a seductive dance. When the manager re-enters, the room is already a bit heated. Few of the dance clothes remain. Shurxia, with a roguish attitude, casually tosses a handful of gold coins like a reward to a dog. Not bad, get out. Muhai translates again. The woman, unable to be happy, is quickly asked to leave. She wanted to go further? No one to stop. That's the way to survive.
Muhai ser.
The woman looks unwilling, but the bodyguards don't give her a chance, especially Li Dinyo, whose big eyes stare fixedly at her. I have to watch my boss. These people all want to take advantage of him. As for the boss taking advantage of others, Li Dinyo said he didn't see anything, and his boss always does the right thing. Next, the scene became glamorous and intoxicating. Sometimes, alcohol isn't just for drinking. Splashing it around can be fun too. Dancing, flirtatious, wet clothes, smoke, wine glasses. Golden sunflower seeds looked just like real seeds, handed out constantly, and around Shurxia, there were many smiling companions. Around 3 a.m., Shurxia left holding the most beautiful woman in the room. That night, without any promotion from Shurxia himself, a young man from overseas who loved flowers became famous. That afternoon, the woman Shurxia took away left the hotel confused, holding a small golden sunflower seed given by Shurxia. But what exactly happened last night? She couldn't remember clearly. She only remembered taking a shower in the bathroom, someone trying to come in, and everything afterward being blurry. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall more. She decided not to think about it anymore, since she already had the sunflower seed. The woman left, and Shurxia continued. Over 3 days of lavish spending, someone finally took the bait. Someone contacted Muhai, asking about Shurxia's background. Muhai carefully explained that Shurxia was a top figure in Chinatown, involved in some gold trading, and came here to spend. People who understood knew that all that spending was just a cover. He was here to clean his gold. The M organization strictly monitors financial flows. Such a large amount of gold, unless not spent, would need to be converted into digital money. But a huge sum of mysterious money coming in was absolutely not allowed. That same day, an invitation to an auction was delivered. Xia went there. He bid the highest that night, showing off his wealth in every way. After the auction, Xia remained high-profile, getting into his car. As the car left the auction scene, Xia looked a bit excited. There's going to be a fight. Suddenly, 4 cars appeared next to theirs, blocking the way and crashing in from all sides. Long over the river didn't come just for fun. The local gangsters wouldn't easily give up their territory. But Xia wasn't afraid at all. She would use her strength to show them she was a tough opponent who could crush anyone with her teeth. Crash back, Xia ordered, and the driver, Xia Yi, suddenly turned the steering wheel sharply. With a loud bang, the car on the left was pushed off the road. At this moment, the car on the right sped up and closely followed, holding a weapon. Xia Yi, experienced in fighting, and Mu Hai's chosen car, with good performance, suddenly accelerated past the car on the right, then slammed on the brakes. The car behind crashed into them. The car that Xia was in was completely undamaged, while the car behind had its front hood flown off. Xia Isong slammed on the brakes, accelerated, shifted gears, and suddenly the car started moving quickly in place, with smoke rising from the tires as they rubbed against the ground. It sped straight toward the 2 cars behind. The reckless driving scared the 2 cars behind, and because of the high speed, they couldn't react in time. Xia's car sped through the space between the 2 vehicles behind. She rolled down the window, made a finger gun with her hand, and with a wild smile, she made a bang sound, startling the people inside the opposite car. Xia sneered, blew on her finger, and even had time to say goodbye. Her car left gracefully and easily. Xia Isong looked at the car with a puzzled expression. When did she become so skilled? Today's car was so smooth it didn't seem real. Xia withdrew her supernatural power and went back to rest. Since her aggressive probing didn't work today, she knew someone would come knocking tomorrow. Sure enough, as she predicted, someone contacted Mu Hai voluntarily. In the hotel, Mu Hai found Xia. The basic plan is to set up a shell company, make profits from investments, auction gains, and stock investments. Xia nodded and said, "Set a time. We'll meet tomorrow to talk." Okay. Mu Hai went to arrange the meeting. The next day, Xia met the other person, who was dressed sharply in a suit, looking professional. The other person listed several investment methods, and Xia took a look. "I want everything to be clean. It can be long-term, but you must trust us." The other person confidently said, "Don't worry, we're professionals." In this way, both sides reached an agreement. Under Xia's fake identity, a shell company, Summer Machinery, was established. With a large amount of capital injected and information flowing from the top, Summer Machinery, equipped with the most advanced U.S. technology, went to country R to look for investment opportunities. The news spread quickly. Various interested parties wanted to find opportunities and seek a chance to cooperate. Xia prefers quick and decisive actions. After the news was spread, she and Lao Ma started scouting factories. Summer Machinery was just a front factory with a few fake contracts to make the money look legitimate. They only needed to pretend to look for factories on the surface, buy a few abandoned production lines, and fake the appearance of operation. But what others didn't know was that Xia was after the technology behind these. This step was the most important part for them. Research and technology, or mechanical technology, are advancing very quickly. Our country now is very similar to China in the late 1990s, with everything rising rapidly. Industry is developing even faster. If you don't improve, you might be replaced in the next moment. Therefore, Oldma has many options to choose from. Most of the time, the other side invites them over. They look at production lines casually and review materials freely, just to secure investment from Summer Machinery. Old Ma is like a cat that dives into a school of fish, eating so fast he has no time to rest. During the day, he observes. At night, he researches. He wishes there were 48 hours in a day. Meanwhile, Xia just pretends to be interested, acting like he's wealthy, but still choosing carefully. A week later, the time was almost up. Xia finished scouting factories and boldly bought 5 production lines. He repackaged these 5 lines, shipped them from our country, and then repackaged them again, turning them into high-end products from M country. With the establishment of high-quality production lines at Summer Machinery, they could officially start production. Of course, this was only the surface plan. The real plan was that the 5 lines were shipped away, but not to M country, rather, to China. Everyone on Xia's side knew this, but they didn't know how Xia managed to move the lines. On our country's side, there was no need to see the lines in person. Everything was just a cover. Xia handed over some gold as a bribe. The amount was small, as it was their first cooperation. Summer's boss was a bit cautious. This was just a trial run. Once this small amount of gold turned into legal money, Xia was very satisfied. He said he would return to M country and bring bigger surprises next time. The other side believed him. And this part of the money was directly given to Mu Hai by Xia. Mu Hai was stunned when he saw the money. "Are you giving this to me?" "No, I'm lending it to you. Use it. You're doing okay here, and I'll invest."
Keep going.
Summer Machinery can also lend you some equipment to play with. If you run out of money, I'll find some. No need to worry, if you lose, it's on me. Xia was very confident. She didn't have much money herself, but she had plenty elsewhere. As long as Master Xia appeared at FLB, someone would definitely send money. Plus, other allied countries hadn't even started to move yet. If she weren't thinking about sustainable gains, she'd prefer to just seize everything directly. No need for tricks, it's too tiring.
Mu Hai was not stupid.
He sensed something was off. Should I not go back to China? Xia nodded. Mu Hai realized he was being watched. Thanks. Thank you. He didn't really want to go back to the mainland because he could sense the political climate. Several times he almost got caught. If it weren't for his lack of funds, he wouldn't risk returning. Now that he has some money from Xia Dadeo, he can do a lot more. I'll take it. Of course, you should. If it's not enough, just tell me. I'll leave a message through one of my brothers. Mu Hai, a message? He didn't understand what it meant until Xia took him to the seaside and showed him a killer whale. This is my big brother Pipeng's good friend. If there's news, hang a message in a bottle around its neck. It will pass it to Pipeng. This is a whistle, it when you need to send a message. But don't it randomly. And remember, keep the message secret. Mu Hai listened blankly, thinking it sounded unreliable, but inside he wondered, is it really that unreliable? He struggled between his senses and his reason, finally looking at Xia. Are you really not going to tell me your name? Xia nodded confidently. Just call me Big Brother.
Mu Hai not?
After finishing his task, Xia left immediately that night, without delay. A boat drifted at sea until it finally approached Chinese waters. Old Ma couldn't help but ask, Comrade Xia, where did you hide the materials and the production line? I hid them. Xia answered straightforwardly. Old Ma had a premonition but couldn't get a clear answer. So, under Xia's lead, they returned, eating and drinking along the way. Li Daniu held his stomach and chuckled. I'm getting fat, boss. Xia liked Li Daniu's simplicity and stubbornness, handing him a roasted fish. Eat up. We'll talk when we get back. Boss is the best. Xia smiled without saying much. There will be time to practice when they return. A few days later, the ship reached Haiming Island. Others went to complete missions, write reports, and handle various procedures. Xia, however, carried a tattered bag and went to Commander Wei's office, accompanied by Ma Jishu. Inside the office, Commander Wei anxiously asked, Is everything smooth? With me involved, how could it not be? Xia sat down comfortably and started drinking tea, not really engaging in the conversation. Xia, is the item here? I hid it. Xia's eyes sparkled as he looked at Commander Wei and asked with a smile, By the way, is Comrade Old Ma not here today? Not the Ma, Jishu I mean. It's another old Ma, the one I didn't like much. The one who tried to trap me last time, by revealing my weakness. Xia's words were very clear. Commander Wei also realized that it wasn't that the timing was wrong, but that the opportunity had now arrived. Shirxia's revenge couldn't be delayed even for a second. Wait for me. I'll make a call, Wei said and quickly contacted the other side.
What?
It's hidden? Old Ma on the other end of the line chuckled angrily. Earlier, Wei had warned him that Shirxia was vengeful. He was a bit suspicious at first, thinking that last time Shirxia saw through the trap, but still came. Give her the phone. I want to talk to her, Wei ordered. Shirxia took the call. Comrade Old Ma, this is Shirxia. Have you eaten? I haven't eaten yet. I've been busy all day and haven't had a meal, she said casually. Old Ma initially kept calm and played it cool, but Shirxia was very steady and didn't seem worried at all. Shirxia, I thought we had an agreement, Old Ma said. Shirxia smiled slightly, her eyes turning cold. Of course we do. Wenqing'an and Haisen Island are my weaknesses. You hold on to me, and I can hold on to you. Isn't that fair? She replied. Stop talking nonsense. I really haven't eaten, Old Ma said. She laid out 4 demands. First, completely eliminate the person who reported Wenqing'an last time. Second, if they have issues, she can help but warn not to threaten her with Wenqing'an and Haisen Island again, or they would all suffer. Third, she gave a firm promise that she would never betray her country, but she asked that they not interfere with her actions and that she has the right to choose her tasks. Lastly, she requested reimbursement for the expenses of this mission. The author has a new book, 8 Zeros Top Grandma, where the whole family hopes they won't be separated. Interested readers can add it to their collection and follow the updates. Both books will be updated regularly. Shirxia always preferred to be straightforward. Missing even one of her 4 demands was not an option. Old Ma wanted to use personal favors, but Wei was not cooperating and even sided with Shirxia, saying, I think Comrade Shirxia's demands are reasonable. Old Ma on the phone felt a helplessness like trying to slap his own face, but couldn't reach. He thought, you're just a good person. Does he really want to be the bad guy? But someone had to do this. Old Ma convinced himself that he was trying his best. The other side was too tough, and he had no choice. Comrade Shirxia, I understand your demands. I will report to higher-ups and get back to you as soon as possible, he promised. All right, wait until you decide, then come to me, she replied. The implication was that if they didn't agree, she wouldn't want their offer. After hanging up, another worried-looking Ma technician was in the office. He felt restless and itchy inside, but he knew who was responsible for bringing these things back. So he smiled and said to Shirxia, I support you. Thanks. Let me know if you need anything in the future. Ma's eyes sparkled as he stood beside Shirxia, clearly liking everything about this kid. Shirxia, how old are you? Do you have a partner? Don't mess around. Shirxia has a fiancé. The marriage report has already been submitted. Shirxia turned his head, and Commander Wei explained. Having the marriage report makes it easier to choose a house. That guy doesn't dare make decisions. He's waiting for your word. Shirxia didn't care about that. He was thinking about how Wenqing'an would show his sense of ceremony. He was a bit curious. I'm leaving now. If there's news, find me on the island. Shirxia left and returned to Hasan Island. Because of Shirxia's return, Hasan Island became lively again. When Shirxia reached home, Grandpa Shir and Big White were waiting for her, standing on either side. Grandpa, I'm back. Did you miss me? Grandpa Shir looked her over from head to toe, making sure she was unharmed, and nodded with a proud look. Not too bad. Not missing you too much. Shirxia looked at her old, insincere grandpa, and didn't mind at all. She leaned in and hugged his arm. Really? I missed you a lot. Grandpa Shir's lips curled up, and he tried to hide his smile as he said, I just made seafood pancakes. Want some? Yes. I must have some. I've been craving this. Hearing that, Grandpa Shir asked with concern, didn't eat well outside? Food was okay, but no one can make it like you do. That made Grandpa Shir smile happily. He made seafood pancakes every day just in case Shirxia suddenly came back. Shirxia didn't know this. She sat in the yard, eating a hot, freshly made seafood pancake, and casually fed a piece to Big White. Big White hesitated and turned away, going to eat grass. Hey, you're not eating? Getting proud now, Big White? Big White looked back, acting spoiled, then turned away and kept his distance. Who's proud? He's had enough of this stuff. Knowing the truth, Grandpa sure felt a little guilty. He made pancakes every day but couldn't eat them all himself. His pets were all fed, so much they were tired of it.
Don't worry about him.
Picky eaters will be hungry for a couple of days. Big White looked at Grandpa Sure with an expression of disbelief. Grandpa Sure quickly used his leg to block Big White's guilty gaze and started chatting about other things. In the end, Big White took all the blame. When Sure Xia returned home, she felt very relaxed. She changed into loose cotton and linen clothes, ate well, and then went to the seaside because there was a big tide tonight. Everyone went out to gather seafood. At the seaside, groups of people are gathered, carrying buckets and rakes, searching here and there. Some children are helping with the tide, while others chase each other happily. Today, tide picking is no longer just to fill their stomachs. It has become a fun activity and a habit. Sure Xia's participation made today's harvest much richer. As the sun set, Sure Xia walked home in the glow of the evening light, surrounded by chattering children. The next day, Old Ma made a decision. Everyone agreed. Commander Wei brought a message, but the amount of gold they needed to reimburse was a bit too much for them to provide at once. Sure Xia had thought about this. She wasn't really planning to take the gold. Actually, it can be exchanged for something else. I want to buy a small island. When I get old, I can retire there. An island? Sure Xia nodded. Commander Wei left and returned later that afternoon with good news. The request was approved. Feeling happy, Sure Xia went to Commander Wei's office to choose a private island. Of course, owning a private island is not allowed in China, so they would have a leasing agreement for 100 years. Sure Xia agreed. Next, she selected an island on the map. Usually, a visit to the site is necessary, but Sure Xia knew the nearby islands well. She picked a crescent-shaped, elongated island directly. Once chosen, the authorities would handle the paperwork, and in a few days, the island would be officially leased to Sure Xia for 100 years. Since the other party was so straightforward, Sure Xia was not one to break her word. She took some people to a remote island and found the production line to bring back. On the island, Commander Wei, who came personally, had many questions but finally only said, "Thank you, Sure Xia." Sure Xia smiled openly. It's nothing. The rest of the matters were no longer her concern. She now had free time. When she had free time, she started craving something to eat. Thinking of food, she remembered Lin Mama. So Sure Xia took some local specialties to land and visited Lin Mama. At the Lin family home, Lin Mama was busy sewing a quilt. "Aunt Lin, what are you doing?"
Sure Xia is here.
"That's great. Cece has been talking about you these days." Sure Xia entered and learned from Lin Mama that Lin Cece was getting married. Already so soon? Not soon. She met someone at a social gathering, an officer from Hyaming Island. Hearing this, Lin Mama sighed. "Do you remember the soldier who saved Cece and was later impersonated by someone named Chin?" Sure Xia nodded. That soldier recognized Cece. Both of them were at the social gathering and started talking. It was even more coincidental that the young man was the child of your Uncle Lin's comrade. Cece had met him when they were kids, but his family moved away, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sure Xia sighed, thinking how wonderful fate is. Naturally, both young people liked each other. The man was 5 years older than Cece, now 28, and already at the age where people usually get married here. Many people thought about marriage right away, and everyone was used to it. That's good. When will you get married? First, we'll get the official marriage certificate. Several couples from the military unit are doing the same at this social gathering, and they plan to have a group wedding. Sure Xia nodded repeatedly, wondering what kind of wedding gift she should prepare for Cece. In the afternoon, Sure Xia stayed at Aunt Lin's house and didn't leave. When Cece came back and saw Sure Xia, she was so excited she couldn't hide it. She originally didn't want to marry now because she was waiting for Sure Xia to come back. Sure Xia was her best friend. Sure Xia stayed at the Lin family's house, and the family was happier than she was. At the dinner table, Aunt Lin served Shirxia some food. Shirxia, Cece said your boyfriend is also from Haiming Island?
Yes.
When are you getting married? Will you follow the army after marriage? Shirxia thought for a moment and said, it should be soon. She felt Wen Cheng'en was quite eager. If you get married, you'll follow the army. We've already filed the marriage report and chosen a house. Cece got excited when she heard this. She wanted to be neighbors with Shirxia. Shirxia, what's your boyfriend's name? I want to be your neighbor. Wen Cheng'en. Shirxia told her openly and confidently. Cece remembered it and planned to talk to her own boyfriend. If she could get a house next to Shirxia's, that would be even better. At night, Cece talked with Shirxia for a long time. She still wanted to share a bed with her, but Shirxia refused. I'm not used to it. All right then. See you tomorrow morning. My mom said she'll make steamed buns.
Okay.
Shirxia left and saw Aunt Lin in the corridor. Aunt Lin's face was a little red, and she waved to Shirxia. Shirxia walked over, and they went to the guest room at the Lin house.
Ahem,
Aunt Lin hesitated for a long time, but couldn't find the words. Shirxia patiently waited, watching her make up her mind and sit beside her. Shirxia, you only have one grandfather, so I want to tell you some things myself. Don't blame me for meddling. I was talking about what happens after marriage between men and women. Shirxia understood that this was a lesson to enlighten her. Aunt Lin, you don't need to say more. I understand.
Ha.
Did that guy bully you? Aunt Lin's first reaction was anger, but Shirxia shook her head. Wen Cheng'en wouldn't dare to bully her. He couldn't beat her. I understand because I've read books. Oh, that's good. That's good. Aunt Lin's face was still a little red. She stood up holding a doll and said nervously, I need to tell Cece something. I'll go now. Thank you, Aunt Lin.
All right.
Aunt Lin left. The next morning, Cece and Aunt Lin exchanged awkward glances. It seemed the lesson last night was very successful. Shirxia enjoyed some steamed buns and felt it was worth the trip. After eating, she took Cece to work and asked about her plans after marriage. I can transfer. Haiming Island's hospital is small, and they want to expand. That's good. Having your own job is great. I think so, too. If we argue, I can just leave whenever I want. Shirxia nodded in agreement. When they reached the hospital entrance, she watched Cece go inside. Then she went to find Brother Bald. Brother Bald was as enthusiastic as ever, treating Shirxia like a close sister. He offered good food, drinks, and fabric. Anything good he had, he sent here. Shirxia, can you still get that dragon saliva perfume from last time? Yes, how much do you need? During the time she was cleaning the whale's barnacles, she had actually saved quite a bit of this perfume. As much as you have.
Someone wants it.
Shirxia tilted her head. I can have hundreds of pounds. Are you sure you want all of it? Brother Bald was stunned by this number and finally asked for just 1 pound. 1 pound, carefully divided and sent up, looked very precious. After sitting with Brother Bald for a while, Shirxia left. The items Brother Bald sent would be delivered on tomorrow's ferry, so she didn't need to carry them herself. Shirxia took the afternoon ferry, eating candy and standing at the bow, leaving the dock and heading back to C3 Island. At the same time, Wen Cheng'en, who had taken leave, was busy on the island. The marriage report had been submitted, and the ceremony was naturally being arranged. Wen Cheng'en asked how many fellow soldiers he had asked to marry and consulted with elders. Based on everyone's answers, he summarized a set of meaningful rituals suitable for him and Shirxia. When the people of C3 Island learned that Wen Cheng'en wanted to marry Shirxia, they all came to help. As the ferry approached, Shirxia saw many figures on the shore. Why are there so many people? As the ferry approached and Shirxia just stepped down, she saw Little Eagle and Little Gold flying over, each holding a red scarf in their beaks. The red scarves fell from the sky and landed on Shirxia's head. Shirxia was a bit confused at first. What's happening? But it didn't stop there. It seemed all the islanders had gathered around her in a circle. One by one, they came up to put things on her: woven flower crowns, shell necklaces, and pearl bracelets. In a moment, she looked completely different. After everyone finished giving her gifts, the people automatically formed two lines, with a small path between them. Looking closer, she saw the path was covered with flower petals. At this point, Shixia started to understand. Was this a special ceremony for Wenqing'an? She immediately smiled brightly and confidently walked along the flower path toward Wenqing'an. People on both sides showered her with flowers, which playfully floated down and landed in her hair and on her forehead. After passing through the crowd, she reached a path filled with shell wind chimes. A gentle breeze carried blessings, and the shells made a soothing sound, creating music just for her and Wenqing'an. Wenqing'an stood at the other end of the shell wind chimes, holding a bouquet of flowers. He wasn't in uniform, but his determined look didn't change. He calmly walked toward Shixia and stopped in front of her. Shixia, I want to tell you how I feel. Shixia raised an eyebrow. The next moment, she saw Wenqing'an kneel on one knee, holding the flowers with both hands. Between the flowers was a red paper scroll with the words marriage written on it. Shixia, before I met you, my life was dark and without direction. I didn't care how long I would live. After I met you, everything changed. I first understood what it feels like to be protected, what it means to have a goal in life, and the taste of caring deeply for someone. Loving someone means loving everything about her. Comrade Shixia, I like you. This feeling will last a lifetime, until the day I die. I don't know what love really is, but I know it can only be you by my side. Only you. Comrade Shixia, I promise that from now on, I will give you all my salary, do all the chores at home, and listen to everything you say. So, will you be my wife? Shixia had no hesitation. As soon as Wenqing'an finished speaking, she loudly shouted, I do. I want to be Wenqing'an's wife. Wenqing'an was so excited he stood up quickly, one arm around Shixia's waist, spinning her around. Everyone around cheered and congratulated the couple. Wenqing'an gently set Shixia down and secretly asked, Is this ceremony okay? Is it just about the sense of ceremony? Were all those words just lies? Of course not. I would never lie to you in my life. Shixia pinched Wenqing'an's waist and abdomen gently, leaning closer. The wedding date is coming soon. Comrade Wen, you should practice more recently. Don't let me down. Wenqing'an, what does that mean? Is he doubting his strength? Shixia hinted at something, and Wenqing'an's eyes turned dangerous as he moved closer. Looks like Comrade sure doubts my abilities? Not exactly doubt, mainly because I haven't tried yet. Shixia raised an eyebrow. Wenqing'an's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as he moved even closer, whispering in Shixia's ear. You've seen it before. Shixia smiled confidently, daring to get even closer, her red lips brushing Wenqing'an's earlobe. Not quite clear enough. Wenqing'an's neck turned bright red, and he suddenly smiled. He realized he couldn't win against Shixia in any way. Fortunately, he was actually enjoying it. I will train hard and give you a lifetime, unforgettable experience. Oh, then keep it up. I heard that men's first times are usually not ideal, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Wenqing'an was completely helpless. He reluctantly held Shixia's hand and said, I have to go back. This is my allowance book and the bonus from missions. The bonus is 20 yuan less. Some comrades sacrificed during this mission. Their names can't be announced publicly, but every participant helps the families of fallen comrades with part of their earnings.
There are policies for that.
No need to explain. I understand. Shixia stopped Wenqing'an, firmly telling him, You keep this. I have the money. If you don't have enough to spend, tell me. I'll give you 2 gold bars. Wenqing'an blinked. The sudden turn caught him off guard. Something felt a bit off. Thinking carefully, it seemed everything about Shixia was just right. I don't have much to spend. You keep it. If you don't take it, I'll feel anxious. Shixia gave a helpless smile. Such virtue. She accepted it. Shixia accompanied Wenqing'an back. At the military camp gate, Wenqing'an held Shixia's hand in a quiet corner. Do you want to see the house I chose? It's not furnished yet. Do you want to pick the furniture, or should I? I'll come see it tomorrow.
Great.
Wen Cheng'en's eyes sparkled mischievously. Sure, Xia coming tomorrow meant they could meet again. Hurry back. Yes. Wen Cheng'en ran off, next to register their marriage. He was a bit excited and almost tripped. Sure, Xia looked happy and turned to leave on the boat. Getting married or not didn't matter much to her. Wen Cheng'en wouldn't stop her from doing what she wanted. He couldn't stop her either. The next day, Sure Xia woke up early, ate breakfast, and took a walk around the school. The school was now running smoothly, and all the children on the island were attending classes. Especially the girls. Thanks to Sure Xia's success story, families were treating their daughters better. After checking on the children, Sure Xia went to Haiming Island to see the house Wen Cheng'en mentioned. This was Sure Xia's first time visiting the family compound. The family compound was separated from the training area. There was a school, a supply store, and a hospital inside. As soon as Sure Xia appeared, she caught people's attention. She looked young and unfamiliar, probably a new military wife. A woman asked, "Young lady, which unit is your husband from?" Sure Xia stopped and looked at the woman, who had dark skin, was carrying a baby, and had a 2- or 3-year-old crawling on the ground beside her. She was making shoe soles and waiting for Sure Xia to speak. "He's the deputy battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion, Wen Cheng'en." "Oh, from the 3rd Battalion. That's not far from here. My husband is also in the 3rd Battalion, a company commander." Sure Xia nodded but didn't say much. She pointed ahead and said, "I'm here to look at the house. Go ahead, go ahead." The woman watched Sure Xia walk away, clicking her tongue and muttering, "Another delicate young lady. We're not the same." Sure Xia heard this and almost bit her tongue. Her? A delicate young lady? She should ask whether her big whale brother in the sea agreed or not. But Sure Xia didn't rush to explain. She trusted her man to explain what military training really meant. She asked around and finally found the house Wen Cheng'en chose. It was a private house with no neighbors on the left and Commander Cheng's house on the right. Commander Cheng's wife was home and greeted her warmly. "Sure Xia, come in and have some water."
No rush.
"No, I finished looking early and need to pack up." All right. If you need anything, just let me know." Sure Xia thanked her and went inside through the gate. Inside was a small yard about 30 square meters, square and tidy. The house wasn't big, just 3 small rooms, 2 bedrooms and a combined kitchen and living room. Behind it was a slightly larger yard, about 50 square meters, but there was no toilet there. After walking around, Sure Xia took out paper and pen to sketch and write. After finishing, she left to find Wen Cheng'en. They agreed to meet at noon and go together to the logistics department of the army to choose furniture. When Sure Xia arrived at the entrance of the family compound, the school students were just finishing their lunch break. Teachers and students gradually came out and all saw the tall, beautiful Sure Xia. Who was that person? Not sure, probably a new family member. Could she be part of a group wedding? Maybe. Sure Xia stood in the shade, not caring that some people saw her as a big ape. She looked at her watch. It should be time now. Sure Xia. Wen Cheng'en came over. Sure Xia smiled. Wen Cheng'en ran over, sweaty and with his back soaked. "Did you go for a run?" "Yes, 5 kilometers as usual." Sure Xia asked curiously, "How long did it take?" 16 minutes and 13 seconds. Sure Xia raised an eyebrow. "That's a good time." "Not bad." Wen Cheng'en chuckled and stood on the other side of Sure Xia, shielding her from the sun. "Did I embarrass you?" "No, you didn't. Let's go find furniture. I already have ideas. If it's not available, I'll ask Old Mountain to make it." "Okay." They looked at each other and walked side by side toward the logistics department. Their sweet, happy mood made them look like a couple newly in love. "So it's Vice Commander Wen's girl. This is the first time I've seen her partner." "Me too. She looks really pretty." Everyone watched curiously and chatted quietly. A few people headed home for a nap or to eat. Sure Xia and Wen Cheng'en picked out a bed, a table for chairs, 2 small bamboo stools, a wash basin rack, a wardrobe, and a small cabinet at the logistics department. That was about it. The rest of what Sure Xia wanted was waiting for Old Mountain to make back home. Xia didn't need to handle moving furniture. She had plenty of comrades. Li Daniu volunteered to help. Xia watched from the side, giving instructions on where to place everything. Once all the furniture was arranged, Xia thanked everyone and promised to treat them to a meal after moving. Her comrades looked at Xia with both respect and admiration. They were very polite and didn't even dare to a joke before leaving. Xia looked at Wen Cheng'an and asked, "Am I really that scary?" "Of course not." Wen Cheng'an grinned and leaned in eagerly, asking, "Xia, when will we go get our marriage license?" Wen Cheng'an hurriedly ran, so scared that his comrades thought something serious had happened. They shouted and asked, "Wen Cheng'an, what's wrong?" Wen Cheng'an, whose mind was only on getting the marriage certificate, didn't hear their calls. He quickly found Captain Chung. Captain Chung was busy with training. "Report. You're here." "Perfect, you can take over." "Report, Captain, I need to take leave." Captain Cheng's face darkened, and he stared at Wen Cheng'an. "Didn't you just take leave yesterday?" Wen Cheng'an chuckled and stepped closer. Shyly, he said, "Xia agreed to marry me." "Really?" Captain Chung looked happier than Wen Cheng'an. He waved his hand. "Approved. Hurry up and go." "Yes." Wen Cheng'an ran off again. His comrade, who had just caught up, looked around exhausted. "Captain, where are Deputy Captain and the others?" "None of your business. Running so hard. Are you just practicing normally? Go train quickly." After giving him a kick, Captain Chung felt much better. The group was confused and annoyed, not understanding why they were kicked. Meanwhile, Wen Cheng'an ran straight to the dorm, took his ID, and quickly went to find Xia. "Xia, I'm ready." "Then let's go." Xia was efficient and quick. The two left Hyaming Island, but since the town was already closed for the night, they planned to go early the next morning. Wen Cheng'an returned to the Wen family, and Xia went back to the neighbor's house. That night, Wen Cheng'an kept tossing and turning, thinking about all the moments he had shared with Xia. Then he just smiled foolishly. After smiling for a while, he couldn't sleep, so he got up and did push-ups. Early the next morning, Grandpa Shi and Uncle Wen and Annie Wen came out to see them off. They already knew about the marriage certificate. Auntie Wen took Xia's wrist and put a golden-laid jade bracelet on it.
Take this.
Xia looked down. The gold wasn't very good quality and the jade was average, but she knew it was the best thing Annie Wen had. "Thank you, Auntie." Auntie Wen nodded. Uncle Wen stepped forward and handed Xia a passbook. "Brides are precious. We're asking for your hand in marriage. We don't have many formalities, but we're serious." Xia accepted it, thinking she could return it later. It was their heartfelt gift. "Thank you, Uncle Wen." Xia playfully turned around and looked at Grandpa Shi. Grandpa Shi snorted and took out the passbook from his pocket. "I haven't saved much, but I'll save more for you later."
Thank you, Grandpa.
Xia graciously accepted. Not liking a sad atmosphere, she held up her passbook and said, "If I had known marriage could make me rich, I would have married earlier." Everyone smiled and didn't say much more. Wen Cheng'an and Xia boarded the boat and left together. During the trip, Wen Cheng'an was unusually silent. Xia knew he was nervous. The boat was especially slow today, which Wen Cheng'an thought was unusual. After getting off the boat, the two headed straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage. The process was quick because they had all the documents and Wen Cheng'an was an officer. They received a long, rectangular paper with both their names on it. Wen Cheng'an carefully kept it. After leaving, he held Xia's hand openly for the first time. "Shall we take some photos?"
Yes.
Next, they took pictures, bought many household items like pots, bowls, kettles, and lunchboxes, and carried everything onto the ferry. This time, Wen Cheng'an didn't feel the boat was slow. In fact, it seemed faster. Before long, they arrived at Hyaming Island. "I'm here," Wen Cheng'an said reluctantly. Xia pinched his nose and said, "I'll come again in a few days." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Wen Cheng'an carried the bags inside and arranged the house himself. Xia returned to Hyaming 3 Islands. They agreed to attend a group wedding 3 days later. In this era, participating in a group wedding felt quite meaningful. That morning, Annie came out and specifically reminded Shirxia not to see Wen Cheng'an during these days, especially before the wedding. Shirxia agreed. She went straight home on Haiming 3 Islands and found her house bustling with activity. A group of aunties gathered, making quilts and preparing a wedding quilt for her. Shirxia is back. Look at this color, do you like it? Shirxia just came back. I made this dress for you.
Try it on.
Try on these shoes first. The aunties were preparing for Shirxia's wedding, all from her maternal family. That evening, she met Aunt Chu, and Aunt Chow's daughter-in-law, the village chief's wife. They all came to give her advice about marriage. This time, Shirxia didn't refuse and listened 3 times. She understood everything very clearly. The next day, every household in the village came to give her gifts, calling it adding to her beauty. Shirxia still didn't refuse and accepted everything. Old Man Su and Old Man Shan also came. Old Man Shan worked overnight to make the furniture Shirxia wanted, using only the best wood. Your bed's wood is just average. I'll make you a good one. When it's ready, you can change it. Okay, make me a sturdy one. In one sentence, Shirxia told Old Mountain Man that she was leaving, and Old Head Su smiled and came over. Here you go. Su handed her a sturdy, multi-layered wooden box. Shirxia opened it to find bottles and jars inside. What are these? Your family member probably has internal injuries from training. This one helps with blood flow and reducing swelling. This one tones the body, and there are instructions on top. Use them as needed. Shirxia looked at the items and said to Old Master Su, deciding to take you away back then was definitely the right choice. Humph. I knew you weren't just here for medical help, he replied proudly. Shirxia asked openly, so, are you happy now? Old Su stood up proudly. Not telling you.
He left.
After Shirxia packed up the box, the Chu family arrived. Old Madam Chu came and gave Shirxia a pair of beautiful bracelets. Take these. If it weren't for you, our family of 3 wouldn't know where we'd be now. Shirxia accepted them. The day before the group wedding, Brother Bulb brought several sets of dowry. He said, since my sister is getting married, I have to send dowry too. That night, Shirxia held a dinner for everyone in the village. Because it was a military group wedding, the villagers couldn't attend, so Shirxia hosted a private feast. That evening, Shirxia drank freely and enjoyed herself with everyone. The next morning, just as everyone worried she might be too drunk to get up, she dressed in a beautiful red dress and prepared to get married. Shirxia wore a traditional wedding outfit modified by Aunt Chu and Grandma Chu. The top was a simple jacket with a few embroidered lotus flowers, not too flashy. Even so, she looked very striking. Since Shirxia lives on Haisan Island, when Cheng'an came to pick her up, the other couples had already gone to Haiming Island to wait. When Wen Cheng'an arrived, he rang a bell and beat drums, with several comrades cheering beside him. They happily disembarked and followed villagers to Shirxia's house. Inside, Su Danqing, Shan Yuanqing, and some children from the village were blocking the door. Wen Cheng'an handed out red envelopes, and soon the door was opened. Today, Wen Cheng'an wore a military uniform with a red flower on his chest, his groom outfit. Shirxia was carried out by Grandpa Shir himself. She didn't want to be carried, but Grandpa Shir insisted, saying, "It's just us at home. If I don't carry you, who will?" Initially, Shirxia didn't feel much, but when she climbed onto Grandpa Shir's back, she still felt a bit sad. "Grandpa, I will be fine. We will all be fine." Grandpa Shir responded softly, carrying Shirxia out and personally handing her over to Wen Cheng'an. "Take good care of Shirxia." "Grandpa, I will." Wen Cheng'an changed his words. Shirxia climbed onto Wen Cheng'an's back again. He insisted, and Shirxia didn't disappoint him. From Shirxia's home to the boat, the roadside was full of people from Haisan Island. Everyone sent their blessings along the way. Those with shallow eye sockets cried, especially Accountant Su. Uncle Chow also wiped his tears and looked at Wen Cheng'an, warning him, "You must treat Shirxia well. She's our treasure on Haisan Island. If you bully her, everyone on the island will come looking for you." "Uncle Chow, I won't." Uncle Chow nodded, then looked at Shirxia with concern. Comrade 1, if you make a mistake, don't go too far. Leave some life, understand? The somewhat sad atmosphere was broken by Uncle Chao's words, and Xia smiled. Don't worry, I've always been a good comrade. Yes, you're right. Hurry up and go. Don't miss the auspicious time. Uncle Chao moved aside, and Wen Qing'an carried Xia onto the boat. The villagers on the shore watched the boat leave, waving their hands, an overwhelming crowd of family members. As the boat set sail, Xia got off his back and stood properly. An hour later, the boat arrived at the military camp. The two headed toward the mess hall, where all the new recruits were getting married today. The mess hall. Today's food was excellent. They slaughtered a pig. When Xia entered the grand hall, she first looked for Lin Sisi and finally saw her pulling Wen Qing'an to stand beside her. Xia, I live in your front yard.
Okay.
Xia responded. The man next to Lin Sisi introduced himself proactively. Hello, Comrade Xia. I am Lin Sisi's partner, Zhou Yuxing. Hello. The two exchanged greetings. Xia had a faint impression of Zhou Yuxing. He had participated in training with the whale. When Chang'an whispered, he's the commander of the 1st Battalion. Xia nodded slightly, indicating she understood. Soon, Commander Wei and Commissar Li arrived personally to officiate the wedding of 15 couples. The ceremony was ridiculously simple: stand in position, recite vows, and it was over. Then they started eating. Wen Qing'an and Xia didn't sit with Lin Sisi, but went to the 3rd Battalion area. With Wen Qing'an's introduction, Xia learned that the 3rd Battalion had 4 companies. The battalion commander was the familiar Commander Cheng, along with his old partner, Commissar Lin. The deputy company commander is currently only Wen Qing'an, with 4 company commanders, 4 political commissars, and 4 deputy company commanders. Anyone at the company level can follow the troops. Today, besides Wen Qing'an and Xia, a company commander and a deputy company commander got married. Everyone just met briefly. The meal at the large canteen was eaten quickly, as drinking alcohol is not allowed in the army.
Can you eat slowly?
After finishing, the group wedding was over. Wen Qing'an only has 1 day of wedding leave. His gaze kept on Xia, who responded enthusiastically. If Xia is excited, I'll just watch her. Eye contact is a kind of non-romantic kiss. The two of them walked back to the family courtyard, their eyes locked on each other. Wen Qing'an opened the door and handed the key to Xia. Look, are you satisfied? Xia went inside, and the yard looked different. There was a red brick path in the middle about 1.2 to 1.3 meters wide. On both sides, there were planting beds for vegetables for in total, but nothing was planted yet. Beyond the vegetable beds was a flat area paved with red bricks, with 2 sticks hanging a high clothesline. Inside the house, furniture was arranged neatly, and everything they bought was in order. After looking around, Xia turned and hugged Wen Qing'an, saying without hesitation, I like it. Wen Qing'an naturally wrapped his arms around Xia's waist, wishing he could melt her into his body. Finally, he could hold her openly and honestly. The backyard also has a new toilet and a small shower house. Then I like it even more. How about a reward? Before Xia could even tiptoe, Wen Qing'an lowered his head. Soft, gentle, with a hint of sweetness. When will it be dark? Wen Qing'an leaned on Xia's neck, asking softly. Xia giggled secretly, teasing, maybe we don't have to wait until dark? Wen Qing'an pushed forward, serious yet playful. Don't tease me. I can't resist. Xia chuckled and tried to pull away from Wen Qing'an, but he wouldn't let go. No, I want to hold you a little longer. Keep holding me. Wen Qing'an acted spoiled again. Xia could only do what she chose, pamper him. Then hold me. I like it too. The two of them happily hugged, not wanting to part. Ding ding ding. Xia? Someone was here. Wen Qing'an looked annoyed and glared outside, taking a step back. Go out first, he said. Xia looked down, understanding perfectly, and turned to leave. In the yard, Lin Sisi stood at the door, holding something in her hand.
Xia. Come in, Xia said.
Xia greeted someone, and Lin Sisi only entered afterward, but she didn't go inside the house. She just put down the things she was holding. This is the wedding cake my mom made.
This is your share.
Okay, I accept it. Thank you. Lin Cece shook her head and quickly said, I'll come to visit you again in a few days.
All right.
Lin Cece left, and Xia carried the wedding cake inside. Wen Cheng'en also calmed down quite a bit. It wasn't yet dark, and the two couldn't just wait around, so they decided to do something productive. Xia brought some seeds, and they first planted a garden outside. After finishing, Wen Cheng'en went to fetch water to water the vegetables. Then they started preparing dinner. Without a doubt, Wen Cheng'en was the chef. Just sit nearby. You married me, so your life shouldn't be worse than before. Wen Cheng'en spoke seriously. Before Xia arrived, she didn't do these kinds of chores. Okay, I'll wait and see. For dinner, Wen Cheng'en cooked rice, spicy stir-fried squid, boiled shrimp, chive scrambled eggs, and an oyster and vermicelli hot pot. Xia glanced at the chives and oysters, but didn't say anything. During the meal, she let Wen Cheng'en eat a bit more. Wen Cheng'en understood Xia's unspoken words and explained, I don't need supplements. It's just that we have these ingredients at home.
All right, fine.
You talk a lot, I'll listen to you. Xia replied casually. Wen Cheng'en smiled confidently and took a big bite of the oyster, saying, That's for tonight. Sounds good. Xia was not shy at all. After dinner, Wen Cheng'en went to wash the dishes. When he came out, Xia was feeding a little eagle chick. It's only been a day since you got married, and your family already came to visit. Exactly. The little eagle chick even brought me snacks. Isn't that right? The little eagle chick completely ignored the two of them. After finishing the fish, it pointed its wings at a nearby basket. It meant, hurry up, the basket still needs to be taken back. Wen Cheng'en understood and went over, took out some snack packages, dried shrimp and shredded squid, from the basket, handed it to the little eagle chick, which grabbed it and flew away. Xia watched and chuckled. Isn't this just like express delivery? The special kind, too. I think, even if you can't cook in the future, the little eagle chick can deliver things for me. Wen Cheng'en shook his head, insisting on squeezing into Xia's chair and hugging her, saying no, just once in a while is fine. Too often, Grandpa might come with a kitchen knife looking for me. Xia agreed when she heard that. As night fell, Wen Cheng'en eagerly boiled water, set up the shower room, prepared towels, squeezed toothpaste onto the toothbrush and smiled warmly, inviting Xia to take a bath. Xia washes first, Wen Cheng'en washes afterward. Xia's hair isn't dry yet when Wen Cheng'en comes out. Have you finished washing? Of course, I scrubbed thoroughly yesterday. My northern comrades taught me how to wash my back. At this moment, Wen Cheng'en is only wrapped in a large towel, with his upper body bare. He has broad shoulders, a narrow waist, smooth skin, attractive muscles, and water droplets still rolling down, looking very tempting while wet.
Who is Xia?
Someone who would never suffer a loss. Her man is tempting her. What can she do? Their gazes are both very intense. When they look at each other, sparks fly. Xia jumps, and Wen Cheng'en naturally reaches out to catch her. She hangs around his waist. In the next second, the door opens, the curtains are drawn, and their night of passion begins. Their breaths intertwine, their bodies melt together. The bed creaks loudly again and again. Xia has a thought. A sturdy bed is definitely needed. The next morning, both Xia and Wen Cheng'en wake up feeling refreshed. Wen Cheng'en looks at Xia, who seems even more energetic than him, and doubts his own strength. Xia points a finger at Wen Cheng'en's chest and asks, What are you thinking? Thinking I had good stamina this morning.
Huh.
Suddenly, the blanket falls from above. Before they get up, the bed creaks again. After some activity, Xia's face still has a blush. Her eyes are a little dreamy. Wen Cheng'en, like a big dog, sniffs around her, and his hands are not behaving. Do you like it? Absolutely love it. Xia's straightforward answer makes Wen Cheng'en want to do it again.
All right, I'm hungry.
Xia pushes Wen Cheng'en away. He leans down and kisses her lightly. I'll go get water for you first, then cook. Okay. Their married life officially begins. On the first day, the house is very quiet and no neighbors come over. Everyone is a soldier who has been single for over 20 years. Everyone knows each other well. When they first got married, they were full of energy. That clingy feeling, it's better not to disturb it. So, Won Chungin and Shursia spend the day at home. The next day, Won Chungin has to officially return to the team, no more leave. In the morning, he gets up before the morning call, makes a simple breakfast, wakes Shursia, and then tidies up to go for morning exercises. Shursia eats breakfast alone, then goes back to sleep. A man who just started eating meat can be quite energetic. He's not tired, he's actually enjoying it, mainly because he's sleepy. He didn't sleep much all night. Another reason is that Shursia isn't used to having someone else nearby. This person often tries to hug her and hold her, and her hands are always restless. Several times, she almost threw a punch, but she held back. Shursia is trying hard to get used to life with Won Chungin, and he seems to have noticed this. That's why he's been very clingy these past few days, trying to help Shursia accept his presence. After taking a nap again, Shursia woke up around 9 o'clock. With nothing else to do, she decided to sit in the yard and enjoy the sunshine. Shursia, the wife of Commander Chung next door, came over. Shursia got up to open the door. Mrs. Chung didn't come inside, just greeted her. "Let me show you around. We have a small private plot of land here. Each family has a few rows." Okay. It's kind of her kindness to visit, so Shursia naturally didn't refuse. She locked the door and followed Mrs. Chung to the land. The land was dull yellow and looked poor in nutrients. The vegetables there also looked unhealthy, but there were quite a few people around. Mrs. Chung had been here for a long time and introduced each person to Shursia. Shursia nodded politely in response. She recognized the 3 rows assigned to her and then went back. At noon, Won Chungin came back with food from the cafeteria. After eating with Shursia, he hurried back to training and only returned in the evening. When he returned, he saw the clothes hanging on the clothesline, Shursia's clothes. "Why did you wash them yourself? Didn't we agree you'd wait for me to come back?" Won Chungin really wanted to do it himself. Shursia helplessly sat aside and said, "It's not tiring. She has special abilities. Putting clothes in a basin is like having a washing machine. She didn't even need to scrub them by hand." "I don't want you to do it either," he said. "Fine, I'm not useless. I can do whatever I want. Now go cook dinner," she replied. "Okay." Won Chungin chuckled and went to cook. In the following days, they lived like this. Shursia didn't do anything. Won Chungin not only trained every day but also came back to do laundry and cook, and he did it happily. A group of military wives started gossiping, mainly about Shursia, the new lazy wife in the family compound. Shursia didn't know yet, and Won Chungin was so busy he didn't notice either. That night, Commander Chung just got home and was pulled away by his wife. "What's wrong?" Next door. Mrs. Chung didn't know what Shursia had done. The training unit's affairs are kept secret, and she didn't know about anything else. Mrs. Chung only knew that her family needed to take care of Shursia. "What's wrong with the neighbor? Do you know that Xiaowen brings lunch to Shursia every noon, and in the evening, she cooks and does laundry when she gets home? Is that all?" That's normal. Won Chungin treats Shursia like his own eyes. At Commander Cheng's house, Commander Cheng takes off his combat training uniform and plans to go wash up, but sister-in-law Cheng stops him. "Not finished talking yet. Why are you leaving?"
"Sit down."
Commander Chung sits down as sister-in-law Cheng tells him about the recent gossip in the family compound. He listens with a frown, thinking these people are really bored. If Shursia finds out, there will be a big fuss, and she would definitely give them a good slap. He's never seen Shursia suffer unfairly. "Can you help me watch over Shursia a bit more? I think she's a good girl, straightforward and honest.
She's easy to get along with."
Mention to Won Chungin to remind Shursia to be careful. They all live in the same family compound, and it's not good if her reputation gets worse. Sister-in-law Cheng's good intentions are understood by Commander Chung. "All right, I got it." Nearby, Won Chungin and Shursia are completely unaware of this. They are eating and chatting. For dinner, Won Chungin made shredded papaya salad and cold noodles, simple and refreshing.
Wife.
Shirxia's mouth twitches slightly. Since they got married, Wen Cheng'an has been clingy and even started calling her wife. Tomorrow night, Sun Chongqiang's family is hosting a dinner. All the newlyweds from the unit will be there. Can we arrange ours for the day after tomorrow? I have a day off then. Okay. What time should we go? Do you need help? Should I bring something? When Cheng'an looks up and says, I asked other families. Everyone will go early to help out, and then there are tables and chairs. The men will handle that. You don't need to worry. Shirxia understands and nods. They continue eating. After dinner, when Cheng'an goes to wash the dishes, then sits in the yard washing clothes. A passing young wife and her aunt see him, and it becomes gossip later. Are you at home? Have you eaten? Commander Chung comes over. When Cheng'an looks up but keeps washing and says, Yes, I've finished. Commander Chung doesn't need an invitation and just sits next to Wen Cheng'an, watching him scrub the clothes. You really are quite capable. Married now, of course you have to be capable. Commander Cheng's mouth curves into a crooked smile as he pulls over a small stool and quietly asks, Is Shirxia at home? She's inside reading a book. Wen Cheng'an is full of happiness from his new marriage, and Commander Cheng feels a bit nostalgic for a moment. When he first got married, he seemed just as happy. Captain? I have something to do. Captain Cheng told Wen Cheng'an about it. Wen Cheng'an wasn't angry. Instead, he disagreed, saying, They haven't found good husbands, yet they still laugh at Shirxia at my house. That's funny. Captain Cheng's mind took a moment to react. Why does it feel like even he is involved? I'm just giving you a warning. They don't know how strong Shirxia is, so they overreact. I'll talk to their husbands about it. But he can only hint at it, not say too much. Wait, you should tell Shirxia about this. I don't run my family. When Cheng'an doesn't think he needs to hide it from Shirxia, she wouldn't be upset just because some sisters-in-law in the family courtyard don't like her. Sweetheart, Captain Chung is here. Wen Cheng'an immediately turned around and called out. Captain Chung was so startled, he almost fell to the ground. What are you shouting for? It's a small matter. Why call Shirxia for this? What's wrong? Shirxia came out. Captain Chung repeated himself, but Shirxia didn't take it seriously. Captain Chung, you don't need to worry. I have my own way. Shirxia, let's make a deal. Don't be too harsh, okay? Captain Chung, what are you saying? Am I that unreasonable? Captain Chung chuckled, but didn't reply. Isn't it obvious to you? The person who bullied Wen Cheng'an is said to have already left. They couldn't protect him. Without Shirxia's help behind the scenes, they wouldn't believe it. But whether to say it or not, I envy him. I envy Wen Cheng'an for having such a loving partner who wholeheartedly protects him. After giving a few instructions, Captain Chung left. Shirxia turned around and went back inside to read a novel. Changing herself to please others is impossible. She thinks doing what she wants and being forced by others are two different things. Soon, when Cheng'an finished washing his clothes and tidied up the house, his clingy side returned, and he sat next to Shirxia, gradually moving closer. Finally, he held her in his arms, resting his chin on her shoulder. The two of them both focused on a book. Shirxia moved away slightly from his chin. Go shave. Yes. When Cheng'an's face leaned in, with a clear intention to kiss. Shirxia happily leaned in and shared a kiss. Go ahead. Understood. When Cheng'an cheerfully skipped off to shave. After shaving, he took a quick shower, came in wet, and found Shirxia drinking water. He took a few steps over, hugged her, and placed her on the table, facing her directly, wrapping his arms around her. I'm also thirsty. Open your mouth. Listening obediently, when Cheng'an opened his mouth. The two looked into each other's eyes, full of emotion, with no clear boundaries. As Shirxia finished her drink, when Cheng'an leaned in, acting cute yet restrained, and gently bit her earlobe. Still thirsty? Shirxia put down her cup, one hand wrapping around Wen Cheng'an's back, her fingertips sliding from top to bottom. What happens next is a private matter, best left unspoken. The creaking sounds resumed, rising and falling, with movements in and out, sweat glistening. Later, in the bathroom, water droplets could still be heard. The next day, when Chang'an woke up early. Shirxia, still sleepy, opened her eyes and said, "No need to make breakfast. I'm going back to Hai Sen Island today."
Huh?
Wife, what time will you be back? Later this afternoon. We're still eating dinner tonight. Yes, just watch the time. After getting dressed neatly, when Chang'an bent down and gave her a good morning kiss. But Shirxia pushed him away. Not brushed my teeth yet. When Chang'an smiled and took her hand, saying, "That's enough for a kiss." Shirxia was speechless. This married man seemed to have a skin craving. When Chang'an went to training, Shirxia rested for a while, then got up, changed clothes, and left the house biting on some dried squid. On her way out, several people saw her. They greeted her cheerfully, but their eyes held deeper meaning. Shirxia walked out of the residential area. She had a boat docked here, so she went straight onto it and set off. She returned around 2 p.m., carrying a shoulder pole with her catch. First, she went home, changed into different clothes, then headed to Lieutenant Sun's house. At Lieutenant Sun's house, several sisters-in-law were already helping and chatting. She left early this morning, probably doing something. Still not back at this hour. She must not want to help. "Hey, everyone's here." Shirxia arrived. Before Shirxia arrived, her voice was heard first. The people inside quickly hushed and looked toward the door, their eyes wide. "Hello, Sister Sunday. These are the seafood I caught today. I'll prepare a dish for dinner." Shirxia carried 4 large lobsters in her left hand and a few lively fish in her right. They came empty-handed, mainly just helping to pick vegetables. Sister Sun hurried out to greet her, refusing to take the seafood, telling her to take it back. Her husband's position is lower than Wen Qing'an's. There's a saying, a man's status reflects his woman's status, which is especially clear in the military. "Here, take this. I won't do household chores, but I can handle fishing a bit. This won't be trouble. Take it." Shirxia genuinely wanted to give it to him. She didn't plan to cause any trouble or embarrass anyone. The men are working hard at the front. If there are disagreements among the women, it wouldn't be good. So, Shirxia decided to take a different approach and try another way. "Then I'll accept it. Thank you. I've never seen such a big lobster before, and I don't know how to prepare it." Shirxia smiled warmly and said, "I'm good at eating seafood. I can prepare it for you." While speaking, Shirxia went into the kitchen. She nodded and smiled at the other sisters-in-law, then turned and picked up a kitchen knife. In the eyes of the other sisters-in-law, the knife moved quickly in Shirxia's hand, spinning around. They didn't see how she used it, but in the next moment, the tip of the knife was stabbed into the lobster's tail. "This needs to be released first, or it will have a bad smell," Shirxia explained. As she finished, everyone saw some liquid coming out of the lobster's body, and a few people hurriedly stepped back. Next, it was Shirxia's turn to shine. Although it was about preparing seafood, in her hands, it looked almost like a display of skillful strength, making others feel a bit nervous. The big knife sliced down with a crisp sound that startled everyone nearby. In the next second, the lobster was cut in half effortlessly, without needing a second cut. People who have prepared lobsters before know how tough they are. With a few more cuts, 4 large lobsters were ready. Just steaming them would be enough. Shirxia turned her knife and looked at 4 fish. "These fish are best sliced, then boiled briefly. They taste good with just some sauce. Can you do it, sister-in-law?" Sun's sister-in-law shook her head, and Shirxia volunteered again. "I'll do it." Next, she expertly cut open the fish, skillfully slicing them, making everyone watch with wide eyes. Why was she killing fish? Just kill the fish. Why keep staring at them? The fish were quickly prepared. Shirxia washed her hands and said to Sun's sister-in-law, "I won't help with the next task." "No need, no need. You've already helped the boss a lot." The people in the kitchen finally regained their senses and pretended to be busy. Shirxia sat on a small stool, smiling and watching the scene. When the men finished training and went to Sun's house, they saw Shirxia sitting in the yard while others were busy preparing the meal. If anyone else did this, the men might complain. But since it was Shirxia, they couldn't say anything. "I am going to get the stool. I am going to carry the table." A group of people quickly dispersed, working fast. Soon, 2 big tables were filled with people, and all the dishes were served. Everyone started to thank Sister Sun for cooking. Sister Sun smiled happily and pointed to the fish slices and lobster on the table, saying, "These lobsters and fish were brought by Shirxia." When everyone heard that, they all thanked Shirxia too. Shirxia didn't want to steal the spotlight from the host, so she changed the subject. "It's all Sister Sun's hard work. I didn't do much." The feast began. Since no alcohol could be drunk, everyone ate more vegetables and rice. The group didn't talk much, eating quickly. Almost all the food on the table was finished. After the meal, the women cleaned up the dishes, and the men packed up the tables and benches. Shirxia didn't do anything and eventually left with Wenqing'an. That night, each wife told her husband about Shirxia's fish-cutting skills. Her expression was kind of scary.
She was really good with that kitchen knife.
"She can't be a pig butcher, right?" The men just smiled politely when they heard this. Could she be that skilled? Training your man is almost like training a dog. Don't mention it, it's all tears of hardship. Wenqing'an also found out what Shirxia had done. He leaned over like a big dog, hugging Shirxia and rubbing against her, saying, "My wife can do anything right. Wenqing'an, can you act like a normal person? Don't you like me anymore?" Shirxia was amused by Wenqing'an's cheeky expression and scolded him with a laugh. "Get lost." Wenqing'an, if he had a tail, would be wagging it now, nodding and rubbing against her again. "I've come over." Shirxia caught Wenqing'an with a smile, and the two shared another night of unspoken intimacy. The next morning, Shirxia and Wenqing'an woke up at the same time, ate breakfast together, then left together. No need to ask, Wenqing'an already knew his wife was up to something again. Sure enough, as they passed each yard, Shirxia called out, "Sister-in-law, going fishing? Wanna come?" Yesterday, Shirxia mentioned fishing, and all the sisters-in-law were curious. They didn't expect Shirxia to invite them today. Some agreed immediately, and Shirxia didn't refuse anyone. Thus, a strange scene appeared in the family courtyard. A group of tall, short, fat, and thin sisters-in-law following Shirxia early in the morning, even earlier than the men's morning exercises. Commander Cheng watched his wife leave and felt a strange sense that she might not come back. Surely just his imagination. Surely. Commander Cheng shook his head and went to morning training. Here is the improved and translated version. On this side of Shirxia, 16 sisters-in-law and younger relatives gathered, all brought onto the boat by her. Many women were on a fishing boat for the first time and looked a little excited. "Everyone stay still and listen to my instructions." After speaking, Shirxia set sail. She held the steering wheel with one hand, looked straight ahead, turned the rudder to the left, drew circles with her arm. She looked very cool. Men like to see beautiful women, and women like to look too, especially when the woman is as handsome and attractive as Shirxia. Watching her steer the boat made everyone feel proud and respectful. After a while, the arrival of Little Eagle and Little Goldie made the group go from screaming to envy. Little Eagle was warned by Shirxia but still got touched and petted by many women. Little Goldie enjoyed it very much and was becoming more and more like a shameless white dog. And that wasn't all. Next, they fished with nets, pulled the nets, and caught fish, all done by Shirxia alone. The group of sisters-in-law and younger relatives was no longer just impressed. They admired her strength, which was far beyond their abilities. After storing the catch in the boat's hold, Shirxia generously let everyone pick what they liked to take home and eat. As the boat returned, dolphins came to see them off, making the atmosphere even more lively. When everyone returned to the island, no one spoke badly about Shirxia anymore. She proved herself with real skills. If they had her ability, they wouldn't even need men. Shirxia then sent a boatload of seafood to Haiming Island and happily went home. But when Wenqing'an hadn't returned, nor had Chief Ching next door or several other men. Home, the Wenqing'an and Shirxia's house. Shirxia sat inside without turning on the lights. She sensed the quiet and darkness around her and smiled helplessly. She actually felt very lonely. She was used to lively surroundings, and now that she was back to herself, she felt like something was missing. What was missing? It was Wen Cheng'en's clinginess and the sweet way he called her wife. Shixia sighed and was about to get up to turn on the light. Shixia, are you home? Next door, Sister Chung came over. Seeing that the house was dark, she called out worriedly. Shixia opened the door and turned on the light with a flick. The warm yellow light shone on her face, and she smiled slightly at Sister Chung. Yes, I'm home. Come in and sit. I'm home too. I made some buns. You haven't eaten dinner yet, right? Sister Chung knew that Shixia usually didn't cook, when Chang'en would come home and cook instead. But today, when Chang'en and the others hadn't come back, Shixia wasn't shy about it. I really haven't eaten yet. Sister Chung liked Shixia's honesty and brought a porcelain bowl into the room. Eat while it's hot. Okay. Shixia turned around, took some bowls and chopsticks, and ate all 4 large buns in front of Sister Chung. Delicious. Sister Chung was surprised. Was she missing some? Shixia understood and said, It's so good I ate until I was full. Sister Chung relaxed and sipped her tea, which Shixia poured for her. Shixia, many of the men from our side haven't come back, and no messengers have sent updates or training. This must be an urgent mission, and they didn't have time to say anything. Sister Chung explained, watching Shixia's expression. We are military wives. The army is out front, and we stay behind. We are wives to soldiers. We spend many days waiting and worrying. When Commander Chung went on his first mission, I couldn't sleep all night. But over time, I got used to it. I worry, but life has to go on. We can't just hope they come back and see us struggling at home. Sister Chung said a lot, and Shixia understood. She was there to comfort her, and also to show her how hard it is to be a military wife. Sister, I understand. Thank you. No need to thank me. We're neighbors. They're comrades. They are people you can trust with your life on the battlefield. When Sister Chung saw that Shixia was truly fine, she left. Shixia saw her go back to the neighbor's house and then looked into the shadows behind her.
Come out.
Light footsteps approached, and Lin Cece stepped out from the shadows, hunched over and looking pitiful. Shixia, can I stay here for a night? Sure, but you sleep in the rocking chair. Shixia didn't want anyone sleeping on her and Wen Cheng'en's bed. Okay. Lin Cece went home to get a blanket and lay on the rocking chair at Shixia's place all night. Her own family was also on a mission, and she didn't leave a word behind. Lin Cece wasn't mentally prepared yet. Early the next morning, Lin Cece woke up very early and even made breakfast. Wow, you seem to have a bit of Aunt Lin's talent. Maybe just 3 or 4 points. Lin Cece peeled a boiled egg and placed it in Shixia's bowl, asking, Did you sleep well last night? Yes, I did. Shixia lied, but she actually didn't sleep at all. Strangely, she wasn't really worried about Wen Cheng'en's safety. She just felt uncomfortable missing someone. Habits can be a scary thing. Hearing this, Lin Cece admired her and said, You're really impressive. I am very worried. When I close my eyes, I see bad images. Then I tell myself they are not real, they are fake. I rush to sleep and try not to think about anything. What if those images come true? As a result, my mind is restless, and I have nightmares all night. Lin Cece kept talking all morning. Before leaving, she took her blanket and told Shixia she wouldn't come tonight. She said she needed to get used to her simple life. Okay, call me if you need anything. I know you live behind my house. It makes me feel better. After leaving, Lin Cece went to work. Shixia also had some free time, so she decided to return to Hasan-dao and went fishing with the fishermen. For 3 days in a row, Shixia went out to sea to fish. Every morning, she left her home and went to Hasan-dao, then returned home to eat the meals her grandfather cooked. After that, she went fishing with the fishermen. They came back around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. After eating, she went back to her home. One day, just as Shixia was about to enter her community, she was called away at the military gate. Her heart sank a little. Shixia followed a young soldier to Wei's office, where the senior leaders of the army were gathered. Shixia's face darkened as she entered and sat down. Shixia, Wen Cheng'en's team of 8 went on a mission. Normally, They should be rescued today, but no one has come back. They probably ran into trouble. We are arranging for someone to go in and assist. Since you have the right to know, we called you here." Xia nodded and asked what the mission was about. "Our cargo ship from China was hijacked by pirates. It's carrying not only regular goods but also important people, researchers returning on a cargo ship. They're being held hostage, just like crew members. Wen Qing'an's team is trying to rescue them." Xia understood. She stood up and looked at the map. "Pirates? Here?" "Yes." Wei's leader nodded. Xia's eyes fixed on the spot and asked, "Are they very bold? How much have they hijacked?" "They are very bold. They have advanced weapons and probably have support behind them." Xia thought so too. In this world, what you see is usually the good side. Many dark things are hidden from you. "I want the information." "Of course." Xia took the documents and quickly looked through them, memorizing the basic details of the researchers and crew members. She also checked the other team's members and the rescue team's information, besides Wen Qing'an. After remembering everything, Xia stood up. "I will go. You don't need to consider my presence in any of your actions or plans." Commander Wei understood. Xia is an unpredictable card, and no one knows what she will do, not even herself. "Xia, be careful. When you're abroad, you can't reveal your identity. Do you understand?" "Yes." When Wen Qing'an and others go on missions, they don't carry anything that shows their identity. If they die, they become unclaimed bodies. Xia left quietly, without disturbing anyone. People on Haishan Island thought she was at the family compound, and those at the family compound thought she was on Haishan Island. But in reality, Xia left the seabed alone and headed toward the famous Southeast Asian Strait, MLJ. Xia moved quickly. She left the seabed, and Xiaoingzi and Xiao Jinzi were called out by her whistle, flying far away. As night fell, Xia arrived at a shoreline. Xia's landing spot was an uninhabited island. She rested briefly, ate a raw fish, and thought about her next move. The safest plan was to infiltrate the enemy from within, like before, pretending to be a second-in-command or something similar. A safer approach would be to attack directly. She leaned toward the latter. After learning that pirates often appeared in this area, Xia thought more about her options. If others can dominate a mountain, why can't she? Become a mysterious and unpredictable boss. Use their people, their money behind the scenes. This business is profitable. Of course, all this depends on the principle that the strong are respected. Fortunately, she is really powerful. In the apocalypse, there's no need to think of other methods, just fight. But before fighting, she needs to investigate. Find out how Wen Qing'an's team is doing, what happened to the captured Chinese crew, where the pirates are living, and what the island's layout is. All this basic information must be gathered. Xia ate a few bites of the grilled fish, then stood up. She whistled, calling Xiaoingzi and Xiao Jinzi back. Both are now quite large, but no matter how big they get, they can't fly with Xia. "Remember the game of counting people?" Xiaoingzi nodded proudly. Xiao Jinzi rubbed gently with affection. "Good, that's enough. Now go to the island on the west and see if there are any people there." Xia used her psychic ability to send them away. While on Haishan Island, she often trained them to count people. Under the influence of her powers, they could count over 100 without issue. While they went to count people, Xia was not idle. She released her psychic energy, knowing roughly how many islands were nearby. She drew on the ground, marking the locations. After more than 2 hours, the young eagle and the little gold flew back one after the other. The eagle grabbed at the ground repeatedly and scribbled the number 87. The little gold also returned and wrote the same number. Xia understood what it meant. Next, the little gold and the young eagle made several trips. There were people on a few other islands as well. One island had 123 people, and another had 57. Xia looked at the 3 islands forming a triangle. These were their main bases, supporting each other and hiding from enemies. So, taking all the islands at once would be very difficult for her alone. After getting this information, Xia wiped away the marks on the ground, went into the sea, and personally checked the area. She wanted to keep a low profile and just find out some details. For example, where exactly is Wen Qing'an's team? Pirates hijacking a Chinese cargo ship, taking hostages, and demanding ransom is a common tactic. The rescue operation was divided into two groups, one pretending to deliver ransom openly, and another secretly preparing for combat and rescue. There was also a third group waiting behind the scenes. Currently, both groups have lost contact, and Xia doesn't know what went wrong. She quietly landed on one of the islands. Tonight, there was thick fog, making it impossible to see beyond 3 meters. This made it easier for Xia to move without being noticed. After exploring the first island alone, she found no sign of Wen Qing'an or others, but she knew this island was a pirate's weapons depot. She decided not to take anything now and wait until she really needed it. Then she entered the sea again and headed to the second island. By the time she arrived, it was dawn. The fog had been cleared by the sun, and the bright sunlight was so hot it hurt her skin. To avoid patrols, Xia hid in muddy water inside a deep pit. 2 men nearby were smoking and chatting casually in English, which she understood. You think those people could have gone anywhere? Who knows? They're probably still on this island. They're all injured. Where could they go?
Yeah.
Do you think that girl was telling the truth? That's not our concern. After chatting, the 2 men threw their cigarette butts into the mud and continued searching with their weapons. From their words, Xia knew several groups were searching the jungle with weapons. Most likely, it was Wen Qing'an's team. She moved forward from the mud pit and kept looking. Along the way, she clearly felt more patrols appeared, becoming denser. Avoiding patrols, Xia slowed down her search. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap made her smile. Help was coming. It started to rain heavily. The rain poured down, and the patrol people cursed as they looked for a place to hide or ran back. With weather like this, they might not survive. Exactly, they probably won't make it. A group believed that the members of Wen Qing'an's team wouldn't survive. They were all injured, and now the heavy rain threatened to worsen their wounds. The rain gave Xia a chance. Her supernatural ability quickly extended, scanning from 10 meters to 50, then 100 meters, covering every corner. Someone was there. Xia noticed something, a hidden cave with 2 injured people inside. She moved closer. The people inside were startled and on guard. Chinese people, she said. Then she continued, whale, barnacle. At her words, the people inside suddenly laughed. Xia, no one else in this world would say those words except her. She crawled into the cave and saw 2 people on the other side, one of whom was Lin Cici's husband. Sure, no time for talking. I have medicine here. Treat your wounds yourself and tell me what happened. Xia always spoke clearly and directly. The others understood the urgency. One treated their wounds, and the other explained. The obvious person paid the ransom and was taking the rescue target away. The rescue target's daughter suddenly spoke up, scolding the pirate leader, saying he was blind to her worth. Her father was a scientist personally invited back. Hearing this, Xia almost felt sick. Was she meeting a lunatic outside? The pirates changed their mind and decided to keep the person. There was a conflict. We intervened to rescue her. 8 people scattered. The 2 of us got injured and are hiding here. The others don't know yet. Xia understood. She decided that when she saw the woman, she would give her 2 slaps.
Can you walk?
Yes. Xia helped the 2 injured people out, avoiding patrols, and took them to the seaside. A whistle sounded, and the turtle team appeared. For the first time, the 2 sat on the turtle's back. It will take you to a deserted island. Find a safe hiding spot. I rescued others, and will come back to find you.
I don't need your help right now.
Understood. Both spoke in unison, showing respect for Xia. She nodded, turned, and left in the heavy rain, her figure quickly fading away. Her supernatural ability continued to scan, and she found 3 more people, one of whom was already dead. Xia said nothing, carrying the corpse. I'll take you home. Let's go. After helping the two injured and the corpse onto the turtle, she returned again. Xia returned to the island for the third time, continuing her search through the sudden heavy rain. The dense raindrops pounded on the bushes and trees, making a constant cracking sound. The rain brought the smell of dirt, mud, and decayed leaves, mixed with a faint foul odor. Xia bent over, moving carefully step by step, trying to protect the patrol team and avoid the traps in the area, which was a minefield. She also had to focus her mental energy to find the trapped team members. Out of 8 team members, she found 5. There were 3 left. Among the 3, one was a scientist, another was a reckless person, and 2 staff members appeared to be delivering ransom openly. 7 people in total. 1 hour, 2 hours passed. Xia kept searching tirelessly, even as the heavy rain showed signs of slowing down. She knew she had to find them before the rain stopped. After the rain, her powers could still be used, but patrols would speed up, making retreat much harder. Xia quickened her pace, her face scratched by dry branches and leaves, her palms covered in mud and torn leaves, with no clear lines left on her skin. She continued using her powers to search every corner, not missing any detail. They must have hidden with someone. Any trace of water could be detected by her powers. Her powers suddenly shifted downward, and she hurried over. The underground space was empty.
Good news, she found someone.
Bad news. Wang Qing'an was not there. The 5 people she found included one who was barely holding on, and Xia used her powers to protect his heart, hoping he could at least return to Chinese land. Another soldier's knee was broken, with bone piercing through the skin, blood visible as the white bone was exposed, seemingly daring the enemy to come closer. The remaining people also had injuries, but none were fatal, and they could still move. Xia carried the most seriously injured person on her back, while others supported each other. Under her lead, they slowly retreated. When they reached the shore, the rain had stopped. Xia cursed silently. There was no time to delay. Same instructions, same escape plan. Quick, hide. After sending them away, Xia slipped back into hiding. Halfway through, he encountered soldiers chasing after footprints. Xia deliberately made noise to lure the patrol soldiers away. Once she was sure everyone was following her, she hid in a secret corner, where the raindrops on the leaves turned into bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The patrol soldiers didn't notice anything at first. They were still talking one moment, and the next, they were lying on the ground. Xia rushed out without blinking, tore off one person's clothes, and kicked him into the sea. She changed into the patrol soldier's uniform, took his weapon, and continued searching for Wen Qing'an. She explored the entire island, from day to night. But she couldn't find Wen Qing'an's shadow anywhere. Xia hid inside a tree hollow, gnawing on dry food she took from the patrol soldiers.
Where are you?
If he's not on the island, then he's not on the land. Xia's eyes suddenly lit up. Wen Qing'an must have taken that woman as bait to lure the soldiers away, giving others a chance to escape. He's good at water, so maybe he's traveling by water route? Xia quickly ate the dry food, lowered her body, and ran to the shore, using her powers to explore. She searched around the entire island's coast. Nothing. Nothing.
Huh.
After entering shallow water, she found a small beach with a cave. What a hidden place. Someone.
2 people.
Xia was sure the other person was Wen Qing'an. She swiftly jumped into the sea and swam over. At the same time at the cave, Wen Qing'an's arm was shot, and he had large wounds on his back. He was sitting at the cave entrance, eating a fish raw. Hey, you're hurt. Let me treat your wounds. Get lost. If you come any closer, I'll kill you. Wen Qing'an didn't turn around, but his serious tone made the woman behind him pout, yet her competitive spark shone through. Why are you acting like that? I didn't do it on purpose. Who knew they'd be so unreasonable? Are you crazy? Talking reason with pirates? Idiot. Wen Qing'an was no longer just sarcastic. He was openly cursing, saying whatever came to mind. He had just married, and his wife hadn't even gotten close to him yet, but this fool had dragged him into this mess. Most importantly, He saw a comrade sacrifice himself clearly. If it weren't for the responsibility weighing on him, he would have already wanted to kill the woman behind him. You're completely unreasonable.
Fool.
Wen Qing'an couldn't be bothered with her and kept eating the fish to regain strength. The rain stopped. He prepared to go out again, to find his comrades. The woman behind pouted her lips, feeling that the people here were so strange. Even her father insisted on returning. Isn't it better to stay abroad? She had never suffered before. Now she was gnawing on a raw fish inside this broken cave. Cook it first. I can't eat it like this. I told you if I get upset, I won't let my father help you guys. Wen Qing'an sighed softly. Whatever. I don't care. If I don't eat, I'll just starve. You. The woman was very angry. She stood up angrily, grabbed her muddy dress, and went behind Wen Qing'an, then kicked him in the back. Wen Qing'an sensed it and dodged awkwardly. The woman missed her kick and, unwilling, rushed to the cave entrance by the sea. Whether I care or not, I'll jump in and drown myself to make your mission fail. When my dad finds out you didn't protect me, he'll definitely dislike you. Humph. Wen Qing'an's nails dug into the mud, and his teeth clenched with a grinding sound. At this moment, he really wanted to turn into a demon and kill her. But the sacrifice of his comrades couldn't be wasted, and he couldn't abandon his duty. After cursing, Wen Qing'an sat up, reached out to pull her back. The woman showed a triumphant look, knowing she had him under control. Humph, if only you had done this earlier. Suddenly, a hand appeared around her ankle. The next second, the woman's head dipped down, and she fell into the sea with a splash. Wen Qing'an instinctively grabbed his weapon. The next moment, a familiar head emerged from the water. His head buzzed. Not going to die. After leaving these 3 words, Xia sank back into the water, trapping the woman who was wildly waving her arms. One hand grabbed her neck and applied force. Gurgle. In the sea, Xia held the woman's neck tightly, exerting force with her fingers, pressing her down hard. The woman dared not open her mouth and flailed her arms. Underwater, Xia's hair was spread out, her eyes as dark as ink. She heard what the woman was saying. It was because she heard it that she did these things. Others wouldn't dare because of responsibility, but she dared. The man who cursed his mother, you're really tired of living. Gurgle. The woman was overwhelmed with fear of death. This woman, who appeared out of nowhere, wanted to kill her. She really wanted to kill her. Ugh. Help. The woman opened her mouth, trying to scream for help, but Wen Qing'an was nowhere to be seen. He was still immersed in the scene of seeing Xia, his wife, coming. He felt both pain and sadness. If it weren't for him, Xia wouldn't have been hurt or suffered like this. She had already tried her best, but still couldn't compare to Xia. So, she decided to train harder when she returned. Suddenly, Xia dragged up a woman who looked like a dead fish, threw her aside, and stepped firmly on her chest with one foot. Cough, cough. Ugh, the woman spat water. After spitting, her strength was returning. She struggled to crawl toward Wen Qing'an, feeling that was the only place where she felt safe. With a quick glance, Xia made Wen Qing'an stand up and swear. I didn't do anything.
Got it.
Your eyesight isn't that bad. Xia walked over, standing above the woman without saying a word, and directly took off her sock to stuff it into the woman's mouth. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The woman shook her head wildly, her eyes rolling as they were irritated. Remember, Xia had been searching on the island for a whole day and night. She didn't tolerate the other person at all. After stuffing the sock, she slapped her twice, but when she couldn't feel her breath, she slapped her 2 more times. Then she tore a cloth from her clothes, wrapped it around the woman's mouth. But that wasn't enough. She took out a bundle of thin rope, tying the woman tightly, and finally pushed her to face the wall. Everything became silent. Xia sat down, looked at Wen Qing'an's wound, and took out the medicine prepared by old Su to treat him. I'll help you remove the bullet. She took out a dagger and briefly sterilized it with a match flame. Hold on. It's nothing. Wen Qing'an shifted his attention to Xia, wanting to ask how she came here. But he already knew the answer. Do you think I'm useless? Xia's supernatural ability moved within Wen Qing'an's body, focusing on the dagger. On the first day I met you, I was worse than now. If I thought you were useless, I would have given up long ago. Haha, I knew it. The bullet was removed. Quick, precise, and accurate. Wen Qing'an looked at the bullet, smiled, and suppressed all his doubts. He didn't know why a fisherman's daughter had so many things, but he only knew that Xia had always been like this. After treating his wound simply, they didn't delay and left first. Xia briefly explained the situation of the others. I think you should leave first. What about you? Xia smiled and said, I think this place is quite interesting. I plan to stay a bit longer. She wants to completely remove this tumor so that future Chinese shipping won't be worried, and she even wants this place to become her weapon. Here or in Somalia where pirates are most active, she wants to take a look. This is Xia's ambition, which has grown with each trip abroad. 70% of the earth is ocean, so doing something on the sea isn't surprising. Be careful. Don't worry. Xia, along with Wen Qing'an and a woman with 5 flowers, goes into the sea, away from the pirate island, heading toward the small island where she first landed. Little Eagle and Little Gold fly in the sky, occasionally communicating with Xia to guide her direction. Xia, with her skills, swims quickly using the power of a killer whale. Finally reaching the shore, guided by Little Eagle, she finds others hiding there. Yuna. Sniff, 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 sniff. Everyone sees Yuna, with 5 flowers. There's no doubt it was definitely Xia who did it. Everyone feels a bit pleased inside, yes. That's how she should be dealt with. It's not enough. If it weren't for her, their teammate wouldn't have sacrificed. Can you let Yuna go? I know she made mistakes. Her mother died early. I was busy with work, neglecting her. She's not a bad person, really. A man with half of his glasses lenses, missing defends Yuna. Xia only thinks 4 words. Not worth using. What's the point of bringing such a person back? No, she is already alive, thanks to my mercy. Xia responds without any pressure, sneering at the incredulous man. Your daughter caused a comrade's death. 2 others are seriously injured. And you still think she's not bad, just made a mistake? What did the soldier whose sacrifice do wrong? The scientist is speechless, feeling guilty, very guilty. On one side is his daughter, on the other his benefactor.
He's torn.
Xia withdraws her gaze and says to a few people, I'll find a boat. You should return quickly. I will take care of the remaining crew. Everyone recognizes Xia's strength and has no objections. Xia quickly leaves, knowing there's a support team nearby. Little Eagle and Little Gold stay behind to help guard, while Xia swiftly goes to find the support team. The support team is still discussing how to get onto the island. They suspect the mission was disrupted by some factor, and that the team sent to carry out the task was forced into conflict, making it very likely they are trapped on the island. While they continued their discussion, footsteps approached. The lookout was pulled over by Xia. Xia looked up, an old acquaintance, Lin Cici's older brother. Stop the chatter. I've brought the team members and scientists. You go and support them. Take them away first. I'll find a way for the remaining crew. After saying this, Xia started to walk away. The others didn't move but held weapons, waiting for orders. Xia paused. You should have received orders before you came. What if you encounter me? Just follow your command, came the reply. This was the most secret order. Then let's go. Xia left without further explanation. If they weren't taken, she had her own way to send them back. Follow me. The others followed. Not everyone knew Xia, but her presence here meant she was a comrade. That was enough, trustworthy. Xia returned with her team. When the 2 groups met, there was no small talk. Everyone looked at Xia.
Take them.
Don't bother about this cicada pupa person. The journey back is less than 2 days. She won't starve. Little Eagle will guide you, avoiding ships from other countries. Xia finished her instructions, and her final focus was on Wen Qing'an. Wait for me at home. Xia left alone. Wen Qing'an was the first to turn around and said to the others, let's go. He had to complete the mission, otherwise, He would feel guilty for coming here with Shirshia. Everyone who went on missions knew how to make decisions and sacrifices. They were all calm and self-controlled. They helped each other, even carrying the bodies back. Ugh ugh ugh, the woman turned into a cicada pupa by Shirshia made crying sounds. Her scientist father felt sad but couldn't speak. He was the one coming back. He was sent abroad by his country, so when his homeland needed him, he had to return. But he didn't expect his daughter, who grew up abroad, to reject returning to the country so strongly. Yet he had already decided to go back. He couldn't leave his daughter behind. People full of regret wouldn't let her go easily. One thought led to the current situation. No one paid attention to the crying girl. One man, tall and strong, had learned what she had done. He had no pity and, like a stubborn pig, carried her on his shoulder and walked away. Cough cough. The man's shoulder pressed against her stomach as they jostled, causing pain. The two teams reunited, and their escape route was well planned. With the help of Shirshia's friends, the escape went smoothly. Several soldiers looked at the little eagle and the small gold object in the sky, and their admiration was obvious. It was wonderful. I wish they could each have won. Shirshia had been in the sea, protected by her supernatural powers, watching over the two groups until she saw them board the prearranged ships and leave. Only then did she feel safe to leave. Next, it was her turn to perform. The attack time had come. Shirshia used powder prepared by Old Man Su to disguise her face, then casually tore a cloth to cover her face. Her first stop was the island's armory. She wanted a quick victory. After knocking out the guards, she threw all the weapons into her underwater space and hid them. These were her foundation after taking the lead. After securing the armory, Shirshia headed straight to the island with the most people, where Wenchengin was held. According to information from Wenchengin and others, the pirate leader lived there. He was easy to recognize, one eye, wearing an eye patch. When Shirshia arrived, the one-eyed leader was furious. "You bunch of useless fools, you can't even find one person. And who told you to shoot? We want money, money." The one-eyed leader kicked the man kneeling on the ground and then angrily looked at the Chinese crew members with their eyes covered. "Deal with them. Feed them to the sharks. Don't kill us, don't kill us." The people on the ground begged for mercy, but in the next second, they were lifted up, ready to be taken away. "Stop right there." Shirshia stepped forward. Everyone looked at her. Who was she? They raised their weapons, and the one-eyed leader paid her no attention. "Who are your people?" The one-eyed leader had over 200 subordinates, but not everyone knew her. Shirshia moved to the front and stood in the middle, looking at the one-eyed leader. "I am the person about to overthrow you. We are all outlaws. Why are you sitting in this position? I find it quite annoying." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a chorus of mocking laughter. The one-eyed leader laughed the loudest. Maybe he was a fool from somewhere? "You want to take my place alone? Empty-handed, not even a gun?" Shirshia nodded. "Replacing you doesn't need." Before she finished, her figure flashed past the air and appeared behind the one-eyed leader. His dagger, which was at his waist, disappeared and was pressed against his neck. "See, I told you, you don't need it." "Who are you really?" The one-eyed leader panicked but remained calm. His skills were clearly not from someone on their island. "The one who will take your place." The boss role rotates. "Today, it's my turn." "You're dreaming." Gunfire. The one-eyed leader is a tough person. Ignoring his own safety, he orders his men to shoot.
Attack.
At the command, the men with guns suddenly feel pain in their arms and wrists. In the next second, there are blood holes in their wrists, arms, or ankles, and all their weapons fall to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all the little followers below are injured. Snipers. Several snipers. We're surrounded by snipers. No one sees the shooters, but the bullet-sized holes are real. They instinctively think snipers are hiding nearby. What a bold move. Usually, there is only one, but how many does this person have? They aren't sure, but probably quite a few. The one-eyed boss is completely panicked. Are they military people? From which country? He has offended too many people and knows he won't end well. Whose people are you? Let's talk. Xia pulls the one-eyed boss back to retreat. Some people inside the house try to run away, but in the next second, their legs are pierced, and they lie on the ground holding their legs, crying out loudly. This time, no one dares to move. There really are snipers. Actually, they're just water droplets. Xia is focused on controlling his powers, leading the one-eyed boss to a vacant room. He releases the dagger and hands it to the boss. Here's a chance to save yourself. The one-eyed boss hesitates, seeming to accept his fate and not wanting to take it. In a flash, he snatches the dagger, quickly turns it, and stabs fiercely. Xia was prepared. He single-handedly grips the other's wrist with precision, forcing the dagger to fall. The one-eyed boss feels like a pair of pliers gripping his hand. The difference in strength makes him lose his fighting spirit instantly. I didn't recognize your importance. You still know how to use idioms. Quite cultured. What did you do before becoming a pirate? Xia starts chatting casually. The one-eyed boss dares not refuse. He speaks half-truths and half-lies, and Xia doesn't mind. I plan to take this boss's position. How about you step down to be the second in command? The one-eyed boss looks at Xia playing with the dagger. Is this a multiple-choice question? Of course. I'd rather just be a subordinate. All right, I believe you. One person talks nonsense, the other believes it, very perfunctory. Tell me, who supports your weapons?
What?
The one-eyed boss pretends to be naive. Xia lifts his eyes and states the most realistic fact. To those above, this position is just a title. They don't care who becomes the boss. You should know that. The one-eyed boss certainly knew because, before him, this position had already changed hands several times. Now, dying or becoming the second in command, do I need to choose? The one-eyed boss showed his most genuine smile. There's really no need to choose. The two talked for half an hour, and Xia led the one-eyed boss outside. Looking at the bright red on the ground and the people nearby, the one-eyed boss smiled and said, "From today on, this person is our new boss." The change of leadership happened so casually. "Boss, introduce yourself. My surname is Lao Ming. Just call me boss." After Xia finished speaking, the corner of the one-eyed man's eye twitched wildly. Xia didn't care about that. They were just trying to escape. No need to fuss over details. One-eyed, gather everyone. I want to meet with all of you. Xia ordered, and the one-eyed boss gathered everyone to introduce the new boss. Boss. Xia looked confident, pulling off his mask, revealing a fierce scar running from his left forehead across his face to his right jaw. Standing here means I have the strength to hold this position. If you have doubts, now's the time to ask. If you win, the position is yours. Xia paused, but no one spoke. Who would dare question with countless snipers around? Besides, they've already replaced their boss several times. No objections? Then let's get along well. I'm easy to get along with. Eat meat, drink wine, make money. Those who don't listen are like sharks. After a few simple words, Xia's gaze fell on a few Chinese crew members. Don't bring back worthless things in the future, and don't conflict with anyone. Our goal is to make money and survive well. Attracting attention is never a good idea. Xia stepped down from the platform, standing in front of the Chinese crew members, smiling with a scarred face that looked fierce and ruthless. Let's go. That one word decided the fate of a few people. In front of everyone, Xia took a few Chinese crew members to the shark-feeding cliff, where the turbulent sea stretched below. He raised his pistol, eyes steady without blinking or warning.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Splashing water flew up. Xia turned around, casually threw something, and the one-eyed man caught the gun, lost in thought. So ruthless? It seemed he was just as much a reckless outlaw. The one-eyed man felt a bit relieved. In a hidden place, a group of dolphins and sea turtles were busy and tangled together underwater. Old Turtle 6 was working and cursing at the same time. There's work every day. I'm exhausted. The gunshot indeed sounded, but the bullets were wrapped in a special energy by Xia. Before the bullets could hit them, the energy pushed them into the sea. To outsiders, the gunfire was too fast, and blood hadn't even had time to flow before the people fell into the water. Old Turtle 6 and a group of turtles rescued the people from the sea floor and personally took them ashore. Several crew members thought they had reached the afterlife, watching as the old turtle spat out a piece of paper. 4 of them stepped forward, trembling as they took the paper and opened it. It was a note written by Xia, telling them to wait here peacefully. Someone would come to take them away. The last instruction was not to light a fire. They had barely escaped with their lives. They weren't fools, they had no gunshot wounds, so they knew the person who helped them was on their side. They were overwhelmed with joy after surviving the ordeal. The 4 huddled together in a small cave on the island, waiting for someone to take them home. Every day, they didn't need to go out because Old Turtle 6 brought them fresh fish that could be eaten raw. Inside the cave, there was a knife so they could fend for themselves. As for not lighting a fire, it was because smoke would attract attention. Additionally, the 4 took off their clothes, and Xia left some extra clothes in the cave. A day later, someone found torn clothes covered in blood and bite marks, ragged and miserable. Everyone naturally thought it was the kidnapped hostages who had been taken away. In fact, Xia had deliberately thrown the clothes after sharks had bitten into them. Xia temporarily became the leader, but her position was not yet secure, so she stayed behind. She planned to make 2 deals to give the people here some benefits, showing that following her was the best choice. There was another reason. Xia found a radio transmitter from the one-eyed person. One of the messages instructed the one-eyed person to intercept a Chinese cargo ship and bring certain people down. The precision of this message made Xia realize that the hijacking was planned in advance. Since that was the case, she couldn't just let it go. Revenge was necessary. Xia ordered the one-eyed person and the others to send messages reporting the situation. She learned that the one-eyed person's supplier was just accepting the mission, meaning someone was paying to have this done, and the paying party's information was protected. But from one English word in the message, and knowing that the scientist had returned from Y country, Xia guessed that Y country had people who didn't want him to come back. She wasn't sure, so she decided to test the situation to find out. So, on the 5th day, a cargo ship coming from Y was stopped and hijacked. In just one action, Xia used her strong skills to control the group. After stopping the ship, Xia didn't hurt anyone and even took the time to chat with others. After chatting, she took some goods from the cargo ship, leaving nothing else. Why did they need money? They couldn't spend it, and it was better to exchange it for supplies for daily life. Xia kindly took 1/3 of the supplies without harming anyone. The others were confused. Are pirates now so gentle? Xia returned with her people, truly enjoying food and drink. That night, the one-eyed man received a telegram criticizing him for acting recklessly, as they hadn't given any orders. Following Xia's instructions, he replied to the telegram, "I'm a pirate. I want to eat and drink. If you don't give it, I'll do my own work." The other side was furious. Whether it was Xia's stubbornness or brute force breaking everything, they sent a list of ships that couldn't be hijacked. Xia held the list and said, Good, I'll target these ships specifically." Meanwhile, Xia continued to be the leader. Wen Cheng'en had already arrived in China, and the crew members were brought back. The seriously injured person managed to reach Chinese land, but unfortunately, he didn't survive. In one operation, 2 people sacrificed themselves. The mastermind, however, pretended to be remorseful and simply said sorry, without any punishment. This incident left everyone involved feeling uneasy. Commander Wei even broke 2 teacups out of anger and kept calling every day, demanding justice and compensation. Wen Cheng'en and the others personally took their comrade to the martyrs' cemetery before going to the hospital for their injuries. The doctor, seeing Wen Cheng'en's wounds, asked suspiciously, "Who treated your wounds?" "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just that they did a very good job." Wen Cheng'en thought for a moment and said, "No one treated it. I just picked it up myself. Lucky, I guess. That should be fine. Rest well and recover as usual." "Thanks, doctor." After the checkup, Wen Cheng'en left the hospital, heading home. He didn't know when his wife would return. While thinking about Xia, Wen Cheng'en was suddenly stopped. When he looked up, his face was full of disgust, and he took 3 steps back. Wen Qing'an, I came to see you. What's with that look? Yuna was unhappy. Wen Qing'an stepped back 2 more steps and said, seeing someone like you is like looking at trash. That's the look. Wen Qing'an cursed harshly, and Yuna pouted angrily, her eyes full of innocent complaint. Seeing this, Wen Qing'an took 2 steps back, unsure whether to find a witness. Who knows what this crazy person might do? How can you be like this? I came here kindly to see you. Her words made Wen Qing'an feel sick. Ugly face, bad temper. Someone like you wasting air just by living. Don't block my way. Stay as far away as possible. Wen Qing'an sidestepped Yuna, covering his mouth and nose like avoiding a virus, with a look of disgust. Yuna got even angrier. How could this person be so ungrateful? She had come to see him willingly. Just as Yuna was about to say more, Wen Qing'an suddenly turned and ran away quickly, looking genuinely afraid of catching something. You're so annoying. Just wait for me. After cursing, Yuna smiled confidently. If she set her sights on something, she wouldn't leave empty-handed. Humph. Let's see about that. Yuna turned and left to find her father. Meanwhile, Wen Qing'an felt uneasy inside. He couldn't reason about Yuna with a normal mindset. So, what does she really mean? Is she planning to accuse Shixia? A look of disgust flashed in Wen Qing'an's eyes. Ignoring his own injuries, he went to find a few other comrades. At the same time, Shixia was giving a lesson to pirates, an ideological and political education class. More than 200 people sat below, while Shixia stood at the front, with a world map behind her. Brothers, think long-term. The world is so big, don't limit yourselves. As the saying goes, borrow well and repay well. Borrowing isn't hard. No need to steal or rob. We should be civilized pirates who promote good conduct. Today, we're going to learn about the ocean. The ocean is rich in resources. As people living at sea, we need to understand the ocean deeply. Shixia was making things up as she went, but no one dared to leave. Not only because of countless snipers, but also because when they followed Shixia out to work, she single-handedly took down a group of enemies, leaving them with no chance to even draw their weapons. She had already boarded the enemy's ship. Remember, the hardest part of being a pirate is getting onto the ship, especially large ships. But for Shixia, none of that was a problem. She could handle everything alone. Of course, Shixia had principles. She didn't hurt people, only took what was hers. Alright, that's all for today's lesson. Go back and review well. We have a test tomorrow. After speaking, Shixia left. The others looked bitter but forced smiles. Who would have thought that after becoming pirates, they still had to study and take exams? Who would have thought? Several people exchanged glances with the original boss, now the one-eyed second-in-command. The one-eyed man saw it. But what could he do? They had no way out. Since the higher-ups issued a list forbidding ship robberies, Shixia felt like she had a death list. Anyone on the list, she would act against. Those not on it, she would leave alone. After 3 attempts, the supporting forces behind them cut ties completely. Even the one-eyed man was scared. Could it be that someone was sent to destroy them? With no escape route and Shixia's strong power plus help from many snipers, she became their new protector. So, the one-eyed man dared not resist. Better to live poorly than die bravely.
Stop looking at me.
Go back and study hard. I already said there's an exam tomorrow. A group of pirates looked sad, walking back in small groups to stay up late studying. Shixia returned to her private room, enjoying a delicious steak and red wine, feeling very happy. This meat is really tasty. She chewed the tender beef, which was not tough and had a light aroma. She planned to take some back to Wen Qing'an to try. After eating, Shixia sat in a chair, looking at the ocean map on the table. Right now, she had cut off the pirates' escape route from the island, and they could only rely on her. As for training the pirates, she just wanted to give them something to do so they wouldn't overthink and plot to overthrow her. She couldn't stay here long-term and needed someone she trusted to come over. It seemed she had to go back and send someone to come here. She felt very calm about the pirates on the island, use what she could, discard what she couldn't. Those who hurt her, just being alive was her mercy. Her goal was to find their greatest use. As for these 3 islands, she liked their good locations. Xia planned to strengthen her position here, then return in a few days to hide someone among the pirates and become a hidden leader. This way, both openly and secretly, she would fully control the area. Meanwhile, Xia's progress was steady, but when Chang'an faced trouble, Hyaming Island, Yuna went to see her father and mentioned she wanted to meet Wen Chang'an, asking him to help her get a military pass. Her father refused. Yuna, we'll be leaving here in a few days. Don't bother those soldiers. They didn't like us, though her father didn't say this directly. He truly believed it. They both caused their comrade to lose his life. How could anyone like them? Yuna secretly made a face, but when facing her father, she immediately put on a pitiful expression. Dad, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I didn't mean to disturb them. I just want to say sorry. Sincerely, I didn't do it on purpose. I haven't been able to sleep all night. Yuna started crying. Her father was very soft-hearted, especially towards his only child. Are you really going to apologize? Yes, I am. Her father agreed. After receiving orders from his superiors, Commander Wei shouted loudly. With your orders. I don't care about your commands. That woman wants to enter my military camp, unless I die. He paused, then continued. I don't care about your rules. If you look at me the wrong way, I'll take you down myself. Commander Wei opposed her, but Yuna didn't come in. She thought this matter would just pass like that, but Yuna was not willing to give up. Not exactly unwilling. She was a stubborn person who would do anything to get what she wanted. If she suddenly got it, she might not want it anymore. Yuna settled for a second choice. She met a sister-in-law from the family housing area. She pretended to help, not knowing Yuna's true intentions. The sister-in-law thought she was a kind and good-hearted woman, especially since Yuna had a valid access card, so she believed her and took Yuna into the family housing area. Once inside, Yuna was planning how to sneak past the housing area into the military camp to find Wen Chang'an. He would definitely be touched. She had worked hard just to see him. Lost in her own imagination, Yuna hadn't yet acted when she saw Wen Chang'an appear in the housing area. She ran over happily. Wen Chang'an, do you know I'm here? Is that why you came? At Yuna's words, everyone listening stopped what they were doing. The sister-in-law who brought Yuna along even let go of her hand and stepped aside. What did her words mean? Lieutenant Wei and her? No way. Xia is so impressive. Thinking of Xia, the sisters-in-law in the housing area remembered that they hadn't seen Xia for many days. They thought Xia had gone home when Wen Chang'an went on a mission, but Wen Chang'an had already returned, so why hadn't Xia come back? A few of the sisters-in-law looked at each other, their eyes shifting between Wen Chang'an and Yuna, some even glaring at Wen Chang'an. Wen Chang'an, why did you scold me? I came specifically to see you. Yuna showed a shy expression typical of a young girl, timidly lifting her head. Wen Chang'an was clever. He caught her hidden message. Everyone was watching him, doubting him, but Wen Chang'an smiled. No matter how many times he was scolded, he still couldn't understand human words, right?
All right. Come on.
I'm not doing this anymore. Wen Chang'an publicly took off the badge on his shoulder, removed his military jacket, and carefully placed it on the ground. Accusing me? Spreading rumors about me? Great, you people will never know that my wife is my life. Wen Chang'an rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward, ready to fight. No. Stop, don't hit anyone. His comrades hurried to stop him, some holding his legs, others grabbing his waist. Wen Chang'an ignored everything and charged forward with all his might, his feet flying in the air. One shoe aimed precisely at Yuna's face, and the other shoe followed closely behind. Try to slander me again. I'm done with this. This act of Wen Chang'an showed he was completely cleaned up inside and out. No man would hit a woman in front of so many people. The situation quickly escalated. In Director Wei's office, Director Wei was in a meeting, praising the team members for their work on this mission and deciding how to split the credit. Wen Chang'an is very capable, diligent in learning, though his education is a bit low. Since he just got promoted, we should pay more attention to his education. This kid is really promising, smart, eager to learn, steady bang. The door to the meeting room opened. What are you doing? Where's the discipline? Report. There's a fight. A group rushed into the family compound. When Chungin had already been pulled apart by 4 or 5 comrades. Yuna looked terrified, gasping for breath. He was actually about to hit someone. Director Wei and others arrived, seeing the scene, their minds buzzing. How did it come to this? When Chungin, Director Wei quickly thought of a way to protect him.
Oh, such a lively scene.
His mind was overwhelmed. Shixia. Everyone turned around to see Shixia walking in with a cheerful smile. When Chungin, held back by his comrades, suddenly looked up with a fierce expression that quickly turned into a look of grievance.
Wife.
Hey, I'm back. Shixia approached smiling, picked up her clothes and shoulder badge from the ground.
Let go.
Just 2 words, and a few comrades released their hold and stood properly. Shixia handed the clothes and shoulder insignia to Wen Chungin and gently said, "You are so careless. How did you lose it?" Hee, it's my fault. The thread wasn't strong enough. Wen Chungin took them and put them on, saying nothing about what just happened. Shixia gave him a quiet look, silently. Yuna, lying on the ground, finally caught her breath and pointed at Wen Chungin, shouting, "He attacked. Catch him." Shixia turned around. Yuna's pupils shrank. Was that her? The person on the island who put smelly socks on her. At that moment, Yuna felt a sudden wave of fear. It's okay, it's okay. Her father is very powerful. It's you, smack. Before Yuna could say anything, Shixia slapped her. Smack. Another slap. Shixia grabbed Yuna's collar and started hitting her with rapid, heavy slaps. Think you're so great? Relying on your father to do whatever you want? Smack. 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 That's laughable. If it weren't for your status, I'd have dealt with you myself. Smack. 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 Do you think you're safe just because of your father? Smack. 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 With each word, Shixia delivered a slap. Others might count the slaps, but Shixia measured by distance. She dragged Yuna 10 meters away, still slapping her nonstop. Accusing my man? Today, I'll make you regret it. I want to see who dares to be so bold. Just wait and see what it means to be ungrateful and heartless. Sniffle, sniffle, sniffle. Yuna sobbed uncontrollably, but Shixia didn't care. She kept hitting. Everyone watched Shixia with admiration, but she still had to pretend to be calm. Someone went to stop her, but Shixia ignored them. Others said, "We tried to stop her, but it didn't work." The military wives were all trembling with fear. Had they been gossiping earlier? The slaps had already gone 20 meters. 30 meters. Yuna's face was swollen, blood dripped from her mouth, and she couldn't even cry out anymore. Shixia dragged Yuna 50 meters away, and her father arrived. "Yuna, Comrade Shixia, let's talk nicely. We understand you're upset. Rest assured, as long as you speak up, we will support you." The first was Yuna's father. The second was Commander Wei, who spoke up quickly after seeing Yuna's father. Commander Wei's protective attitude was obvious. Shixia looked at Yuna's father with a mocking smile and withdrew her gaze. Upset? It's okay. I will find my own way back. Clap. Shixia released Yuna with a kick. Yuna flew through the air like a broken kite and fell heavily to the ground, coughing up blood loudly. "Yuna, why are you shouting? Where were you when your daughter was causing trouble? Now you only care when it's serious. Feeling guilty and blaming others while protecting your mentally ill daughter. You're really good at being two-faced. Someone like you is a waste if saved." Shixia was relieved after venting her anger. She turned to General Wei, who looked worried and was trying to find a way out, offering a ladder up and down. "General Wei, I have proof that Yuna is a spy selling secrets. Deputy Captain Wen Chungin has known for a while that Yuna's identity was suspicious. Everything just now was part of my plan." She had found a reason that was clear and honest, and could also lead to Yuna's downfall. General Wei quickly took control of the situation and led all involved back to the office. Inside the office, several people were present. Shixia sat steadily. Comrade Shixia, what is your evidence? Someone from Pirate Island told me that Yuna is a spy. If you don't believe it, go ask them. General Wei remained calm and still. Was there any need to ask? You've been there so many days. With your skills, Pirate Island must have been taken over by now. Shixia's evidence was solid, and Yuna's father felt helpless but also relieved. He had anticipated this outcome long ago, hadn't he? When others caused this result, he could find a legitimate reason not to blame himself. In truth, he was also a selfish person. Yuna was directly arrested for being a spy. General Wei had already been raising concerns about Yuna, and with Shixia's strong evidence, the complaint was quickly processed. Yuna wouldn't survive. Yuna's father was also re-evaluated. Such a person was not suitable for their team, no matter what skills he had. As for Wen Qing'an, he was on a mission and had done nothing wrong. Shixia still had work to do, so Wen Qing'an left first. In the office, General Wei knew exactly how to serve tea and brought out some pastries from the drawer. Eat some first to calm down. Shixia picked up a pastry and ate it. If I don't come back, how will you handle Yuna's case? Strictly deal with it. Yuna won't win, and Wen Qing'an will be fine. Shixia smiled faintly. Whether you believe it or not, it didn't matter, because she had the ability herself. After eating the pastry and drinking tea, Shixia spoke. I have something important to say. Go ahead. Shixia narrated the development of Pirate Island and mentioned his plan to secretly take someone there to seize the strategic crossing point. Commander Wei listened calmly. Taking it in less than a month is definitely something Shixia could do. In fact, the time taken is a bit long. This matter is very important. I will report it. It's not a big problem. All right, now let's talk about the big issue. Commander Wei looked at Shixia in surprise. Wasn't it the big issue just now? No. Shixia replied casually. I encountered a submarine on my way back. Suddenly, Commander Wei stopped Shixia from continuing, stood up, opened the door, checked the windows, then walked back. This office needs to be renovated. Shixia, what model and configuration is it? When Wei heard the word submarine, he was almost envious. They don't even have a good boat, and they already have a submarine. Shixia shook his head. I don't know, I don't understand.
I didn't go inside.
Shixia just happened to see the submarine on his way back after visiting Turtle Old 6 hideout. So, what's the big issue you mentioned? Commander Wei was confused. I found a torpedo. Wei's eyes widened again, and his heart started pounding faster. A torpedo? Yes, I picked it up by chance. Actually, when Shixia saw the other side practicing, he used his powers to disable one of their torpedoes and took it away. If there hadn't been too many people inside the submarine, and if the submarine hadn't disappeared with a loud noise, he really wanted to bring one back. This kind of thing depends on timing, location, and people. Where is it? Wei couldn't sit still and forced himself to sit down again. No, I can't keep it. I don't know how to disassemble it. I need a professional. Wei's mind was racing, trying to figure out how to handle this matter safely. Shixia was more relaxed. He only focused on picking up and left everything else to others. That's all. Hurry up with the arrangements. I need to go back. Okay, I'll handle it right away. Shixia left the office. As soon as he stepped out of the building, he saw Wen Qing'an squatting in the shade.
Wife.
Wen Qing'an had been watching the door. When he saw Shixia come out, he immediately approached. Here. Shixia responded and walked over. Wife, give me a hand. I'm injured. Wen Qing'an was indeed injured and in pain, but if the person in front of him were his brother, he would calmly say, these small injuries are nothing. It's like a mosquito bite. But when it comes to Shixia, things are different. She acts cute, coquettish, and delicate, very skillfully. Shixia is happy to pamper him, supporting his arm. Does it hurt? Yes. When we get home, you have to put medicine on it. Okay. I knew my wife was the best. Neither of them mentioned the earlier exchange of glances. They understood each other perfectly. Wen Cheng'en automatically started acting like a good husband whenever he saw Shixia. What others think of him doesn't matter. As Wen Cheng'en often says, a real man is never afraid to show weakness. They supported each other as they returned to the residential compound. On the way, Wen Cheng'en's smile never left his face. My wife is back. Yuna got pushed aside by my wife. How can my wife watch others bully me? Of course, my wife is the best. Seeing Wen Cheng'en like this, a group of military wives both looked down on him and envied him. This is a clear case of wife obsession. When they reached their home, Wen Cheng'en immediately stopped feeling pain. He insisted on fetching water for Shixia and cooking dinner.
Sit down.
I'm not disabled. You're really half disabled. Shixia frowned, and Wen Cheng'en obediently quieted down. Back home, Shixia felt unexpectedly peaceful. Even just cooking made her feel very comfortable. She washed her hands, took a shower, changed into her favorite cotton and linen clothes, and started cooking. She steamed a pot of rice, stir-fried water spinach, scrambled eggs with squash, and stir-fried squid with chili. Wen Cheng'en couldn't do much work and didn't go out. He just stood nearby, helping with what he could with his usable hand. He handed over a spoon, a bowl, and cracked an egg with one hand. Soon they finished eating. Wen Cheng'en injured his left hand, but could still use his right hand. You can't eat seafood. It might affect your wound healing. Tomorrow I'll go to the land and get some chicken for you. Okay. Wen Cheng'en's eyes were full of Shixia. Whatever she said was fine. He didn't ask what Shixia did. After dinner, Shixia washed the dishes. She couldn't let someone injured do all the work. After the meal, Shixia didn't go anywhere. She sat in a rocking chair, while Wen Cheng'en sat beside her, peeling pumpkin with his still usable finger, talking about what happened after they returned. Night gradually darkened. Shixia poured warm water to help Wen Cheng'en wipe the places he could reach. They brushed their teeth and washed their faces together. In the quiet, warm atmosphere, the bloody storms of a few days ago seemed to have disappeared. That night, they didn't do anything special, just quietly cuddled and lay in bed.
Wife.
I killed someone. After returning from the mission, he gave a report. Someone had guided him, and he felt he had handled it well, but when he was around Shixia, he still wanted to talk about it. I thought I would panic or feel guilty after killing someone, since it was a real person. But in fact, I didn't even have time to think. I thought it was because the situation was too urgent, but even after coming back, I still felt nothing. Tell me, am I a cold-hearted person? Shixia turned to the side, gently placing a hand on Wen Cheng'en's face, and they faced each other. You're not. You're not a cold person. The truly cold-hearted would have wanted to hurt Yuna when she provoked them. Wen Cheng'en, I did think about it, and I was ready to do it. Feeling nothing after killing someone doesn't mean you lack emotions. Remember 3 things. What are the 3 things? Wen Cheng'en moved a little closer, wanting to hug Shixia, but his arm was injured, so he leaned in even more. First, you killed a bad person. Second, you saved many good people. And what's the third? The third is, I am proud of you. The words I am proud of you made Wen Cheng'en's mouth go from a slight smile to shock, and he couldn't help but lean in closer, nose to nose, breathing intertwined. Sweetheart, thank you. You are my greatest pride.
Shixia 主动伸出手，抱住了温承安的腰。
I know. That day, after returning home, the guy in front of him kept calling her wife many times. They naturally kissed each other gently and tenderly. The next morning, Wen Cheng'en stayed at home to rest because he was recovering from his injury. Shixia got up early, and the two decided to return to Hysan Island today. Annie wouldn't worry if she saw you injured. Probably, but what's more important is that I came back alive. Wen Cheng'en didn't think hiding it was better. Besides, he had finally gotten this rare holiday, so staying a couple more days at home would be better. After a simple pack-up, they left the family compound. On the way, Wen Cheng'en chatted with everyone he met. I'm going back to my in-laws' house with my wife. Once outside, almost everyone in the family compound knew Wen Cheng'en and Shixia had gone home. After they left, they got on Shixia's boat. After many days, Shixia finally returned to Hysan Island. She definitely felt everyone's warmth and enthusiasm. Shirxia, you're finally back. I kept a jar of salted duck eggs for you. They're just right now, all yellow. I made shrimp paste. Take some home to eat, it's really good. I also have dried vegetables. Shirxia went along the way like she was shopping, with everyone rushing to bring her things. It was finally time to arrive at the Shir family. When Grandpa Shir came out, he pouted and said, "You still remember to come back. Grandpa, I miss you so much. If Wen Cheng'en hadn't gotten hurt, I would have come back earlier." Wen Cheng'en was like a shiny gem, and Shirxia used him as a shield. He smiled and stepped forward, admitting his mistake willingly. "It's my fault, Grandpa." Grandpa Shir looked at Wen Cheng'en's injured arm. "How could you be so careless? You still need to practice your skills." Grandpa Shir said this with a scolding tone but was already thinking about how to deal with a chicken. "Come inside. Why are you just standing outside? Your aunt and them are working in the fields. They should be back soon. We'll eat here tonight. I'll go cook." Grandpa Shir was quick and decisive, just like Shirxia. Shirxia and Wen Cheng'en entered the yard and sat under the pavilion. A big white dog trotted over, looked at Shirxia, huffed proudly, then turned and walked away. "Is it sneering at me?" "It seems so," Wen Cheng'en nodded. He squatted down and waved at the big white dog. "Brother Bai, come here." The dog stopped, turned around, and made a series of happy barks. After a while, it left again. Wen Cheng'en looked up confused. "I always feel like I sense my mom from Brother Bai." I didn't understand the words he just said, but his tone sounds familiar. Shirxia chuckled helplessly. "That's nonsense. Wen Cheng'en, you finally came back. It's fine if you didn't come back on your own, but why isn't Shirxia coming back either? You must be causing trouble." Auntie arrived. Wen Cheng'en spread his hands and looked at Shirxia. "See, his tone is just like Big Bai's." Shirxia was already laughing so hard, it was really similar. Annie came in and naturally saw Wen Cheng'en's injured arm. She looked at it a few more times, asked about his injury, and once she learned it wasn't serious, she started nagging again. Wen Cheng'en patiently listened, knowing this was his mom's way of showing concern. Soon, Uncle Wen also came in. Auntie stopped nagging and got up to help prepare the meal. Uncle Wen looked at Wen Cheng'en. "Are you still alive?" "Still alive and doing pretty well."
Good.
The two men finished their simple fatherly chat. At noon, Grandpa Shir slaughtered a chicken. Wen Cheng'en drank bowl after bowl of chicken soup, feeling nourished, until he burped loudly and looked at Shirxia for help. "Wife, I really can't drink anymore." Shirxia glanced at him and personally added another spoonful. "Drink more." Wen Cheng'en looked at Shirxia's smiling eyes with a bit of grievance, but drank obediently. After lunch, Shirxia and Wen Cheng'en didn't rush to go to land. They decided to enjoy their time at home together. It's rare for me to take a nap during the day. When I opened my eyes, it was already 5 p.m. I slept for a long time and my head felt heavy. The two of us yawned and went to the beach for a walk. In the evening, the beach was cool. It was a bit chilly without a jacket. Here we can hold hands, which isn't allowed inside the army. Holding hands, we took off our shoes and slowly walked on the soft sand. When we got tired, we sat casually on the sand, looked at the sea, enjoyed the breeze, and picked up pretty shells. After an hour of strolling, we went home for dinner. After eating, since we had slept too much, we weren't sleepy, so we simply went to the village square. There were torches around the square, and Uncle Chu was writing on the blackboard. That's the village's literacy class. Shirxia and Wen Cheng'en sat next to Uncle Chow. Uncle Chow asked about Wen Cheng'en's injury. "It's fine, it will heal in a few days. You must be careful." On a midsummer night, everyone gathered to chat, and the children ran around happily. Every now and then, you could hear a mother shouting. It was very peaceful and comfortable. Shirxia and Wen Cheng'en stayed on Haishan Island for 5 days. Besides one trip to the mainland, they spent every day at home eating and sleeping, completely slow-paced. Things here are very slow. Even Commander Wei is busy and stressed. After reporting the two things Shirxia mentioned, the higher-ups paid close attention. Professional weapons experts arrived overnight, and discussions about who to send to Pirate Island were ongoing. 5 days later, the weapons experts and the personnel sent there arrived on Haiming Island, but Shixia was not there. Commander Wei hurriedly went to find Shixia. Shixia and Wen Cheng'an finally finished their holiday and returned. But as soon as they got back, Shixia disappeared again. She took back the torpedo and then rushed to Pirate Island with another person. After Shixia left, Wen Cheng'an didn't rest either. He joined a training class in the army to improve his education. He didn't want to fall far behind Shixia, not out of male pride, but because he didn't want Shixia to carry him around with no skills. While studying, something happened on Pirate Island. One-Eyed encountered a life-and-death situation during a mission and was saved by someone. Unexpectedly, that person was also an outlaw, and One-Eyed brought him back. Brother, if we team up, we can definitely resist the boss. New brother. So naive. Maybe next time, leave him a pair of underwear. Chu Ming was assigned from above to assist Shixia in his undercover mission. He has the appearance typical of the Middle East and can speak foreign languages. His face does not look like that of most foreigners or Chinese people, making it easier to gain trust from the one-eyed man. Chu Ming leaves with Shixia. They ride a small, unpowered boat. At first, Chu Ming doesn't understand until he sees a whale biting the rope, pulling the boat forward. He is thrown backward. If Shixia hadn't pulled him, he might have fallen into the sea. I'll tell you about the island situation. The most rebellious one is the one-eyed man. I guess he wants to contact his past supporters and drag me down. Most of the others are just a mob. Here's the map. Look at it, remember it, then throw it away.
Que Ming memorise everything.
Being chosen for this task shows he has strong abilities. When the boat reaches the island where Shixia lands, Shixia tells Chu Ming to go ahead. She will wait a few days before returning, giving the one-eyed man a chance to buy people's loyalty. Thus, Chu Ming, with 3 orca whales pulling the boat and Little Eagle guiding the way, unexpectedly encounters the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man comes out with his team to hijack a boat. Unfortunately, they run into a tough opponent with powerful weapons. They suffer a big loss, losing several people. Chu Ming appears at this moment, using precise shooting skills to help the one-eyed man. At first, the one-eyed man is suspicious. But after inviting Chu Ming to come to the island several times, and Chu Ming refusing each time, his caution decreases. Finally, he asks why Chu Ming is helping him. Chu Ming just points to the boat and says they have the symbol. He doesn't say more and the one-eyed man understands. It's about a grudge, no, a big grudge. A person with excellent marksmanship and a strong desire for revenge can be used by him. The one-eyed man demonstrates his skill, claiming he can help Chu Ming take revenge. Chu Ming is tempted. The two return to the pirate island. Coincidentally, Shixia hasn't come back yet. The one-eyed man begins to win people's trust. A week later, Shixia finally returns. The one-eyed man enthusiastically introduces Chu Ming to Shixia. Boss, he's a great shot, and he's a big help to us. Shixia looks at Chu Ming with a bad expression.
Bang!
He fires a shot. Chu Ming's arm is injured, and he instinctively fights back.
Bang!
Shixia dodges, and Chu Ming fires again. They exchange fire like this. The one-eyed man covers his head and lies on the ground, shouting, "Stop! Stop! We're on the same side." Both Shixia and Chu Ming run out of bullets and stop fighting. The one-eyed man, with his head in his hands, finally breathes a sigh of relief and gets up. That's right, before the word yes could be spoken, Shixia and Chu Ming started fighting. Their moves were fierce and aggressive, as if they wanted to seriously hurt each other. Stop. Don't fight. Oh, One-Eyed was accidentally hurt. After being hit twice and getting a pair of panda eyes, Shixia and Chu Ming stopped fighting and stood facing each other. Shixia looked at One-Eyed, her eyes seeing through all his thoughts, making him feel guilty and uneasy. Very good. You found a strong helper. Not the boss, just our helper. Shixia sneered. Hopefully. I don't mind losing a few subordinates. Shixia gave one last look at Chu Ming and then turned to leave. One-Eye's face darkened from Shirxia's obvious threat, but he smiled warmly and looked at Chu Ming. Are you okay? I'm fine, just a small injury. Chu Ming looked at One-Eyed, not very good with words. You said you'd help me get revenge, but I feel working with her might be better? Bro, do you think she will help you? Chu Ming glanced at him and said nothing more. From that day on, One-Eyed and Chu Ming fully teamed up, recruiting most of their people. If Shirxia's personal strength hadn't been so powerful, and if that hidden team hadn't been lurking somewhere, One-Eyed really might have raised the flag and taken over. Pirate Island seemed peaceful on the surface. Shirxia would go on missions, and One-Eyed and Chu Ming would also lead people out to do tasks. Under Shirxia's indulgence and One-Eye's greed, they reconnected with their former underground forces. Chu Ming watched all this closely, trying to gather every piece of information One-Eyed had. When the time was right, Chu Ming planned to fully replace One-Eyed and secretly work with Shirxia to control everything, one in the light, one in the dark. A month later, Shirxia left again, creating a good opportunity for Chu Ming. One-Eyed received news about intercepting a cargo ship heading to China. Chu Ming and One-Eyed went out together, with Shirxia hiding. She told Chu Ming that One-Eyed would die today. Chu Ming didn't know how, but he believed her. During the mission, everything went smoothly until the last moment when they were loading cargo. Suddenly, the ship rocked, and One-Eyed fell into the sea. Coincidentally, a swordfish leapt out of the ocean and stabbed its sharp mouth into One-Eyed's neck. One-Eyed couldn't believe he would die this way, even as he was dying. After One-Eyed's death, the crew on the cargo ship rebelled. Chu Ming was injured unexpectedly, but Shirxia appeared just in time to save them. From then on, Chu Ming took over One-Eyed's communication channels and the group of loyal followers he had gathered. To outsiders, Chu Ming appears cooperative on the surface, but secretly he is always ready to turn against others. After receiving news about the one-eyed person, Chu Ming sent several messages to Huaxia, helping their ships avoid damage multiple times. On the surface, Shirxia cooperates and interrupts Chu Ming's tasks, making it look like they are fighting openly. It's like, you ruin me once, I ruin you once. Shirxia, the apparent leader, is very mysterious and often disappears, but because she is so strong, Chu Ming sometimes relies on her. They have reached a balance. At this moment, Shirxia has already returned to her family compound. When Chang'an doesn't know she's back, he only knows she's been gone for nearly 2 months. Every day, he hugs her pillow to sleep. During these 2 months, when Chang'an has been healing and studying, even bringing books to eat and go to the bathroom, his comrades tease him, saying his books smell like the bathroom. He studies in the military library until 9 o'clock and walks home while reading with a flashlight. One day, he looks up and freezes. The lights at home are on. Is his wife back? Just as this thought occurs, when Chang'an starts to move his feet. With a loud bang, the door opens, and Shirxia stands there smiling at him. Wife. Hey, Shirxia responds. When Chang'an, without hesitation, opens his arms and gives her a big hug, holding her tightly. It's been 63 days. You counted so precisely? Of course, the smell on the pillow has faded. Shirxia laughs helplessly and lets Wen Chang'an carry her inside. Once inside, when Chang'an shifts from a gentle lamb to a big wolf, he hooks his foot behind her and closes the door. He lifts her up with force, and she is held higher than him. They look into each other's eyes and can't help but feel overwhelmed. That night, when Chang'an proved with actions how much he missed Shirxia, he had also stockpiled plenty of food and supplies. The next morning, for the first time, when Chang'an truly experienced the power of a beauty trap, no wonder kings didn't want to attend court early. He didn't want to get up early. When the alarm rang, he reluctantly got up and secretly kissed Shirxia again and again. Shirxia was too tired to push him away. Wife, I'll have someone bring you food later. No. If you do, everyone will know what we're doing, she said. When Chang'an blinked and muttered, even if you don't send it, they probably already know. Get lost. Yes. When Chang'an happily left, Shirxia rested for a while, using her supernatural powers to relax her whole body. This guy was really hungry and crazy for food. Although she had initiated a few times, he was too irresistible to resist teasing. After her powers flowed through her, she felt much better. Shirxia got up and made herself a bowl of seafood noodles. There were dried clams, dried abalone, 2 sea cucumbers, a big bowl of noodles, some greens, and 2 eggs. It was a full, large bowl. After finishing the bowl of noodles, Shirxia broke out in sweat. It was already July now, and the weather was getting hotter each day. The heat by the sea was intense, almost unbearable, but the breeze was still cool. Shirxia had been messing around on Pirate Island for 2 months, finally handing everything over to Chu Ming. After that, she only needed to visit occasionally, no longer staying long. Right now, she wanted to rest. When Shirxia returned home, there was some activity. Next door, Sister Chung came over. Is Shirxia at home? Sister-in-law, come in and sit. Shirxia invited Sister Chung inside. I heard you took the ship on a long voyage. That's impressive. Going so far out at sea, you're brave. Shirxia agreed with her, giving a polite excuse for outsiders. After chatting for a while, Sister Chung brought up an important matter. Our new people usually have a dinner to welcome them. Your family has been busy, so it's been delayed. I just wanted to remind you. Shirxia suddenly remembered. It had been a long time. Okay, I'll note it. Thanks, sister-in-law. It's no big deal. You rest now. When the date is set, just let me know, and I'll help out.
All right.
Shirxia saw Sister Chung out, and then lay back in her chair. Before noon, Xiao Jinzi came to visit her. Shirxia simply wrote a note and asked Xiao Jinzi to take it back. Grandpa Shi from Haisan Island saw the note and asked Shan Yuanqing to read it aloud. Grandpa Shi, Sister Shi said she's hungry and wants to eat the seafood pancake you made at noon. Grandpa Shi went over and said dismissively, she's so troublesome. I need to go out. There's no fresh squid at home. Grandpa Shi left. Shan Yuanqing was used to Grandpa Shi's stubbornness and soft heart. He turned back home quickly because the power equipment Sister Shi wanted was almost ready, just a little more. At the family courtyard, Shirxia enjoyed the air-delivered seafood pancake that Xiao Jinzi brought, still steaming hot. Wen Cheng'an happened to bring back lunch, and Shirxia mentioned inviting him to dinner. I have a day off the day after tomorrow, so let's do it then. Okay, I'll go shopping on land tomorrow. After they agreed, Wen Cheng'an hurriedly ran back. The next day, Shirxia went to land to buy ingredients and returned home. Wen Cheng'an also informed his comrades, and they planned to have a meal together the next day. On that day, Wen Cheng'an was the main cook at home, and Shirxia took charge of the kitchen. He cut ribs into sections, sliced beef, chopped mutton offal, peeled seafood, and was very skilled at everything. In the afternoon, Sister Chung brought several people to help, but their help wasn't needed. Wen Cheng'an stirred the pot vigorously, and the aroma filled the air. After 5 o'clock, comrades gradually arrived. They enjoyed dishes like boiled beef, spicy lamb, braised ribs, steamed seafood, stir-fried seafood, and seafood soup, rare delicacies they couldn't usually have. All you can eat here. Because Shirxia was present, the friends ate more quietly than usual, more restrained. They finished the meal peacefully. The sisters-in-law helped clean up, and the men carried away tables and stools. This long-awaited warm gathering of friends came to an end. Shirxia finally relaxed completely. Every night, she stayed close to Wen Cheng'an, and during the day, she just lay at home doing nothing. But this time, no one dared to speak badly about Shirxia. She didn't do anything because she was capable. And who would dare to gossip? Could you withstand being slapped from 50 meters away? On the 5th day of Shirxia lying flat, Fu Chong and Leng Qiu came over. They ran over, faces flushed with excitement. They eagerly watched Shirxia eating watermelon. Shirxia held up the watermelon and asked, "Want some?"
No.
Shirxia, come with us. Yes, hurry up. Shirxia was taken away while holding the watermelon. Such excitement. Could it be that the radar research was successful? She really couldn't think of anything else worth making them so excited. Shirxia followed Fu Chong and Leng Qiu to their research institute and saw an acquaintance, Shan Yuanqing. Shirxia, sister. Why are you here? Shan Yuanqing shook his head and said, I don't know either. I just came to ask something and they ran off excitedly. Xia and Shan Yuanqing looked at Leng Qiu and Fu Chong. Fu Chong took them into a soundproof office, looking excited, and said to Shan Yuanqing, Yuanqing, I can't answer the question you asked. I can't either, Leng Qiu declared excitedly. Xia blinked. Could this be the world of scientists?
She found it a bit hard to understand.
But we believe your research might become a reality, so we want to recommend you to study further. Yes, go and learn. Xia and Shan Yuanqing didn't understand why Fu Chong and Leng Qiu were so excited. They calmly pulled over chairs, sat down, and waited for them to continue. After listening for a while, Xia and Shan Yuanqing understood. Fu Chong and Leng Qiu wanted Shan Yuanqing to go to Beijing to find their teacher, believing that Shan Yuanqing's intelligence could play a more important role. But they promised that Xia wouldn't send Shan Yuanqing to Beijing, so he was excited and went to find Xia. Xia understood and looked at Shan Yuanqing. Do you want to go? Shan Yuanqing wanted to go. He liked studying. The things he was learning here were not difficult. But he didn't want to burden his sister Xia. Sister, I like Haisan Island. Silly boy, if you like Haisan Island, you should study more. We don't even have electricity, a decent boat, or diving gear. When we go out to sea and meet foreigners, we can't compete with them. We are facing many difficulties. Some people need to solve these problems. You are one of them. Shan Yuanqing lowered his head, hesitating. I'll go with you. No matter what monsters or ghosts are in Beijing, with me here, everything will be fine. After Xia finished speaking, Shan Yuanqing looked up, seeming to find it hard to believe.
Sister.
Silly boy, you call me sister now. I won't let anyone bully my brother. Xia agreed. The plan to go to Beijing was set. Xia felt a little guilty. She had just come back, and now she had to leave again. No, this kind of thinking is wrong. That night, Xia cooked dinner. When Wen Cheng'en came back and saw the table full of food, he sat down nervously. Wife, did I do something wrong? Wife, what did I do wrong? Wen Cheng'en looked at Xia humbly, eagerly and affectionately fanning her.
Sit down.
I'm not hot, but you are and you're sweating. Wen Cheng'en chuckled and sat down, still fanning himself. Wife, just tell me, can I cook? Yes. Xia looked at Wen Cheng'en and decided not to tease him anymore. I'm going to Beijing. Wen Cheng'en didn't feel sad. Instead, he smiled happily and pulled a stool closer. Coincidentally, I also want to go to Beijing. This surprised Xia. It turned out that Wen Cheng'en had been performing well on his tasks, but his education level needed improvement. He worked very hard and scored first in the military's independent exams. The top scorer could be sent to Beijing for further study for a period. This period of study could guarantee his future promotion. Whether it was because of Xia's influence or recommendations from leaders like Wei Shouzhang, Wen Cheng'en was arranged to go to Beijing for study. Xia frowned after hearing this. Sensing her concern, Wen Cheng'en quickly asked, What's wrong? Xia didn't want to hide anything from Wen Cheng'en and said, I heard that the situation is unstable recently. Is it okay to go now? Wen Cheng'en is not blind or deaf. He has heard about the outside world. The island is quiet, but outside there is blood and storm. 10 years have started. It's okay, just studying at the military school. Xia nodded, agreeing. Military matters are always kept separate. Even if you are related, you can't easily interfere. Be very careful. Don't worry. Wen Cheng'en promised, and Xia felt somewhat reassured. It was their first trip together and they both felt a bit excited. After dinner, they started packing their bags. Xia was in charge of watching, Wen Cheng'en of doing. Once everything was almost ready, Xia went alone back to Haishan Island. She visited Shan Yuanqing's home and had a good talk with his grandfather. Inside the house, Grandpa Shan already knew what Xia had told him. Shan Yuanqing was also there. They both thought it was good that Shan Yuanqing didn't know everything. Knowing some things in advance could help prevent problems. Shan Yuanqing's biological mother is my daughter. His father married into the family later. Back then, in those times, his father made great contributions, and our family supported him with all our wealth. He kept rising, but my daughter died of a serious illness. Later, it became a sad story. Yuanqing's biological father married his stepmother, Yin Chenglan. Yin Chenglan had a child, and from a young age, the child showed talent in learning. The family had high hopes for him. Around that time, Yin Chenglan noticed that Yuanqing's talent seemed even better, and after that, Yuanqing often fell ill for no reason. When I saw Yuanqing again, he was just skin and bones. Even I, an old man, knew there was definitely something wrong. Later, I took Yuanqing away. But no matter where we went, someone kept chasing us until I met you. Grandpa Shan finished speaking. Shixia looked at Shan Yuanqing. Yin Chenglan gave you medicine, didn't she? At first, I really didn't know. Later, I sensed something, but I couldn't escape. Shixia understood he was too young. Grandpa Shan looked at Shixia with concern. I know I can't stop Yuanqing from studying. He's truly a genius. But I also can't put the pressure of his learning entirely on you. That wouldn't be fair. Shixia blinked. Pressure? What kind? The Yin family. Grandpa Shan was confused by Shixia's reaction. They had been talking about this all along, hadn't they? Oh, don't worry. The Yin family would have to support me if they see me. She is a guest of honor to Yin Qingrong, a mysterious master of metaphysics, a great master who is now too dangerous to mention. Is there much room for manipulation here? You two don't need to worry anymore. With me here, no one will die. Yamamoto and Old Man Yamamoto. Why does that sound so intense? Shixia understood everything pretty well and turned to leave for Old Man Su's house. Old Man Su saw Shixia and immediately felt a headache coming on. Are you out of medicine again? What have you been doing? Never mind, I won't ask. I might not survive hearing it. Old Man Su went to get the medicine. Shixia waited happily, enjoying Old Man Su's practical attitude. After getting the medicine, Shixia left and stayed with Grandpa Shixia for the night. The next morning, Shixia and Yamamoto left together. Old Man Su watched worried Old Man Yamamoto and said, Don't worry. With Shixia here, you should be concerned about others. Shixia and Yamamoto met Wencheng'an on the ferry, and the three headed to the train station to go to Jing City. As they got off the ferry, the atmosphere changed. The colors of people's clothes on the street got darker, and everyone hurried by, showing fear of the unknown. Sometimes they saw a group of students swaggering past. When Wencheng'an, dressed in a military uniform, saw that students avoided them and ran away. They reached the train station and waited for the train to Jing City. The train arrived on time, but it was crowded. Many students who didn't need tickets crowded onto the train, but Wencheng'an's military ID helped him get on smoothly and find a carriage. They had soft seats, and all three had seats, with one seat still empty for now. The train started moving. Outside, red songs played all day and night, and they memorized quotes again and again. Adrenaline made them excited and energized. Everyone else on the train was very quiet. On this journey, the three saw the world beyond the island and shared the same thought. Life on the island is really good. They stayed low-key. Wencheng'an's military uniform helped avoid trouble. Many people thought they were a family of three. The three didn't explain and quietly ate and slept, avoiding involvement in any conflicts. They arrived in Jing City discreetly and quickly got off the train. Wencheng'an had never been here before, but he simply asked questions. First, he took Shixia and Yamamoto to find Fu Chong's teacher, while he waited to report later because it was difficult to do so immediately. They took a bus to the address Fu Chong gave and found Fu Chong's teacher, Mr. Zhong Shu. When Mr. Zhong saw Yamamoto, he didn't waste any time and immediately started the assessment. Shixia and Wencheng'an listened like they were hearing a story, paying close attention to the entire process. Do you understand eye contact? If not, that's good. The two of them silently withdrew their gaze.
Good.
A promising student. Zhong Shu laughed heartily, looking at Shan Yuancheng with high expectations, as if carrying the sense of duty to find a successor. Come with me, We can't stay in Jing City anymore. With Zhong Shu's words, Shan Yuancheng was about to leave without even meeting the Yin family. Xia quickly asked, "Where are we going?" Zhong Shu looked at Xia. "Sorry, I can't tell you." Xia smiled kindly and said, "That's okay. I also can't let you take him." Xia directly pulled Shan Yuancheng aside. Obediently, Shan Yuancheng stood next to Xia and looked at teacher Zhong Shu, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I want to stay with my sister." Zhong Shu was so angry, he puffed his cheeks and glared. "You're wasting his talent." Xia shrugged casually. "Wasting talent is better than dying." Zhong Shu frowned. "What are you talking about? I would never let him get into trouble." Xia was a bit speechless at Zhong Shu's stubbornness. Does he really think there are no bad people in this world? Shan Yuancheng has a stepmother. His stepmother wants to kill him. One sentence stunned everyone present. Only Wen Cheng'en smiled knowingly. That's his wife, straightforward and unpredictable. Zhong Shu was truly confused. Who was his stepmother? The Yin family Yin Chenglan. Xia didn't hide the name of Yin Chenglan. Now is the time to cling to Shan Yuancheng, so why not do it? Zhong Shu didn't recognize Yin Chenglan at first, but he knew the Yin family. Killing Shan Yuancheng? Isn't that an exaggeration? Not an exaggeration. To be honest, if you want to take him, there are two conditions. First, completely deal with that crazy woman from the Yin family. Second, I need to stay with him for a while to make sure my brother is safe. Once that's done, I'll leave. Don't rush to refuse. Having me around has its benefits. I'm good at finding things. You can ask around if you don't believe me. After Xia finished speaking, he gave Shan Yuancheng a look. Shan Yuancheng took out a note with the name of an inn written on it. "This is our address. Mr. Zhong, think it over and come find us. By the way, I'm Xia, from Hasandao, Xia." Xia and his companions left immediately. Zhong Shu sat inside, looking at the note repeatedly, until his assistant entered. "Professor, our car is ready." Zhong Shu held the note, thinking about the place he was going to visit. He also remembered Shan Yuancheng's talent and the fact that Shan Yuancheng had studied most of the power generation equipment. No, missing this genius would probably make him regret for the rest of his life. Cancel the ticket. Cancel the ticket? Professor, we need to go there immediately. No need to worry. First tell me, who is Yin Chenglan? And who is Xia? The assistant was anxious, but couldn't do anything, so he patiently answered the questions. Yin Chenglan, I know her. She's Leader Li's wife. But I don't know who Xia is. Hearing this, Zhong Shu stood up and went to ask himself. The assistant had no choice but to follow. Meanwhile, Xia and the others went to the guest house. After Wen Cheng'en settled them, he walked around the front desk, showing his identity and telling others that his wife had powerful backing. Xia didn't stop him and let Wen Cheng'en do as he pleased. Once everything was settled, Yuan Cheng went to his room with keen insight. Xia and Wen Cheng'en didn't dare do anything but say goodbye. Study hard. Maybe you can even become a wife of a leader someday. I'll try my best. Wen Cheng'en left. Xia and Yuan Cheng stayed at the guest house. Meanwhile, Zhong Shu immediately reported Yuan Cheng's situation. Since they planned to take Yuan Cheng away, it meant they needed to investigate his background. Investigating his background meant finding out who Yin Chenglan was, which became clear. When Zhong Shu saw the report, he also received a call from the research institute. "Why aren't you here yet?" "I found a promising talent." "What kind of talent?" "Right now, solving the immediate problem is the most important." Zhong Shu wasn't surprised by the other person's urgency. After the person finished shouting, he said, "Exactly because of that, this kid designed a power generator. I think it will be very helpful for our research." There was silence on the other end. "Are you sure he's not an enemy's bait? How come such a person appeared so coincidentally?" "I understand your worries, but we've been stuck here for a long time. We really need a fresh mind and new ideas. This kid was recommended by my student Fu Chang. I also checked his background. He's Leader Li's son." The mention of Leader Li's son made the person on the phone acknowledge a bit more. "Still, be careful." "I know. I will be careful. But now there's a problem. The kid doesn't want to come with me. Zhong Shu explained the two conditions Xia had proposed. The other person immediately rejected them. No, you should know that our tasks are secret, and such unstable factors are not allowed to interfere. Zhong Shu knew this well and spoke again. I haven't been able to find any information about Xia. It's classified information. These 4 words reveal a lot. Only special talents have their files sealed and marked as confidential. Both of them fell into silence for a moment. After a while, the person on the other end of the phone said, I'll check into it. Once you confirm the child is okay, go handle the Yin family. Okay. The two hung up the encrypted call and each took action. Zhong Shu acted quickly and, on the 4th day, found Xia and Shan Yuancheng, proposing to take them to the Li family. Xia looked at Shan Yuancheng. Do you want to go? Shan Yuancheng nodded. He wanted to go. Then let's go. Xia and Shan Yuancheng got into Zhong Shu's car, which drove into a guarded courtyard. What a beautiful big courtyard. If Shan Yuancheng hadn't come out, his life might have been very different. Soon, the car stopped at the Li family's gate. Early in the morning, Leader Li hadn't gone to work, and Yin Chenglan was at home. Zhong Shu got out and explained his purpose. Someone inside announced him. Inside, the family was happily praising the small boy sitting in the middle. The reason was that the boy had just passed the training class exam with 1st place, making Leader Li smile widely. My son has made me proud. From now on, Dad can't compare to you. Yin Chenglan gently added some soup and said, I heard this exam was personally prepared by Zhong Shu. Oh. So, Zhong Shu might be accepting students? Yin Chenglan nodded and said, that's what I guess. After accepting Leng Qiu, Zhong Shu hasn't taken any more students. Yes, that's true. Leader Li thought more deeply. He knew Zhong Shu was on a secret mission, and only capable people could be involved in such confidential work. He didn't expect his son to join the military. Excelling in scientific research was also good. The family was warm and harmonious. At this moment, the guard came in. Report, Mr. Zhong Shu has arrived. The name Zhong Shu made Yin Chenglan startle. She had just been talking nonsense. But at this moment, her heart raced a little. Could it be that Zhong Shu knew her son's talent and was personally here to accept students? Leader Li was also delighted and came out to greet him personally. Xia looked at the middle-aged scholar-like man walking out with a big smile and raised an eyebrow. Seems Zhong Shu's status was quite high. Professor Zhong, welcome, welcome. Leader Li only looked at Zhong Shu and did not see Xia and Shan Yuancheng behind him. Shan Yuancheng's last hope vanished completely. He thought that was fine. He liked Ha Sandao. From now on, Ha Sandao would be his home. He had a grandfather, sometimes an older sister, friends, many caring elders, and also White Little Flower and Little Eagle. Shan Yuancheng counted in his heart everyone and every animal on Ha Sandao. Just thinking of them made him feel better, and he wouldn't cry anymore. Xia could sense Shan Yuancheng's feelings best, even though he was only 10 years old. Being smart just meant having a high IQ, not lacking feelings. She gently touched Shan Yuancheng's head. He looked up and said, I'm fine. He had many people who liked him. Zhong Shu instinctively frowned, shook hands perfunctorily, then let go. Leader Li sensed something was wrong and saw Zhong Shu turn aside. Professor Zhong, welcome, welcome. Little smart, this is the professor you admire. Yin Chenglan brought Li Ji out. Zhong Shu just stepped aside, revealing Shan Yuancheng. Leader Li, do you remember you have another child? Zhong Shu's words made Yin Chenglan's pupils tighten. She instinctively grabbed Li Ji's shoulder. Mom, you hurt me. Yin Chenglan seemed not to hear her. She just stared at Shan Yuancheng. How is he still alive? Leader Li also looked at Shan Yuancheng at this moment. First, he was excited, then he frowned. Yuancheng, you still remember to come back. Shan Yuancheng puffed out his chest. He wanted to look at him proudly. He was from Ha Sandao. Why can't I come back? My mother is the main wife. This sentence made Xia happy. Good kid. Leader Li was angry, feeling challenged and furious. He glared at Shan Yuancheng and said, You're still so stubborn. No manners. Shan Yuancheng took a step forward. Small body, fearless and brave. My manners are for polite people, not for someone who doesn't support me, who has ignored his son for 5 years, only scolding and showing no concern. Also, today I came with Teacher Zhong. Leaderly, please mind your manners. Xia couldn't hold back. Clap clap sounds of applause. Zhong Shu glared and said, "Don't make a fuss just because you like to watch." Xia smiled happily, not caring. She was happy to be a little troublemaker. What's wrong with being a bit arrogant? Just say what you think. Leaderly looked at Xia. He didn't recognize her and didn't want to argue outside.
Let's go inside, he said.
He turned first. Admiring Zhong Shu didn't mean he was afraid of him. Zhong Shu and the others followed behind. When Xia passed by Yin Chenglan, who had already adjusted her expression, she greeted her with a smile.
Pues una mucha. Hello, no manners.
Apologize to my mother. Li Ji spoke first, but Yin Chenglan pretended to be innocent and stopped Li Ji. Li Ji, no need. I didn't expect a poisonous snake to have a harmless little treasure. That's interesting. Xia's gaze swept over Li Ji, and she entered. Everyone else followed inside. Xia pulled Shan Yuancheng to sit directly, earning her a few rude words from Leaderly. Xia poured her own tea and drank it, then said to Leaderly, "If you can't use other words, then learn some. It's fine to be rude sometimes, but being constantly rude and unoriginal is boring. Also, talking so much nonsense and having such blind eyes. No wonder you can't manage a family." Zhong Shu felt his temples pounding wildly. No one said that Xia was so arrogant or that her words were so sharp. Today's task was already difficult, and now it was even harder. But thinking about the message from his superior, Xia is trustworthy, she can go if she wants, and he shouldn't interfere. Zhong Shu realized she was very capable. All right, let's get to the point. Zhong Shu stopped Xia and Leaderly from arguing and explained the purpose of today's visit. Leaderly, Shan Yuancheng is a future student I admire. Today, I came to clarify one thing. After that, we will leave. Yuancheng. Yuancheng immediately stood up, bowed to Zhong Shu to thank him. Zhong Shu felt a bit relieved. That was the right way, right? Yuancheng stood in the center of the living room. I only want to say one thing today. I did not push Ms. Yin Chenglan when she was pregnant. It was her own act. Because of this, I was driven out of this place. I rely on my grandfather. But for 5 years, someone has been chasing us behind our backs. We couldn't find jobs, barely made ends meet, wore ragged clothes, and had no shelter from the rain. All of this was given to me by Ms. Yin Chenglan. Yuancheng paused. Leaderly doubted him. Li Ji didn't believe him, and Yin Chenglan was acting. What are you talking about? That's my child. How could I use my own child to frame you? You're just a kid. What threat do you pose to me? I've truly tried to be a good stepmother. Yin Chenglan clearly played the role of a perfect green tea. I have no proof of what I said. I'm not here to find evidence. I just want to state this and tell you all that I want to study under teacher Zhong Shu. From now on, my rise and fall have nothing to do with the Li family. Shan Yuancheng finished speaking, and Zhong Shu took over. That's right. From now on, Shan Yuancheng is my student. My student is protected by the state. Madam Yin, if you have any bad ideas, I advise you to be careful. We can't verify what happened before, but I, Zhong Shu, believe my apprentice. After speaking, Zhong Shu stood up directly and looked at Leaderly. Leaderly, if you think I am impressive, let me tell you that Shan Yuancheng's intelligence is much higher than mine. You missed out on a genius son, but that's okay. The country won't miss him. The last sentence was a warning. People protected by the state are not to be interfered with by Madam Yin. Leaderly sat stiffly in his seat. At this moment, evidence or not seemed to matter less. He looked at Madam Yin. For the first time, he saw guilt on her face. It really is you. These 4 words changed Leaderly's expression when he looked at Madam Yin. She panicked. It's not me, I really am not involved. Unfortunately, the other person didn't listen, just like before when he didn't believe Shan Yuancheng's explanation, or when he didn't believe that it wasn't him pushing Madam Yin. Zhong Shu and the others left. Shan Yuancheng and Shi Xia's identities were clear, and the trip was about to begin. Shi Xia only had time to tell Wen Qing'an that she was going to see Shan Yuancheng, where she was going, when she would leave, and when she would return. She knew nothing else. Wen Qing'an was used to such goodbyes, enjoying the sweet burden of having a strong wife. I will study here carefully, and after I finish, I will rejoin the team. I'll wait for you at home. Okay. Shi Xia left. That noon, Shi Xia boarded a train. After the train, she changed to a bus, then a truck. After a bumpy ride, they even rode camels. They arrived in a land full of yellow sand. The sky was filled with yellow sand, and the sun blazed overhead. In the endless desert, Shi Xia felt hopeless. Why did she come along? Oh, right. She was here to look after Shan Yuancheng. Actually, the child was so smart. She should trust him. Comrade Shi Xia, here is water for you. Lying on a camel, Shi Xia sat up and looked at the little soldier handing her a water bottle. His mouth was cracked, and his fingertips had no visible fingerprints, worn smooth by sand. I'm not thirsty. You can give it to others. It's best if you drink a little yourself. The little soldier shook his head.
Drink.
The water bottle was stubbornly handed to Shi Xia. She took it, gently shook it, and saw that it contained less than 100 milliliters of water. She doesn't actually lack water. She has water elemental powers, allowing her to control water and produce it herself. However, if she goes for a long time without replenishing her water supply, her powers will dry out, but resting can restore them. Their team includes Zhong Shu's assistant, Shan Yuancheng, Shi Xia, and 8 soldiers they met along the way. There are 12 people in total. Shi Xia doesn't need to ask. They already know they are heading to a secret place. Water is clearly scarce here. Shi Xia suddenly smiles, thinking she actually made a good decision to come. She unscrews her water bottle, pretends to take a few sips, then screws the lid back on and hands it to the person behind her. Behind her is Zhong Shu. He takes the bottle, and at this moment, no one cares about hygiene anymore. Not drinking is already a good thing. Initially, they brought enough water, but halfway through, a camel suddenly went crazy and spilled a whole bucket. In the desert, water absorption is so intense that you watch water go in but can't do anything to stop it. Trying to save it is useless. As a result, they found themselves in a water shortage. But there are still 3 days of travel left. 8 young soldiers are mostly holding back, sharing their water with Zhong Shu and the others. They know these people are the reason they are here. As long as these people survive, China's future will be better. The water bottle is passed little by little back to the water carrier, and surprisingly, there's still water inside when it reaches him. He opens his mouth, eats a mouthful of sand, and stops himself from asking questions, then takes the bottle to find the team leader. The team leader's name is Harry, a local with excellent desert marching experience. Captain, we haven't run out of water. Harry takes the bottle, glances at the 4 people still lying on the camel, and clenches his fists. Find a water source. Yes. If they can't find water again, they will have to kill the camels. But without the camels, the other stamina will deplete much faster, slowing their progress and making things more dangerous. Right now, there's no good solution. This part of the desert hasn't seen rain for a long time. 4 soldiers are protecting them, walking ahead, while the other 4 are searching for water. Shi Xia can't sit still anymore. If they can't find water, she suspects the soldiers will have to use either the blood of the camels or their own blood. Neither option is good. Captain Harry, I need to go to the bathroom. Shi Xia raises her hand to stop, and Captain Harry agrees. She is the only woman. Harry doesn't know what she is researching, but everyone here is capable, and he respects her a lot. Shi Xia gets off the camel, activates her powers, and walks toward a hill. She called a stop here because there was vegetation behind the hill. There wasn't much water, but it was better than nothing. Shi Xia clumsily climbed the hill and nodded to the others. Help. Shi Xia rolled down. Harry was already leading a warrior behind him. The 2 quickly ran up and one dove to catch Shi Xia. In the desert, lack of water is just a problem. The sand can swallow you. Shi Xia sped up, rolled, and changed direction. Don't move, Harry shouted, but Shirxia moved again. After a few tries, Shirxia rolled far away and finally stopped. Harry struggled to catch up and saw Shirxia pointing at some plants, asking, "What kind of grass is this?" Harry's eyes sparkled. Life-saving grass. With Harry's help, the sand was moved aside, revealing part of the grass roots. Harry followed the lush roots and finally found a shady spot with damp sand. There is water. Next came the wisdom of desert people. They set up camp on the spot. Harry led the young warriors to collect water from the damp sand. They dug pits, laid thin sheets, and used temperature differences to gather water. In the end, 3 bowls of water were stored in a bottle, enough to last at least a day. The camels also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The desert at night was not quiet. Many scorpions, small snakes, and lizards came out to move around. Probably because it was too hot during the day, they hid away. Everyone tucked their pants into their boots and wrapped their faces with scarves. Getting bitten was no joke. Shirxia leaned against her luggage, gazing at the stars above the desert. Truly beautiful. It would be even better if they ignored the harsh environment. She turned her head to look at Professor Zhongshu beside her. He no longer looked refined and elegant like when they first met. Now he looked like an old, worn-out man. But this old man was surprisingly energetic, still teaching Shan Yuan Cheng. Shirxia used her supernatural powers, releasing a pressure that drove away snakes and insects. Harry and the others looked a bit suspicious. Why had the toxins suddenly disappeared? Before dawn, everyone ate dry food and took a few sips of water before setting out again. Shirxia climbed onto the camel, continuing her powers. This time, she planned to create a water source, but she needed to find a good spot to place it. In the desert, even with her powers, she couldn't gather enough water in a pit. All morning, Shirxia searched, but couldn't find a suitable place. Just as the sun was blazing and everyone was cursing the sky, Harry suddenly roared. "A sandstorm! Circle up and take cover." Harry and the others orderly herded the camels together. Everyone crowded in the middle, holding and hugging each other, forming a stronger force to resist the sandstorm. Shirxia and the others saw this. A more intense version of the yellow sand, a massive sandstorm sweeping across the sky.
Run?
They couldn't outrun it at all. In the moment Shirxia lowered her head, the sandstorm arrived. The wind and sand hit their faces and bodies, making a loud cracking sound. They dared not breathe or relax their guard. Everyone fought hard against this natural challenge. Fortunately, they made it through.
Cough, cough.
Puff, puff. One by one, everyone lifted their heads. Sand fell with a rustling sound, making it hard to open their eyes. Their throats were full of sand, not to mention other places. Harry was the first to stand up and count the people. Luckily, it's just a small sandstorm. "This is just a small one?" Zhongshu asked. Harry nodded and said, "The big ones we simply can't survive." Harry counted again, then again, his expression froze. "Where is Comrade Shirxia? Where is Comrade Shirxia?" This sentence made everyone anxious. Shan Yucheng thought about the words Shirxia had written in his palm earlier. No need to worry. Shirxia's sister probably went out on her own. Shan Yucheng didn't know exactly what skills Shirxia's sister had, but in his impression, being able to communicate with Xiaoling was impressive enough. Shirxia's sister will be fine. She's very capable. This was Shan Yucheng's first time speaking. Harry looked at him. Nonsense. Your brains are the ones that matter. This is a desert. Shan Yucheng blinked. Shirxia's sister isn't just about brains. His words sounded a bit ambiguous. Zhongshu also spoke up. "I don't know exactly what Shirxia is doing, but she should be like you all." "She's not a researcher." "What?" Harry was a little confused. The woman wasn't a researcher? Like him? Then how could she fall off the sand dunes so clumsily? "All right, you guys pack your gear. I'll take some people to look for. I'm back." Shirxia returned. She cheerfully carried a water bucket, and the shaking water splashed into everyone's eyes. They instinctively licked their lips, doubting whether what they saw was a mirage. 1 minute later, Harry listened to Shirxia's explanation and kept asking, You said you were blown away, but you caught the water bucket, then found a water puddle, and there was exactly one bucket of water?
Exactly.
Are you listening carefully? Why are you asking me again? Harry chuckled twice. Was that a clear question? Is this really logical?
姐姐运气真好.
Shan Yuancheng smiled and praised. Harry was speechless. There really is someone who believes it. Comrade Shirshia is very lucky. This bucket of water solved our water shortage problem. Zhong Shu also stepped forward. No matter how the process went, as long as the result is good. This is his scientist's attitude. Harry felt helpless, another believer. But he didn't plan to investigate further because Shirshia appearing here means she went through many screenings. Fill the water. Be careful. Don't waste it. Harry said this, and everyone happily went to fill their bottles, making sure to save the rest so it wouldn't be lost. The group continued walking. Under the scorching sun, they traveled for another 2.5 days before finally arriving. On the surface, they had nothing. Everything was underground. Outside was hot and blazing, but below was stuffy and oppressive. In short, it was all uncomfortable. After they arrived, Zhong Shu met with the local leader, and with his assistant and Shan Yuancheng, they left immediately. No time for greetings, just diving into work. In the blink of an eye, only Shirshia was left standing there. Harry glanced at her. So, you're really not a researcher? Shirshia shook her head regretfully.
I don't have that kind of brain.
Harry smiled and turned to leave. Whether love is involved or not, he had completed his task. This Shirshia was no longer his concern. Comrade Harry, please wait a moment. A staff member called Harry, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be? No way? Harry, please arrange for Comrade Shirshia. Recently, she's been eating and drinking with you guys, so just treat her as part of your guard team. Harry forced a weak smile and said, Shirshia, let's go. Shirshia followed Harry. It seems you're not very welcoming to me? Not exactly. I just don't know how to arrange things. Harry took Shirshia to the guard team's location. It was cramped, but Shirshia still got her own room. The next day, Shirshia followed Harry, watching them patrol, investigate, and transport supplies daily. She also discovered hydroponic water spinach here. Seeing her look at the hydroponic vegetables, Harry approached and said, if it weren't for this, everyone here would be blind. Oh, I made this, Shirshia said calmly. Harry's mind spun for a moment, then he followed her and asked, you made it? Really? Yes, I used to live by the sea. It wasn't suitable for growing vegetables, so I researched this. Shirshia spoke very seriously, and Harry was half convinced. What is your guard team doing today? Going to the Great Oasis to check. It hasn't rained for a long time, so water is scarce. Hearing this, Shirshia became interested. I want to go too. Harry wanted to refuse, as he couldn't see Shirshia's strength, thinking she might slow them down. Comrade Harry, you can't refuse me. Shirshia followed along. The guards were a bit unhappy about the extra person, but they kept it to themselves. At worst, they could take better care of her. Shirshia didn't say anything. When trouble came, they would realize having her around was a blessing from their past lives. The vehicle left and entered the desert, moving at a slow pace. The so-called Great Green Oasis was far away. It took a whole day to drive there, and they had to rest outside at night. After all, they couldn't openly tell others that they were working in the oasis. So, Shirshia traveled with the car for 5 days. On the first night, she caught 4 rabbits, and they enjoyed delicious roasted rabbit meat. On the second night, she caught several snakes, skillfully slapping them to remove their fangs, then skinning them and cooking the meat. On the third day, she caught many non-venomous scorpions, stringing them up and eating them as skewers. On the 4th and 5th days, she kept providing extra food for everyone. From then on, no one thought Shirshia was a burden. In fact, by the second day, after seeing her slap the venomous snake, they no longer thought so. After 5 days, Shirshia became everyone's favorite teammate, and Captain Harry had to step back. Harry also looked at Shirshia with new respect. Amazing! Finally, after 5 days, they reached the Great Green Oasis. But the scene before them made everyone's hearts tighten. The lush oasis had shrunk to only 1/10 of its original size. The water source was just a tiny bit left, with a few animals drinking. When they saw the team, they hesitated to leave. It was clear they were also suffering from severe water shortage. Anyway, since they were here, they needed to bring back some water. While the others were collecting water, Shirxia wandered around the oasis alone. If an oasis could form, it meant the ground beneath was very moist. She squatted by the river, probing with her hand, using her supernatural ability to sense downward, deeper and deeper. Shirxia, let's go.
Coming.
Shirxia stood up, wiped her fingers. If she was right, there should be an underground river deep below this area. If they could connect the underground river to the underground research station, they would have an endless water supply and no longer worry about water shortages. This was a big project, but Shirxia believed that as long as she could accurately find the underground river's path, the scientists could solve all other problems. So the question is, how should she cross the thick sand and find the underground river? Shirxia followed the team back to the base, carrying several large water buckets. The water in the buckets made the cart heavier, slowing it down. The tire tracks were deep, and the soldiers driving were skilled, carefully avoiding getting stuck again. On the first night back, Harry chose a windbreak on a sand dune for everyone to rest. They wouldn't sleep all night, just take a short break. There were 12 soldiers, 4 of whom were on guard duty. The desert at night is dangerous. Shirxia leaned against a tire, dressed warmly, and closed her eyes for a light sleep. Her ears twitched. Something was approaching. As Shirxia opened her eyes, the lookout soldier also alerted everyone. There was a dense, rustling sound, many creatures rubbing against the sand. Everyone immediately stood up, holding knives and guns. Harry and 3 other soldiers lit torches. Most animals are afraid of fire. These sounds weren't from large animals, but there were many of them. Harry quickly decided, softly saying, "Get on the truck." The person approaching slowly raised their hand carefully, ready to open the door. "Be careful." Shirxia's knife shot out with a swish, pinning a nearly sand-colored desert viper, its tongue still struggling to bite the soldier. The soldier, though startled, remained calm and quickly struck back, killing the viper. But it was too late to get on the truck. Dozens of vipers crawled up from all directions. And that wasn't the worst part. Under the torchlight, countless snakes slithered over the sand, surrounding them in an organized way. Everyone was startled, but didn't make a sound or move suddenly. They were all trained soldiers. They moved in order, back to back, supporting and protecting each other. Harry remained calm and analyzed the situation. This was unusual. Desert vipers like these existed in the desert, and they were numerous, but they rarely moved in groups. To avoid fighting over resources, each snake usually claimed its own territory. Large groups only appeared during breeding or food shortages. Even then, hundreds of snakes wouldn't gather. Harry stayed composed and calm. "Comrade Shirxia, please find the right moment to get on the truck. Go back and tell the base that the strange behavior of the animals indicates that something unusual is happening in the desert." Shirxia looked at Harry. "You should tell them yourself when you go back." Harry turned around. He didn't believe that Shirxia didn't understand. Of course, Shirxia understood. Harry was ready to sacrifice himself. They had 3 antidote needles, but there were 12 people here. They were prepared to sacrifice one person to carry the message back. She was thinking about whether to reveal her special ability. If she didn't reveal her power, it would be very difficult to bring everyone back. "Comrade Shirxia, I am the team leader. You must listen to me. This is an order. Comrade Shirxia, please cooperate with the team leader." Although the others didn't speak, their eyes said the same thing. They were willing to risk their lives to protect Shirxia and help her return. This included risking their lives to clear the poisonous snakes from the truck. Shirxia smiled. Since they were willing to risk their lives to stay with her, she decided to go all out. "Harry, I'm sorry to tell you, but if I want to, your position isn't higher than mine, so I won't listen. And stop talking nonsense. I can take all of you back." After saying this, Shirxia moved. In the eyes of Harry and the soldiers, everything in front of them seemed too surreal. Shirxia kicked over a bucket of water. In the next second, all the water froze in midair and turned into countless droplets. The poisonous snakes attacked the moment Shirxia kicked the bucket. Some even leaped into the air and shot toward them. Before Harry's soldiers could draw their knives or guns, the water droplets in the air turned into sharp swords, shooting out swiftly. Each drop hit precisely on the snakes' vital points. The snakes that had been attacking suddenly lost all their strength, falling to the ground with a struggling twice, then completely still. But it wasn't over yet. With a wave of her hand, the remaining water in the air turned into flexible dough, which slipped into the truck. How did Harry feel? He felt nothing. His soldiers' instincts kicked in immediately. Retreat, clean up. 2 words. 11 soldiers retreated, forming a cooperative formation to clear the remaining or wounded snakes. At the same time, Shirxia opened the truck door. The water dough, carrying the bodies of a dozen vipers, was thrown out onto the ground. Using the same method, the vipers in the other trucks were also cleared. At this moment, the snakes that hadn't yet reached the attack zone suddenly stopped moving and even panicked, beginning to retreat. Shirxia and Harry both watched the battlefield at the same time. They speak together. Get in the car. Everyone quickly and without hesitation climbs onto the nearest truck. Shirxia jumps onto the roof of the truck, which has already started moving. The wheels kick up dust as it drives away. Shirxia on the roof fully relaxes and lets go. Since her special power has been exposed, she decides to embrace it. She wants to see what dangers this desert might hold. She is naturally rebellious. With a flick of her hand, another bucket of water is drawn out and transforms into an obedient rope, stretching out far ahead. Inside the truck, Harry keeps an eye on what's behind. The driver and co-driver work together to steer, trying to find the best path in the dark. Everyone is working hard to move forward. The wind blows past Shirxia, and she sees the situation in the distance clearly. Is it quicksand? Or maybe a sand trap, rushing toward them at full speed. Left! Shirxia shouts. Harry immediately relays the message, and the driver sharply turns the steering wheel left. The flashing signals between the headlights make the other 2 trucks follow and change direction. Shirxia is also very anxious. There's no time. The sand collapsing is happening too fast. Harry sees it too. The solid sand ground seems to be breaking like a leaky funnel, collapsing in large patches, swallowing everything. The direction of the collapse is unpredictable, as if the entire desert is trying to grow and reproduce anew. Right. Speed up. Shirxia shouts again. The soldier driving pushes the vehicle to its maximum speed. The water inside the truck, which is heavy, has been completely absorbed by Shirxia, surrounding the vehicle with a mystical aura. Despite the acceleration reaching its limit, driving in the desert is never easy. They are so close. The swallowing sand is only a few meters away from them. Shirxia makes a quick decision and jumps off the truck without delay. Shirxia! Harry shouts, pushing the door open, but Shirxia kicks it back shut. Get in! Shirxia's eyes are as firm and resolute as Harry's. I won't die. You all go back. Shirxia has fallen behind the truck. Harry clenches his fists, biting his lip, and makes the fastest and most correct decision. Go. The soldier driving yells fiercely. The vehicle speeds forward without hesitation. Harry turns to look. Shirxia faces away from them, with a curtain of water blocking the wind and sand behind her. She is fighting alone against nature, against their doomed fate. At this moment, Shirxia is tough and determined. The worse the situation gets, the more excited she becomes. You want to take me away? Dream on. A water curtain forms a space, falling from midair and sinking into the sand below, all the trapped sand being wrapped by Shirxia's power. Her supernatural ability is pushed to its limit. It feels like going back to the end of the world. She fought like this too, knowing her fight probably wouldn't end well, but at that moment, she just wanted to do something. Humans are interesting creatures. We are both cowardly and brave. Come on. Shirxia, bleeding from her mouth, begins to bleed from her skin as her power nearly collapses again. Suddenly, she laughs. She can no longer hear the sound of the truck. It's so good. They've been saved once more. It's so good. She's a hero again. It's a bit addictive. Is there something wrong with me? When Chungin.
Boom.
The water curtain disperses, and the gathered sand erupts like a rocket launch. The place where Shirxia is collapses completely, forming a huge sand pit with no bottom in sight, and she falls. In the next second, more sand falls from above, quickly covering everything. The desert at night is cold beyond measure. Now, everything is silent again, as if the previous chaos was just an illusion. The flat sand surface shows no signs of disturbance. Nature's way of cleaning up is truly clever. Shirxia. Harry has returned. He and 4 soldiers come back, while the remaining 6 soldiers drive 3 trucks to send a report. It's not that they didn't want to return, but they included the casualties of the 6 soldiers. At least one of the 3 trucks can make it back. That's their determined resolve to sacrifice. No one fears losing their life. They only fear their sacrifice being meaningless. Harry and his 4 men stumble forward, seeing Shirxia fall. They desperately try to rush over and grab her. But when they reach this point, everything is gone. Harry takes a deep breath.
The
4 immediately start digging with their hands. No matter what, they want to bring Shirxia back. That brave girl who jokes with them and shares meat. Shirxia is naturally popular among soldiers. She is bold, straightforward, and responsible. She is so good. When she first came to the desert, they hadn't yet shown her proper hospitality. Someone's tears fall, quickly swallowed by the sand. They dig for hours. Suddenly, a truck hums again and returns. Captain. 2 people came down and looked at several others whose fingers were covered in blood marks. They understood what was happening without saying a word and joined the digging effort. Harry suddenly took a deep breath and sat down heavily on the ground. Have they returned safely? Probably, but they weren't sure. 3 cars drove away silently for over an hour. Finally, they decided the collapse was over. 1 car returned, and 2 continued forward. I'll stay here and watch. You go back and report. Report what? Of course, it was about Shirxia's disappearance. Captain, we just arrived. It's better for you to go back. Harry stood up. Let's not talk too much about Shirxia. If she sacrificed herself, let her rest in peace. If not, let Shirxia tell us herself. Yes. The team understood that the captain was talking about Shirxia's water control ability. When the captain went after Shirxia, he had already warned them once. They wouldn't say anything. Harry got into a truck with a soldier and headed back. Remember this spot. Even a little hope makes him unwilling to give up. Harry still held some hope. With Shirxia's strength, she wouldn't be in danger, right? Where was Shirxia now? At the moment she was buried in the falling sand, she used her water powers to protect herself. She had space abilities. She couldn't put other objects inside, but she could go inside herself. Shirxia, protected by her water powers, was hit by the sand and fell downward. Although she was injured all over, she never thought of giving up until the very last breath. Her powers extended outward, searching through the sand for a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, the sand underground contained some moisture. Shirxia used this water to form a line and explored in all directions. Heaven still favored her. She found an underground river. The only problem now was how to reach it. She wasn't directly above the underground river. At this distance, she still had some way to go. Time was tight. If she was completely buried under the sand, it would be very difficult to survive and escape. As the sand collapsed, Shirxia flipped backward. It looked funny, but it worked. She got closer to the underground river. She hurriedly moved forward, but the distance to the bottom was getting smaller, and more sand was piling up. She abandoned all thoughts and desperately kept moving. At the moment she touched the bottom, she absorbed all nearby water powers and created a 1-meter square water space to hold herself. Good news. She still had a way to reach the underground river with her powers. Bad news. Moving now was really difficult. To move, she must dig through the sand, which will inevitably damage the water space. So, she can only create a tunnel to the underground river before the water space is destroyed. It's very difficult, but it's okay. It's not impossible, and she isn't giving up. She was born with a rebellious spirit. Next, Xia considered several options. In the end, she reached out with both hands into the water space, started digging, and made a small hole enough for her to pass through. Then she quickly used the water space to support herself and moved forward a little. Thus, Xia worked tirelessly day and night below, while Harry and others above continued digging. As they advanced rapidly, Harry and his team returned to the base after 2 days and reported to the meeting room. Everyone in the room was silent. They were worried about what the change in the desert meant and about Xia's whereabouts. The base leader knew Xia's status, someone who could freely come and go by sea and could bring great changes to China. It was a heavy feeling of guilt. Send people to dig 3 feet underground. This was all they could do now. At the same time, a phone call was made. General Wei, who answered the call, was deeply unsettled. He held the phone to his ear, unable to put it down. It seemed that as long as he didn't hang up, what he just said was not true. The beeping sound made General Wei turn around. He sank into his chair and looked across the room.
How could this be?